In a fantastical journey through the world of Pokémon, one might presume it to be a mere challenge of the League. However, this tale unfolds into a wilder odyssey, transforming a trainer into a powerful force, capturing rare Pokémon, forging lifelong partnerships, navigating regional factions, and even standing toe-to-toe with the League. Naturally, amidst these adventures, the sparks of romance with enchanting female trainers are inescapable. Experience an authentic portrayal of the intertwining epic of combat, enterprise, friendship, and romance, witnessing how an ordinary boy evolves into a legendary overlord, revered even by champions. Chapter 1. The journey begins. Yanbing, today marks your 10th birthday. You may choose one of these 3 Pokémon to accompany you on your travels. Professor Oak smiled warmly at the child who had spent 5 years within his laboratory. 5 years ago, a 5-year-old boy appeared in Pallet Town, with no recollection of his home or parents, only knowing his name was Yanbing. He was brought to the laboratory by Mac Hoke after collapsing. Upon awakening, his evident love for Pokémon prompted Professor Oak to keep him close, enlisting his help in caring for the creatures while finding a companion for his grandson, Blue. However, the reality was that upon regaining consciousness, Yanbing was startled to find himself hoisted by a blue-gray creature barely a meter tall, causing him to faint once more. When he awoke again, he was greeted by a familiar-looking elderly man with white hair, surrounded by a circle of peculiar beings. Rubbing his eyes and reopening them, he confirmed one undeniable truth. He had traversed through time and space into the beloved world of Pokémon. With the assurance of seamless communication and daily life, Yanbing joyfully embraced this reality, for he had always cherished this universe. For 5 years, Yanbing arose early each day, working out alongside the Mac Hoke that had saved him, engaging in running, sit-ups, push-ups, and various exercises. Professor Oak, observing his dedication, felt a sense of pride and refrained from imposing chores on him. Fortunately, having lived alone for over a decade in his previous life, Yanbing had acquired culinary skills. After Professor Oak first tasted his mapo tofu, he opted for Yanbing's meals for lunch, abandoning his beloved instant noodles. Through 5 years of rigorous training, Yanbing's physique surpassed that of his peers. Though merely 10 years old, his height of 1.5 meters and athletic build often led others to mistake him for a 13 or 14-year-old. Thankfully, Yanbing was not inclined towards muscular physiques despite his strength. He also engaged in flexibility training. He would occasionally practice the martial arts from his past life, such as Tai Chi and Wing Chun. Although he couldn't recall the complete routines, he retained the foundational principles. Regularly applying these martial concepts in bouts with Mac Hoke not only allowed Yanbing to develop a fighting style tailored to himself, but also successfully aided Mac Hoke in evolving into a Machamp last year. Initially, Yanbing believed his traveling companion would be Mac Hoke, but with its evolution in a Machamp, the plan to embark on a journey with this powerful ally was unexpectedly altered. Was this truly a quest for self-improvement? Before him lay 3 Pokeballs, and without a moment's hesitation, Yanbing chose the Charmander. His decision stemmed not from any other reason, but rather the fact that Charizard could soar through the skies, eliminating any uncertainty regarding his future choice of flying companion. Upon being released, the Charmander gleefully gazed at its trainer, leaping into Yanbing's embrace without hesitation. Yanbing tenderly stroked its little head, then picked up his meticulously packed belongings, bowed to Professor Oak, and prepared to embark on his journey. Wait a moment, Yanbing. This is for you. Professor Oak produced a Pock Egg, leaving Yanbing somewhat taken aback. This is the offspring of Mac Hoke and Amy, he clarified, noticing Yanbing's confusion. Mac Hoke regrets that he cannot accompany you on your travels. He hopes that his child can fill the void. I will take great care of it, Yanbing assured, accepting the egg and gently caressing it, reminiscing about the years spent with Mac Hoke, a wave of melancholy washing over him. The egg should hatch in a few days, so keep a close eye on it. Now, take your Pokédex and enjoy the pleasures of your journey. Don't forget to call me every day. With a slight nod, Professor Oak bid farewell to Yanbing. Yanbing nodded in response, waved goodbye, and set off with Charmander and the Pock Egg in tow. Understanding the importance of fostering bonds with his companions during his travels, Yanbing released Charmander to accompany him on foot as soon as their adventure began. Heading north from Pallet Town, they soon entered the verdant fields of the area, where they encountered a flock of Pidgeys. Recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for experience and training, Yanbing seized the moment. Charmander, summon your courage and challenge the Pidgey before you. Encouraged by Yanbing's fervent gaze, Charmander stepped forward, approaching a slightly gray-feathered Pidgey that was foraging on the ground. Upon noticing Charmander's presence, the Pidgey turned its head to regard the little fire Pokémon. Charmander pointed a determined finger at the Pidgey, issuing a challenge. Sensing Charmander's fighting spirit, the Pidgey faced at Houdini, and the battle was about to commence. In a split second, both Charmander and Pidgey charged towards each other. Charmander unleashed a claw attack, while Pidgey retaliated with a tackle. Charmander's claw struck Pidgey's head, causing it to stagger back a step, while the sudden blow sent Pidgey flipping through the air, momentarily disoriented. Shaking off the impact, Charmander, feeling slightly numb in its paw, pressed forward to continue the assault. Pidgey, undeterred, matched Charmander's tenacity, and the two little creatures clashed in earnest. Yin Bing observed the skirmish between Charmander and Pidgey from the sidelines, refraining from issuing commands. This was his first opportunity to witness Charmander in battle, and he sought to gauge its overall capabilities. The first-generation Pokédex did not quantify the Pokémon's various abilities, it merely provided basic attributes, natures, and general information. Thus, for Charmander's inaugural fight, Yin Bing preferred to refrain from interference. After several exchanges, Charmander, with its stamina and defense evidently superior to Pidgey's, gradually took the initiative, pressing the advantage against its opponent. The Pidgey, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, swiftly retreated from the Charmeleon when the situation appeared dire. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, out of reach of the leaping Charmeleon. Seizing the opportunity as Charmeleon momentarily hovered in the air, Pidgey descended rapidly, striking with its beak. This Pidgey shows some promise, having intuitively learned the peck skill during battle. Yambing observed with a smile as he watched the two little creatures. The Charmeleon, once in a position of advantage, suddenly found itself in a precarious situation. It could neither attack nor retreat without being pursued by Pidgey, causing considerable frustration. Infuriated, Charmeleon's tail flames surged high, its head tilting back as it inhaled deeply before unleashing a slender flame towards Pidgey. Startled by this sudden action, Pidgey failed to evade in time and sustained some burns, entering a brief state of weakness. Seizing the moment, Charmeleon charged forward and delivered a slap to Pidgey's head, rendering it unconscious. Well done, Charmeleon. You've learned the Ember skill in the heat of battle. You're doing splendidly. Yambing praised Charmeleon at the opportune moment. He retrieved a burn-healing spray from his backpack and applied it to Pidgey, followed by administering a stamina potion. In no time, Pidgey awakened. Pidgey, Pidgey, it chirped, recognizing the individual before it as its savior. With a polite bounce, Pidgey nodded slightly before turning to leave. Hee, this Pidgey is rather intriguing, Yambing mused with a slight smile, having no intention of capturing it. Charmeleon, do you desire to grow stronger? Did you feel helpless when Pidgey soared into the sky during your skirmish? Yambing gently stroked Charmeleon's head, to which it nodded in agreement. I thought so. Now, I shall teach you a new skill. Pay close attention. As he spoke, Yambing demonstrated, standing facing Charmeleon. Charmeleon, pick up the stone beside you and throw it at me. Charmeleon, puzzled, scratched its head in confusion. Don't worry, just throw it with all your might, Yambing encouraged. Charmeleon, no longer hesitating, picked up a nearby rock and tossed it, managing to control its strength well enough to make contact without causing significant harm. Yambing, recognizing Charmeleon's concern for his safety, smiled gently. As the small rock approached, he suddenly retreated his right foot, pivoting his torso, and raised his right hand to deliver a powerful backhanded strike just as the rock reached him. The impact sent the stone crashing to the ground at triple speed. Charmeleon's eyes widened in astonishment. You're doing great, Charmeleon. Throw it with all your strength, Yambing encouraged, raising his right hand and beckoning with 4 fingers towards himself. This time, Charmeleon took the task seriously, picking up another stone and hurling it with vigor. As it neared Yambing, he deftly sidestepped while delivering another strike as the rock passed by. For the third attempt, Charmeleon aimed a stone that was nearing Yambing's head. He slightly bent his knees and, in a swift motion, pivoted 90 degrees on his left foot, extending his right hand to deliver a decisive blow to the stone. Did you see that? When your opponent approaches, swiftly evade their attack and exploit their momentum to counter. Mastering this technique will significantly ease your subsequent close combat encounters. This maneuver is termed using stillness to counter movement, Yambing said with a smile. The Charmander nodded earnestly, picking up a stone to offer to Yambing in hopes of a sparring session. Yambing raised a finger and shook his head, gesturing towards a distant flock of Pidgeys. A stone is merely a stone your sparring partners await over there. Challenge them one by one, and I shall observe. Remember, the key lies in using your waist as a pivot to facilitate the movement of your entire body. Adjustments must be made according to the opponent's attack direction. Furthermore, timing is crucial. Strike too early, and the impact will be insufficient too late, and you risk being struck. Now go hone your skills. Roar. The Charmander nodded resolutely and strode toward the flock of Pidgeys. Yambing followed closely behind, healing both the Charmander and each defeated Pidgey with a piece of Pokémon food as a reward, which prevented the flock from resisting the Charmander's challenges or displaying any hostility. Yambing observed that, aside from the first Pidgey the Charmander faced, the others were not particularly formidable, allowing the Charmander to swiftly conclude each battle. Consequently, Yambing instructed the Charmander to challenge 2 Pidgeys simultaneously. Upon defeating both, it would then face 3, and so forth. To ensure the Charmander could adeptly employ Yambing's techniques, he set up camp near the flock. The following day, the Hitmonlee egg began to exhibit signs of activity, shimmering with light. Aware that the Mach-Hop was on the verge of hatching, Yambing devoted even more meticulous attention to the egg, seldom leaving its side. He maintained his daily routine of morning exercise, and early the next morning, he strapped the egg to his back and took the Charmander out to the grassy outskirts of Pallet Town for some exercise. Initially, the Charmander struggled with a new routine, but under Yambing's encouragement, it began to comply. Yambing remained vigilant, ensuring the Charmander did not overexert itself and risk injury. After their morning workout, a refreshing bath, and a hearty breakfast, the Charmander rested briefly before venturing out to challenge the Pidgey flock once more. Thus, by the 4th day, the Hitmonlee egg finally hatched. Upon seeing Yambing, the Mach-Hop instinctively recognized him as its mother, a fact that left Yambing somewhat bemused. Why not father, but mother? With this, he officially welcomed his second Pokémon. You are the child of Hitmonlee and Amy from now on. You shall be called Airy, Yambing declared, clapping his hands in approval of the name. However, while Airy was pleased, the Charmander was not, letting out a small puff of fire in protest. Though not particularly intense, Yambing understood he had shown favoritism. All right, let's find you a name too, considering your splendid orange hue. How about we call you Orange? Yambing tentatively suggested to the Charmander. After a moment of contemplation, the Charmander seemed to find the name agreeable and reluctantly accepted it. The subsequent days unfolded with a sense of tranquility. Yambing guided Ailey in his training while keeping a vigilant eye on little Charizard challenges. Before long, Ailey joined the ranks of those challenging Pidgey. Moreover, due to the advantage of type compatibility, Ailey's progress surpassed that of little Charizard's, and within merely half a month, Ailey was able to match little Charizard in combat, much to the latter's chagrin. However, this was where the disparity ceased. Ailey possessed a natural aptitude for martial skills, advancing rapidly, while little Charizard exhibited a more refined mastery over flames. After spending nearly a month on the grassy terrain, Yambing prepared to depart. Continuing in this manner would soon deplete the supplies of healing potions and food in their pack. Accompanied by Ailey and Orange, Yambing set off after missing the opportunity to meet with Xiaomao and Xiaoji. Notably, as Yambing, Ailey, and Orange embarked on their journey, the Pidgeys from the flock unexpectedly gathered to bid them farewell. It seemed that after nearly a month of interaction, they had grown quite familiar with Ailey and Orange. The sole Pidgey that Orange had challenged on the first day had not reappeared since, perhaps no longer part of this group. The results of their training were evident upon resuming their journey. Ailey and Orange were capable of simultaneously battling around 10 Pidgeys. Beyond that point, there was little merit, as it would merely tire them out. A new adventure had commenced, and within Yambing's heart, a well-structured plan for Ailey and Orange's training awaited implementation along the way. Chapter 2, The Lone Pidgey. Passing through Shirogane City, Yambing replenished his supplies of potions and food, resting for a night without any intention of lingering. Aware that the gym leader of Shirogane City was Sakaki of Team Rakuten, exceptionally formidable foe, and considered a hidden boss of the Kanto region, Yambing had no desire to challenge the Shirogane Gym just yet. I originally thought that Xiaomao and Xiaoji had set off quite late, but it seems you left even later, Miss Joy teased with a smile, proceeding to conduct a health check on Ailey and Orange. Oh, your 2 Pokémon are not only in good health, but their muscles are also quite firm. It seems they've undergone significant training, Miss Joy observed with mild astonishment. However, while training can enhance a Pokémon's combat prowess, one must not overdo it. Injuring them would be unfortunate. Rest assured, Miss Joy, I am mindful of their limits, Yambing replied with a gentle smile before calling the professor. Ah, Yambing, why are you only calling now? The professor inquired, somewhat puzzled. Oh, professor, I was previously engaged in training Alien Orange in the wild and couldn't arrive in Shiregain City sooner. I've just arrived now, Yambing explained. What? You've only just reached Shiregain City? Xiao Mao and Xiaoji have already obtained their badges from the Nibi City Gym. By the way, the Pokemon egg should have hatched by now, right? Yes, indeed. Ailey, Orange, come over and greet the professor. Yambing called to his two Pokemon, discussing their health and the reasons for the delayed departure, as the professor nodded in understanding from the other end of the call. Ah, I see. No wonder the prowess of the Pidgey on Route 1's lawn has noticeably improved recently. It is commendable to maintain the exercise routine one had at home, even while traveling. Such a habit is indeed admirable. Keep up the good work, Yambing. I have high hopes for you. However, you must also exert yourself further. While training is crucial, obtaining badges to participate in the league competition is equally significant. Yes, doctor, I will strive to do my best. Very well, then take some rest. Goodbye, doctor. Farewell. The following morning, Yambing, accompanied by Orange and Ailey, departed from the city of Masera, heading towards the Viridian Forest. The Viridian Forest is predominantly the realm of bug-type Pokemon, mainly inhabited by Caterpie and its evolutions, as well as Weedle and its evolutions. Although Ash captured a Caterpie here, Yambing did not harbor much affection for either Caterpie or Weedle, opting instead to traverse the forest directly to Nibi City. Orange, Ailey, do be cautious. This territory is home to the Weedle, Metapod, and Beedrill. Provoking them could lead to trouble. Oh dear, what is that? As soon as he spoke, a swarm of Beedrill emerged, causing Yambing to hastily pull Orange and Ailey into the tall grass. However, the Beedrill were not heading in their direction. What is going on? Which fool has angered this swarm of Beedrill? Come, let us investigate. With that, Yambing stealthily followed the group of Beedrill. Upon trailing behind them, he finally arrived at the scene of the battle. There, a Pidgey was valiantly flapping its wings, darting amidst the swarm of Beedrill, holding its own against nearly 20 of them with remarkable courage. Yet, despite its bravery, the odds soon turned against it as 10 additional Beedrill joined the fray. Orange, Ailey, haste to assist. I know not how this Pidgey has offended the Beedrill, but such valor is a rare sight. Macop, Macop, roar. The two little ones, upon witnessing the skirmish, excitedly charged into the fray. Their timely intervention alleviated much of the Pidgey's burden. Moreover, the sparks emitted by Orange inflicted considerable damage upon the Beedrill, while Machop's swift strikes, combined with its agile footwork, rendered it nearly untouchable. In a short span, the trio managed to bring down a significant portion of the Beedrill, prompting the remaining ones to flee in haste. It was only then that they turned their attention to the solitary Pidgey. Pidgey, Pidgey. Upon seeing Orange, the Pidgey suddenly called out, its eyes ablaze with determination. Roar, roar. Orange glanced at the Pidgey, tilting its head slightly. Then, as if struck by a revelation, it raised a fist and struck it against its palm, mimicking a gesture Yambing had used during their training. So you are that Pidgey, Yambing remarked. I did not expect you to have grown so swiftly. Truly impressive. Pidgey. The Pidgey turned to gaze at Orange, who met its steadfast gaze with a silent nod. Having witnessed the Pidgey's courageous stand against the swarm, Orange recognized that the time had come to lend its strength. Are you ready to battle once more? Yambing inquired of Chengzi, who nodded in response. If we're to fight, let us first depart from his place. Ahead lies the exit of the Evergreen Forest, and before we reach Nibi City, there's a grassy clearing. You may compete there, and I shall serve as the referee. We must avoid the return of those Beedrills, Yambing declared. Chengzi and Bobo exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement, swiftly making their way through the Evergreen Forest alongside Chengzi. Upon arriving at the grassy expanse before Nibi City, Chengzi and Bobo faced each other once more, with Yambing positioned between them. He tossed a coin into the air and promptly retreated to the sidelines. As the coin landed, Bobo and Chengzi lunged towards one another. The two little creatures began their skirmish with grappling and charging in terms of strength. Chengzi held a slight advantage. After being pushed back, Bobo decisively took to the sky, while Chengzi remained steadfast on the ground. After circling twice in the air, Bobo swooped behind Chengzi and surged towards him with great speed. Chengzi remained motionless, and as Bobo drew near, he suddenly pivoted, his tail sweeping in a wide arc to evade Bobo's attack while delivering a powerful counterstrike. Bobo, propelled by inertia, skidded along the ground for quite a distance before shaking his head and rising, a serious expression evident in his eyes. However, Bobo's resilient spirit compelled him to soar once more, diving down towards Chungzi again. Chungzi stood ready, but just then, Bobo unleashed a quick attack, his rapidly shifting form causing Chungzi to furrow his brow. In an effort to disrupt Bobo's acceleration, Chungzi unleashed several bursts of flame toward him. Bobo narrowly dodged them, and, as he approached Chungzi, his wings shimmered with a bright light. Wing attack. This Bobo is truly remarkable. He has learned a new skill in the midst of battle. That quick attack must be a recent acquisition as well. Yanbing exclaimed in admiration. As Bobo's wings drew nearer, Chungzi attempted the same tactic again, but ultimately fell a beat short, getting swept aside by Bobo's powerful wing attack, which sent him rolling a considerable distance before he came to a halt. Chungzi trembled slightly before struggling to rise. Despite his injuries and diminished stamina, the fire of determination blazed even more fiercely in his tail, and a resolute flame ignited in his eyes. As Bobo prepared to unleash another wing attack, Chungzi abandoned his reliance on martial techniques and instead summoned a tremendous surge of fiery energy, exhaling a torrent of flames directly at Bobo. The gust from Bobo's wing attack formed a protective barrier that sliced through the flames, dissipating the air pressure. However, the fiery breath ultimately struck Bobo at close range. Driven by inertia, Bobo's wings swept against Chungzi once more, causing both to tumble backward. Concerned for their well-being, Yanbing rushed forward, only to discover that both little creatures had simultaneously lost their fighting spirit. After a flurry of activity to stabilize their injuries, Yanbing finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, Chungzi and Bobo regained consciousness and looked at one another, the indescribable satisfaction of their bout radiating between them. Bobo's impressive performance sparked within Yanbing the desire to capture him. Bobo, I am genuinely astonished at how swiftly you have progressed without any guidance. Would you care to travel with us? This way, I can offer you some combat instruction, and you'll have the opportunity to engage in battles against Chungzi and Ailey at any moment, Yanbing remarked, while Ailey, brimming with excitement, was already enthusiastically swinging his fists. Witnessing the fervent clash between Chungzi and Bobo, Ailey could hardly contain his eagerness to take the field himself. Bobo glanced at Yanbing, then at Chungzi and Ailey, stood up, and shook his head slightly before turning away, leaving Yanbing with a solitary yet striking silhouette. With his back to Chungzi and the others, Bobo gently lifted his wings and waved a farewell. Oh, what a character this Bobo is. I hope to see him again next time. Yanbing smiled as he watched Bobo depart. This Bobo resembled a lone ranger, seeking worthy adversaries while embarking on his journey, shrouded in mystery and solitude. Moreover, his plumage bore a slightly grayer hue than that of ordinary Bobo, giving the impression of malnourishment. Perhaps next time, he could prepare a delicious meal for him. With a rival like this, one could only believe that Chungzi would strive even harder to hone his skills. Moving forward, my goal is the Pewter City Gym. Ailey, there's no need to rush. The Pewter City Gym is a rock-type gym, and that is where your talents will truly shine, Yanbing said, turning to Ailey, who nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ailey felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. In Yanbing's view, the rock-type gym was undoubtedly the ideal setting for Ailey to hone his abilities. Unless Ailey were to lose his fighting spirit, Yanbing had no intention of substituting him. Should Ailey manage to conquer the gym challenge on his own, the path ahead would be significantly broader. Yanbing silently calculated his strategy as he resolutely led Chungzi and Ailey toward Pewter City. Chapter 3. A bountiful harvest. Upon arriving in Nibi City, Yanbing quickly discerned that his true adversary was not Xiaojiang, but rather Xiaojiang's unreliable father, Uncle Wuning. In the realm of Pokémon nurturing, Wuning's expertise was on par with that of Xiaojiang. Although he may not be a distinguished breeder, he certainly excelled as a trainer. After a brief respite at the Pokémon Center, Yanbing, accompanied by his companions Chungzi and Ailey, eagerly made his way to the gym, only to be met with a rebuff. Return to challenge the gym once you have collected your third Pokémon, young man. Pondering the situation, Yanbing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Had he secured the allegiance of a formidable Pidgey outside Nibi City, he would not be in this predicament. Should he capture another Pidgey to meet the requirement? As he strolled along the bustling streets of Nibi City, he found himself at a loss. Just then, he spotted Wuning, who was busy purchasing vegetables. Uncle, Yanbing called out. Oh, you are the challenger from earlier. What brings you here? Are you uncertain where to catch your Pokémon? Wuning inquired, glancing at Yanbing. Indeed, I am rather troubled. I encountered a Pidgey with extraordinary combat prowess outside the city, one that could match my Qingzi in battle. Alas, it behaves as a lone wolf and shows no inclination to join me, Yanbing lamented. Huh. Instead of resorting to force, you wish to win it over peacefully? Wuning observed with amusement. Let me put it this way. Had it been a dragonair or a mythical creature's offspring, or if its potential were merely average, I would have considered capturing it through sheer strength and then training it gradually. However, as a Pidgey, it clearly lacks the potential of semi-divine or divine Pokémon. Yet, I have noted that it possesses unique qualities unmatched by other Pidgeys, which complicates matters. I wish for it to accompany me out of genuine admiration, rather than through coercion. Understood. It is not a matter of necessity, but rather an expression of respect towards it. It seems you possess discerning taste, Wuning remarked. Allow me to guide you. Exit through the east gate and traverse Moonlight Mountain, where you might encounter some Zubat, Clefairy, Geodude, and Onix. Consider capturing one of them. Once you secure 3 Pokémon, I shall permit you to challenge the gym. Now, I must return to prepare dinner. My 9 children are likely famished. Without waiting for Yanbing's response, Wuning hurried off toward his home. Moonlight Mountain? That seems promising. There are plenty of rock-type Pokémon to train Ailey, Yanbing mused. Making his way back into the city to gather supplies for an extended stay on Moonlight Mountain. As he exited the east gate and walked along Route 3, he passed by Wuning's residence and decided to pay a visit. Oh, the challenger. Please, make yourself comfortable while I prepare lunch. I apologize for any oversight, Wuning exclaimed, clumsily juggling pots and pans, clearly flustered. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yanbing took it upon himself to whip up a few dishes and even shared some simple yet delectable recipes with Wuning. Thank you, dear challenger. It has only been a short while, yet I already feel overwhelmed. I can only imagine the hardships Xiaojing endured at such a young age, Wuning reflected with a sigh. Yanbing remained silent, during which Wuneng observed with astonishment as Yanbing trained 2 small Pokémon to remarkable sturdiness. After a brief exchange, once they finished their lunch, Yanbing set off on his journey. Before leaving, Wuneng was preoccupied, changing the child's diaper and mending clothes, truly busy beyond measure. Upon reaching the outskirts of Moonview Mountain, Yanbing found a level spot to set up camp. Once everything was settled, he commenced his training expedition in Moonview Mountain with Orange and Ailey. Their routine consisted of morning runs, exercise, a light breakfast, followed by explorations into caves to challenge various Pokémon. 4 rock-type Pokémon such as Geodude and Onix. Ailey took the lead, while Orange handled non-rock types like Paras and Zubat. As their encounters increased, both Orange and Ailey's combat skills and physical prowess gradually improved. However, Yanbing still had not encountered the Pokémon of his dreams. One morning, still in a state of slumber, Yanbing groggily embraced a soft belly. Orange, has your activity level decreased lately? Your abdomen seems to be rounding out again, he mumbled, but showed no signs of waking, continuing to doze. It was not until his alarm rang that he opened his eyes. Oh, startled by the sight of a yellow belly in his hands, Yanbing instinctively pushed it away, only for it to vanish in an instant. At that moment, Orange and Ailey were roused from their slumber, gazing at Yanbing in bewilderment. Still shaken, Yanbing thought he had dreamt it and rubbed his eyes. Just then, he felt a peculiar weight on his head, while Orange and Ailey, startled, pointed animatedly at it. Swallowing hard, Yanbing realized there was something unfamiliar perched atop his head, and he could even sense its warmth. Gathering his composure, he cautiously reached up to touch it, confirming it was a living creature. Relieved, he gently cradled it down to his front. Yanbing stared in disbelief at the little creature before him. Familiar in appearance. Little Kadabra? He exclaimed, watching as the half-closed eyes of Kadabra lifted to meet his gaze, only to return to its food. Upon closer inspection, Yanbing discovered it was munching on the Pokémon food from his backpack. Ahem, little Kadabra, what brings you here? Yanbing inquired. Kadabra lifted its head to look at him, extending a hand to poke his forehead with its finger, and a stream of information flooded into Yanbing's mind. Oh, so you are an apprentice from the Psychic Gym in Golden City, unable to endure the relentless training and inadvertently wandered here, attracted by the pleasant aura I emanate. After observing me for a few days, you came to my tent to satisfy your hunger. Yanbing replied, I am a trainer, currently on a journey. Upon completing the challenge at the Nibi City Gym, shall we traverse the route back together? We will first pass through the Hualan City, and after acquiring the badge there, we shall proceed directly to the Ogold City, Yanbing remarked, to which the little Kashi shook its head decisively and pointed a finger at Yanbing's forehead. Huh. You no longer wish to return to the Ogold Gym? Yanbing was taken aback. You are merely a trainee Kashi, without a designated master, which implies you still retain your wild essence. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, as he found himself in the company of a well-trained Kashi. How about you accompany us on our journey? Yambing ventured hesitantly. After a moment of contemplation, Kashi pointed a finger at Yambing's forehead. Rest assured, I shall not compel you to engage in activities you do not desire, including psychic training, Yambing readily assured. Upon hearing his promise, Kashi nodded in agreement. To ensure everything was secure, Yambing produced an empty Pokeball and effortlessly captured Kashi, subsequently releasing it once more. The exhilaration of having captured Kashi dispelled Yambing's drowsiness, prompting him to stretch and allow Kashi to nestle on his shoulder as they commenced their day of training. Not wishing to abandon their endeavor midway, Yambing resolved to practice one final day at the Viridian Mountain before resting well for the night, with plans to participate in the Nibi City Gym battle the following day. After completing a series of exercises, including running, stretching, push-ups, sit-ups, and leg raises, Yambing, Orange, and Amy took a refreshing bath by the stream. Once tidied up and having had breakfast, the trio, accompanied by their 3 Pokémon, re-entered the Viridian Mountain. At this juncture, the little Charizard illuminated the path, leading the way, while Yambing walked in the middle, Kashi perched on his shoulder, and Amy bringing up the rear. They encountered various Pokémon along the way, with each taking their turn to engage. After a simple lunch of rice balls and a brief respite, they delved deeper, scouting the way to the Hoenn Gym. Estimating that it was nearing evening, they prepared to return home. However, as they proceeded, the ground suddenly trembled, and a massive boulder obstructed their path. How peculiar. Where did this rock come from? Yambing approached and pushed against it, but was unable to budge it. Suddenly, the rock opened its eyes and let out a thunderous roar, nearly deafening Yambing. Goodness, what a colossal head! Yambing exclaimed, startled, and instinctively stepped back. The boulder, capable of blocking the entire cave entrance, had a head at least 3 meters high and 4 meters wide. Kashi, teleport to the cave entrance, Yambing commanded, swiftly grabbing Orange and Ailey and teleporting to the mouth of the cave. It was at that moment he realized this was a gigantic Onix. Typically, an Onix measures around 8 meters in length, but this one's head alone was 4 meters long, and its entire body exceeded 80 meters, a veritable behemoth. It was even twice the size of the giant Onix captured by one of the Elite Four, Shiba. Roar. At this moment, a normal-sized Onix caught Yambing's attention behind the colossal creature. It was an Onix with a quarter of its rocky horn broken. Ah, so it's you. Yambing recognized it instantly. This was the Onix that had been defeated by Eli the previous day, its horn fractured due to a blow to its head. Upon hearing the young Onix's furious roar, the giant Onix pulled its head out of the cave in Moonview Mountain. After emerging, it slowly unfurled its body, which had been coiled due to concerns about the surrounding terrain. At such close proximity, Yambing felt compelled to speak. Wait, Great Onix. Our encounter with your young one was a fair contest, not an act of bullying. You've grown quite large, and judging by your many scars, you must have experienced numerous battles. You should understand that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse are fragile. Without facing trials, your young one will not mature. Yambing continued eloquently. Once he finished speaking, the colossal Onix silently observed him for a moment before opening its mouth to unleash a mighty roar. Roar. Seeing the great Onix's mouth open wide, Yambing quickly covered his ears with both hands. At that moment, Casey extended a finger to tap Yambing on the forehead. You are indeed correct. Young beings should be tested. For how else can they truly grow? I appreciate your efforts in challenging my son. To repay you, allow me to rigorously test you, child. A message resonated within Yambing's mind. Goodness, how unreasonable. Yambing exclaimed. Roar. Enough of the chatter. I intend to reclaim my son's honor, and you will face the consequences. If you wish to reclaim honor, so be it, Yambing replied, his eyes darting thoughtfully. I'll challenge your son, which is no problem at all. I am merely 10 years old, just beginning my journey, and I consider myself a peer to your child. Seeking to reclaim honor would be akin to bullying the young, so for the sake of fairness, I shall send forth both of my Pokémon. Roar. Bring as many as you like. If you can defeat me, I shall let you ride me. That is a promise you've made. If you lose, I want to demand you to be my steed. Becoming my Pokémon will suffice. Roar. It's settled then. Oranges, Amy, come here. Yambing called his 2 main battle companions to his side. When the battle begins, you 2 will attack from different sides, keeping coordination in mind. Amy, you are responsible for the offensive. Your strategy is guerrilla warfare. Take advantage of the giant Onix's slow reactions to approach and strike when the opportunity arises. Retreat promptly if none presents itself. Prioritize safety and prevent the Onix from closing in on you. Oranges, you will attack from the opposite side, utilizing spark and flamethrower at a distance, focusing your efforts on the joint where its body connects. Amy, you too. It would be best if both your attacks targeted the same connection point. Be cautious. maintain your rhythm of attack, and ensure the Onix cannot turn its attention from one end to the other. Any questions? Yambing inquired, to which Amy and Oranges shook their heads and exchanged a high five. Very well, go forth. And thus, a guerrilla battle commenced. The great Onix regarded the two diminutive figures before it with disdain, dismissing them entirely. As the sound of the coin hitting the ground echoed, Orange and Amy darted in opposite directions, while the colossal Onix remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting their next move. After several tentative back-and-forth sprints, Amy seized an opportunity, launching herself forward and striking the seventh joint of the Onix's tail with a swift hand chop. However, given its immense size, formidable defense, and substantial health, this blow was akin to a mere tickle for the Onix. With a thunderous rumble, as Amy's attack landed, the Onix's tail swept across with tremendous force, generating a powerful gust of wind. Amy expertly evaded just in time. At that moment, Orange unleashed a torrent of flames, targeting the same joint. The Onix flicked its tail, yet the damage remained minimal. A mere brush against the Onix's body would likely incapacitate the two small creatures, leaving them utterly powerless. Thus, the battle devolved into a war of attrition, with Orange and Amy engaging in guerrilla tactics. While the mighty Onix relied on its robust defenses and health to absorb the onslaught, biding its time for a counterattack. This struggle persisted from dusk until the moon ascended high in the sky. Initially, the Onix presumed that the stamina of the two small creatures would falter before twilight. But to its surprise, after over a month of training under Yambing, they exhibited remarkable endurance. Ultimately, as the light began to fade, both sides were compelled to halt their clash. In truth, Orange and Amy were nearing their limits. Dodging and maneuvering while seizing every opportunity to strike proved exceedingly strenuous for them. After a temporary ceasefire, the exhausted duo collapsed, and after Yambing managed to feed them, they retreated to the tent, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Super Onix, I have something to discuss. Yambing approached the Onix. Roar. You foolish child, attempting to capture me. You are overly ambitious. Indeed, I am aware that the chances of defeating you are nearly non-existent. Yet, I still allowed my two companions to engage in battle with you. We journeyed from Viridian City to this point, a trek spanning over a month. It was not due to sluggishness. I had them battle every Pokémon we encountered along the way, and they emerged victorious each time. Now, they have reached a plateau. I believe that a confrontation with a creature of your nearly divine caliber might awaken their latent potential. Roar. Oomph. Using me as a sharpening stone, are you? You certainly know how to take advantage. Ah, but you did not refuse, did you? If you were being serious, would you have allowed them to battle this long? Roar. It's good that you understand. Initially, I intended merely to impart a lesson, but I discovered that you've trained them quite well. I am curious to test their limits. Now you have ascertained their capabilities. I kindly request that you exert yourself a bit more tomorrow and continue their training. Roar. Oomph. Ungrateful. Nevertheless, you speak the truth. My son has only been alive for less than a month and has already grown to the size of an adult Onix. He has inherited my lineage and is destined for greatness. However, I have spoiled him too much. I fear I cannot teach him adequately. I cannot travel with you. But he can. I am tasked with training two little ones, while you take care of my child. What do you think? Oh, really? You want to entrust me with your troublesome son? Roar. Do you have any objections? Of course I do. It seems that I am the one at a disadvantage here. Setting aside everything else, you have only trained my two little ones for a few days, yet I must look after your child continuously, providing constant care. This is decidedly inequitable. Roar. You think you are at a disadvantage? My child carries my bloodline. It is improbable for him to grow to my size. Yet growing to 40 meters is a mere trifle. With your dedicated care, he will inevitably become an extraordinary ancient beast. Such power, do you not find it enticing? I believe your words. However, altering a serpent's temperament is no simple task. It is exceedingly troublesome. Furthermore, should you inflict pain upon him, how will you respond when you seek retribution from me? Roar. Feel free to strike. I assure you, I will not take offense. As long as you ensure his well-being, both physically and mentally, then everything else can be negotiated as you wish. You speak so lightly of it. Yet I am the one who must do the work. Yambing remarked. The colossal Onix fell silent for a moment, then it slightly wriggled its body, expelling a stone from its mouth and casting it beside Yambing. Roar. Our kind actually resides near a supermassive meteorite on Moonview Mountain, absorbing the power of the Moonstone, which allows us to grow to this size. This stone I stumbled upon is called Moonsteel. Using it grants an 80% chance for Onix to evolve into Steelix. Initially, I intended to keep it for myself, but now I offer it to you for your son, as a trade. What do you think? Humph. You certainly have a clever scheme. You expect me to pay for your son's upkeep, and then you expect a tip. Or for me to pass it on to your son. It seems I am at a loss here. Roar. That is not how it should be viewed. Since it has chosen to follow you, it is now your Pokémon, and your commands will take precedence. As its father, I can only take a back seat. In this light, your strength will ultimately increase. How can you claim to be at a disadvantage? Do not try to deceive me. Even apprentices must offer a fee, yet you only provide for your son's living expenses. In truth, Yambing had already come to terms with the colossal Onix's assertions. After all, in this world, the bonds of blood are secondary to the connection formed between trainers and their Pokémon. This is the law of the world, unalterable by personal will. Once the bond is established, one must accept the constraints of the law. This is also the reason why most Pokémon, after being captured, follow their trainers rather than returning to their clans. However, Yambing had witnessed the prowess of the colossal Onix's son. Indeed, its combat abilities far surpassed those of typical Onix of the same size. Yet, simply defeating its father in battle revealed its spoiled nature. Thus, while Yambing was willing to train it, he was also reluctant to let the colossal Onix perceive this task as an easy endeavor. Roar. 3 cups of potential water. What? What is potential water? Roar. Potential water is a substance capable of awakening a Pokémon's latent abilities. Found only in a secluded pool deep within Moonview Mountain. The colossal stone of Moonlit Mountain drips a single drop of potential water each year. A treasure that our clan has safeguarded for millennia, resulting in but a modest pool. After extensive experimentation, we have concluded that each sprite can only consume 300 milliliters. Any excess proves ineffective. Could it be that such a remarkable substance serves as both an offensive and defensive elixir? Faced with the dilemma of whether to accept this extraordinary offering, Yambing ultimately decides to proceed. Very well, given your earnestness, I shall reluctantly take your second-generation creature along. It has indeed partaken of the potential water, has it not? Roar. It has indeed. Ah, so that explains its formidable prowess. Thus, a pact was sealed. I am off to rest now, good night. Yambing concluded, leaving no room for the colossal Onix to respond, as he retreated to his tent. The Onix, realizing perhaps that his initial offer had been too steep, deemed it worthwhile for the sake of his offspring. Meanwhile, Yambing stifled a chuckle, reflecting on his day's triumphs. Not only had he captured a Kadabra, but he had also charmed a colossal Onix with a remarkable lineage. Gaining several treasures in the process, his profits were indeed substantial. Ahem, composure, composure. Tomorrow, training must continue. Chapter 4. Water, Evolution, and Domination. Early the next morning, Chungzi and Ailey awoke, their bodies weary from the grueling battle with the colossal Onix the previous day. Had it not been for their habit of early morning exercise developed over the past month, they might still be slumbering. Observing their fatigued state, Yambing hesitated, pondering whether to push them through another round of training. At that moment, the colossal Onix approached, carrying 3 plastic water bottles. He carefully placed the 3 cups into Yambing's hands, who then tossed 1 bottle each to Chungzi and Ailey, while offering the remaining one to Kadabra perched atop his head. Initially puzzled, the 3 creatures looked to Yambing for guidance, who encouraged them to drink. Trusting that Yambing meant them no harm, they swiftly consumed the water. Drinking is ordinarily a mundane act. However, when hydration leads to an exponential increase in strength and vitality, the experience transforms entirely. As the liquid coursed through them, little Kadabra felt his long-dormant psychic abilities rekindle, his body invigorated, while Chungzi and Ailey felt their fatigue evaporate, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of power. Once nourished, it was time to labor. Spotting the colossal Onix, Chungzi and Ailey wasted no time, charging forward to repeat their previous day's efforts, while little Kadabra returned to a state of slumber. With their newfound strength, Chungzi and Ailey's attacks began to impact the Onix, compelling it to employ evasive maneuvers, while also intensifying the ferocity and frequency of its own counterattacks. Suddenly, with a powerful sweep of its tail, the Onix struck Ailey, sending him crashing into the mountainside, leaving a deep imprint. As Ailey was hurled away, Chungzi was startled, only to be launched by the Onix's massive head. Yambing's heart raced with concern, and he instinctively prepared to rush forward, only to be intercepted by the colossal Onix. With a resounding crash, from the depths of the moonlit mountain, a hand of a persistent slate gray hue gradually emerged, struggling to claw its way out against the rocky wall. On the opposite side, the flames enveloping Orange had risen to an unimaginable height, the flames on its tail swelling to a size comparable to its own body. Slowly, Orange laboriously rose to its feet, while Ailey exerted effort to extricate himself from the deep pit. As the 2 little creatures regained their footing, Yambing could faintly perceive the vaporization of the air around them, a testament to their soaring vigor as wisps of white ascended into the night sky. Step by step, the duo approached the colossal Onix, their bodies beginning to radiate a gentle glow. In an instant, the luminous aura of evolution enveloped them. Had they truly evolved? Yambing felt a sense of bewilderment. When the light dissipated, and he beheld the Charmeleon and Machoke standing before him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, they had evolved. Moreover, the transformation was strikingly evident. The two creatures appeared distinctly different from their peers. In terms of height, a typical Charmeleon stands around 1 meter tall, roughly 2 heads shorter than an average 10-year-old child. Yet Orange had grown to an impressive height of 1.5 meters, nearly matching Yambing's own stature. Originally, Machoke stood at approximately 1.5 meters, but Ailey had now reached a formidable height of 1.7 meters, comparable to that of an average adult. Recalling the animation where Machoke's height was on par with ordinary individuals, Yambing surmised this might be reflective of the generally shorter stature of the Japanese populace. In addition to height, Orange's abdomen was noticeably smaller than that of a typical Charmeleon, faint outlines of abdominal muscles visible, likely a result of daily exercise. Meanwhile, Ailey's physique had taken a different trajectory. While Machoke is typically characterized by a muscular build, Yambing's training regimen, which emphasized not only strength but also stretching and yoga, had elongated Ailey's form slightly, rendering his robust muscles less pronounced. Undoubtedly, his endurance and explosive power far exceeded that of an average Machoke. Coupled with the martial arts skills acquired from Yambing, he was confident that Ailey could easily take on 1, 3, or even 5 ordinary Machoke in a fair contest. Post-evolution, Orange and Ailey exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with determination. This time, they faced the colossal Onix head-on, launching into their most formidable assault without hesitation. Ailey charged forward, seizing the immense tail of the Onix, and with a display of extraordinary strength, he hurled the creature into the air, executing a remarkable throw akin to a sportsman. As the Onix began its descent, Orange leaped skyward, following Ailey's lead, and unleashed a powerful jet of flame directly at the Onix. The intense heat caused the Onix's tail to thrash uncontrollably. In midair, Orange executed a graceful somersault before landing solidly on the ground. The colossal Onix struggled on the ground for quite some time before finally raising its head, casting a meaningful glance at the exhausted Orange and Ailey. Strong beings have never been fond of superfluous words. The colossal Onix understood that, at this moment, both Orange and Ailey possessed the ability to inflict damage upon it. Although they were now too weary to continue battling, it felt that victory was not entirely its own. In truth, at this juncture, the concept of winning or losing had become somewhat trivial. Turning to observe its offspring, the small Onix timidly crawled forward, displaying a reluctant demeanor until it finally approached Yambing. Yambing produced an empty Pokeball, capturing the small Onix before releasing it once again. While it was indeed small, it was slightly larger than an ordinary Onix, making it suitable as Yambing's steed. Thus, upon the return of the colossal Onix, Yambing's first order of business was not to ride his serpent, but rather to bestow names upon the Onix and the Kadabra. Kadabra, your teleportation was quite impressive. From now on, you shall be known as Little Swift. The slumbering Kadabra was thus named, while the Onix, a rare breed from the Moonlit Mountain, had suffered the loss of a quarter of its horn due to Ailey's kick. Though it would eventually regrow, it was still fitting to name it Moonwane, as it signified the futility of resistance. After replenishing Orange and Ailey's strength and administering basic first aid, Moonwane led the group towards the Pokémon Center in Nibi City. After a day of recuperation at the center, Orange and Ailey had regained a considerable amount of their energy, not forgetting their daily training. They continued their runs between Route 3 and Moonlit Mountain. Passing by Uncle Wu's home, they could still hear him busy with household chores. Yambing reminded them that he would be challenging the gym today, and after completing a full exercise routine, they enjoyed breakfast, during which he advised Orange and Ailey to perform some stretches and practice evasion, conserving their energy. True to its lineage, Moonwane exhibited remarkable stamina, effortlessly completing exercises that Orange struggled with. What were once sit-ups and push-ups transformed into lifting the serpent's body. This prompted Yambing to realize that it was time for his small companions to begin training separately. For Orange, the current training regimen was still suitable. He could maintain it while adding to his firepower and control, which would be sufficient for the present circumstances. Ailey, on the other hand, needed to double his workout intensity and incorporate an additional set of stretches and yoga exercises. As for Moonwane, running was evidently no longer appropriate. The focus shifted to impact training and evasion drills, particularly water resistance training. A source of concern was the absence of water-type Pokémon in Yambing's current lineup. However, he believed that during their journey, they would encounter streams and rivers capable of facilitating the necessary training. Regarding Little Swift, Yambing had a training plan in mind. But for now, the leisurely nature of the Kadabra, who spent 18 hours a day sleeping, forced him to postpone those plans until it was ready to engage in battle. After adjustments, the 3 potential combatants were in peak condition, and Yambing set off with them toward the Nibi City Gym. As I stepped through the doors of the dojo, Uncle Hoenn was already awaiting my arrival. Yambing, your Charmander and Machop have both evolved. They certainly appear formidable, he exclaimed, noting the palpable fighting spirit emanating from them. It seems you have been diligently caring for them. This Onix is impressive as well. You must have just captured it? Uncle Hoenn assessed Yambing's trio of Pokémon with admiration. As for Kadabra, that creature was peacefully slumbering atop Yambing's head, and Uncle Hoenn, unfamiliar with Kadabra's traits, refrained from making any judgments. Uncle Hoenn, I have come to challenge the dojo today, so please do not underestimate me. The evolved Orange and Airy are quite powerful. Especially Airy. I intend for him to take the lead today, Yambing declared, clenching his fists. Only by defeating Airy will you have the opportunity to witness the prowess of Orange and Ueke. Oh, so this Onix is named Ueke. Greetings, Ueke. Uncle Hoenn's affection for rock-type Pokémon compelled him to approach Ueke, examining it with keen interest. Haha, very well. As the gym leader of Pewter City, I accept your challenge. I can sense the formidable aura surrounding your Pokémon. There will be no preliminary tests. My first partner shall be him. Go Geodude. With 2 additional arms sprouting from the original Geodude, it boasted the advantageous capabilities of a 4-armed creature. Airy, this is your stage. Unleash your full potential. Yambing softly encouraged. Airy nodded and confidently stepped onto the battlefield. Utilizing type advantages to secure victory, an excellent strategy. I shall not hold back. Geodude, use Stomp. Stomp, being a ground-type move, posed a challenge against fighting types as rock-type moves would only be partially effective. However, for Airy, who practiced yoga, his flexible form and exceptional balance mitigated the impact of the ground-type assault. Airy not only withstood the attack, but, leveraging the final tremor, leaped toward Geodude. In that moment, as Geodude regained its footing, Airy seized the opportunity, executing a powerful throw reminiscent of an earthquake move. Having diligently trained alongside Yambing, Airy's version of the earthquake move incorporated elements of Tai Chi, enhancing its destructive capabilities. With a resounding crash, Geodude collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Geodude has lost its battle strength. Challenger Airy is victorious. Well done, Yambing, Uncle Hoenn remarked, somewhat surprised. It seems I must showcase my true skills. Next up is you. Graveler. Is this the legendary scenario where the young attract the old? Yambing mischievously pondered, unwilling to recall Airy just yet. Graveler charged forward with a heavy slam, unaware that Yambing's training methods would have rendered such a move less effective. Indeed, with a swift sidestep and a counterattack, Graveler rushed towards the ground behind Airy, creating yet another thunderous sound. Oh, this is becoming interesting, Uncle Hoenn noted, slightly taken aback, though still unperturbed. With formidable physical defenses and a substantial health pool, the formidable Rungongiant was certainly not easily toppled by such an impact. Indeed, shaking off the mud and debris, Rungongiant rose to its feet. Engaging in close combat was evidently an ill-advised choice. Thus, Rungongiant resorted to a strategy of alternating between rock throwing and seismic shifts, playing a guerrilla warfare against Airy. It initiated the attack with a rock barrage from a distance, and as Airy approached, it employed seismic shifts to disrupt Airy's balance. Taking the opportunity to roll away from Airy's reach, quite literally rolling away. After repositioning, it unleashed another rock barrage. This tactical maneuver incensed Airy profoundly. As he cleaved through several rocks and gradually closed in on Rungongiant, the latter prepared to execute another seismic shift. Seizing the moment, Airy charged towards Rungongiant with fervor, striking down with crossed arms upon Rungongiant's form. Harnessing the immense force and momentum of the charge, Rungongiant was once again sent flying, rolling several times upon landing. Striking a critical point, Rungongiant lost its combat capability, leading to Airy's victory. The fact that Airy comprehended the cross-chop during the battle was quite intriguing. Hoenn's expression turned serious for the first time, as the next contender was a Pokémon with whom he had shared the longest companionship. The birthday gift he had once bestowed upon Xiaojing was now the progeny of that very Pokémon. Come forth, Onix, he called out. Yambing, are you daring enough to engage in battle with your Onix against me? Hoenn uncle, Yambing exclaimed passionately, gazing at Hoenn. Yambing, Hoenn's eyes flared with intensity. Hoenn uncle, fire ignited in Yambing's gaze in return. Yambing, Hoenn was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, nearly rushing to embrace him. Are you out of your mind, winning uncle? Yinbing finally articulated a complete thought. Wah? Ahem, could we not disrupt the atmosphere so? Wuning retracted his exuberance, now appearing somewhat awkward. I am in the midst of challenging the gym. Ailey is performing splendidly, and you want me to switch to the Onix I just caught? According to my father Yuek's description, Yueke was born just over a month ago, while the Onix you gifted Xiaojing must now be 4 or 5 years old, right? As the father of Onix, the Pokémon that has been with you the longest, your Onix must be at least 20 years old. Wouldn't it be a tad shameless to pit such an elder against a juvenile? Yinbing looked at Wuning with disdain. Faced with Yinbing's unrelenting sarcasm, Wuning fell silent for a moment, feeling the sting of embarrassment. Ahem, truth be told, with your abilities, obtaining the badge from the Nibi City Gym should pose no challenge for you. I am more than willing to grant you the badge. However, my Onix is rather aged now, and its opportunities to battle will inevitably diminish. Your Onix appears somewhat unique. I wish to have them face off. This will not only allow us to gauge your Onix's potential, but also familiarize it with the typical combat style of Onix. Furthermore, it would grant my Onix a fairer battle, as it is somewhat cruel to subject it to type disadvantages in its current state. Regardless of the outcome, the Nibi City Gym badge is yours. What do you think? Wuning looked at Yinbing with anticipation, who began to feel swayed by the proposal. Very well. Since you have put it that way, I shall accept your challenge. If Yueke loses, I can always send Alien next. It would also be a good opportunity for Yueke to acclimate to battle. Let us go, Yueke? Yinbing cast a significant glance at Yueke, who, with some reluctance, stepped onto the battlefield. At that moment, Wu Nung revealed a sly smile, as if his scheme had come to fruition. Go forth, my Onix. Wu Nung unleashed the colossal Onix from its Pokeball, a creature exceeding 12 meters in length, leaving Yinbing momentarily stunned. It was worth noting that the current UK was only slightly larger than a typical adult Onix, measuring around 10 meters. Wu Ning's Onix was evidently a size larger, suggesting an intent to intimidate UK with its superior stature. Yinbing smiled faintly. If Wu Nung believed that mere size would secure victory over UK, he was likely to be disappointed. UK bore the lineage of a Super Onix, and although its physical form had yet to exhibit remarkable changes, its health, physical attack, and defense were all evidently superior to those of an ordinary Onix. When it came to sheer strength, UK held confidence that it was not inferior to Wu Ning's Onix. Without prior comparison, Yinbing had not perceived the differences, but now, facing Wu Ning's Onix, he noticed that UK's coloration was distinctly whiter than that of a typical Onix. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Beneath the rocky exterior, the inner core was vastly different. UK and the Onix faced one another, both remaining still. As it was UK's first experience in a gym battle, it appeared somewhat anxious, awaiting Yinbing's command. UK, use tackle. Yinbing and Wu Nung simultaneously called out their attack commands. Just as their voices faded, the enormous bodies of the Onixes collided. The Onix held a size advantage, while UK possessed a bloodline supremacy. The impact was evenly matched. UK, use bind. The two Onixes coiled tightly around each other, each endeavoring to constrict the other with their formidable bodies. Despite UK's youth and temporary disadvantage in strength, its solid, resilient rock-like body allowed it to barely keep pace with the Onix's assault. The struggle intensified, with the Onix leveraging its slight advantage to constrict its body further. However, UK's remarkable defensive capabilities began to shine through. Though the Onix exerted increasing pressure, fine particles of rock dust fell from the areas of contact, predominantly from the Onix, while UK's slightly paler form shed minimal debris. At a critical moment in their grappling, the Onix unexpectedly released UK, forcefully tossing it out of the struggle circle. UK shook its head, only to notice the Onix across from it was slightly panting. Yinbing observed this and understood. He had not anticipated that Wu Ning's Onix had already exhausted itself to such an extent. It was likely over 20 years old, probably exceeding 60, well past its prime. The smoothness of its form revealed the signs of wear and tear. Wu Nung, perhaps it's time to concede. Your Onix can no longer keep up, Yinbing suggested gently. Don't underestimate us. While its stamina may be waning, its skills surpass those of UK, Wu Nung retorted, issuing a command without delay. Onix dig. As UK saw the Onix swiftly burrowing into the ground, a wave of panic surged within. Stay calm, and be attuned to the magnetic waves beneath the surface. Yinbing began to elucidate that, although the head of the Onix was composed of stone, it harbored a magnet within. This inherent magnetic property afforded them an unerring sense of direction while excavating underground. Had the battle against the Onix been fought by another Pokémon instead of UK, it might have posed a challenge. However, As both the Onix and Yueke were essentially colossal magnets, they could sense the subtle fluctuations of magnetic waves between them. Upon Yambing's guidance, Yueke felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, allowing him to concentrate on the subterranean conditions. Suddenly, a magnetic pulse surged from the left, and Yueke promptly discerned the Onix's impending attack. He struck the ground with his tail in the direction of the threat. With perfect timing, Yambing instructed him, and Yueke raised his formidable tail, drumming against the earth. The intense vibrations coursed through the ground, compelling the Onix to emerge prematurely. Now was the time for a tackle. Yambing's tactical acumen far surpassed that of Yueke, who was merely a novice in gym battles. With a single command, Yueke launched himself forward, colliding forcefully with the Onix, whose body was only partially exposed. The tremendous impact sent the Onix hurtling away. After a brief struggle, it ultimately succumbed and collapsed. You have performed admirably, Onix. The realm now belongs to the younger generation. Do not harbor resentment. I shall always be by your side, Hoenn gently reassured, patting the Onix's head. The Onix nodded faintly as it was returned to its Pokeball. Well done, Yueke. Although you may not be able to surpass Ailey, you still shine brightly compared to other Pokémon, Yambing complimented, affectionately ruffling Yueke's head, who nuzzled against his hand in delight. Yambing, here is the rock badge from the Nibi City Gym. You have truly excelled. Please accept this badge, Hoenn said, presenting a badge to Yambing, who graciously accepted it. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. This is a testament to your capabilities. I have great faith in you. Keep pushing forward. As they exited the gym, Yambing felt a sense of disbelief. The entire battle had been less a contest and more a demonstration of Yambing's overwhelming superiority over Hoenn, with only the encounter between Yueke and the Onix providing any notable excitement. From this perspective, Yambing assessed the strength of his Pokémon. Shinzi and Ailey were evenly matched, while Yueke lagged slightly behind but would surely catch up with further training. Given the current prowess of his trio, acquiring 8 badges seemed a feasible endeavor, barring any significant type disadvantages. Thus, continuing to gather more Pokémon was essential to ensure a diverse array of options in battles. Yueke's father, the formidable Steelix, boasted an almost invincible defense and vitality, comparable to that of a champion-level Pokémon. A stark contrast could be drawn with the colossal Onix captured by one of the Elite Four, Shiba, in terms of size, strength, and defense. It paled in comparison to the Steelix. As for the current champion of the Kanto League, Yambing remained uncertain. The current champion of the region, self-proclaimed as the Dragon Envoy, is, in reality, a false Dragon Envoy. The true envoy of the flying type is Dew, who possesses formidable combat prowess, including formidable Pokémon such as Charizard, Dragonite, Aerodactyl, and Gyarados, whose strength is comparable to that of the mighty Onix. The Super Onix can easily overpower trainers like Orange and Airy, while Airy can effortlessly crush the Rock-type Gym, which is weak against her. Thus, it stands to reason that the fledgling Yambing has already attained the qualifications to challenge the league. However, his strength is likely to fall short of that of the Elite Four. Once Charmeleon evolves into Charizard, and he finds a way to evolve Airy into Machoke, and Yueke into Steelix, it would be ideal for Shun to ultimately evolve into Alakazam. With the additional training of several other potential Pokémon from various types, he should be able to reach the level of the Elite Four. Notably, Charizard, Airy, Yueke, and Shun have all imbibed the essence of potential, indicating a promising future ahead. By the time he completes his journey through the region, Yambing estimates that he should possess the prowess of a quasi-champion. As for becoming a champion, perhaps once he visits the Hoenn region to obtain evolution stones and keys, he may finally attain that esteemed status. Then, will he return to the Kanto region to claim the title of League Champion, or will he establish his own organization to expand his influence? Well, that is a matter for another time. Now, Yambing gathers his belongings, recalls his Pokémon into their Pokeballs, and sets forth towards Crescent Mountain, continuing his adventure. Chapter 5. The dreamlike journey of Crescent Mountain. As Yambing steps out of Nibi City and arrives at Route 3, he releases his Pokémon. Along the way, he encounters several trainers, yet he feels little inclination to engage in battles. It isn't until he enters the cave of Crescent Mountain that he feels a sense of regret for not being able to tune into the Hoenn voice broadcast. Otherwise, he might have had the chance to encounter Absol. Hey, traveler. Not long after entering the cave, he is greeted by a girl in a blue mini-skirt, her orange hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. I'm Naho. Just the day before yesterday, I captured a rare Clefairy. I've been training it here for the past couple of days, battling my way out from the depths of the cave. Would you be interested in a battle with my Clefairy? Yambing ponders the suggestion for a moment, contemplating that it may not be the best idea. You see my companions behind me? Your Clefairy would be merely a small fry to them. Oh, such confidence. Naho exclaims, her self-assurance evident. My Clefairy has achieved a record of victory in every battle within this cave. I believe it. But it's worth noting that the Pokémon at the entrance of the cave have been avoiding me since before you emerged from the depths. Did you happen to see any Pokémon on your way here? Yambing smirks. Well, it seems that the entrance section is devoid of them, Naho realizes. That's even better. It means your Pokémon are worthy of my challenge. Your confidence is quite puzzling, Yambing replies. Nevertheless, Ueke, you can entertain Miss Naho's Clefairy. He gestures towards Ueke, understanding that the best way for Ueke to enhance its strength is through gaining experience battling various types of Pokémon. Come forth, Clefairy. Naho releases her Pokémon into the fray. The delicate hues render it irresistibly adorable. In the presence of the diminutive Pippi, standing at a mere 0.6 meters. The imposing Ueke appears as a colossal entity. Coupled with its intimidating aura, Pippi noticeably falters in confidence upon encountering Ueke. Pippi, unleash a flurry of slaps. Nijui commanded. Upon hearing this directive, Yambing shook his head. It was a grave oversight to employ physical attacks against a rock-type Pokémon, particularly the formidable Onix. Ueke, execute rock block. He instructed. Responding swiftly, Ueke hurled rocks one after another towards Pippi, who, as the oncoming projectiles approached, had no choice but to decelerate to evade them. Following this, Ueke charged forward. As Pippi dodged a larger boulder, Ueke's head was already perilously close to Pippi, who, unable to initiate its flurry of slaps, was promptly knocked aside by Ueke. Unquestionably, Pippi had lost its fighting capability. Ah, Pippi, are you alright? Nijui exclaimed, hastily cradling Pippi. How could you be so ruthless towards such a charming creature? Cough, cough, Miss Nijui, among my Pokémon, aside from the defenseless Shun, who has yet to learn any offensive skills, and my Kadabra perched upon my head, Ueke's combat prowess is already the lowest. Perhaps you could give Charizard or Hitmonlee a try, Yambing remarked with a light chuckle, though his expression soon turned serious. Moreover, as a trainer, one should either refrain from letting their Pokémon engage in battle or be fully prepared for all eventualities, including the possibility of defeat. For those who step onto the battlefield, nothing less than total commitment is the greatest respect one can offer. Since you have chosen to pit Pippi against my Pokémon, I have no reason to go easy on you. Wouldn't you agree? Whatever. I despise boys who lack charm. With that, Nijui stormed out of the cave, refusing to glance back at Yambing. He, however, found amusement in her departure, for it was precisely such girls he found most irksome, utilizing their gender to manipulate boys into compliance. And the moment things did not go their way, they would scowl in discontent. He pondered where they derived such unwarranted confidence. Shaking his head, Yambing and his companions continued deeper into the cavern. Along the way, numerous trainers were honing their Pokémon, and Yambing welcomed every challenge. With Ueke's physical prowess, victories came effortlessly. After the initial few battles, Yambing ceased to issue commands, allowing Ueke to navigate the encounters autonomously. Post-battle, he provided analytical feedback and tactical guidance, resulting in significant progress for Ueke. As for the Moonstone, Yambing held little interest. The Pokémon that evolved with it were scarce, and he harbored no fondness for the Pippi lineage. While Nidoking appeared formidable, with a base stat total of 505, it was only useful in the mid-game and not essential. Presently, Team Rocket and others coveted the Moonstone, but in due time, not only would the Moonstone become commonplace, but various evolution stones would be abundantly available. Therefore, if one were to inquire as to what might entice Yambing about the Moonshadow Mountain, the answer would likely be nothing at all. However, such is the nature of life. The less we regard certain things, the more they seem to gravitate towards us. Ueke, with its considerable size, inevitably bumped against the walls of the cave during exploration, resulting in a series of collisions. To his surprise, Yambing discovered a substantial number of moonstones, truly a stroke of luck. According to the unfolding narrative, it was evident that Ash had already passed through Crescent Mountain, thus the massive meteorite had departed along with a multitude of Jigglypuffs, leaving behind a scant number of the creatures in the cave and, consequently, a limited supply of moonstones. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yambing would collect so many? Although these stones may not serve a purpose for him, selling them in Hualan City could provide a bit of pocket money. Reflecting on this, Yambing even contemplated whether he should engage in the resale of evolution stones. Just as Yambing pondered his potential as a scalper, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from behind, snatching the moonstone from his grasp before vanishing into the surrounding darkness. Yambing paused momentarily. The figure was quite small, unmistakably a sprite. Nevertheless, he chose not to pursue. It was merely a moonstone, and his backpack was already brimming with them. Ignoring the thieving sprite, Yambing continued deeper into the cave with his Pokémon. With Qingzi illuminating the path ahead, AI Li had taken the second position by Yambing's right side, ready to assist Qingzi should any situation arise. Yambing and the small Shun, perched atop his head, walked on the left side, allowing them to observe the unfolding events ahead, while Yueke, due to its imposing size and formidable defense, was assigned to the rear. As Yueke brushed against the rocky walls, Yambing's collection of moonstones grew increasingly abundant. Whether it was Yueke's inherent moonstone energy altering the surrounding rock composition or not, it seemed that wherever Yueke grazed, a small moonstone could be found. Just as Yambing picked up another moonstone dislodged by Yueke, the shadow re-emerged, snatching the stone from his hands once more. "Hey, are you addicted to thievery?" Yambing exclaimed with irritation towards the darkness, yet he paid it no further heed and continued forward with his Pokémon. Initially, Yambing had circumvented the impassable underground tunnels, heading straight towards the deepest passage leading to the Reborn Gym exit. Having just descended the staircase, he found himself on the negative first floor. As he scavenged, Yambing felt his backpack swelling with his newfound treasures. Should he manage to sell all these moonstones, they would suffice to fund his journey through the Kanto region. As a novice trainer, there were numerous expenses he needed to consider, yet many services offered discounts, such as the complimentary healing and lodging at the Pokémon Center. "Everyone be cautious. That creature is back," Yambing warned, sensing a disturbance around them. With a soft whoosh, Yambing swiftly repositioned the moonstone he was holding. It wasn't that he was particularly attached to the stone, but the persistent theft had become quite vexing, and he was curious to discover the identity of the miscreant pilfering his moonstones. Meow? A sound akin to a cat's meow, yet as clear as a bell, rang out, tinged with curiosity. What is that sound? Yambing felt the voice was somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it immediately. Gradually, a small silhouette emerged from the darkness, resembling a cat, with robust hind legs and diminutive front legs, and a long, agile tail that was nearly twice the length of its body. Upon seeing this shadow, Yambing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? The shadow halted at the periphery of the glowing circle illuminated by the flames of the orange, hovering in the air, and he could faintly discern its curious tilt of the head as it gazed at him. Yambing extended the moonstone in his hand and tentatively asked, "Is it you, Mew?" Meow? The creature slowly approached, and at last, its delicate form appeared before Yambing. Two large triangular eyes curiously fixated on him, then glancing at the moonstone in his grasp. It reached out with both hands, cradling the stone in its embrace, and blinked at Yambing. He chuckled helplessly. What was the point of seeking his approval when it was already clutching the stone? Yambing nodded gently, prompting Mew to happily stow away the moonstone. Is this spatial ability? Yambing thought, somewhat astonished, as he had not heard of Mew possessing such powers. Just as this crossed his mind, Mew took his hand, indicating for him to grasp its paw. Yambing did not resist. Instead, he recalled all his pets, including little Shun, and soon felt a wave of dizziness. Shaking his head, he found himself before a pale blue crystal, from which vibrant greenish-yellow beams shot upward, surrounded by either more crystals or lush greenery, presenting an idyllic paradise. Is this the interior of the world tree? Yambing pondered, slightly taken aback, as Mew nodded in affirmation. What brings you here? He queried curiously, but Mew did not respond. Instead, it picked up a moonstone from nearby and tossed it onto the beam above the crystal. The moonstone gradually dissolved within the luminous column until it vanished completely. At last, Yambing understood why Mew had been collecting moonstones. They, alongside the energy of aura, could provide the necessary sustenance for the world tree. Do you desire the moonstone on my back? Yambing probed cautiously. Mew meowed affirmatively and nodded. I can offer you half, but the remainder I need to sell for my travel expenses, Yambing remarked, to which Mew nodded in agreement, seemingly pleased. However, I have not finished my thought. While I am willing to part with the moonstone, this arrangement leaves me at a disadvantage. You must compensate me a bit, as I am entrusting you with half of my wealth to nourish the world tree, Yambing insisted earnestly. Mew tilted its head in confusion. I have always had a fondness for the fossilized pterosaurs, and hope you could assist me in capturing one beneath the world tree. However, given the current circumstances, neither Ailey, Orange, nor Yueke possess the requisite abilities to complete the task. Perhaps you could provide me with an egg of the fossilized pterosaur? Yambing ventured tentatively. Upon hearing this, Mew shook its head in refusal, then teleported away. Approximately 15 minutes later, it reappeared, holding an egg. Are you saying this is an egg of the fossilized pterosaur? Yambing inquired, and Dream floated in acknowledgement. No. While you possess numerous rare Pokémon, There are also quite a few, like the ladybug, that are commonplace and lack combat prowess. How could I possibly identify what egg you might give me? Dream, sensing Yambing's reluctance, grew anxious, circling him 2 or 3 times while shaking its head. Yet, Yambing remained oblivious to its unspoken words. At that moment, a finger extended from above Yambing's head, lightly tapping his forehead, and a message infiltrated his mind. The fossilized pterodactyl is on the brink of extinction and exceedingly precious. I cannot part with it. Although the egg you currently possess is also quite valuable, its species can still be found outside. Moreover, I assure you, this egg's potential surpasses that of the fossilized pterodactyl. It turned out that although little Shun was asleep, it had received Dream's telepathic waves and relayed the information to Yambing, just as Yambing had previously communicated with the colossal Onix through little Shun. Can you truly guarantee that? Yambing questioned. Dream nodded vigorously, then flew before him, extending a finger to tap his head. Suddenly, Yambing felt a latent power within him awaken, causing him to pause in wonder. It felt reminiscent of aura energy. Clenching his fists, he attempted to guide this energy into his hands, and after a moment, he astonishingly coalesced an aura energy sphere. Is this aura ability a gift from you? Yambing asked, astonished. Dream shook its head. Just then, little Shun's finger reached out again. You possess a formidable aura energy within you. You simply were unaware. I am merely assisting you in unlocking your potential. I hope you will wield this aura energy for noble purposes. I understand now. I shall accept the egg, and I am grateful for your assistance in awakening my aura energy. I will ensure you do not leave empty-handed. All these moonstones are yours, Yambing sincerely expressed. Dream's eyes gleamed with delight as it promptly teleported all of Yambing's moonstones. It was then that Yambing realized Dream was not entirely versed in spatial rules, but rather employed teleportation to transfer the moonstones, as its actions were so swift that Yambing initially believed it possessed spatial abilities to create a small dimension. Once the exchange concluded, Dream transported Yambing back to the original spot where they first met, waving farewell before disappearing. Yambing understood that it had returned to the world tree. Cradling the egg in his hands, he smiled faintly. Indeed, this journey had been rewarding. As for the moonstones, with Yueke around, he had no reason to worry about their scarcity. However, a grave realization struck Yambing. Counting the Pokémon around him, Chungzi, Ailey, Little Shun, Yueke, and the unhatched unknown Pokémon in his grasp, he discovered a rather serious and concerning issue. None of these Pokémon were captured by him. The Orange, a fire-type Pokémon, is one of the esteemed trio of initial companions. Ailey, the progeny of Gaoli and Aimee, was entrusted to Yambing even while still encased within its egg. Xiaoshun, in a state of drowsiness, found itself nestled in Yambing's embrace. Yueke was forcefully bestowed upon Yambing by the imposing Dabin, and as for the freshly acquired Pokémon egg, it was procured through an exchange involving a moonstone. Did my expectations prove too lofty? Yambing silently pondered as he cradled the egg, continuing his journey toward the Hoenn Gym alongside his Pokémon. Chapter 6. The Absurdity of the Hoenn Gym Battle in May. The Hoenn Gym, a bastion of water-type Pokémon, presented a formidable challenge for both Yueke and the Orange, as engaging in battles against their counter-element would surely inflict considerable harm. Yambing, reluctant to put them at risk, determined that only Ailey would be fit to compete. To maintain a balanced training regimen, he permitted Yueke and the Orange to battle the trainers and challengers they encountered along the way. Upon arriving at the Hoenn Gym and learning that Ash and Misty had already forged ahead, Yambing gained a clearer understanding of the current circumstances. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his quest for badges. Upon entering the gym, he was first treated to a performance of aquatic ballet, where the Sakura, Ayam, and Peony trio reveled in their art. "Oh, Sister Sakura, look! There's a handsome young man," Peony exclaimed upon spotting Yambing, noting not only his striking features, but also his tall and sturdy physique. "Are you here seeking our autographs, handsome?" "Ah, the enchanting trio of the Hoenn beauties. It is indeed a privilege to receive your signatures. However, I regret to inform you that my primary objective today is to challenge the gym." Yambing replied with a resigned shrug. Of course, if the 3 lovely ladies are preoccupied, I would be content with merely obtaining a badge. Why with such charm? How could we resist? Perhaps we could share a cup of coffee later, Ayam chimed in, playfully adding, but don't expect to acquire that badge for free today. We have a proxy gym leader present. Sakura smiled, beckoning him to follow. Yambing, slightly taken aback, accompanied the trio into the gym. "Tada, this lovely lady is the proxy gym leader for today." The sisters parted to reveal a girl with her hair styled in twin buns, sporting a white hat adorned with red patterns, dressed in a white top with blue shoulders and a pockball design. paired with extremely short yellow shorts and black stockings, topped with light blue high-top canvas shoes and accented with red socks. "Hello, I am Mei, the proxy gym leader of the Reborn Gym today," she introduced herself. Mei? Yambing was momentarily bewildered. Was this not the female protagonist from the Unova region, a character absent from the anime? Why was she here at the Reborn Gym? Shouldn't she be in the Unova region? Noticing Yambing's dazed expression, Sakura presumed he was puzzled by the presence of a proxy gym leader. "Do not mind that. Mei defeated our Pokémon in a previous contest. Our Pokémon were already in a poor state, and now they are unable to battle," she explained. To express her remorse, Mei chose to remain as the acting gym leader until our Pokémon fully recovered. "Rest assured, Mei will undoubtedly utilize water-type Pokémon," Sakura explained with an awkward smile, acknowledging that having someone else serve as acting gym leader was not a particularly honorable situation. Upon hearing this, Yambing nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting Mei's role. "I am Yambing, a novice trainer from Pallet Town. I look forward to your guidance. All the Pokémon I intend to use today are right here." Throughout his journey, Yambing had not recalled any Pokémon aside from Ueke, as he believed that true travel lay in walking and conversing together. However, Ueke's considerable size posed challenges in urban areas, necessitating its return to the Pokeball while entering the city. "Oh, you two are a trainer from Pallet Town? How fortuitous. Just recently, 4 trainers from Pallet Town passed through here. The last one, Ash, traveled with my sister Misty just the other day," Botan remarked with a smile, clearly intrigued by the notion of Misty traveling alongside Ash. "Yambing, do you always carry your Pokémon like this?" Mei inquired, somewhat surprised to encounter a trainer who did not use Pokeballs. "Indeed, and there's this fellow as well," Yambing replied, placing Ueke in a spot slightly distanced from the water. Upon seeing the water in the gym, Ueke paused, momentarily startled. However, given its substantial growth, now towering at 12 meters, it proved somewhat inconvenient in the city, which is why it was kept in its Pokeball when entering. "Excellent. I admire your approach," Mei said with a satisfied smile. "The Pokémon I will be using are these two, a Squirtle and a Wartortle. We shall engage in a double battle until all Pokémon from one side are defeated. During the match, only the challenger may substitute their Pokémon." "I accept," Yambing replied. "Eli, with both Ueke and Chungzi experiencing bad luck, it's your turn now." Eli raised his fists, displaying a spirited demeanor as he flexed his muscles. Throughout their journey, Ueke and Chungzi had battled other trainers' Pokémon, but Eli had yet to take the field, which had left him eager to participate. Mei's first contender was her freshly acquired Squirtle from the Kanto region, while Eli resolutely stepped into the fray. Squirtle launched a water gun attack. For Eli, practicing long-range evasion techniques was a daily routine. Thus, he was well acquainted with how to effectively dodge attacks while advancing. Indeed, it wasn't long before, seizing an opportunity as Squirtle released a water gun and had yet to catch its breath, Eli executed a swift leap from the central platform to the one occupied by Squirtle. In a fluid motion, he delivered a decisive chop, seamlessly transitioning from evasion to attack. As Eli's hand struck Squirtle's head, the latter, just recovering from its previous effort, was overwhelmed by the force and lost its fighting capability. "Well done, Eli," Yambing praised with a smile. Hearing his commendation, Eli leaped to Yambing's side, playfully flexing his muscles, while Yambing affectionately ruffled Eli's head. "I didn't expect your strength to be quite impressive. However, the upcoming battle with the Water Otter is indeed my formidable champion. Underestimating it would be a grave mistake." Mei smiled confidently. "I would never underestimate it. Please give your all in our battle," Yambing responded with a smile of his own. Upon witnessing Yambing's smile, Mei felt a slight tremor in her heart. It resembled someone she knew. The ensuing clash naturally lay between Ailey and the Water Otter. The Water Otter removed the shell from its chest, gripping it with a serious expression, akin to a swordsman confronting a lifelong rival. On the other side, Ailey did not dare to belittle the diminutive creature before him. Throughout their journey together, Ailey had encountered numerous small Pokémon whose power was far from negligible, such as Rattata and Pidgey, particularly the lone Pidgey that had faced off against Orange. Even Mew appeared to Ailey like a mere pet cat, yet he understood that he could never last even a single round against Mew. As the battle was about to commence, a brief silence preceded the swift eruption of combat. Like a serene maiden suddenly transformed into a darting hare, when Ailey and the Water Otter brushed past each other, Ailey executed a hand chop, while the Water Otter unleashed its shell blade. In a fleeting moment, it remained unclear who had gained the upper hand. Suddenly, the Water Otter seemed to notice something, glanced at its hand, and hopped onto the shore, scampering to retrieve the shell that had fallen to the ground. The audience watching the duel erupted in laughter at the unexpected scene. It turned out that during their exchange, Ailey had only exerted 70% of his strength. As the shell blade neared, he slightly adjusted the direction of his hand chop, glancing beneath the shell, and in the blink of an eye, his forefingers curled. Striking the shell, Ailey's formidable finger strength sent the shell flying, resulting in the comical incident witnessed moments ago. Upon returning to the battlefield, the water otter looked mournfully at the shell, gently caressing it before placing it back on its chest, then glaring fiercely at Ailey, suddenly launching a water gun attack. As mentioned previously, Ailey had little fear of such monotonous ranged attacks. After a few nimble dodges, he closed in on the water otter. Dodge, water otter, May cried out, invoking one of the legendary 3 great secret techniques. The water otter snapped back to attention, narrowly avoiding Ailey's hand chop. Nevertheless, as previously noted, Ailey generally retained 3/10 of his strength when executing his moves. In the instant the water otter evaded, Ailey subtly adjusted his hand chop's trajectory, grazing the water otter's side. The water otter was propelled into the water by Ailey's force, but soon floated back to the surface, having lost its combat ability. With the water otter incapacitated, the challenger Yambing emerged victorious. Mutant served as the referee, declaring the results of the match. Your strength is impressive, May remarked, gazing at Yambing. Could you wait for me a day or two? I wish to travel with you. Huh, you want to travel with me? Yambing expressed surprise. I have no objections. In fact, I was just planning to conduct water training with a certain timid snake. The gym's pool would be perfect for that. Huh, does this imply that we have an opportunity to go on a date? Sakura provocatively approached Yambing, who graciously bowed in response. It is my honor, beautiful miss. His demeanor, confident and composed during battle, contrasted with the tender affection he displayed towards the little sprites. May silently observed Yambing before her, reflecting on the impulsive decision she had made to travel alongside a stranger, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. By the way, May, Yambing seemed to recall something. The water otter you are using is not a sprite from the Kanto region, is it? If my memory serves me correctly, it belongs to the water-type starters from the Unova region. May was taken aback. I can't believe you are so knowledgeable. You even noticed that. I learned it by chance. In fact, I have a keen interest in the other Unova starters, namely the fire-type called Tepig and the fire-type evolution known as Embor. I wonder if you could help me acquire one, or perhaps an egg. Yambing inquired with a smile. I can reach out to my family, but I cannot guarantee the outcome, May replied. That is only natural. I would be grateful if you could inquire on my behalf, Yambing said sincerely. As for why he desired Tepig and Darumaka, would Yambing reveal that he had been secretly planning a battle team named the Fiery Journey Squad? The evolved form of Darumaka is Darmanitan, the perfect fit for the character of Tang Sung, while the final evolution of the fire-type starter, Tepig, is Embor, undoubtedly the ideal representation of the elder brother. As for the second brother, it is needless to say that it is Embor's final evolution, and for the third brother, the ducklet would suffice. And why not utilize the readily available fire-type, the Rapidash, for the role of the white dragon horse? The thought of establishing a grassroots fire-type gym and showcasing the expedition team right away would surely astonish a multitude of challengers, filling Yambing with excitement. Following that, there was a not overly long wait. Go on, Yueke. Yambing glanced at the gym's swimming pool. Yueke looked at him pitifully. It's useless. If you don't jump in yourself, I'll have Ailey assist you in getting wet. That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? May, experiencing boredom during the waiting period, approached and caught sight of this scene, unable to suppress a slight frown. Do you think I want this? Yambing sighed. Previously, at Moonview Mountain, Yuek's father directly entrusted me with this foolish son, instructing me to train him properly and rectify his second-generation bad habits. To be honest, Yuek's current combat ability is quite strong for his age, but look, Yambing pointed to the orange sprite, Orange, who was desperately enduring being submerged in water, and Ailey, who was exploring the dynamics of water. Orange is a fire-type sprite, and I never demanded he undergo water resistance training, yet he willingly immersed himself. As for Ailey, knowing that fighting in water would severely diminish his combat prowess, he is seizing this opportunity to practice holding his breath and acclimating to the aquatic environment. Once again, my gaze fell upon Shun, as Yambing pointed to the slumbering figure above us. Shun had chosen to accompany me. Having fled from the relentless training of superpowers at the Golden City Gym, he still presented the same demeanor, and I had no intention of imposing my expectations upon him. I believed in letting things unfold naturally. However, the same could not be said for Yueke. When I first encountered him, he was nothing short of a spoiled brat. Just look at that slightly whitened horn atop his head. It had only recently sprouted. Upon arriving at the Moonlit Mountain, this lad had taken advantage of his physical prowess to gather a band of Geodude followers. When he saw me alongside Orange and the others, he attempted to provoke us in succession, only to be soundly reprimanded by Ailey, resulting in a fragment of his horn being broken off. His defeat, while regrettable, would have been acceptable had he exhibited the humility to learn from it. Yet, this impudent boy had the audacity to summon his father for retribution. At this juncture, Yambing's frustration surged, and he lightly tapped Yueke on the head. He had not yet stooped to striking stone with his own hands. However, Yueke, feeling aggrieved, let out a soft growl in response to Yambing's reproach. This was but one of the reasons for my rigorous treatment of Yueke. When his father sought retribution, he noticed that Orange and Ailey had been trained quite effectively under my guidance, leading him to consider having Yueke follow me. Naturally, I was not one to be at a disadvantage. He provided me with certain necessities, and as the adage goes, one must honor the favors received. Since I accepted his assistance, I was obliged to fulfill my commitments. Thus, my strictness towards Yueke was rooted in these two reasons, the first being paramount. Should Yue's character improve, I would have fulfilled my obligations to his father. Yambing gently stroked Yue's lowered head. "Ah, I see," Mei remarked, gazing at Yueke. "Little Yueke, you must strive to do your best. Yambing genuinely wishes for your success. A true man must summon his courage. A small puddle is nothing to fear. Go forth." Little Yueke. Yueke looked back at Mei with a hint of despair before turning to Yambing. Noticing Yambing's intention to summon Ailey, Yueke immediately shrank back, scrambling toward the water's edge. During this time, in an effort to bolster Yue's resilience, Orange and Ailey had often used him as a training dummy. Orange was relatively mild. His fiery techniques and standard moves did not inflict too much damage upon Yueke. However, Ailey, with his combat-oriented prowess, mercilessly subjected Yueke to rigorous training. Meanwhile, Yambing and Mei engaged in conversation, with Mei predominantly inquiring about Yambing's past. Yambing, aware of the unspoken burdens Mei carried, tactfully refrained from probing further. When Mei heard Yambing recount his origins, she couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy for him. While she remained ensnared by the pains of her past, she was surrounded by caring companions, a childhood rival, and a loving mother, with knowledge of her father's identity. Yet Yambing? He had grown up without the knowledge of his parents. Although the kind Professor Okido had taken him in and Okido's grandson, Shigeru, had treated him well. How remarkable it was that a boy raised without parental love could possess such a warm disposition. What reason did she have to allow the shadows of her past to continue to bind her? Perhaps Mother is right. I ought to sever all ties with the past and embrace this beautiful world anew. After making this decision, Mei's demeanor transformed, as if infused with a newfound vitality, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Yambing sensed this subtle change, feeling a surge of pride within him. In truth, the moment Mei appeared before him, he resolved to make her not only his travel companion, but also his lifelong partner. Undeniably, Mei possessed striking beauty. She was destined to be the female protagonist in this narrative. After all, yet, among the myriad of female leads, Yambing ultimately chose Mei, not only because she was the first to grace his presence, instilling a sense of bias, but also due to a significant aspect he would never admit. He was not a fan of stockings. Rather, it was Mei's youthful and vibrant attire, paired with the subtle allure of her black stockings, that struck him profoundly, compelling him to wish to protect her. He truly was not a stockings enthusiast. Cough, cough. He genuinely was not. Nevertheless, he maintained a sense of propriety in expressing his concern for Mei. Upon exiting the Reborn Gym, Yambing and Mei faced two choices. The first was to head directly south to the Golden City to challenge Naz and earn the Golden Badge. The second option was to travel east and then south to Hoenn Town, where they could first capture some Dark-type Pokémon before proceeding to the Golden City. "Let us head to Hoenn Town. It seems your little Shun is reluctant to return to the Golden Gym so soon," Mei thoughtfully suggested. Thus, Yambing embarked on his journey with his designated heroine and future girlfriend, beginning their adventure as companions. Chapter 7. The White Gengar of Hoenn Town. The road stretching between the Reborn Gym and Hoenn Town divides into two segments. One segment is Route 9, populated by a plethora of trainers, culminating in an expanse of water that, according to the map, resembles a wide creek, almost akin to a small river. Yambing knew that following the stream southward would lead to an abandoned power plant, where they might encounter the legendary Zapdos. However, neither he nor Mei possessed any Pokémon capable of swimming, and given that he lagged behind Ash and Gary, he had to forego the idea of paddling across the water in a makeshift boat to reach the Tokiwa Gym before them. The other route involved traversing a rocky tunnel between Route 9 and Hoenn Town. The urgency to reach the Tokiwa Gym stemmed from a desire to arrive before the Mutwo incident, hoping for a serendipitous opportunity. During their time on the road, Mei finally witnessed Yambing's relentless dedication to enhancing both his own and his Pokémon's prowess. Each morning, without fail, Yambing rose early, leading his Pokémon in a morning run. Following this, he engaged in a series of stretching exercises and strength training that lasted a full 2 hours. Afterward, they would have breakfast, during which Yueke and Chingzi, with the assistance of Squirtle and Psyduck, conducted water resistance training, while Ailey practiced Tai Chi under Yambing's guidance. After finishing their lunch, the group finally commenced their journey, encountering trainers along the way. Yambing and Mei agreed to face one trainer each. During this process, Mei witnessed the impressive combat prowess of Chingzi, Ailey, and Yueke, honed through their daily training. The trainers they encountered were barely able to challenge the trio. As for Yambing, he was constantly caressing the Pokémon egg, mumbling names like Dratini, Gyarados, and Dragonite, showing signs of obsession. Fortunately, this fixation only occurred during the scheduled moments of caring for the egg, as he remained quite normal otherwise, cooking, telling stories, and occasionally sharing jokes to amuse Mei, a lifestyle she had never experienced before. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the Rock Mountain Tunnel, where Yambing decided to rest at the Pokémon Center outside. Entering the tunnel would subject them to a dim environment that could prove uncomfortable. Thus, Yambing thoughtfully suggested they stay overnight at the Pokémon Center to adjust their condition. The next day, after completing his exercises and breakfast, they prepared their equipment to venture into the tunnel. The Rock Mountain Tunnel was more complex than the Moonview Mountain Cave. To avoid unnecessary detours, Yambing had prepared a map based on his memories from gaming in his past life. Having already experienced the terrain at Moonview Mountain, he noted that the geography of this world closely resembled that of the game, though he was uncertain if this applied to the entire realm. Indeed, Yambing's preparation proved invaluable. In the Rock Mountain Tunnel, there were areas not clearly marked in the animated depiction, and the game map provided essential guidance. As the saying goes, in the mountains, there is neither sun nor moon. The group advanced steadily, with Yambing and Mei alternating and accepting challenges from trainers, honing their Pokémon in the process. Within just 2 short days, they emerged from the Rock Mountain Tunnel, arriving at Hoenn Town. A sinister atmosphere loomed over the town, and according to the storyline, Ash and his companions had yet to arrive, leaving Yambing uncertain about the current state of Hoenn Town. Walking through the desolate streets, Mei shivered as empty trash bags fluttered from the corners. Yambing, this Hoenn Town feels quite desolate, she remarked. Hoenn Town was notorious as a ghost town, home to a Pokémon tower filled with numerous ghost-type Pokémon and the resting place of many tragically deceased Pokémon. Yambing recalled that some ghost-type Pokémon could even control the corpses of the buried Pokémon, wreaking havoc on the town and hypnotizing its residents. He pointed to a bald old man with red eyes, and, following his gesture, more villagers emerged from their homes, gradually surrounding Yambing and Mei. Mei clutched Yambing's arm in fear and anxiously asked what they should do. Yambing reluctantly recalled his Pokémon, releasing the already sheltered Yueke, instead, gripping its tail tightly. Yueke, dig us out of here. When Yueke resurfaced from the ground, Yambing and Mei found themselves outside Hoenn Town, covered in dirt and dust, feeling rather disheartened. What should we do now, Yambing? Mei inquired. Yambing furrowed his brow slightly. The only pet currently unaffected was Shun, whose psychic abilities made it formidable and difficult to control. Although Shun had accepted Yambing as its master, he still felt uncertain about his ability to command it. Nonetheless, since they were here, he decided to let Shun give it a try. Shun, could you please venture into the town to see what has transpired? Yambing inquired, cradling Shun in his hands. Shun looked up at him, nodded slightly, and then vanished in an instant. Approximately 15 minutes later, Shun reappeared, its finger poised on Yambing's head. First, a map of the town materialized, marked by a pinpoint. Then, a structure emerged, a Pokémon tower transformed to resemble a devil's lair. Finally, a White Gengar appeared. Yambing was taken aback. The source of the town's troubles was indeed a White Gengar. It seemed fate intended for him to capture it. The thought of not having personally captured a Pokémon before ignited a sense of excitement within him. At that moment, Shun conveyed another message. Yambing, you are a wave guardian. You must learn to communicate with Pokémon through telepathy. Indeed, he was a wave guardian. He had almost forgotten to harness his own abilities. Yambing promptly clapped his hands together in realization. What? Yambing, you possess wave power? Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, I inadvertently developed it a while ago on Moonview Mountain. Afterward, I met you at the Reborn Gym, and without any unforeseen events, I forgot about my wave power. Yambing replied, scratching his head sheepishly. You seem quite normal most of the time. Who would have thought you could be so absent-minded? Mei gently covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. All right, Let's discuss the situation. Here's what we know. Within the Pokémon Tower resides a powerful White Gengar that has used its psychic waves to control the entire town's residents, resulting in the chaos we just witnessed. Fortunately, from Shun's earlier description, it appears that the Gengar harbors no malice towards Pokémon. It merely dislikes humans. We simply need to bypass the controlled townsfolk and defeat it, Yambing explained to May. But how do we bypass the residents? May asked, her focus sharpening as she momentarily forgot the earlier terror that permeated the town. Shun knows the precise location. We can just teleport directly there, he replied. All right, then let us proceed. With a flash of white light, Shun transported Yambing and May directly into the Pokémon Tower, where Yambing was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. The White Gengar sat with its back to them, engrossed in a television show, flanked by a Gengar, a Ghastly, and a Haunter, standing like loyal servants at its side. The first to notice Yambing was Gengar, who, upon seeing newcomers, began to smile gleefully, prompting the White Gengar to turn around and discover Yambing and the others. However, in stark contrast to the behavior of Gengar, the White Gengar furrowed its brow upon seeing Yambing and May, and then delivered a sharp slap across Gengar's face. Gengar, feeling aggrieved, touched its gaseous visage. How awkward. The White Gengar disdainfully pointed at Yambing and his companions. Be cautious, do not make eye contact with Gengar, Yambing promptly warned May. The White Gengar declared, I have come to subdue you. Let us engage in battle. Awkward? How very awkward. The White Gengar mockingly beckoned with its fingers, as if to say, if you possess the courage, then come at me. Perfect timing. Orange, it's your moment to shine, Yambing proclaimed as he released Orange from its Pokeball. Orange glanced at the White Gengar before igniting with fierce determination. Hee. The White Gengar, somewhat dismissive of Orange's evolution into its second stage, immediately unleashed the move mean look. However, Orange remained unfazed by the intimidation emanating from the White Gengar. In its presence, the spectral pressure exerted was utterly ineffective. Due to the battles being monopolized by Ellie at the gym, Orange's yearning for combat had escalated to an unimaginable extent. It was rare for Yambing to hear a voice laced with emotion from Orange, who then unleashed a fiery blast directly at the White Gengar. The White Gengar sidestepped to evade, retaliating with a Shadow Ball aimed at Orange. The ability to counterattack while dodging suggests this White Gengar is quite proficient with its moves. Yambing smiled faintly. Unless absolutely necessary, he refrained from giving excessive instructions to Orange. Orange's evasion skills were no less impressive than Ellie's, allowing it to effortlessly sidestep the Shadow Ball. Simultaneously, noticing that the fiery blast had no effect, Orange switched tactics to a barrage of ember attacks, forcing the White Gengar to dodge left and right. In mere moments, the area around the White Gengar was adorned with sparks. Is this an attempt to intuit the rhythm of Flame Whirlpool? Yambing's brow relaxed, thoroughly pleased with Orange's performance. Surrounded by sparks, the White Gengar appeared to have no safe ground. Seizing the opportunity, Orange unleashed a colossal blast of fire towards the White Gengar. As the flames approached, the White Gengar exhibited no sign of trepidation. Just as the flames were about to make contact, the ghostly Pokémon's levitating ability came into play, allowing it to soar above the fiery onslaught. In that fleeting moment, the White Gengar pointed a finger at Orange's eyes, beginning a slow, mesmerizing motion. Not good, Orange. Close your eyes and use Flamethrower, Yambing shouted. Upon hearing his command, Orange instinctively shut its eyes, successfully evading the White Gengar's hypnosis, and simultaneously unleashed a Flamethrower attack. The Gengar, slightly taken aback, quickly dodged to its right, a bit to the left. Upon receiving instructions from Yambing, Orange tilted his head slightly to the left, and the White Gengar flashed by once more. At that moment, Orange opened his eyes and observed the movements of the White Gengar, swiftly pursuing it along its trajectory with a jet of flames. In mere moments, the high-pressure flames ignited the air, gradually forming a powerful vortex of fire that enveloped the White Gengar. It was only then that the White Gengar realized it had underestimated the situation. No matter how it attempted to drift away, it could not escape the confines of the fiery vortex and was soon scorched. The searing pain ignited the Gengar's fury, prompting it to unleash a Shadow Punch, believing that in close quarters, it could strike Orange while remaining out of reach. However, upon seeing the opponent approach, a slight smirk crept onto Orange's lips. Yambing's little sprite was never afraid of close combat. With a sidestep, a swift turn, and an evasive maneuver, Orange seized the opportunity to bite down on the arm of the approaching White Gengar. Indeed, it was a successful bite. Although a physical attack would typically be ineffective against a gaseous entity like Gengar, Orange employed a unique move, not just an ordinary bite, but a fire fang infused with fire-type physical energy. Intense flames surged from Orange's mouth towards the body of the White Gengar, causing it to weaken immediately and collapse to the ground. How embarrassing. At this moment, Yambing noticed that on the other side of the battlefield, Gengsi, Jingxiden, and Gengar were energetically waving flags in support of the White Gengar. Initially filled with joy, the trio turned to stone upon witnessing the defeat of their comrade. Ha! They are so amusing. Mei couldn't help but laugh. Yambing shook his head in resignation and casually tossed a Pokeball at the White Gengar, capturing it within. Naturally, the White Gengar would not succumb easily. After several struggles, the Pokeball finally stabilized. Well done, Orange. Yambing approached, affectionately patting Orange on the head. Orange squinted happily. Hey, you three. Your leader has been captured by Yambing. Would you like to travel with us? Mei, intrigued by the comical antics of the Gengar trio, inquired. Gengar, Gengsi, and Jingxiden first scratched their heads in confusion before shaking their heads in unison. What a pity. Perhaps we shall meet again another time. Mei waved goodbye as she followed Yambing out of the Pokémon Tower. Huh, how peculiar. How did I end up here? Isn't this Hoenn Town? An elderly man gently rubbed his forehead. Why have I returned to Hoenn Town? How strange. It felt as though I had just experienced a nightmare. Such occurrences were commonplace in Hoenn Town. To avoid complications, Yambing and Mei opted to have the already sleeping Shun teleport them out of the town, releasing the White Gengar. Yambing then began attempting to communicate telepathically with the Gengar, using his aura powers. The White Gengar completely disregarded Yambing. Although it was the first Pokémon Yambing had captured, the bond was still fresh and not yet strong, which was entirely understandable. With a sense of helplessness, Yambing found himself compelled to attempt communication with Orange and Eli. Despite Orange being Yambing's initial Pokémon, its adaptation to the aura was far inferior to that of the fighting-type Eli. Thus, it was Eli who first established a mental connection with Yambing, serving as a bridge for him to communicate with other Pokémon. Through Eli, Yambing discovered that the reason for the appearance of the White Gengar in Hoenn Town was that it had grown up there, having been present since its days as a ghastly, a memory long forgotten. Originally, the Pokémon Tower in Hoenn Town was dedicated to honoring Pokémon who had met untimely ends. However, as people gradually departed from the town, the souls of the Pokémon within the tower were left without remembrance or offerings, ultimately fading away. This led the White Gengar to harbor resentment born of love, feeling bitterness towards humanity's callousness and forgetfulness. Nevertheless, it did not engage in any extreme actions, merely hypnotizing and summoning some former residents to Hoenn Town each year. Yambing held no objections to this. In truth, once Pokémon have lived alongside humans for an extended period, their dependence on them becomes quite profound. Following tradition, Yambing decided to name the White Gengar Yebai. The name suited it well, and, in accordance with custom, Yebai's resistance was rendered ineffective. Without further ado, Yambing produced a map and set forth with his companions towards Golden City. Along the journey, Yambing added a new facet to his training, which involved a clash of aura blasts with Yebai, pitting the aura sphere against the dark pulse. Initially, when Mew had mentioned that Yambing possessed a strong aura energy within him, he had not taken it to heart. However, after developing mental empathy and aura blasts, he realized that his mastery of aura energy was indeed remarkably swift. After 2 days of travel and interaction, Yebai gradually began to accept Yambing. And as Yambing's aura abilities grew, he established mental connections with Orange, Yueke, Xiaoshun, and Yebai, greatly facilitating their communication. Moreover, when it came to the utilization of fluctuating energy, neither Orange nor Eli possessed Yebai's familiarity. Whether it was the Shadow Ball or Dark Pulse, the energy aggregation forms shared numerous similarities with the Aura Blast. Thus, as Yambing traveled, he learned from Yebai the methods to execute moves akin to the Shadow Ball. This exploration led him to discover a novel way to harness aura energy, requiring no hand charging. He simply had to channel the energy into his palm and then release it, forming a small aura blast akin to a shadow ball, which he aptly named the Aura Sphere. As their journey continued, the exchanges between the Dark Pulse Aura Blast and the Aura Sphere became frequent, culminating only when both parties were utterly exhausted. The camaraderie between Yambing and Yebai blossomed rapidly, perhaps due to Yebai's extended lifespan. It did not exhibit a strong dependence on Yambing, allowing for a deeper exchange of feelings. In contrast, while Orange and Eli shared a profound bond with Yambing, their relationship often reflected a childlike trust, leading Yambing to view them somewhat as children. Not to mention Yueke, whom Yambing perceived as the mischievous one among a group of well-behaved Pokémon, consistently drawing his attention never skipping a day of water training. A group of travelers ambled along, stopping intermittently, until they encountered Ash and his companions on Route 8 in a splendid manner. Chapter 8, Fierce Battle. Night White vs. Yongjila, the awakening of Xiao Shun's fighting spirit. Yankun. Ash, what brings you here? Ash exclaimed, taken aback. Among the cohort that had set out together, he recognized only Gary and Yankun. While he often clashed with Gary, he had a decent rapport with Yankun. As the saying goes, it is a delight to meet an old friend in a foreign land. I just captured a ghost-type Pokémon in Hoenn Town and now plan to challenge Naji at the Golden Gym, Yankun remarked, gesturing toward the rest of Night White, who was meditating beside him. What a colossal Onix. That Gengar's coloration is quite peculiar. Wow, is that a Charmeleon, the evolved form of Charmander? And look at that Machoke. It appears more slender than the average. Oh, by the way, I am Brock, the gym leader of Pewter City, and I am currently traveling with Ash, Brock stated, his eyes widening in awe at the Pokémon Yankun had released. As for May, despite Yankun's affection for her, her age was comparable to that of Gary, Ash, and Misty, which rendered her less captivating to Brock. I am Misty, the youngest of the Cerulean Gym's Waterflower sisters, she introduced herself. Hello, I am Yankun, a friend of Ash. Brock, Misty, I am aware of your identities. I obtained the Pewter City badge from Uncle Wunong, and May here has secured the badge from the Cerulean Gym. Yankun provided his introduction. How did you acquire the Cerulean badge from her? Misty inquired with curiosity. Greetings. I am May. When I challenged the Cerulean Gym, I managed to defeat Sakura, Iris, and Peony's Pokémon. So I voluntarily stayed behind as the acting gym leader until their Pokémon returned from the Pokémon Center, May explained with a smile. Oh dear. I can't stand them. Misty lamented, cradling her head in exasperation. Yankun, you've collected 2 badges as well. Shall we engage in a Pokémon battle? Ash suggested enthusiastically. I would be delighted, Ash. Just don't be disheartened by my prowess. Yankun replied with a grin. Not a chance. You have no idea how formidable my Pokémon are. Ash retorted. Very well, let us battle. It will be a 3-on-3 match, and the contest continues until one side's Pokémon are all unable to battle. Both sides may substitute their Pokémon at any time. What do you think? Agreed. I shall serve as the temporary referee for this match, Brock volunteered, stepping forward to assume the role. The battle commenced with Brock's signal. Ash and Yankun unleashed their first Pokémon. Ash sent out Charmander, while Yankun released his Moonlight. In an exquisite display, Moonlight effortlessly overwhelmed Charmander, prompting Ash to substitute in Squirtle. Well done. You understand the strategy of deploying type advantage Pokémon, Yankun remarked with a slight smile. After a prolonged bout of water training, Moonlight engaged Squirtle in a trade of blows, ultimately knocking Squirtle out of the match. Naturally, Moonlight was left with minimal stamina, prompting Yankun to switch to the unimpeded Orange, while Ash opted for Pikachu. This is a battle between initial Pokémon. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Oranges, use Flame Tornado. Both Oranges and Pikachu took the hits simultaneously. However, with its evolution into the second stage, Oranges withstood the Thunderbolt, and the double damage did not have a significant effect. Conversely, the fragile Pikachu was severely burned. Stay strong, Pikachu. Use Quick Attack, commanded Ash. Hearing this, Oranges smirked slightly. As a starter Pokémon, how could it fear close combat? With a sidestep, Pikachu's Quick Attack was indeed swift, but the greater the speed, the more severe the damage incurred. The already burned Pikachu instantly lost its fighting capability. With Pikachu incapacitated, this match was claimed by Yambing. Brock dutifully fulfilled his role as referee. How could this happen? I didn't win a single match, Ash lamented, feeling somewhat dejected. Yambing's strength is formidable, Misty remarked, astonished. Ash, though it may not be appropriate for me to say this, I feel it is necessary, Yambing approached Ash. Every trainer has their own training methods. Some suit you, while others do not. Thus, the results exhibited by trainers with differing styles can vary significantly. Your training approach happens to be countered by mine, leading you to perceive your defeat as thorough. In truth, your path is not as weak as you imagine. It is merely that I counter it effectively. I can assure you that you are far more skilled than the average trainer. You don't need to comfort me, Ash replied, still disheartened. I am not comforting you. In the future, you will encounter similar situations where, despite your opponent not being particularly strong, they can dominate you, leaving you feeling frustrated. I merely wish to convey that a momentary victory or defeat holds little weight. The road ahead is still long, for both you and me. I look forward to the opportunity to battle you again at the Indigo Plateau. Yambing smiled faintly. I will strive for the Indigo Conference. I must showcase my progress to you, Yambing, Ash declared, feeling revitalized at the mention of the Indigo Conference. though he might not fully grasp Yambing's notion of style countering. Ash remained confident in his Pokémon. Shortly thereafter, Yambing and May parted ways with Ash's group, who continued towards Lavender Town to capture Ghost-type Pokémon, while Yambing and May headed to the Golden Gym for their challenge. About what you mentioned to Ash regarding style countering, why do I feel like you were deceiving him? May inquired, puzzled. Well, I was indeed deceiving him, Yambing replied candidly. Is that really all right? May questioned. There is nothing wrong with it. You have seen my training methods. I am confident that I would find it challenging to encounter a rival among trainers of my age. Ash has his own path. And I must state a truth. Among trainers of our age, Ash is indeed formidable. It is simply that there exists a gap when compared to me. I do not wish for him to become disoriented about his future path or even fall into despair because of me. In a tone as light as a breeze, Yambing's words stirred a gentle warmth within May. Indeed, when compared to your relentless pursuit of mastery, most individuals would feel disheartened, perhaps even lose their confidence. May smiled faintly. Your ambitions must have transcended the championship of the Alliance tournament, haven't they? Indeed, the championship is merely my initial goal, or perhaps the first step. I aspire to defeat the Elite Four of Kanto within 3 years and truly become the champion of the Alliance, Yambing declared with unwavering determination. Should others overhear his proclamation, they might mock his naivete, yet for some inexplicable reason, May believed in his potential. As they journeyed atop the crescent moon, Yambing and May continued to encounter trainers eager to challenge them, taking turns to battle. Their daily morning routines, including nurturing Pokémon eggs and other customary tasks, remained unbroken until they finally arrived in Golden City. Upon reaching their destination, Shun's demeanor visibly shifted, brimming with reluctance. Do not worry, Shun. I will make my requests known to Naji, Yambing reassured, casting an encouraging glance at Shun. Shun nodded obediently, and the group proceeded towards the Golden Gym. I have come to challenge the Golden Gym, Yambing stated at the entrance, prompting the doors to swing open. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals practicing psychic abilities, many of whom recognized Shun and attempted to whisk him away. Yambing intervened, and a few, oblivious to the situation, resorted to attacking him with their powers. However, Shun skillfully defended him, yet the retaliatory aura sphere unleashed by Yambing proved too formidable for them to withstand. Ah, you've harmed my student. And now you wish to challenge me? Naji's doll-like Pokémon spoke, its voice piercing the air. Naji, I am but a challenger. Your student recklessly used his abilities against me, and I believe self-defense is justified. Aside from challenging you, I request that you allow Shun to accompany me on my journey. Yambing replied with calm composure. Should you defeat me, I shall grant your request. However, as a wager, if you lose, both of you must remain here to keep me company. What say you? Naji proposed. Should I falter, I would not mind staying to accompany you, even if it means being transformed into a doll. However, May is an independent woman with her own consciousness. I cannot make decisions on her behalf. Moreover, even in the event of defeat, I would not wish for May to remain here, Yambing asserted resolutely. I accept, May declared firmly. Yambing is my traveling companion, and I have no reason to abandon him. Yambing and May exchanged surprised glances. Having witnessed my companions leave before, I understand the feeling of abandonment all too well. I do not wish for my companions to experience such despair, May confessed, a shadow of sorrow flickering in her eyes as she recalled her past. Truly touching. Now, let us commence. My warrior is he, Gyarados, Naji declared, observing the bond between Yambing and May, her heart stirred by their connection. Lacking such companionship herself, she recognized the loneliness they shared, a loneliness born from mutual concern, starkly different from her own solitude. Now, it is your turn, Yabai. Yambing gazed at Yabai, who nodded before stepping into the arena. Remember, the opponent possesses mirror reflection. Be cautious with special attacks. Yambing, having watched the animation, recalled how Ash's Pikachu could reflect a thunderbolt back at itself. Aside from mirror reflection, he could think of no other skills that might pose a threat. Yabai offered Yambing a reassuring glance and swiftly charged at Gyarados. Under the mental guidance of Nasi, Gyarados unleashed an illusion technique. In response to this assault, Yabai conjured 2 shadow balls from his hands to neutralize the attack. In that fleeting moment, he broke through the smoke created by the explosion and delivered a powerful shadow punch. Just as the shadow punch neared, Gyarados vanished from sight using teleportation, leaving Yabai's strike to land in vain. Futile. With the ability to teleport, you cannot touch him. Do remain with me, my puppets, Nasi chuckled. Heh, Yambing chuckled softly. In that instant, Yabai directed a black gaze towards Gyarados and charged once more, delivering another shadow punch as he closed in. Futile. Just as Nasi's words fell, Gyarados was sent flying by the Shadow Punch, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Nassi's expression shifted dramatically. This was the voice of her true self. Moments earlier, Yabai had unleashed the Black Gaze on Gyarados. Even so, shouldn't the Black Gaze prevent the Pokémon from escaping the battle? Nassi questioned. Disbelief etched on her face. Your understanding is correct, but do not forget that teleportation is an innate ability of both Gyarados and Kadabra, lacking an offensive skill. This teleportation was originally a means to protect Kadabra, allowing it to escape from adversaries. Therefore, teleportation is also confined within the Black Gaze's influence, Yambing elucidated. In truth, he harbored another hypothesis he chose not to voice. Permitting Gyarados to teleport within the battlefield, as Nassi had done, would be grossly unfair. Without an appropriate countermeasure, it would disrupt the balance of combat. Thus, Yambing speculated that the Black Gaze might indeed counteract teleportation. With that realization, Nassi adopted a serious demeanor for the first time. Gyarados then initiated a recovery. Yambing and Yabai remained unhurried, waiting for the opponent to finish. Their eyes sparked with competitive fervor as both sides prepared for the next clash. Once recovered, Gyarados cast another illusion technique. Yet in that very moment, Yabai suddenly appeared before Gyarados, landing another punch that sent it flying once more. It was an ambush. Nassi exclaimed. Gyarados attempted recovery once again, while Yabai, not idling, secretly gathered his strength during this interval. As Gyarados completed its recovery, a dark pulse surged directly towards it. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Gyarados lay motionless on the ground. Moments later, it did not rise. As a fragile Pokémon, Gyarados relied on its high speed and special attack to engage in swift battles. Once struck by an opponent, it was easily susceptible to severe damage. Yazi's Gyarados possesses two abilities, Mirror Coat and Recover, which could originally compensate for its vulnerabilities. However, Mirror Coat only reflects special attacks, and Recover, despite its prowess, can only be utilized when the Pokémon still retains its fighting spirit. Consequently, Yabai first employed the physical attack Shadow Punch to compel Gyarados to forego Mirror Coat and then used Recover. Seizing the moment during Gyarados' recovery, Yabai unleashed a charged attack with Dark Pulse, cleverly exploiting the timing to strike the freshly healed yet fragile Gyarados, which had no opportunity left to activate Mirror Coat. Thus, Yabai triumphed over Gyarados. You have won. Here is the golden badge, Yazi said after a moment of silence, tossing a badge towards Yabai, who caught it, only to feel a sudden heaviness in his head. Yongjia, Yongjia, a muffled voice echoed in Yabai's mind. He reached up to grasp the small Shun on his head, only to realize that it had gained significant weight. Struggling to place Shun on the ground, Yabai finally perceived that Shun had evolved into Gyarados. Shun, he exclaimed with surprise. Yongjia, Yongjia. Shun waved its silver spoon enthusiastically. Yabai placed his hand upon his chest, channeling his aura. Ah, I see now. I never anticipated that the battle between Yabai and Gyarados would ignite your fighting spirit. This is splendid. However, are you certain you wish to train your psychic abilities at the Golden Gym? Yabai felt a tinge of sadness. After all, from the entrance of Tsukimi Mountain to the Nibi City Gym, then to the Haruka Gym, and finally to the Golden Gym, Shun had always been atop his head. The impending separation naturally weighed heavily on his heart. I understand. I shall inquire with Yazi. Yabai looked up at Yazi. Yazi, Shun wishes to train its psychic abilities with you, and when it is capable of defeating your Gyarados, it will return to me. Is that acceptable? Oh, do not presume that because Yabai defeated my Gyarados, you will easily prevail, Yazi remarked, casting a glance at Shun before turning back to Yabai. I accept your request, but you must consider it carefully. He may very well remain here for a lifetime. It appeared that the outcome of the battle had not diminished Yazi's confidence, and Yabai smiled appreciatively, producing Shun's Pokeball and handing it to Yazi. Then I entrust him to you, Yazi. Wait, I almost forgot. Yazi, please ensure Gyarados recovers quickly. I intend to challenge the gym tomorrow. May suddenly recalled her own quest for badges and spoke up hastily. Yazi nodded and then closed the door behind them as they departed. The following day, without any ghost-type Pokémon, May was thoroughly bested by Yazi, who seemed to channel her frustrations from the previous day's defeat into an invigorated spirit. Yet, in the end, Yazi did not retain Yabai and May. Having learned from their battle, she realized she could not keep them, and the bitterness of her recent loss had allowed her to regain some composure, shifting her focus from psychic abilities to reminiscing about cherished moments with her parents. After bidding farewell to Shun, Yambing and May contemplated their journey and decided to first head to Rainbow City, then return to Golden City, proceed to Withered Leaf City, and from there to Shallow Red City. Subsequently, they would take a boat to Red Lotus Island, return to Mudslide Town, and finally visit Tokiwa City to acquire the last badge. They would then assess the time. If they had the chance, they could return to Mudslide Town for a respite. If not, they would proceed directly from Tokiwa City to the Quartz Plateau. The primary motivation for this route was Yambing's eagerness to swiftly gather the moonstones from Tsukimidai. With the route meticulously planned, a new adventure awaited Yambing. Chapter 9. Hatching. The long-awaited little whale mare. The journey from Golden City to Rainbow City is relatively short. If one were to exert themselves fully, it could be traversed in a day and a night. However, there is no need to rush and travel. Since Yambing's departure, merely 2.5 months had passed, during which he had collected badges including the rock badge from Nibi City, the blue badge from Hualan City, and the gold badge from Golden City. The first month was primarily delayed due to Yambing's intensive training sessions for Orin and Ellie on the lawns of Mudslide Town. Given the current pace, it was entirely feasible for Yambing to secure 8 badges before the Quartz Conference, even allowing for approximately 4 months of adjustments. Thus, both Yambing and May remained unhurried, continuing their journey with training and challenges. On the first day after their departure from Golden City, at noon, the egg Yambing had received from Mew began to emit a faint glow. Being attentive to the egg's condition, Yambing was well aware of its significance. Eager to meet the little creature, he kept the egg close, never allowing it to stray from his sight. This state of anticipation continued until the morning of the 3rd day. After completing his exercises and while preparing breakfast, the egg suddenly moved, startling Yambing, who abandoned his meal to gather around the egg. While this was not Yambing's first encounter with hatching, he remained composed. However, May was different. The mystery of the egg, the unknown Pokémon, and the witnessing of a new life being born filled her with excitement. After half a day's wait, the egg finally emitted an intensely bright white light and then cracked open. Yambing and May, shielding their eyes from the dazzling radiance, awaited the light to dissipate. As it did, 2 deep blue ears emerged, followed by a head. "What the? Mew, you trickster!" Upon seeing the revealed head and meeting its gaze, Yambing, holding a seasoning spoon from preparing lunch, dropped it in disbelief. "Wow, it's quite adorable. No need to complain." May couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the newly hatched Pokémon. It wasn't that the Pokémon was undesirable. Rather, the journey ahead promised to be filled with joy. It was no wonder Yambing expressed his frustration. The egg gifted by Mew had hatched into a small whale mare. In terms of base stats and combat prowess, a whale mare evolving into a Wylord indeed boasts impressive capabilities, surpassing that of a fossil Aerodactyl. However, the creature's gluttonous nature would undoubtedly lead Yambing to spend a fortune to feed this little one. As fate would have it, Yambing found himself inadvertently hungry alongside May during the midday hours. To satiate the ravenous appetite of their new companion, he rummaged through his pack, extracting every edible item he could find. Fortunately, Chungzi, Ailey, Yueke, and Yebai had already consumed their own Pokémon food before devouring Yambing and May's provisions. Otherwise, they would have been left to endure hunger alongside their trainers. Nevertheless, the addition of the little creature brought joy to Chungzi and the others. Firstly, it marked their collective witness to the birth of a new life. For Chungzi, it was a second occasion. And secondly, the young one was undeniably adorable, exuding an irresistible charm and managing to integrate well with the group. Let us hasten to Rainbow City, where I may sell the moonstone I acquired from Moonview Mountain and purchase ample food to nourish this little one, Yambing remarked with a hint of resignation. May concurred, and thus their party quickened their pace. Upon arriving in Rainbow City, Yambing remembered to call Professor Oak. "Oh, a little Snorlax? Such a rare sight in the Kanto region," the professor exclaimed. "As for the issue of its voracious appetite, I happen to have a solution at hand. I shall instruct my assistant to deliver it to you shortly. By the way, have you acquired the badge from Golden City?" "Yes, indeed," Yambing affirmed confidently. "Splendid. You are only slightly behind Shigeru and have already surpassed Ash. However, Shigeru has chosen to venture to Dry Leaf City, taking a different route. If fortune smiles upon you, there is a chance you may encounter each other in Shallow Red City. Indeed, I encountered Ash previously on my journey from Xuan Town to Golden City. He should currently be challenging the Golden Gym. We even had a battle," Yambing recounted. "Oh, I presume you emerged victorious? You exhibit greater maturity than both Ash and Shigeru. I have the least concern for you. Nevertheless, young people should embrace their vigor and passion, allowing themselves moments of relaxation without burdening themselves or their Pokémon too heavily. This could yield fruitful results." Professor Oak offered his sage advice, though Yambing remained unaware that the professor had precisely articulated his current dilemma. After concluding the call, Yambing and May awaited the arrival of Professor Oak's assistant at the Pokémon Center. Approximately half an hour later, a young man clad in a white coat approached Yambing. "These energy cubes are entrusted to me by Professor Oak for you. May your journey be pleasant, he stated before promptly departing after handing the cubes to Yambing. Phew. With these energy cubes, the little one's condition should improve. Yambing wiped the sweat from his brow. You still haven't named the little Snorlax, May reminded him. Ah, right. Yambing exclaimed, tapping his head. He called the Pokémon playing in the center's backyard. The newly joined little Snorlax is but a newborn. Everyone must take good care of it. With such an enormous appetite, you could be likened to the ancient beast, Tao-Tai. But you might think I would name you Tao-Tai? Not a chance. From this day forth, you shall be known as Xiaowei. Xiaowei. That's quite a humane name, May remarked. May gently tapped her lips. A seductive gesture that nearly drove Yambing to the brink of restraint. But why? Ah, that remains a secret. Yambing would never reveal to May that before his journey through time, he had a college buddy named Mingwei who bore a striking resemblance to Snorlax. The mere thought of little Snorlax evolving into Snorlax and, during battles, exclaiming, "Go, little Wei," was simply exhilarating. As he reminisced about his life before the journey, Yambing produced an energy cube and handed it to little Wei, who consumed it and felt instantly satiated. Its effect was remarkably potent. After organizing his moonstones, he entrusted May with the care of the Pokémon at the center and ventured alone to the Rainbow Mall, selling each moonstone for half the price at 1,050 yuan. He had collected a staggering 1,000 stones from Crescent Mountain, totaling 1,050,000 yuan, enough to fund their current adventure. Once the transaction for the moonstones was completed and his backpack emptied, Yambing purchased daily necessities from the mall and returned to the Pokémon Center. Following their battle at the Golden Gym, May abandoned her aspirations of challenging the Indigo League. Firstly, the Golden Gym badge was temporarily out of reach. Secondly, she perceived Yambing's strength as formidable. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was likely to become the champion of this year's Indigo Conference. Although she felt regret at not witnessing how far she could progress, witnessing the birth of a champion was a rare privilege. However, Yambing held a different perspective. After we obtain the badge from Rainbow City, we'll return to Golden City and take the opportunity for special training. I believe your Monferno possesses great potential. With some adjustments, it can effectively counter Gyarados. Yambing analyzed. Oh, how can we achieve that? Especially considering Gyarados' teleportation. How do we prevent it? May inquired, intrigued. Hehe. At the Rainbow Mart, there are skill discs available for purchase. Teach your Monferno the move Provocation. In the first round, use a fire-type attack to compel the opponent to use Mirror Coat. Then, in the second round, utilize Provocation, which will trap the opponent into a situation where they can only use Mirror Coat for 35 turns. After that, you can execute Bite. 35 turns should be ample time to defeat Gyarados, Yambing stated confidently. However, before that, you must ensure that Monferno can withstand double damage from its own fire-type attack. Of course, let us commence the special training, May exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement at the prospect of defeating Nagi. Hehe, no rush. ISNT, there a ready training target available? Yambing chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. May looked at him with a hint of confusion as he gestured towards the north. Are you referring to the grass-type gym in Rainbow City? She asked. Yes, we need the badge anyway, so we might as well address that while we're at it. Yambing replied with a smile. Having spent nearly 3 months under Yambing's guidance, Orange's energy and level had accumulated significantly. Perhaps this time, it would touch upon the threshold of evolution. Just as Yambing confidently mapped out how to enhance Orange's abilities, Little Wei came bounding out of the Pokémon Center's backyard. Rushing towards him. What is going on? Yambing was somewhat perplexed, for trailing behind Xiaowei was a Chansey, accompanied by Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center. Oh dear! Chansey exclaimed, this child has pilfered food from other Pokémon. Nurse Joy found herself in a quandary. After all, these were Pokémon from the center, and she was hesitant to unjustly suspect Xiaowei. Yambing scrutinized Xiaowei, his gaze clearly inquiring whether he had indeed taken anything. Xiaowei scratched his head and shook it vigorously. Like a rattle. Alas, although Xiaowei stood merely 0.6 meters tall, he weighed an astonishing 200 pounds, compelling Yambing to muster all his strength to lift him, shaking him up and down with fervor until a bitten orange berry tumbled out from Xiaowei's long fur. My sincerest apologies, Nurse Joy. It seems that this little Snorlax has a habit of hoarding food, and once it is stashed in his fur, he often forgets about it in no time. I am truly sorry for the inconvenience. Yambing returned the orange berry to Nurse Joy, while Xiaowei tilted his head, seemingly pondering when he had tucked the berry away. It's quite all right. We cannot fault him for his nature. But do keep a watchful eye on him. Nurse Joy smiled as she spoke to Yambing. Of course. Thank you. Yambing replied with a bow, glancing at the hefty Xiaowei with a sigh. Was it his fate to confine him within a Pokeball from now on? Or perhaps he should enhance his own training? There seemed to be no alternative for the time being but to use the method of tethering him. Entrusting Xiaowei to Mei's care, Yanbing made another trip to Rainbow Mart, purchasing a sturdy rope to attach to Xiaowei's hand, securing the other end to his own. Xiaowei, believing Yanbing was engaging him in a game, happily accepted the binding arrangement. What are your plans for training Xiaowei? Mei inquired with curiosity, judging by Yanbing's typical training methods, which emphasized close combat and resistance. The challenge lay in Xiaowei's current sluggish speed. The post-evolution Snorlax would be even more cumbersome, diverging from Yanbing's usual training approach. Focusing on enhancing Xiaowei's physical and special defenses is paramount, Yanbing reflected. This means I need to invest in his diet, preparing food that boosts his resistance and fat. While energy cubes are beneficial for satiety, they ultimately only fill him up. Though they may strengthen this mischievous creature, they cannot augment his special defense. Suddenly, Yanbing recalled Snorlax's thick fat ability. It appeared that fighting-type moves inflicted double damage. Ailey, starting tomorrow, Xiaowei will be your training partner, Yanbing declared, calling Ailey over and earnestly patting his shoulder. Ailey glanced at Xiaowei and nodded solemnly, while Xiaowei, tilting his head, looked on in confusion, unaware of the unfolding developments. With Xiaowei's placement resolved, the next challenge was to confront the Rainbow Gym. The gym leader, Elygia, utilized 3 Pokémon, a Victory Bell, a Gloom, and a Weepin' Bell, likely of relatively low levels. Yanbing analyzed, recalling the vivid impressions he had of this gym. After all, Ash had come to the rescue of the Oddish here. There are a few points to note. One is the tendrils of the Victory Bell, the paralysis powder and hypnosis powder of the Gloom, as well as the foul odor emitted by the Oddish. The tendrils of the Victory Bell are relatively easy to handle, whether through Spark, Flame Burst, or Orange's close combat capabilities. It would not be easily ensnared. However, the powders and odor from the Gloom and Oddish could pose more of a challenge. Nevertheless, as long as they maintain distance while employing a kite-flying strategy and holding their breath, they should be able to manage. After conducting a thorough analysis and discussing it with Mei, the two set off towards the Rainbow City Gym with their Pokémon. By the way, Mei, do you like perfume? Yanbing suddenly inquired. Well, how should I put it? I don't mind perfume, but I prefer natural scents. Keeping my body clean every day is more effective than any perfume, don't you think? I concur. However, the gym leader, Elygia, at the Rainbow Gym has quite a knack for perfumes. Perhaps we could see if there's one that suits you. Sounds good. The two continued their conversation as they made their way to the Rainbow Gym. As for the perfume matter, Yanbing recalled that Ash had been turned away for criticizing the scent, nearly missing the opportunity to challenge the gym. Of course, as a gym trainer, Yanbing believed Elygia would not act in such a manner. It was likely a novice trainer at the gym who had taken it upon themselves to enforce such a rule. Still, it was prudent to ensure unity within their team to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 10. A relaxed battle at the Rainbow Gym, encountering a rival. Orange awakens the spirit of competition guided by the map. Yanbing, Mei, and their Pokémon, Orange, Eli, Yebai, and Xiaowei, arrived at the entrance of the Rainbow Gym. Fortunately, Elygia was present and had not gone to the perfume shop. Welcome to the Rainbow Gym. I am the gym leader, Elygia. She greeted Yanbing and Mei with a smile. Hello, Elygia. My name is Yanbing, and I am here to challenge the Rainbow Gym. I kindly ask you to accept my challenge, Yanbing replied politely. And I am Mei. If your Pokémon are in good condition today, I hope you will accept my challenge after Yanbing's battle, Mei said earnestly as she looked at Elygia. Oh my. I didn't expect to have 2 challengers today. Very well, I accept your challenges. Please follow me, Elygia responded cheerfully. Following Elygia's lead, Yanbing and Mei entered the arena. The rules of the match are simple. It will be a 3-on-3 battle, and the battle concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. Both parties have the right to switch Pokémon. Is that clear? Elygia asked. Absolutely, they replied in unison. Alright, my first Pokémon is this one. Go, Victory Bell. Elygia called forth her Victory Bell. Yanbing thought to himself, as expected, and glanced at Orange, who confidently nodded and stepped forward. Fire type is effective against grass type. What a fine choice, he remarked. However, type advantages won't phase my Victory Bell, Elygia said with a confident wink. Let us see what happens. Orange, do as you wish, Yanbing instructed, crossing his arms as he stood back. Elygia furrowed her brow. It was the first time she had encountered a trainer who did not direct their Pokémon during battle. The Vine monster, wielding its Vine whips, lunged at the orange creature under Elygia's command. Yet, the orange creature deftly evaded the attacks with minimal movement. After several attempts, it had nearly deciphered the force behind the Vine monster's strikes. At the moment the whips advanced, the orange creature seized the vines with both hands, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a powerful jet of flames that surged between the 2 vines towards the Vine monster. Caught by surprise, The vine monster could not escape and faced the brunt of the flames, quickly succumbing to defeat. Impressive. To defeat the vine monster in one go suggests that your Charmeleon possesses formidable fiery prowess. However, the next challenge will not be so simple. It is your turn, Gloom. As Gloom appeared, Yanqing was aware that victory in the next round would secure him a badge. With prior knowledge of Gloom's sleep powder, Charmeleon prepared a fiery vortex around Gloom as the toxic powder was released. The noxious particles inadvertently fueled the flames, ensnaring Gloom within the fiery whirlpool. Observing Gloom's peril, Elika, realizing further struggle would be futile, recalled her Pokémon. Yanqing, I must admit, your Charmeleon is quite powerful. However, as a gym leader, I will not concede easily. Go forth, Weepinbell. Upon seeing the emergence of Weepinbell, Yanqing understood that should he win this round, the badge would be his. Armed with experience against Gloom's sleep powder, he felt confident. Beware of its stench attack. Hold your breath and strike swiftly. Obeying Yanqing's command, the orange creature's gaze sharpened. As Weepinbell released its foul odor, it swiftly approached, executing a shoulder throw. Upon Weepinbell hitting the ground, it leaped and unleashed a jet of flames upon the grounded opponent. The intense heat from the flame propelled the orange creature upward, instantly vaporizing the surrounding stench. Facing the direct onslaught of flames, Weepinbell had little chance of resurgence. Indeed, moments later, the flames subsided, and the orange creature landed gracefully in the arena, while not far ahead lay the defeated Weepinbell. I did not anticipate your Charmeleon's combat prowess to be so formidable. Here is the rainbow badge, please accept it. Elika handed the badge to Yanqing, then turned to Mei with an apologetic expression. As it stands, my Pokémon have largely lost their fighting capabilities. I kindly ask that you return tomorrow. I understand. I shall arrive punctually to challenge the gym at this time tomorrow, Mei assured Elika. Thus, the two spent another night at the Pokémon Center, and the following day, Mei returned to face the gym. It became evident that Elika was an exceptional gym trainer. In the end, Mei secured the rainbow badge, but the battle proved arduous. Her three Pokémon, Squirtle and Prinplup, both water types, were at a disadvantage against the grass types. After defeating the vine monster, they fell consecutively to Gloom. When Infernape took the stage, it mirrored the impressive tactics demonstrated by the orange creature in its previous encounter with Elika, putting forth a commendable effort. Ultimately, there exists an insurmountable gap in strength. Although the fragrant monkey demonstrated remarkable timing, it failed to swiftly resolve the battle with a fiery blast, as Orange did, instead dragging the match into a war of attrition. After a grueling contest, Fragrant Monkey narrowly achieved a double kill, vanquishing the Stinky Flower and securing the rainbow badge. Following a brief respite to allow the Pokémon to recuperate, Yanbing and Mei set forth once more, making their way back to Golden City. The return journey, which was expected to take merely a day, was unexpectedly delayed by an unforeseen event. Are you the Pidgey from that time? Yanbing exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the BB bird before him, with its gray back and white belly, adorned with long black feathers atop its head. If not for his telepathic bond with Orange, who displayed a fierce fighting spirit, Yanbing might not have recognized this as the very Pidgey that Orange first challenged and later fought alongside in the Evergreen Forest against the Beedrill. To be candid, Yanbing had observed that this Pidgey not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but also appeared somewhat grayish, as if it were undernourished. Little did he know, this creature was a shiny Pokémon. Should he succeed in capturing it, his collection would boast 3 shiny Pokémon, the Moonlit Shade, the Nightlight, and now the BB Bird. One could dare to dream of capturing the shiny Gyarados from the Rage Lake, though perhaps that was too ambitious. Nevertheless, Yanbing was resolute in his intent to capture the BB Bird. BB Bird, I have no objections to your battle with Orange, but we are currently en route. Furthermore, this is not the first time you have faced Orange. It would be unreasonable to engage in a battle every time we meet, Yanbing stated earnestly. The BB Bird tilted its head in confusion. If you win this match, I shall allow you to challenge Orange whenever you wish, and even my other Pokémon could join. However, should you lose, you must join our team and accompany me. This way, you can challenge Orange and the others at your leisure, and I can provide specialized training to address your shortcomings in battle. It is a fair arrangement, is it not? Agree to these terms, and I shall permit your battle, Yanbing coaxed, his desire for the BB Bird palpable. In truth, Yanbing held high standards for his team. He would not capture just any ordinary Pokémon. Rather than expending time nurturing a multitude of similar creatures, he preferred to cultivate the exceptional, thus allowing his limited energy to be devoted to a select few Pokémon, ensuring they received ample training. Yanbing has consistently adhered to an elite training philosophy. Reflecting on the journey from Pallet Town to Rainbow City, which traversed through Viridian City, Pewter City, Cerulean City, Lavender Town, Golden City, and finally to Rainbow City. It was noteworthy that the only Pokémon he possessed were those he had set out with, Orange and Eli, along with the moonlit shade entrusted to him. The little Shun who had joined him, the Nightlight, captured in Lavender Town to combat Nagi, and the Pokémon egg gifted by Mew, which had hatched into the little way. Excluding the BB bird that he was preparing to capture, Yambing's collection of Pokémon was precisely 6. This was a rarity among travelers. Even Ash, renowned for his modest team, currently possessed the 3 starter Pokémon, Pikachu, BB bird, and Butterfree, totaling 7, despite having previously released Butterfree. Meanwhile, Green, known for his extensive roster, boasted an impressive 20 or more Pokémon. For Yambing, his team was characterized by quality over quantity. Only the finest specimens of their kind were allowed to join. Even Uek, who had long held a subordinate position within the team, possessed the extraordinary lineage of a Megastelix. The BB bird before him was undoubtedly a formidable fighter among its peers, which explained Yambing's significant interest in it. The BB bird pondered deeply for several minutes, while Yambing patiently waited. After a moment, it lifted its head and called out to Orange twice. Orange nodded affirmatively, prompting the BB bird to solemnly regard Yambing and nod in agreement, thus accepting his terms. With that, they were ready to commence. Yambing felt a wave of happiness at this outcome. As for Orange's potential defeat, that was hardly a concern. Although the BB bird was strong, Orange had made remarkable progress under Yambing's guidance. Back in the Evergreen Forest, Orange had managed to hold its own against the BB bird, which was then still a Pidgey. Now, Yambing's confidence in both himself and Orange had only grown. Mai volunteered to officiate this match, and Yambing assumed a more serious demeanor, standing behind Orange to provide timely guidance during the battle. The 2 Pokémon were no strangers to one another, familiar with each other's tactics. One hovered above, poised for an aerial assault, while the other remained grounded, observing. In a sudden moment, the BB bird lunged forward, charging at Orange. Without need for instruction, Orange sidestepped to evade. The BB bird, clearly prepared for such a tactic, adjusted its angle in mid-flight, deftly avoiding Orange's counterattack. Orange, undeterred by its earlier misstep, refused to repeat the same mistake. After several rounds of testing each other's abilities, they had sufficiently warmed up. The BB bird flapped its wings, unleashing a fierce whirlwind towards Orange. Lowering its center of gravity, Orange crouched to brace against the onslaught, squinting against the force of the gale, determined to withstand it head-on. With a thud, Orange's left hand dug into the ground. Its body sprawled low, eyes keenly scanning the surroundings and ears attuned to the nuances of the battle. The BB bird's assault was certainly more intricate than merely the whirlwind. Indeed, amidst the swirling dust, a flash of white light darted through, prompting Orange to roll forward, adjusting its stance mid-roll, and unleashed a fiery blast in the direction of the light. However, in that instant, a figure enveloped in blue flames barreled through, colliding fiercely with Orange and negating its fiery attack. It was none other than Brave Bird. Yambing's expression grew tense. Would Orange be able to rise again? Hearing Yambing's voice, Orange struggled to prop itself up with its hands, gazing at the suspended BB bird across from it. The self-inflicted damage of the courageous bird also bestowed upon BB bird a third of its attack power. However, in comparison to Orange, BB bird's condition was not significantly better. Orange's fiery breath was not without effect, and its stamina was evidently superior to that of BB bird. BB bird rallied its spirit, focusing intently on Orange. Orange, in turn, fixated on BB bird, with a glimmer of indomitable resolve in its eyes. Having reached a stalemate once, could they truly find themselves in another tie, or even face defeat? Such thoughts were unwelcome, undesirable, and unacceptable. The long hours of training could not bear no fruit. Victory was assured, it must be. With the flames of determination igniting, the fervor behind Orange surged towards the heavens. Roar! Orange let out a thunderous cry, and Yambing immediately sensed the tumultuous passion within Orange, a fervor that seemed impossible to suppress. Understood, Orange, fight instinctively. Cast aside all technique and combat skills. Engage as you wish. Yambing encouraged, grasping a fragment of Dr. Oki's wisdom about the burdens placed upon Pokémon that stifled their innate instincts. Roar! Empowered by Yambing's affirmation, Orange raised its hands and released a fierce roar, charging towards BB bird in a fervent assault. This marked the first time since their journey began that Orange initiated an attack. BB bird, cautious, evaded upwards, narrowly dodging Orange's talon strike. After the miss, Orange leaned forward due to inertia, and BB bird seized the opportunity to swoop down with its left claw, intent on replicating Orange's previous strategy. Yet, in that moment of imbalance, Orange suddenly turned its head and unleashed a massive jet of fire directly at BB Bird, striking it squarely. BB, in a panic, BB Bird executed a wing attack, slicing through the flames and emerging from the onslaught. Its decisive action allowed it to evade the continued barrage of fire. Being close to the ground, BB Bird instinctively angled upwards as it flapped its wings. At this juncture, Orange, still off balance, twisted its waist and shook its head, lowering its hands towards the ground. In that instant, the jet of fire sealed off BB Bird's path forward, compelling it to charge through the flames once again. At that moment, Orange finally ceased its fiery assault, bracing its hands against the ground. What now? Yambing mused with a furrowed brow. He observed BB Bird struggling to maintain altitude after passing through the flames, its chest heaving dramatically, while Orange also regained its stance. BB Bird's gaze was fixed on Orange, slowly descending from the heights. Confused by BB Bird's intentions, Orange was met with Yambing's peculiar expression. Suddenly, a thought crossed Yambing's mind, leaving him slightly astonished. "Don't let it land and use feather rest," he exclaimed. Orange immediately grasped the urgency and, as BB Bird's claws touched the ground, unleashed a barrage of sparks directed at it. BB. Tiny flames began to encircle BB Bird, which, in an effort to dispel the interference, flapped its wings to extinguish the surrounding fire. However, the assault was far from over. Orange unleashed another jet of flames, the intense heat igniting the nearby sparks and forming a formidable circle of fire, encircling BB Bird. Purgatory. To everyone's astonishment, Orange had mastered the art of Inferno in such a precarious situation. Yambing gazed at Orange in disbelief. During this moment of surprise, the tides of battle shifted once more. The surrounding searing flames interrupted BB Bird's attempt to take flight, forcing it to unleash a fierce hurricane to break through the encroaching wall of flames. In the instant a gap appeared, a flash of orange-red streaked past, as Orange charged through the flames, propelled by BB Bird, and breached the fiery barrier. They surged forward for several meters before finally landing on the ground. After a brief struggle, Orange stood upright, while BB Bird lay incapacitated before him. Gasping for breath and fixating on BB Bird for a moment, Orange ultimately confirmed that BB Bird had indeed lost its fighting spirit. With BB Bird rendered powerless, Orange emerged victorious in this match. The moment May confirmed BB Bird's defeat, she declared the result. Roar, roar. Upon hearing the verdict, Orange paused for a fleeting 2 seconds, then could no longer contain the joy swelling within, letting out a triumphant roar. "Well done, Orange." Yambing approached, affectionately ruffling Orange's head. "Bravo, bravo." Airy raised his fist in congratulations to Orange, exhilarated by the thrilling match he had just witnessed. Roar. Uek also nudged Orange playfully. Feeling somewhat awkward, Gingaway, in a senior's manner, gently patted Orange's arm. "Kirby? Kirby." Only little Kirby tilted its head in confusion, tugging at Yambing's pants and chiming in. In that moment of shared joy, a radiant white light enveloped Orange. "Oh, is evolution finally upon us?" Yambing felt a twinge of surprise. He had initially anticipated Orange's evolution following the conclusion of the Rainbow Gym battle, yet that did not occur. Little did he know that after leaving Rainbow City, the fierce battle with BB Bird had ignited Orange's fighting spirit, allowing him to accumulate the necessary energy for evolution after the match's end. Moments later, as the white light faded, a towering figure of nearly 2 meters appeared. Orange's once rounded belly had slightly contracted, bringing his legs closer together, while his robust arms and biceps now appeared even more powerful compared to his physique. Clear abdominal muscles were finally visible, and a magnificent Charizard emerged before everyone. While Charizard's wingspan typically measured twice its height, Orange's wingspan astonishingly approached 5 meters. Roar. The newly evolved Orange let out a resounding roar, then turned to Yambing with a confident gaze. "Fantastic, Orange." Yambing gave a thumbs up, and Orange, brimming with confidence, reciprocated the gesture. BB. At that moment, BB Bird stirred awake, staring in awe at Orange's formidable form. "So, BB Bird, would you care to join us on our journey?" Yambing inquired once more, no longer wishing to bind BB Bird with the previously established contract. He believed that Orange's majestic presence was the best testament to his capability to make BB Bird stronger and more perfect. BB. The Pidgey nodded, standing before Yambing, raising its wings high. From its backpack, it retrieved an empty Pokeball and pressed the central button. The Pokeball instantly enlarged, and Yambing gently tapped it against Pidgey's body. Without any resistance, Pidgey was drawn into the Pokeball. "At last, I have captured you, Sky?" In that fleeting moment of capture, a name that had lingered in his mind for so long finally found its place. Soaring eagles in the vast sky. fish gliding in shallow waters, all creatures competing for freedom beneath the frosty heavens. I hope you can embody the leader's words, aspiring for the skies and yearning for freedom. Chapter 11. Return to the Golden Gym, the counterattack of the spicy monkey after capturing Sky, Yanbing, alongside Mei. Returned once more to Golden City, their sights set on the Golden Gym. What are you here for again? Your Gyarados has yet to defeat my Gyarados. So you cannot leave yet. Upon seeing Naze's still indifferent expression, Yanbing realized that Ash had not yet triumphed over her. Naze, I intend to challenge you once more. Mei stepped forward, knowing the rules of challenging Naze. If she lost, she would remain to accompany her. If she loses, I will also stay with you. Yanbing smiled gently at Mei. Surprised yet unsurprised, Mei recalled that she had said the same during Yanbing's previous challenge against Naze. Humph, if you wish to leave. I cannot stop you. Naze cast a deep glance at Yanbing. The rules are one-on-one, let us begin. Wait. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Naze, I will challenge you first this time. I won't run away. Ash. Yanbing instantly recognized the voice. It's first come, first served. Mei is challenging me first. So please wait. Naze glanced at Ash, then turned back to Mei. Let us start. Your opponent is still him, Gyarados. Go, Spicy Monkey. Mei sent forth her Spicy Monkey, which had learned to taunt as per Yanbing's previous suggestion. According to the rules of the challenger attacking first, Spicy Monkey unleashed a spark attack towards Gyarados. Flames surging forth straight at it. Useless, you cannot hit Gyarados. Gyarados executed a teleport, darting around the arena. However, Mei did not give up. The sparks chased Gyarados across the entire field. Naze, take a good look at the battlefield. It's littered with residual flames. Can Gyarados still run? Mei confidently regarded Naze. You think that's enough? Naze frowned slightly. Of course not. Spicy Monkey, spark attack. Mei commanded Spicy Monkey to unleash another spark attack. Gyarados, in perfect sync with Naze, instantly employed Mirror Coat, reflecting the sparks back at Spicy Monkey with double the intensity upon contact. Whoosh. Zing. Prepared for the outcome. Spicy Monkey braced itself against the doubled spark attack, then pointed a finger at Gyarados, shaking it side to side, before making a thumbs-down gesture. Go, Gyarados. Go, go. Gyarados, breaking from its usual calm demeanor, exhibited a furious display of emotion. What exactly did you do? Affected by the emotions of Yungara, Naji felt a sense of agitation. Seizing the moment, she commanded, use bite. Mei quickly seized the opportunity, and the Spicy Monkey charged towards Yungara. At that instant, Naji comprehended the significance of the Spicy Monkey's previous actions. It had executed a series of movements that successfully provoked Yungara, triggering its wrath with a skill that was guaranteed to hit. Get out of the way, quickly. Naji silently urged Yungara to dodge. Yet the provoked Yungara seemed oblivious to her instructions and instead extended a finger, attempting to throw the Spicy Monkey away, a standard mirror reflection maneuver. However, against a physical type attack like bite, the mirror reflection had no effect, and Naji could only watch helplessly as Yungara succumbed to the grip. Shake him off, Yungara. Naji couldn't help but shout. It's futile, Mei observed as Yungara, caught in a state of provocation, continuously attempted the mirror reflection. With unwavering determination, she stated, we have put in considerable effort to ensure your Yungara's defeat. TSK, how frustrating. Naji bit her finger, helplessly watching as Yungara, due to the provocation, repeatedly attempted the mirror reflection, ultimately losing its combat ability under the Spicy Monkey's bite attack. Here's the badge, take it and scram. Your presence gives me a headache. She tossed a badge to Mei while rubbing her temples. Mei caught the golden badge, her face lighting up with delight. Well done, Spicy Monkey. Yapu yapu. The Spicy Monkey raised its fists triumphantly, enveloped in a radiant white light. Oh, is it evolving? Yanbing remarked, observing the Spicy Monkey and prompting Mei's attention. With Yanbing's reminder, Mei focused, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and excitement as she gazed at the Spicy Monkey. As the white light dissipated, the 1-meter-tall Spicy Ape appeared before them. Yapu. The Spicy Ape raised its fists in a gesture reminiscent of weightlifting, seeking recognition for its achievement. Good job, Spicy Ape. Come back. Mei affectionately patted the Spicy Ape's head before turning to Yanbing. Xiaoji, we won't watch your battle with Naji. Best of luck, we'll head out first. I'll be waiting for you at the Quartz Alliance, looking forward to your performance. Yanbing glanced at Xiaoji, offering him a resolute look. No problem, just wait and see. Yanbing, I will prove myself. Reflecting on the battle en route to Xuan Town, a surge of determination ignited within Xiaoji. Although Yanbing was right before him, Xiaoji recognized the gap between them at this moment and restrained the impulse to challenge him again. Exiting the Golden Gym, Yanbing and Mei proceeded towards Route 6. In terms of badges, Yanbing was just one behind Xiaoji, Should Xiaoji successfully acquire the golden badge today, their badge count would be equal. Thus, Yambing felt a sense of urgency regarding their journey to Key City. There's no need to rush. You'll have ample time to challenge the alliance, Mei reassured him. I have a premonition that something significant will occur when Xiaoji obtains all the badges. I do not wish to miss it. Yambing furrowed his brow, fully aware that he could not disclose his knowledge of Mutuo to Mei. Just look at you. Playing the elder brother in front of Ash while being pushed to the edge by him. Doesn't that seem rather contradictory? Relax. Mei smiled gently. And after receiving guidance from Yambing and successfully acquiring the Golden City Gym badge, her faith in his combat prowess deepened. This individual seemed destined for Pokémon battles. With rigorous training, keen intuition, and an understanding of Pokémon that surpassed his peers, he truly embodied the essence of an exceptional trainer. Mei did not comprehend Yambing's urgency. Yet she knew that even without such haste, he would accomplish what he aspired to. Conversely, the more anxious one becomes, the more likely they are to miss opportunities. Taking a deep breath in response to Mei's words, Yambing exhaled slowly. You are right. There is no need for such urgency. Since it is a journey, one must savor the scenery along the way. Yambing realized he might have been a tad impatient. The allure of Satoshi's Mutuo hung over him like a spell, igniting a strong desire within him. Nevertheless, in terms of both Pokémon quality and strength, he was currently ill-equipped to contend with Mutuo's capabilities. In fact, moving too swiftly might lead to an awkward predicament, namely, being unable to defeat Mutuo and thus failing to acquire the Tokiwa City Gym badge. That would indeed be rather embarrassing. The anime subtly hinted that the 8 gyms Satoshi encountered were not the only ones available. Other gyms existed from which badges could be obtained. However, both the anime and the games only showcased 8 gyms, with others remaining unseen. Yet, it was evident that when Shigeru passed through the Tokiwa City Gym, he had already secured 10 badges, qualifying him for participation in the Indigo League competition. This suggests that there should be more than just 10 gyms, perhaps at least 11. Thus, where might those hidden gyms, located in areas absent from the map, be? Yambing felt a stir of excitement. He needed to ensure that he could obtain 8 badges even if he faced a defeat along the way. Consequently, his interest in the journey from Shallow Red City to Giran Island was piqued. Regardless, reaching Kuriaki City was imperative. So Yambing and Mei decided not to linger and set off directly. Exiting from the southern route and traversing Route 6 was quite manageable. Despite the game map depicting Route 6 merely as a stretch of grassland, the reality was that along the path from Golden City to Kuriaki City, there were sparse inns near the urban area. The farther one moved from the city, the more desolate the surroundings became. Though the central area appeared to be grassy, it actually concealed a small grove. Otherwise, it would not harbor so many wild Pokémon. However, Yambing held no particular affection for the wild Pokémon along Route 6 and was rather indifferent. In contrast, Mei, having just arrived from the Unova region to the Kanto region, was quite curious about many commonplace Pokémon, such as Meowth. At this moment, Mei was playfully teasing a Meowth. Aren't you going to catch it? Yambing asked tentatively. No, while this little one is adorable, it seems to lack significant attacking power. It would be inconvenient to care for it while we are traveling. Mei responded with a rational demeanor, as if her experiences over the years had somewhat suppressed her youthful essence. By the way, regarding your previous mention of wanting a warm pig and a vibrant Weeble, a friend from the Union said it was feasible. However, he requested a trade involving the Fire-type starter Pokémon from the Kanto region and a Weezing in return. That condition seems quite reasonable. I accepted it. Yambing nodded, considering that due to his relationship with Professor Oak, acquiring the whereabouts of a Charmander would not pose much difficulty. And finding a Weezing would be even simpler, as they could be encountered in numerous locations. Well, it isn't strictly necessary to have a Weezing. Its pre-evolution, coughing, would suffice. Or perhaps even be preferable. Mei added, my friend has a penchant for personally raising Pokémon. Yambing nodded in understanding. Yambing himself did not possess any particular hobbies, aside from his interest in Pokémon. Thus, whether it was nurturing Pokémon from their initial stages like Eri, Chungzi, Yueke, Xiaoshun, and Xiaowei, or directly engaging with fully evolved forms like Yebai, or those at their second evolution stage like Chongkong, he welcomed them all. Yebai now shared a bond with Yambing akin to that of old friends. Yambing had not assigned any training regimen to Yebai. Instead, they would occasionally enjoy tea together during their leisure time, discussing life and its myriad intricacies. For instance, shortly after departing from Golden City, they found themselves on a lakeside lawn along Route 6. Yambing laid out a picnic blanket. Retrieving a batch of Shenyang Maofeng tea from his bag, do not inquire how Yambing acquired it. Importing is still a possibility. Brewing a pot while preparing afternoon snacks for his Pokémon, all the while enjoying tea with Yebai. How delightful this leisurely moment is. Yambing exclaimed. Hey, your strength has improved significantly. Thus, I haven't subjected you to any special training. However, you were quite disheartened when Qingzi bested you back then. Can we refrain from revisiting old grievances? If it weren't for a moment of carelessness, I would not have fallen for that little trick. Yabai retorted, slightly embarrassed. Don't make excuses. Qingzi was trained under my guidance. Yambing replied, observing Qingzi as it practiced flight maneuvers with Chongkong in the air. Since its evolution, they had returned to Golden City, as Qingzi had grown considerably, making it inconvenient to navigate the city, hence Yambing had recalled it into its Pokeball. This marked its true first experience of flight. Honestly, the potential of the Pokémon you have gathered is remarkable. Be it Qingzi, Eri Yueke, or the newly joined Chongkong. If it came to one-on-one battles, only Qingzi could match me evenly. The others still have room for growth. However, it is only a matter of time before they surpass me. Do not underestimate yourself. Your potential has yet to be fully realized. Yambing quipped with a sly smile at Yabai. How presumptuous. Though I remain humble, I am not devoid of experience. At least among my peers, I am a top contender. Yabai declared, taking a sip of tea. Your perspective is too narrow. What does being a top contender among peers even mean? My Pokémon all possess qualities that transcend their species, Yabai asserted confidently. I am confident that I can cultivate them into extraordinary Pokémon, and you are no exception. Yambing declared resolutely, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. I await with bated breath, he added. After taking another sip of tea, Yabai began to gather his belongings, preparing for yet another journey. Rest is but a fleeting moment. Action is the eternal pursuit. Chapter 12, Route 6. The crisis of Eri's disappearance. After a sufficient respite by the lakeside, Yambing and his companions resumed their travels. However, at that moment, a flicker of light appeared behind them. Yambing turned to glance back, sensing something amiss. Awkward, isn't it? Do you feel as though we are being followed? Yabai remarked. Indeed, it seems as though we are under surveillance. Since our departure from Golden City, there has been a vague sense of unease, initially undetectable, but gradually becoming clearer. Yambing responded to Yabai. Is someone watching us? Mei blinked in confusion, her gaze fixed on Yambing. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as Eri collapsed to the ground. Eri! Yambing exclaimed, observing that Eri had fainted. What could be the cause? A fever? He pondered, perplexed, for Eri had always possessed robust physical health. How could this have happened? Yambing furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the situation. While he maintained rigorous training for his Pokémon, he also meticulously arranged their diets and ensured they adhered to a strict regimen of rest. Logically, a balanced diet coupled with adequate exercise should have improved Eri's health. Something was amiss. Let us not dwell on this for too long. We must quickly return Eri to his Pokeball, Mei suggested, her concern palpable. Yes, let him rest. Yambing agreed. However, he was aware that simply placing Eri in the Pokeball would prevent his condition from deteriorating rapidly, but would not facilitate recovery. Thus, he conducted a brief examination of Eri's condition and administered some antipyretic medication before returning him to his Pokeball. Due to Eri's predicament, the group lost interest in leisurely admiring the scenery and hastily stowed their belongings in their backpacks, returning their other Pokémon to their Pokeballs. They prepared to ride on Engzi and Ngkang, aiming to traverse Route 6 directly to Dryleaf City. Just then, a figure darted past Yambing with the swiftness of lightning. Yambing instinctively reached for his bag. Stop, you rascal. Fury surged within him as he shouted, Engzi. Pursue that scoundrel. Yambing. Mei called out twice, but he was already too far gone to heed her. Without a moment to spare, she mounted Ngkang and followed in pursuit. Never had she witnessed Yambing in such a state of disarray. Her eyes brimmed with worry. Meanwhile, upon Ngzi's back, Yambing secured the remaining 4 Pokeballs to his waist and rummaged through his bag for some cooking starch. He retrieved an ultra-thin plastic bag, portioning the starch into small bundles for later use. In the present moment, Yambing was consumed by a profound anger. Yet, the more furious he became, the more adept he was at calming himself through trivial tasks. For instance, after packaging 4 or 5 bags of starch, he set the starch aside and took up the seasoning of pepper and chili powder, repacking them once more. He then retrieved a decongestant spray, unscrewed the nozzle, and poured in the chili powder and pepper. Yabai, come forth, Yambing called, releasing Yabai. Add a touch of the toxins you command into this spray. Yabai gazed at him briefly, then silently exuded a drop of venom into the modified spray that Yambing had prepared. Let us hope it is not those foolish members of Team Rocket. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yambing's eyes. Although the trio of Musashi, Kujiro, and Meowth foolishly followed Ash, There remained other competent members of Team Rocket clad in black. Meanwhile, in another corner of Route 6, a black-clad man with red hair queried the evidently leading blonde, whose hair was styled into horn-like shapes. Boss, with so many Pokémon at your disposal, why capture this particular Houndour? Humph, do you think I want to? The blonde retorted. The Pokémon I have are far superior, much stronger than that girl-ass. However, 2 are airborne, 2 are beside me, and only 2 are in the water, one of which, the Onix, is fearful of water and left the lake shortly thereafter. Ultimately, this creature succumbed to the virus, causing it to faint. Nonetheless, its ability to train effortlessly in the water indicates it possesses potential. As the blonde spoke, he released an EV, shattering Yambing's Pokeball, and effortlessly retrieved the EV from a pile of empty Pokeballs. Capturing this one shall allow for gradual training. As long as it learns to obey, it will undoubtedly become a formidable ally, aiding us in executing the orders of our leader and establishing a foothold in the Kanto region. Let us depart swiftly then. If he finds us here, it would spell trouble. Indeed, it is unwise to linger. We shall exit through the tunnel. I will go first. You must clear away any traces left behind. Understood. Such methods of searching were futile. After crafting various simple tools, Yambing finally regained his composure. He pursued the direction from which the shadow had vanished, yet failed to contemplate its efficacy. The adversary's impeccable timing suggested they were not the intellectually challenged members of Team Rocket. They must have observed him for quite some time. Even Eevee's sudden ailment was likely connected to them. Their plans were meticulous, and their movements swift and agile. It was inconceivable that they had not considered a quick escape. However, in an instant, he had soared into the sky on his Charizard, finding no trace of any flying apparatus, indicating that the opponent had not departed from above. We had also remained vigilant of our surroundings. Once the shadow entered the thicket, it had not emerged again, suggesting it would not double back to flee by the waterway. Continuing southward, traversing the thicket and several patches of grass, we soon reached Leafless City. This group, having stolen the EV, evidently preferred to evade a direct confrontation, making it unlikely they would risk heading toward Leafless City while we were on a course in that direction. Thus, 2 possibilities emerged. Either they had tunneled beneath the earth to escape, or there was a stronghold hidden within the dense forest. After a period of contemplation, Yambing arrived at the 2 most likely scenarios. You proceed underground, heading directly towards Withered Leaf City. If you detect any suspicious activity, be sure to alert us immediately. Yabai, I would appreciate it if you could search the forest for any signs of a hidden base. Notify me if you uncover anything unusual. Yambing, wait for me. May, riding on a soaring wind, caught up to him, filling his heart with warmth and reassurance. May, I have 2 requests for you. First, send Squirtle and Oshawott to the lake to search for anything that could serve as a boat or diving equipment. Second, I need you to conduct a perimeter search of the forest while riding the wind. If you come across anything suspicious, contact me immediately, Yambing stated with gravity. Hold on, could you clarify the situation for me? May asked, somewhat overwhelmed. A suspicious Pokémon just stole the Pokeball containing Ellie. I suspect foul play, Yambing replied, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. He had no desire to dwell on past lives, as they seemed meaningless. In this life, apart from Professor Oak and a handful of friends, his Pokémon were his closest companions. They were his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch them would face his wrath. Unlike Ash, Yambing lacked the benevolence to tolerate the repeated thefts by Team Rocket's trio of fools, and he would unleash a storm of fury upon them. If those 3 dared to confront him, they would likely be left quaking in fear. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Recognizing the gravity of the situation from Yambing's succinct explanation, May wasted no time and soared towards the forest's edge. Humph. You had better pray that I do not find you, she muttered. After searching the forest for about 15 minutes, Yabai stumbled upon a wooden cabin. Utilizing his ghostly form, he stealthily approached and discovered a red-haired individual tidying up the interior. Without hesitation, he cast a hypnotic spell on the intruder and swiftly made his way back to Yambing. Found anything? Let me there, Yambing instructed, following closely behind Yabai until they reached the cabin. Using ropes, they immobilized the red-haired thief. Without asking questions, Yambing retrieved some chili powder from his backpack, mixed it with water, and forced the concoction into the thief's nostrils. No, please stop. The intense, spicy liquid invaded the sensitive nasal passages, provoking a torrent of blood. Eventually, the red-haired thief succumbed to exhaustion. Do you recall the sensation? Yambing glared at him. The thief, trembling in fear as their gazes met, nodded vigorously. Good. If you wish to avoid a repeat of this experience, I suggest you confess everything. Who are you? And why did you steal my Pokémon? Where are they now? I'll tell you. My name is Hongsai, and I belong to a poaching group in the Unova region, led by a woman known as the Big Sister. The elder sister instructed me and the chief, Huang Yo, to establish a small team in the Kanto region. Upon our arrival, we found ourselves lacking in suitable Pokémon. However, we chanced upon you 2 or 3 times in Golden City, and through various means, we cultivated a rapport with the psychic trainers at the Golden Gym. This allowed us to glean some rudimentary information about you and to perceive the strength of your Pokémon, prompting us to consider poaching a few for our own use. The Machoke we pilfered from you has already been taken away by Chief Huang Yo, who made his escape through a tunnel located beneath that wooden plank over there. Hong Sa pointed with his head towards a wooden board partially concealed by the floor. Where does the tunnel lead? How long has Huang Yo been gone? Yin Bing inquired coldly. The tunnel leads to Withered Leaf City, where there is a harbor, and we have boats docked there. Once we reach Withered Leaf City, we can proceed by water. Chief Huang Yo has been gone for about 10 minutes. He should still be in the tunnel. Hong Sa divulged everything. Having no choice but to comply, the stinging sensation of chilly water forced into his nostrils was an experience he never wished to endure again. For the time being, he could only breathe through his mouth, as the fiery pain in his nose continued to spread. Let us hope you have not lied. Otherwise, the consequences will be more severe than mere chilly water. Yin Bing cast a cold glance back at Hong Sa before proceeding towards the tunnel with Yibai. He had recalled orange into its Pokeball. At this moment, Yin Bing was no longer anxious. Huang Yo had only departed 10 minutes prior, and the speed of UK's movements underground far exceeded that of any human runner. He had faith that UK would be able to intercept Huang Yo. Huang Yo? Humph. Just like the ticket scalpers on Earth. You certainly chose your name well. When I catch you, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Humph. That fool Hong Sa is moving so slowly. It seems he must have been discovered. Nonetheless, catching up to me? That will not be so simple. At this moment, Huang Yo, having confirmed that 10 minutes had elapsed without Hong Sa pursuing him, concluded that something had gone amiss. Thus, he began to scatter thumbtacks along the path, proceeding leisurely towards Withered Leaf City. Every 5 thumbtacks were interspersed with an electric device. He recalled that Yin Bing possessed a Gengar, a Charizard, a Pidgeotto, and a Onix. As for Xiao Wei, in his estimation, that Pokémon was likely maize, good in appearance but lacking in utility. Given Onix's substantial size, it would be inconvenient to navigate through the tunnel, potentially creating noise that could alert others. Therefore, Huang Yo believed Onix would not be released. Not even the slightly larger Charizard. Just then, the thumbtacks and electric devices on the ground began to tremble slightly before vibrating violently. What is happening? Could they have caught up so quickly? No, the disturbance seems to be coming from the direction of Withered Leaf City. Huang Yo cautiously observed the direction of Withered Leaf City. In a mere moment, a massive boulder hurtled towards him, accompanied by a deafening roar. Chapter 13. The strength of Alakazam and the schemes of Huang Yo. The violent tremors scattered all of Huang Yo's carefully laid plans, and the colossal roar left him momentarily deafened. Big Onix! Exclaimed Huang Yo, wide-eyed in disbelief as he beheld the slightly pale Onix before him. How did you end up here? Can't comprehend it, can you? A somewhat familiar and mocking voice emerged from behind, and it was no surprise that I found you. You deserved it for not keeping your eyes open. Not everyone is worth provoking, especially someone like me, Yambing from Shin Town. How infuriating that you caught up so quickly. Like a yellow cattle caught between 2 attackers, he felt a surge of resentment. He recalled how Hong Sa could not withstand Yambing, but he never anticipated that he would fail at even the most basic task of buying time. Still perplexed? Allow me to elucidate. Villains often perish from excessive chatter. Yet Yambing was unperturbed in delivering a lesson to this detestable member of the poaching group. Route 6 is scarcely wide, with several directions blocked off, leaving you no escape. We have flying Pokémon, so aside from concealing ourselves in the dense forest, we could also navigate underground. Yet you chose to combine both methods. Precisely the 2 I was prepared for. Thus, I sent my Onix, Ueke, to advance underground toward Kyul City, and lo and behold, it actually discovered your tunnel. On the other side, the small cabin in the forest, serving as the tunnel's entrance, was equally easy to locate. As Yambing spoke, he scrutinized the yellow cattle, examining various parts of its body, still uncertain of which ball contained Eli. As for your companion, a simple hypnosis from Yebai swiftly subdued him. Your hope for him is quite naive, if not foolish. A smirk tugged at Yambing's lips. Now, prepare to atone for your actions. Go, Rattata. At the instant Yambing's words fell, the yellow cattle hurled Rattata forward to stall Yebai and Yambing. Incineroar. Subdue Onix. In a flash, Rattata dashed toward Yebai, attempting to bite through the attack aimed at him. Meanwhile, Incineroar appeared suddenly, landing a sonic punch directly on UX's head. Roar! Under Eli's intense assault, UX resistance to fighting-type attacks significantly increased. Incineroar's sonic punch was formidable, but it paled in comparison to Eli's knife-hand strike. Stung by the pain, UX was engulfed in a surge of anger, unleashing a dragon breath that sent Incineroar staggering backward. On the other side, as Rattata approached Yabai, suddenly, a pair of sinister, terrifying eyes imprinted themselves deeply in its mind. This momentary distraction caused Rattata's biting attack to falter, and in that instant, a wave of malevolence erupted, exploding against its soft abdomen. Boom! The powerful shockwave sent dust swirling through the tunnel. This is bad. The yellow cattle is attempting to flee. Upon witnessing the situation in the tunnel, Yanbing immediately realized the gravity of the matter. Indeed, once the dust settled, the yellow cattle had vanished without a trace. Damn it! A tunnel rope. UX, Yabai, restrain those two. Yanbing turned back, casting a deep glance at Incineroar before rushing toward the entrance they had come from. At this moment, Incineroar and Rattata, abandoned and realizing they were left behind, began to feel a mix of disappointment, tension, and confusion. Incineroar, flame punch attack. Stop that person. A crisp shout echoed from the tunnel entrance, prompting a slight smile from Yanbing. This girl has arrived just in time. At this moment, faced with May's fragrant monkey, Huang Niu felt a surge of anger. If Yanbing could locate and intercept him, Huang Niu had no grounds for complaint. After all, the intelligence indicated that Yanbing's skills were formidable, and his several Pokémon possessed remarkable potential and abilities. However, his assessment of May was rather mediocre. Merely a notch above a typical beginner, still significantly distant from an adult's prowess. Humph, does he truly believe I am a soft persimmon, easily squeezed by anyone? Come forth. Onix. Huang Niu summoned Onix, a dual-type ground and rock Pokémon, whose type advantages would undoubtedly inflict quadruple damage upon the fragrant monkey. How infuriating. Do not presume that mere type advantages will secure victory over me. Squirtle, Piplup, engage together. Under May's command, the three Pokémon encircled Onix. How vexing, a 3-to-1 scenario. Leaving no chance for escape. Must I resort to using my Machoke? Huang Niu hesitated. From his observations, he discerned that Ailey had a good rapport with everyone, and he had not captured Ailey through conventional means. Currently, Ailey remained in a deep slumber, the effects of the medication still lingering. Once the effects wore off, Machoke, a deep, resonant growl echoed behind Huang Niu. He felt a sudden pressure at his back, as powerful hands firmly constrained his arms behind him. Machoke! Machoke! Awakening! Ailey realized he was not in his familiar Pokeball, and quickly comprehended his predicament. Overwhelmed by rage, Ailey burst forth from the Pokeball and appeared behind Huang Niu. His slate-gray hands grasped Huang Niu tightly, lifting him effortlessly above his head as Ailey strode towards Onix. Onix, fully aware of the unusual situation, refrained from any movement. Knowing his trainer was restrained, Ailey's other two hands seized Onix's limbs, immobilizing its movements. Seizing the moment, Squirtle unleashed a water gun, followed by Piplup, who also employed water gun, while the fragrant monkey stood ready. May issued commands to her Pokémon, and shortly thereafter, Onix succumbed, losing its fighting capability. Just then, Yanbing emerged from the tunnel. Well done, Ailey. Upon hearing Yanbing's familiar voice, Ailey turned, tears of grievance welling in his eyes. Yanbing approached, looking at Ailey, who stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, and affectionately patted his strong, elongated arm. Welcome back. Ailey nodded emphatically, snatching the Pokeball from Huang Niu's waist and crushing it with sheer force. Yanbing, gratified, produced a new Pokeball and handed it to Ailey. After binding Huang Niu with ropes, he allowed Ailey to familiarize himself with the new Pokeball and continue resting. Although Ailey had unexpectedly changed ownership during the exchange of Pokeballs, leading to his immediate evolution into Machoke and forcibly dispelling the cold virus from his body, he remained somewhat weakened from his previous illness. May, could you kindly go to Withered Leaf City and summon Miss Junsha? Just inform her that we have apprehended members of the poaching organization from the Sinnoh region. Yanbing coldly regarded Huang Niu, who felt an unsettling chill radiating from him, compelling her to remain silent and lead her Pokémon towards Withered Leaf City. As for Chong Kong and Chung Zi, in their quest to locate Ai Li, the two had soared through the skies for an extended period, leaving them fatigued, prompting Yanbing to allow them to retreat into their Pokeballs for rest. Now, we can settle the score. Yanbing's gaze was devoid of warmth, as if he were staring not at a human, but at an inanimate object. Do you think your glare can intimidate me? If you have the courage, go ahead and kill me. In this world, the law does not permit murder. Huang Niu retorted with a reckless laugh. People should sometimes comprehend their circumstances. Do you understand why your companion betrayed you in mere seconds? Yan Bing smirked slightly. Soon, you will realize that death can, at times, provide a form of liberation. What do you intend to do? Huang Niu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. However, Yan Bing wasted no time and retrieved the chilly water he had used earlier, applying it once again to Huang Niu. Moreover, he drew a kitchen knife and made a cut on Huang Niu's arm, causing blood to seep out moments later. Seizing the prepared chili spray laced with night white's toxin, Yan Bing unleashed a torrent upon the wound. What is happening to my trembling arm? Yan Bing mused, lightly touching it, only to find Huang Niu's arm rigid, as unyielding as stone, a clear sign of cramping. He had not anticipated the combination of chili and decongestant spray, infused with night white's toxin, would disrupt the nervous system, resulting in muscle spasms. This was a peculiar discovery. The pain from the cramping was intense, yet inflicted no significant harm to the body, making it an ideal method for coercive interrogation. What you are doing is against the law. Huang Niu, regaining his composure, glared at Yan Bing. That is the most amusing joke I have heard this century. A criminal dares to lecture me on legality? Do you believe the police will take your word when they arrive? Yan Bing replied with a faint smile, finding the robber somewhat endearing. Please, do not inflict any more pain on me. I am willing to go to prison. Name your conditions. Huang Niu was genuinely terrified. He could not bear the thought of enduring the agony of chilly water in his nostrils or the relentless cramping again. The man before him was a demon, a devil from hell. Why had he not realized this sooner? Why did he provoke him when others did not? Huang Niu was overwhelmed with regret. TSK, how dull. Why can't your bones be a bit tougher? Yan Bing remarked with slight disdain. What could you two impoverished souls possibly offer me? Information regarding certain matters and some rare Pokémon intelligence, Huang Niu replied, piquing Yan Bing's interest. The earlier information was of little use, merely something to hand over to the police. However, the latter, concerning rare Pokémon, might prove beneficial at some point. Moreover, although Yan Bing employed certain tactics against the two individuals and his anger was indeed palpable, he was ultimately not a sadist. Achieving his objectives was paramount. Therefore, when an opportunity presented itself, it was wise to seize it. Where is the information? Yan Bing did not indulge in superfluous chatter. Within our submarine in Kai City lies a floppy disk containing all the relevant data and intelligence. The scalper did not resist. He was unwilling to endure any further physical suffering, knowing that once imprisoned, he would possess nothing. Meanwhile, at a short distance away, two individuals were trembling in fear. Wuzong. I believe we should follow that little rascal, stammered Kojiro, his teeth chattering. I agree. Despite his stronger spirit, Wuzong quaked with apprehension. I suggest we depart swiftly. It would be unwise to be discovered, mewed the cautious feline. Nodding in agreement, Wuzong and Kojiro stealthily retreated. Yan Bing, sensing something amiss, cast a glance in their direction before resuming his wait for Junsh's arrival. Soon, Mei arrived with Junsha in the dense forest, where they found Yan Bing. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in apprehending these poachers. We must take them back for interrogation, Junsha stated, bowing respectfully to Yan Bing. Wait, Miss Junsha. The scalper just informed me that beneath the port of Kai City, there lies a submarine containing information about the hunter-poaching gang. I believe this could be of great assistance to you, Yan Bing remarked. Oh, indeed. We shall retrieve it at once, Junsha replied with a bow, intending to take full charge. Miss Junsha, you may not have grasped the situation. We have exerted considerable effort, and surely, mere verbal commendation is insufficient. I too wish to obtain the information within, if only to guard against potential retaliation from the poaching gang, Yan Bing said, furrowing his brow. Furthermore, I would like the 3 pets used by the scalper to be allocated to us. Junsha regarded Yan Bing, her brow furrowing slightly. The distribution of spirits is acceptable, given your official status as the principal contributors to the capture of this poaching gang. However, regarding the information, I cannot make that decision without consulting my superiors. That is only natural, Yan Bing replied with a slight smile. The mention of the hunter's data was clearly Yan Bing's strategic maneuver. Junsha made a call to her superior, and within 3 minutes, she hung up. Mr. Yan Bing, my superior has agreed to allow you to enter the submarine, but the primary data must be surrendered to us first. You may accompany us to the police station for a copy, Junsha informed him. Some might find it odd for a 10-year-old to address someone as Mr. But the ability to single-handedly capture an inter-regional poaching gang warranted Junsh's respect for this young man. I am willing to cooperate with your endeavors, Miss Junsha, Yan Bing replied with a smile. Junsha merely chuckled at his words, recalling how he had previously refused her so defiantly. Subsequently, Yan Bing and Mei allocated the spirits belonging to Hong Sa and the scalper, among which the exceptionally talented Monferno caught Yambing's eye. Earlier, he had lamented over how to acquire it. Now, securing it felt almost surreal. In an effort to enhance the combat prowess of May's team, Yambing thoughtfully reminded her that the Rockruff could evolve into a Lycanroc through the exchange process. True to his words, May opted for Rockruff and witnessed its evolution firsthand. It is noteworthy that despite not having an opportunity to battle, Hoenn possessed two intriguing Pokémon, a rare EV and a Ditto. Yambing harbored some dissatisfaction with the provision of carrying 6 Pokémon, yet accepted it nonetheless. Considering May's intention to gift her friend a Charmander and a Koffing, Yambing initially contemplated seeking Professor Oak's assistance. However, upon acquiring Ditto, he decided against troubling the professor. Qingzi, I wish to send the Infernape to the professor for research. However, having just acquired it from the dealer, its emotions are likely unstable. Could you assist by keeping an eye on it? Yambing earnestly requested. Qingzi regarded him for a moment, comprehending his intent. As one of the earliest companions in Yambing's journey, Qingzi and Ailey had always assumed the role of the elder brothers, dutifully caring for the other Pokémon, which had fostered their habit of considering the greater good. Without hesitation, Qingzi agreed. Thank you, Qingzi. Rest assured, once the Infernape's condition stabilizes and you and Ditto produce an egg, I shall find an opportunity to bring you back to my side. Yambing had no intention of sidelining Qingzi, as his combat potential had yet to be fully realized. After finalizing the arrangements, he teleported Qingzi, Infernape, and Ditto back to Professor Oak's research facility, while concurrently placing a call to the professor. He then meticulously assessed the Pokémon at his disposal, Ailey, Yueke, Yabai, Chongkong, and Xiaowei, with Eevee assigned to May. Ailey no longer required Yambing's oversight and training. Moreover, Yueke and Xiaowei had been diligently training under Ailey's guidance. Was it not evident that Xiaowei, apart from eating, cherished Yambing above all, closely followed by Ailey? Yabai also needed no supervision. That seasoned veteran was well aware of his capabilities and the direction he ought to pursue. As for Chongkong, his diligence was commendable. Yet he required Yambing to devise a training regimen tailored to his needs. This would become a focal point for Yambing moving forward. He rifled through his bag, realizing that the prepared starch and chili powder had gone unused. Hoenn had succumbed without resistance, and the cramped battleground against the dealer had hindered effective strategy, making friendly fire a grave concern. Additionally, the fog effect of the starch in such dim surroundings had proven ineffective. The dealer's lackluster skills left Yambing at a loss for words. Let us hold on to them. They will surely be of use at some point, May remarked, giving Yambing a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he began to recover. Indeed, let us depart while the police car is still available, Yambing replied with a smile, striding toward Junsha to request her company to Leaf City. With the police vehicle's assistance, Yambing and May swiftly arrived in Leaf City, where, under the guidance of the dealer, Junsha and Yambing located the poaching gang's submarine and retrieved the dossier on the hunters. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner, the black market dealer discreetly pressed a small button with his hands bound behind his back, resulting in a small disc materializing in his grasp. Yambing had been keenly observing the dealer's actions, and at the very moment the disc was acquired, he stealthily approached, facilitating the transfer of the disc to Junsha without her noticing. Subsequently, he smoothly returned to the ground. Mr. Yambing, thank you for your contributions to the peace of Kureha City and the entire Kanto region. On behalf of all the citizens of Kureha City, I am honored to present you with a Medal of Honor. By wearing this medal, you shall gain the right to summon up to 3 grassroots police officers from any town in the Kanto region to assist you in handling emergencies. Additionally, you will possess the privilege of capturing wild spirits in certain wildlife sanctuaries within the Kanto area, subject to limits. Junsha produced a badge shaped like a Pokeball, adorned with gold above and silver below, featuring a slight indentation inscribed with text. The back of the badge bore an inscription in the language of the spirit world, declaring it a gift to the trainer Yambing from Lavender Town. Yambing accepted the medal with both hands, pinning it to the left side of his chest. After bidding farewell to Junsha, May, and the others, Yambing made his way to the Kureha City Pokémon Center. He intended to rest there before challenging the Kureha City Gym, for it was the electric badge that served as the ultimate goal of their journey. Chapter 14. Fierce Battle with Majishur. Contrary to the simplistic depiction in the animated series, Majishur's gym was rather well equipped, housing not only himself but also 2 or 3 other trainers. Yambing vividly recalled Majishur's Raichu, especially since Ash's Pikachu had faced a significant challenge here, grappling with the decision to evolve before ultimately triumphing over Raichu in one of the series' most iconic battles. However, with UK by his side, why should he confront electric-type Pokémon head-on? With rock and ground type advantages, UK could effortlessly counter Majishar's Pokémon, Thunderball, Magnemite, and Raichu. Furthermore, UK's high potential allowed it to stand out among its peers, making battles against electric types a breeze. UK, today, the orange badge rests upon your shoulders. Show your determination as a rock-type Pokémon and let the electric types witness your prowess. Upon reaching the entrance of the Cerulean City Gym, Yin Bing released UK, gently patting its head. Your opponent is an electric type. This should be a walk in the park for you. With a proud roar, UK lifted its head and let out a couple of confident cries, exuding an air of self-assurance even without the need for telepathy. Without further ado, the group stepped into the gym. Look, another challenger has arrived. Majishar remarked upon spotting Yin Bing and his companion, sharing a light-hearted comment with Anthony and the others. Are you here to challenge the gym? Yin Bing frowned slightly, disliking Majishar's demeanor, as the universal values between Americans and Chinese differed greatly. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively. Majishar, I indeed come to challenge the gym. Quite impressive. So, is your Pokémon this hefty fellow behind you? It bears a resemblance to you, Majishar remarked, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at you Quebec. Indeed, that is it, Yin Bing affirmed. Oh, are you up for a one-on-one challenge? Majishar inquired. One-on-one seems rather dull. How about a 3-on-3? Yin Bing waved his hand, and AI Li and Xiao Wei stepped forward. Initially, Yin Bing intended to send UK into battle alone, but seizing this rare opportunity, he was also keen to assess Xiao Wei's current combat prowess. Oh, it appears there's an additional Pokémon, Majishar remarked. Very well, I accept your challenge. In a 3-on-3 match, the contest continues until one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. What do you say? Majishar sneered dismissively. Yin Bing, with a provocative glance at Majishar, retorted in English. Shoo, I find myself increasingly fond of you. My first Pokémon is this one. Majishar chuckled as he tossed a Pokeball. A Magnemite. As anticipated. Xiao Wei, you're up, Yin Bing stated. Xiao Wei tilted his head in confusion for a moment before slowly making his way to the battlefield. Roar? UK, who had been waiting patiently nearby, questioned softly. Somewhat perplexed. Rest assured, UK, this is your home ground. However, since Xiao Wei is my little brother, allow him a bit of leeway. I wish to see how he performs now. Is that acceptable? Yin Bing asked, to which UK could only nod. Once on the field, what good would further objections serve? UK pondered gloomily. Oh, while not immune, it is also not at a disadvantage. A sound strategy indeed. Majishar commanded, Magnemite. Use shock. Xiao Wei, use amnesia, Yin Bing replied nonchalantly. Cabby. Xiao Wei turned back to glance at Yin Bing in confusion, and in that moment, the effect of amnesia took hold. To Majishar's astonishment, after enduring a shock attack, Xiao Wei showed no reaction whatsoever. It appeared he truly had executed amnesia. Cabby. Humph. Cabby. Although the damage was minimal, Xiao Wei displayed a hint of anger at being struck. Oh, it seems he has some fighting spirit. I wonder if my commands are necessary, Yin Bing mused. In that instant, Xiao Wei dashed forward. To everyone's surprise, despite weighing over 200 pounds, Xiao Wei moved with remarkable speed. In a trice, he reached the Magnemite and collided headfirst into it. The impact, fueled by his considerable weight and momentum, sent Magnemite hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall. With the effectiveness of his attack evident, Xiao Wei turned to Yin Bing, seeking praise with an endearing expression, prompting Yin Bing to shake his head in exasperation. Well done, Xiao Wei. Upon receiving Yin Bing's commendation, Xiao Wei's eyes gleamed with delight. Hey, becoming distracted during battle can be a fatal mistake. Magnemite, use Hyper Beam. Seizing the moment when Xiao Wei was momentarily sidetracked, Majishar commanded Magnemite. In an instant, Magnemite gathered energy, launching a powerful beam straight towards Xiao Wei. Should I evade? Yin Bing furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, in the end, he refrained from issuing any commands, consistent with his usual combat style. Incorporating responses to any unexpected situations into regular training allows the Pokémon to develop instinctive reactions, proving far more effective than any on-site instructions. At the very moment Yin Bing contemplated this, a powerful cannon blast struck Xiao Wei. Haha, your Pokémon just took a cannon blast from the Magnemite. It seems to be out of the fight. Majishar chuckled as he glanced at Yin Bing. Care to take a closer look? Yin Bing smiled slightly. As the light dissipated, Majishar's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the figure still standing in the arena. How is this possible? The Magnemite's cannon blast didn't bring it down? With a substantial health pool and commendable special defense, Xiao Wei was evidently less affected by special attacks compared to other Pokémon. Xiao Wei, continue the assault, Yambing commanded as Xiaowei glared fiercely and advanced once more towards Magnemite. Magnemite, dodge quickly. Ma Zhisher immediately issued the command, but after Xiaowei's previous collision, Magnemite's stamina had significantly diminished. Although it managed to evade Xiaowei's next charge, it was swiftly smacked away by Xiaowei, who, emboldened by success, charged forward again with a relentless attack. This is bad. At this rate, Magnemite will be overwhelmed. Ma Zhisher thought anxiously. Magnemite, use Sonic Boom. As it deftly dodged Xiaowei's assault, Magnemite unleashed a Sonic Boom attack, the shockwave striking Xiaowei and causing it to stumble precariously. Hold your ground, Xiaowei, Yambing commanded at the opportune moment. Defying the Sonic Boom's impact, Xiaowei edged closer to Magnemite and leapt into the air. Boom! A resounding crash accompanied by a subtle tremor reverberated through the arena as Xiaowei's hefty form pinned Magnemite down. Oh, my Magnemite, are you alright? Ma Zhisher exclaimed dramatically, rushing to cradle his incapacitated Pokémon. You did well, Yambing. It seems I can no longer regard you as an ordinary trainer. Now it's your turn to shine, Electrode. Return, Xiaowei. Yambing glanced at the panting Xiaowei. In that final moment, Xiaowei had instinctively learned the move Heavy Slam. However, with its relatively low physical defense, it had taken considerable damage from the barrage of Sonic Booms. He retrieved an energy cube from his bag and offered it to Xiaowei, allowing it to rest within its Pokeball. Yueke, it's your turn. Yambing fixed a determined gaze on Yueke, who strode confidently into the fray. The two Pokémon locked eyes, and ultimately, Yueke initiated the attack with a rock record directed at Electrode. Electrode, counter with Swift. Ma Zhisher commanded decisively. Boom. The energy released from the clash shattered the rocks, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Ma Zhisher and Electrode scanned the battlefield but could not locate Yueke, only to find a large gaping hole. With the dig move, Yueke had gradually developed a combat strategy that suited its strengths over the course of the prolonged battle. The Thunderball remained vigilant, scanning its surroundings. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground beneath it, and a colossal serpent's head thrust it skyward. Sonic Boom attack. Ma Zhisher issued his command once more, unleashing a series of shockwaves upon the formidable body of the Moon Shadow, which, to little effect, remained steadfast. At that moment, the massive tail of Moon Shadow swept toward the Thunderball, radiating a brilliant white light. When did Moon Shadow learn Steel Tail? Yambing pondered, realizing his recent lack of attention toward it. Haha, Ma Zhisher suddenly chuckled. Oh no, Moon Shadow, dodge quickly, Yambing exclaimed. However, it was too late. In an instant, as the Steel Tail struck the Thunderball, it self-destructed with a resounding boom. As the onlookers adjusted to the scattering white light, they beheld the Thunderball, now rolled aside and devoid of combat capability, while Moon Shadow lay incapacitated. It seemed this second round had ended in a stalemate. For the first time, Yambing displayed a serious and solemn expression. There remained but one Pokémon, undeniably Raichu on the opposing side, while only Ailey, Yabai, and Chong Kong had yet to enter the fray on their side. Yabai possessed ample combat experience, and Ailey was no slouch either. Although Chong Kong brimmed with determination, its type disadvantage was quite unfavorable. Bibi. Chong Kong suddenly raised its wings high, gazing earnestly at Yambing. Do you truly wish to enter the battle? The type matchup is quite detrimental for you, Yambing remarked, observing Chong Kong. Bibi. Chong Kong nodded earnestly. I understand. Do not bear any psychological burden. You still have Xiaowei behind you. Though he has fought one battle already, resting will restore his stamina. Unleash your energy without reservation, Yambing encouraged. Gazing at Chong Kong nodded and stepped onto the battlefield, where Ma Zhisher's Raichu awaited eagerly. Oh Yambing, you dare to send a flying-type Pokémon against an electric type? Such courage is commendable. However, if you believe my Raichu can be trifled with by any Pokémon, you are gravely mistaken. Ma Zhisher smirked confidently. Yambing remained silent, merely smiling. Familiar with the narrative, he understood the flaw inherent in Ma Zhisher's Raichu, a flaw that was precisely in Chong Kong's area of expertise. Chong Kong ascended slowly, and a flurry of feathers descended from the sky, dancing gracefully around Raichu. Attempting to lower Raichu's attack power with Feather Dance? While the idea is commendable, can you withstand this assault? Raichu Thunderbolt, Ma Zhisher commanded, and the accumulated electric energy surged forth toward Chong Kong. Why bother to block? Yambing inquired with a smile, as Chong Kong flickered and appeared behind Raichu. Moving at high speed, changing direction, it launched a wing attack from behind. Quick dodge, Raichu. Ma Zhisher invoked one of his 3 ultimate moves, Quick Attack. In that critical moment, Raichu rolled on the ground, narrowly evading Chong Kong's wing assault. Undeterred by the miss, Chong Kong returned to the sky. its rapid movement still in effect. Meanwhile, Raichu, having risen, exhaled a sigh, clearly having expended some energy from the previous evasion. Before he could adjust his physical state, Kong dashed forward with a flash of lightning, striking directly at Raichu's abdomen. Raichu was sent flying. This is bad. It seems to be paralyzed. Yanbing furrowed his brow slightly. Pokémon with electric attributes have a certain probability of paralyzing their opponents upon direct contact. Rather than contemplating the chances of failure, Yanbing always prepared for the worst-case scenario. Indeed, Kong, suspended in the air, narrowed its eyes, faint currents of electricity dancing along its wings. Ha ha ha, Yanbing, your little bird has been paralyzed by Raichu. Majishur laughed triumphantly. Let us give that little bird a thunderbolt. He commanded Raichu to unleash a thunderbolt aimed at Kong. As Kong attempted to evade to the right, the lightning suddenly altered its course, striking Kong's left wing directly. Bye-bye. Kong cried out in pain, landing on the ground and struggling to rise. Could the subtle electric current have caused the lightning to change direction? Yanbing speculated. Indeed, Yanbing. What will your little bird do now? Majishur exclaimed with satisfaction, as if victory were already within his grasp. At that moment, Kong lifted its wings, a radiant glow enveloping it. The severely injured Kong swiftly regained a significant portion of its strength, thanks to Feather Rest. Kong, do not hold back. Although Raichu possesses high special attack, it is quite fragile. You can outlast it, Yanbing said calmly. Seeing Kong rejuvenated, Majishur felt a sinking sensation in his heart, with Yanbing's words echoing in his mind. He sensed an impending calamity. Kong, undeterred by excessive chatter, soared back into the skies, utilizing Quick Attack once more, followed by another flash of lightning. As Kong executed Quick Attack, Majishur had already instructed Raichu to dodge the previous lightning strike. While it seemed that Raichu had not been defeated, in reality, it had expended a significant portion of its energy, and Majishur understood that Raichu could not withstand another hit. Kong, undeterred, did not halt its advance. It executed a swift turn, enveloped in a layer of blue luminescence, using Brave Bird. Raichu, use Volt Tackle, Majishur commanded, now flustered. However, Kong had already amassed enough power, slicing through the air with a protective barrier that cleaved through the Volt Tackle and charged ferociously towards Raichu. Boom. This time, Raichu was slammed against the wall in Yanbing's direction. Kong also landed at that instant, skidding for a moment. After enduring a direct Volt Tackle and the recoil damage from Brave Bird, Kong had significantly depleted its energy. Bye-bye. Kong struggled to rise, its gaze filled with determination. Stand up, Raichu, Majishur shouted, invoking one of his 3 ultimate commands. In the distance, Raichu, still on the ground, was desperately trying to rise. Kong gazed at Raichu, flames igniting in its eyes, as it suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, the light of evolution. Pidgeot. In a magnificent transformation, Kong evolved into a majestic Beedrill, adorned with silvery white dorsal plumage and a beige underbelly. A pair of elongated black eyebrows framed a luscious golden crest that cascaded gracefully, towering at an impressive height of 18 meters. He surpassed the average Beedrill by a full 30 centimeters, with wings that stretched nearly 4 meters across. As Raichu struggled to rise, the sight of Kong's evolution seemed to sap him of his strength, causing him to collapse. Majiji observed Raichu for a moment before approaching and gently stroking his head. You have done exceptionally well, Raichu. Return to your Pokeball and rest. Majiji recalled Raichu into his Pokeball. You were truly remarkable, Yanbing. Here, take this orange badge. Yanbing accepted the orange badge from Majiji, offering a slight smile. Thank you, Majiji. It was an exhilarating match. You're welcome. I hope we meet again. Majiji donned his sunglasses, waved goodbye to Yanbing, and retreated into his lounge. Yanbing smiled as he exited with his Pokémon from the Leafless City Gym. Chapter 15. The sulking departure of UK. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center with his companions, Yanbing entrusted the battling Xiaowei, UK, and Kong to Nurse Joy. He then wandered the streets of Leafless City with AI Li and Yi Bai, joined by Mei. They explored the local Pokémon Enthusiasts Club, where the enthusiastic president regaled them with captivating tales, and Yanbing received a peculiar sweet treat from him. What an amusing old fellow, Mei remarked with a smile at the strange confection in her hand. Indeed, such energy. It would be a shame not to pursue a career as a trainer, Yanbing jested lightly. Who do you intend to give the sweet treat to? Mei inquired curiously. I don't plan to give it to anyone. While the peculiar sweet can enhance a Pokémon's strength, the power gained this way is somewhat insubstantial. Perhaps I should offer it to you? Yanbing turned to Mei with a playful suggestion. What? With that reasoning, How could I possibly accept it? Mei responded, somewhat bewildered. Not all is lost. A small amount has minimal side effects. After all, the strength is genuine. Though the power acquired through battle and training is undoubtedly more solid, Yinbing explained with a smile. In that case, I'll accept it. Even if I don't need it now, who knows when it might come in handy. After a moment of thought, Mei agreed. You witnessed my battle with my Ji, didn't you? How do you feel about challenging him tomorrow? Yinbing inquired with concern. Well, to be honest, Yinbing, I think I won't challenge the gym. Although I believe I could defeat the gym leader and earn a badge with your support. It would delay our journey by a day or two. I came to Kanto mainly for relaxation, and collecting badges is just a secondary goal. It's much more enjoyable for me to cheer you on while you take the lead, Mei said with a smile, her adorable demeanor causing Yinbing's heart to race slightly. All right, I won't press you. It's your choice. Thank you, Mei. No need for thanks. We are travel companions after all. As the two wandered for a while, Yinbing replenished some daily provisions and medicines, feeling that the treatment was nearly complete before returning to the Pokémon Center. Your Pokémon have all been restored. We welcome you to visit again. Miss Joy smiled and waved at Yinbing and his companion. Yinbing stored his Pokémon and then set off towards the east with Mei. Upon exiting the urban area of Withered Leaf City, Yinbing released Xiaowei, Yueke, and Chongkong. I appreciate your hard work. This victory in the gym battle at Withered Leaf City was entirely thanks to you all, especially Xiaowei, who participated in battle for the first time, and Chongkong, who faced a disadvantage due to type matchups. Both of you were exceptionally diligent. With that, Yinbing reached out to pat Xiaowei on the head. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted towards Yinbing, catching him completely off guard. Accompanied by the roar was a tremor, and Yueke vanished from sight, burrowing away. Yueke, Yinbing momentarily stunned, finally called out, Mei, please look after Xiaowei. Yabai, you go into the tunnel that Yueke dug to find him. Chongkong, see if you can spot him from above. Ailey, you will follow me into the digger tunnel and see if we can locate him. After assigning their respective tasks, Yinbing, along with Ailey, dashed towards the digger tunnel. Yueke, where are you? Golem. Along the way, Yinbing encountered several Diglett, yet his mind was solely focused on Yueke, leaving him indifferent to the others. Although in the game, the digger tunnel was a straightforward path connecting Withered Leaf City to Nibi City. In reality, it was filled with numerous forks. Before long, Yabai, having pursued the tunnel dug by Yueke, reunited with Yinbing and Ailey. It seems Yueke indeed made it into this digger tunnel. Here's the plan. I will proceed forward, Yabai. You head west, and Ailey, you go east. We will regroup here in 2 hours, regardless of whether we've found him, understood? Yinbing instructed earnestly, and his Pokémon nodded solemnly in agreement. Venturing deeper into the digger tunnel, Yinbing initially called out a few times, but gradually lost the strength to do so, reasoning that with UX's substantial size, any movement would surely create noise. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a moonstone among a pile of rubble. He had never heard of moonstones being found in the digger tunnel. It must have been energy emanating from Yueke's moonstone. Finding the moonstone sparked a surge of confidence within Yinbing, prompting him to scrutinize his surroundings more meticulously. Following the traces left by the moonstone, Yinbing walked for about half an hour. 2 marbles? What on earth? After traversing a stretch of ground, Yinbing suddenly felt something hard underfoot. Upon inspection, he discovered 2 spherical objects resembling marbles, one with a blue base and dark blue-black patterns, and the other with a gray base and blue-white patterns. Could it be? Remarkably, they belonged to both of them. For a moment, Yinbing was taken aback. He had initially thought that he would need to travel to the Hoenn region to acquire Mega Stones, yet here they were in the Kanto region. Even more fortuitously, he had compatible Pokémon for both Mega Stones. It seemed that UX's departure carried an air of destiny. What a coincidence! It is of utmost importance to find him promptly. Fortunately, guided by the Moonstone, and considering that Yueke is merely experiencing a fleeting emotional tumult, he does not genuinely wish to abandon Yinbing. Before long, Yinbing discovers Yueke coiled at the end of a dead end. Oh dear, why does little Yueke look so sorrowful? Could you share what troubles you? Upon locating Yueke, Yinbing's anxious heart finds solace as he approaches and gently strokes the now substantial head of Yueke, which has grown to nearly a meter in diameter. It seems that Yueke has had enough of his emotional outburst, gazing at Yinbing with a pitiful expression. Roar. Yinbing, do you think I am utterly useless? How could that be? Yueke possesses the lineage of a colossal Onix. To you, ordinary Onixes are but small minnows. Who claims you are without merit? Roar. But I couldn't even defeat Pokémon whose types I should have an advantage over, and could only manage a draw. As he speaks, UX's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Observing this expression, Yinbing quickly reaches out to comfort him. Do not dwell on it too much. It is my fault for not providing adequate guidance. I should have warned you to be cautious of the self-destructing Thunderball. That move is not merely electric type, but possesses tremendous power at the cost of the user's battle capability. It is entirely normal for you to be caught in its blast and lose your fighting strength. Roar. But Xiaowei won in his very first battle, and Chong Kong, despite being at a type disadvantage to Raichu, managed to triumph over it. Seeing Yueke in such distress, Yambing suddenly recalls his earlier conversation with Professor Oak. Realizing that he has been overly stringent with both himself and his Pokémon, perhaps not all rigidity is beneficial. Although Yambing often shares laughter with his Pokémon, he maintains a training regimen and combat approach far more demanding than that of the average trainer. With this reflection, a smile escapes him. Yueke, do you remember what I shared with Ash? In truth, you are currently facing nothing more than the standard, principled trainers and gym leaders. There exist individuals in this world who resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, employing a myriad of insidious tactics in battle. No matter how arduous our training may be, how intense the regimen, or how abundant our battle experience, we cannot entirely evade such challenges. No one can guarantee a flawless record. Thus, you have merely achieved a draw this time, not a defeat. There is no need to overthink it. Even in loss, it is not surprising. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Besides, you are not alone in this fight. You have comrades by your side. Our ultimate aim is to attain victory together, rather than each individual conquering their opponent. Do not place too much weight on a single setback. Roar. Your words bring me some comfort, yet I still care deeply. Well, caring is perfectly acceptable. To minimize future frustrations and failures, strive to enhance your own battle prowess. When you become strong enough to face any schemes and deceptions without fear, the sting of defeat will become less frequent. Yambing affectionately ruffles Yuek's head, while Yueke bows his head in contemplation. Whenever Qingzi and Ailey actively train to address their weaknesses, Yueke often succumbed to laziness, even under the watchful eye of Yambing. During his training, he approached the task with reluctance. Yet, despite this lackadaisical attitude, his strength continued to grow, and victories in battle allowed Yueke to overlook his habitual indolence. The recent draw may well have been influenced by his prior slothfulness. Had his vitality been a touch greater and his defense a tad stronger. Though the opponent's self-detonation would inflict damage, it remains uncertain whether he would have succumbed to exhaustion. Contemplating this, a spark of determination ignited in Yuek's eyes. Yambing observed Yueke with a mix of pride and satisfaction. Since Yueke had begun following Yambing, he had primarily been the one to undertake the arduous tasks within the team, carrying backpacks, people, and Pokémon alike, while also receiving special attention from Yambing. Despite his frequent complaints, Yueke had never slacked off, marking a significant improvement. Over the months, his formerly spoiled demeanor had dulled considerably, and Yambing felt quite pleased with his current progress. Let us proceed ahead and await Ailey and Yabai. Yambing gently patted Yueke on the head. Nodding in agreement, Yueke hoisted Yambing and made his way out of the cave. When the group reappeared before May, she regarded them with curiosity, though everyone seemed weary, either having just returned from running away or having spent considerable time searching for Yueke. It appeared that embarking on their journey today was not feasible. Fortunately, they had only just left Withered Leaf City, making the return manageable. Once settled back in the Pokémon Center, May eagerly pulled Yambing aside to discuss the events that had transpired. Yambing recounted the tale truthfully, causing May's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Having been in Kanto for so long, I find myself unable to adapt to the environment. Yet you seem to have a knack for persuasion, she exclaimed dramatically. Do you know what the pinnacle of deception is? Yambing replied with a mysterious smile. It is not merely fooling others, nor is it about deceiving both them and oneself into believing the falsehood. It is not until your ultimate goal is revealed that the truth comes to light. Rather, it is about inspiring those you have deceived to strive for the very words you spoke, ultimately achieving what you claimed through their efforts. In that moment, your so-called lies transform into truths. I feel that if I stay with you much longer, I too may become ensnared by your deceit, May remarked, cradling her head in mock exasperation. That's simple. Just choose to believe in me unconditionally, Yambing replied with a confident grin. Unconditionally believe in you? I would be a fool to do so, May retorted, her expression dreamy. With shared smiles, both understood the unspoken truth between them. Merely a matter of how steadfast their beliefs could be. Honestly, how much potential for growth does Yueke possess now? May inquired, her curiosity piqued. Well, Yuek's physique certainly has ample room for development. However, in terms of combat prowess, it is difficult to ascertain. Not just Yueke, but also Ailey, Chungzi, Yabai. and Shang Kong have all established their own familiar and fixed combat styles. Unless they can engage in a one-on-one battle with someone of champion caliber, significant improvement seems unlikely. It seems that the time has come to introduce new training methods. Yambing nodded slightly. New training methods? Mei asked with a hint of curiosity, surprised that Yambing still had new techniques to unveil. Just how deeply had he kept his secrets? Hee, it's a secret. Just wait a bit longer. Xiaoshun should be back soon, and then we can practice together, Yambing replied with a mysterious smile, further piquing Mei's curiosity about the new training methods. Ultimately, what mattered most was that Yueke returned safely and resolved his inner turmoil. After all, having traveled together for so long, Mei had developed a strong affection for the few Pokémon in Yambing's possession. Chapter 16. Accept it, young man. Once again, Yambing and his companions arrived at Route 11, preparing to head towards Qianhong City along the coast. However, they were confronted with a puzzling dilemma. Why is there a Snorlax here? Mei asked, bewildered. Yet, Yambing felt a sense of helplessness. In the game, Snorlax typically appeared in only two locations, the entrance of the Diglett Cave in the junction between Route 11 and Route 12. However, Yambing was uncertain about the realities of this world, and to his surprise, he had indeed encountered one. Snorlax? Snorlax? Xiaowei curiously approached the Snorlax and began to scratch its side. His gentle scratching seemed to tickle the creature, prompting Snorlax to extend its large paw and scratch the same spot where Xiaowei had touched. Snorlax, Snorlax. Xiaowei laughed joyfully, as if he had discovered a delightful amusement, and began the playful exchange of scratching once more. All right, Xiaowei, stop teasing the Snorlax, Yambing said, unable to watch any longer. If you evolve, you might end up like that too. Snorlax? Snorlax. Xiaowei tilted his head in contemplation, then retrieved an apple from somewhere and began to nibble on it. Oh. Hello, young ladies and gentlemen. Today is the 5th, the time to rise, and you are truly fortunate to hear my melodious flute. An elderly man, his white hair almost obscuring his eyes, emerged from behind Yambing and his companions, picking up a Pokémon flute and playing a tune. The delightful melody invigorated both Yambing and Mei, while the Pokémon accompanying them felt refreshed as well. At that moment, the Snorlax lying in the middle of the road rubbed its eyes and began to stretch, its adorably clumsy demeanor eliciting a giggle from Mei. Xiaowei, inspired by the Snorlax's stretching, began to mimic its movements. Oh, you have a little Snorlax? The old man exclaimed. It seems to be quite charming. Here, take this. He produced a relaxing bell from his pocket and handed it to Yambing, explaining that when it grew strong, it would evolve into a Snorlax. Sir, this item is far too precious. You should keep it, Yambing quickly declined. For him, accepting something that belonged to another was against his principles. What? You ask about Monferno, Eevee and Ditto? When their owner is captured, they become unclaimed. Do not speak like that. Every encounter is a bond of fate. If you truly feel indebted, perhaps you could offer me a morsel to eat. Yambing smiled faintly upon hearing this, recognizing that the old man was once again in search of food. Reminiscent of a Snorlax, he retrieved a loaf of bread, a bottle of water, and an apple from his bag and handed them to the elderly gentleman, feeling justified as he tied the relaxing bell around Xiaowei's neck. Thank you, young man. You possess a truly kind heart. I wish you good fortune. I must take this child to dine. The old man, resembling a Snorlax, ambled toward the direction of Cerulean Town. After watching him depart, Yambing and his companions resumed their journey. Xiaowei evidently adored the relaxing bell, fiddling with it all the way and occasionally turning to Yambing with a silly grin, proudly showcasing his neck, though it was hardly discernible. Very nice. You silly child, Yambing remarked, affectionately ruffling Xiaowei's hair. Hee. It seems Xiaowei's attention will be momentarily diverted by the relaxing bell. Mei also gazed fondly at Xiaowei, being the youngest among the group, though this youthfulness did not extend to his weight. Not long after traversing the junction of Route 11 and Route 12, Yambing and Mei arrived at a riverside boardwalk, where the humidity in the air began to increase. Due to the wooden nature of the boardwalk, Yambing had to call back Yueke into its Pokeball. Mei also allowed Squirtle and Bizel to frolic in the water for a while. Around noon, the group arrived before a quaint little cottage. The sun was rising higher, and the surrounding moisture began to evaporate. Mei instructed Squirtle and Bizel to return to the boardwalk, while Yambing knocked on the door of the cottage. Moments later, a middle-aged man opened the door. Hello. We are Pokémon trainers traveling to collect badges for the Pokémon League. May we come in to escape the heat? Oh, travelers. Come in. My humble abode lacks anything extravagant to offer, but I hope you don't mind. Thank you very much. Yambing replied, bowing slightly in gratitude. Mei, Eli, and the other little ones entered, and the man prepared cups of hot tea for everyone. Are these all of your Pokémon? The man inquired. Yes. A few have been sent back, May replied, grateful for the warmth of the tea in such a place and eager to answer the man's questions. Oh, it seems you are not fond of fishing, as none of your Pokémon appear to have been caught by rod, the man observed. Is he the fishing uncle? Would he gift us a fishing rod if I said we liked fishing? Yambing pondered. Not that we dislike it. We simply haven't had the opportunity to acquire a rod since we just began our travels, he said with a smile. Haha, the young are ever so candid. I possess some fine fishing rods. Would you accompany me for a fishing trip? If you're inexperienced, I can teach you. The man chuckled. That sounds wonderful. Thank you. Sir. Yambing and May exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. After finishing their tea, wearing straw hats, Yambing and May followed the uncle through the back door to a spacious location prepared for fishing. The uncle shared a wealth of knowledge regarding the selection and preparation of bait, discussing which fruits from various trees were most appealing to different types of spirits, noting the correlation between the personalities of the spirits and their preferred fruits. Additionally, he provided invaluable insights on the timing for reeling in the catch and a basic understanding of the aquatic environment, which proved immensely beneficial for Yambing and May. It must be said that Yambing, as a young man, displayed remarkable talent for fishing, exhibiting patience and a keen sense for timing his catches. By the end of the afternoon, he had already caught 3 horned goldfish, 1 king goldfish, over 10 king carps, and a starfish. May expressed her fondness for the starfish, prompting Yambing to allow her to capture it, while the others were released back into the water, though the king carp could evolve into a fierce Gyarados. The breeding process was cumbersome, especially given its lack of offensive capabilities in the early stages. Moreover, Yambing had intentions regarding the red Gyarados of the Rage Lake. Thus, he had no plans to capture the king carp before that. Haha, you have quite the talent. In all my years of fishing, I have never seen a beginner learn so quickly and catch so many spirits on the very first day. The uncle exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy. Today, I have a gift for you. With that, he retrieved a box from a drawer and handed it to Yambing. Upon opening the wooden box, Yambing discovered a sleek, black metallic telescopic fishing rod. This rod was my prize for winning a fishing competition 2 years ago. It is not only durable and powerful, but also lightweight and easy to carry. I hope you continue to excel, and may this rod help you achieve your dreams. The uncle gently patted Yambing on the shoulder. Uncle, such a valuable gift is too much for me. Yambing protested. No need to refuse. I am an avid fisherman. Yet in my lifetime, I have never caught a formidable spirit with my own rod. If you feel uneasy accepting it, then use it to catch a spirit of great potential in its stead, fulfilling a wish of mine, the uncle said earnestly, gazing at Yambing. Yambing nodded solemnly and carefully stored the fishing rod. After dinner, Yambing and May spent the night at the uncle's home, setting off with their spirits early the next morning. Yambing, you weren't just pulling the uncle's leg with your promise last night, were you? May asked, her brow furrowed with curiosity. Following her heartfelt conversation with Yambing after Yuek's departure, her interest in him had deepened, leading her to question his words more than before. Of course not, he replied. Next, we are headed to the city of Qianhong, where, in addition to the Qianhong Gym on the outskirts, there is another significant location known as the Sand Fox Wilderness area. In the wilderness, there exists a place known as the Dragon's Cave, where one might catch the legendary Dratini, or even its evolved form, Dragonair. I am determined to acquire either Dratini or Dragonair using Uncle's fishing rod. It would undoubtedly honor his dreams. Yambing chuckled as he spoke to May. Dratini, is that for real? May exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. If true, it would indeed be astonishing. Well, it is one of the few known locations where traces of the Dratini line can be found. If you do encounter one, your luck would be nothing short of miraculous. May said, stifling a giggle with her hand. My luck has always been rather good, you know? Just look. It wasn't long after we left Withered Leaf City that an old man hurried to deliver the tranquil bell to me. And another uncle rushed to give me a super rod, Yambing boasted playfully to May. Uft, only you would have the audacity to say such things. Perhaps you've already exhausted your luck with those 2 encounters. May couldn't help but tease. Stop spouting nonsense. Regardless, I'm set on acquiring a Dratini, Yambing replied with a smile. Hee, hearing that makes me wish for a Dratini too, May said, batting her eyelashes. Yambing paid no mind, and the two continued their journey, chatting amiably with their Pokémon by their side. As they neared the end of the trail, Yambing realized that Shallow Red City was just within reach. He wondered if the girl in the grass, who trades a fossil Aerodactyl for a Happiny, would be there. He felt a twinge of anticipation. After all, while Aerodactyl may not possess the battle prowess of Snorlax, the allure of evolution was hard to resist. The base stats of Aerodactyl increased by 100, signifying a significant advancement. Let us hope she's around. If not, so be it. It's not absolutely necessary. The primary objective remains Dradney and the Poison-type gym badge in Shallow Red City. Everything else can wait. With Shallow Red City drawing closer, Yanbing could feel his excitement mounting. Chapter 17. Houdini's Quick Moment. Battling the Poison-type gym in Shallow Red City. Upon departing from the trail, Yanbing made a deliberate detour around the thickets, scouring the various grassy patches. Indeed, not everything from the game exists in reality. The girl who trades a fossil Aerodactyl for a Happiny was evidently absent. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. At this point in time, Aerodactyl was still a relatively rare Pokémon. How could just any girl possess one? Moreover, this trading feature was only introduced in the Gold, Silver, and Crystal games, which take place after Ash has become the Pokémon League champion. Thus, even if there were a girl trading Pokémon, she would not appear at this time. Since she was not present, Yanbing decided to head straight for Shallow Red City. Just then his Pokédex chimed. He retrieved it and discovered it was a contact request from Nashi. Long time no see, Nashi. Yanbing greeted her in a familiar manner. It has indeed been a while. Your little Houdini has already defeated my Gyarados, and now I'm looking to return it to you. Where are you now? I suppose it's about that time. I am almost at Shallow Red City. Once I arrive at the Pokémon Center, I'll contact you to help me transfer Houdini back. Alright, I'll be in touch then. Thank you for your help. No need for thanks. The dialogue between you and Naji is truly remarkable, one exuding warmth and enthusiasm, while the other is as cold as a mountain. After hanging up the phone, Mei couldn't help but chuckle. Stop laughing and hurry along. Soon we shall witness Xiao Shun's transformation into Houdini, Yanbing exclaimed, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Hearing his words, Mei too felt a swell of excitement. After nearly 2 hours of travel, Yanbing and his companions finally arrived near Qianhong City. In dealing with the challengers along the way, Yanbing adhered to the principle of swift resolutions, allowing Chong Kong to take the lead, while he explained how to achieve better results during their journey. Upon reaching Qianhong City, instead of rushing to the outer gym, the two decided to first locate the Pokémon Center. This served a dual purpose, to give their Pokémon a moment to recuperate and to reunite with Xiao Shun as soon as possible. After a brief communication with Naji, Xiao Shun was promptly transported over. As soon as the Pokéball was opened, Xiao Shun eagerly leapt towards Yanbing. However, at that moment, a brilliant white light enveloped Xiao Shun, and before reaching Yanbing, it transformed into Houdini. Standing at a height of 1.6 meters and weighing nearly 100 Gene, it knocked Yanbing to the ground. Haha, alright, Xiao Shun, get up quickly. You're nearly crushing me. After Xiao Shun finally stood up, before Yanbing could gather himself, a bell appeared, revealing a creature with deep green fur. Don't come over here, Xiao Wei. Bang. Cough cough. You fool. Xiao Shun weighs less than 100 Gene. Yet you, at 200 Gene, truly intend to crush me. Yanbing lightly tapped Xiao Wei's head, who found it amusing and responded with a cheerful smile. Once the little ones were settled, Yanbing took a moment to summon Yi Bai to assess Xiao Shun's abilities. The results were quite satisfactory. Xiao Shun, having imbibed the essence of water, proved to be a formidable opponent, with Yi Bai struggling somewhat against him, relying solely on his adept techniques and agile movements to engage Xiao Shun in a guerrilla-style battle. In terms of moves, Xiao Shun possessed telekinesis, illusion beam, illusion technique, psychic blade, future sight, meditation, mirror reflection, and rebirth. His speed and special attack capabilities were equally commendable. The plan was to rest for the night, preparing to challenge the Poison-type gym the following day. After a night of tranquility, following a brief morning exercise, Yanbing and Mei, accompanied by their Pokémon, arrived at a gym on the outskirts of Qianhong City, characterized by a distinctly Japanese architectural style. This should be the place, Yanbing mused, intrigued by the ancient structure. After courteously stating his purpose, he stepped inside. At that moment, a small furry creature appeared, leading Yanbing and Mei further into the building. Something feels off underfoot. Yanbing quickly retreated a couple of steps, only to feel a slight electric current emanating from beneath. Embedded in the ground was a thunderball. Oh, so this is the so-called ninjutsu skill. How fascinating. Yanbing circled around the thunderball and continued to follow the furry creature deeper into the building. Upon encountering an invisible wall, he unleashed a wave guiding ball, creating a large opening to pass through. Ultimately, in a room, Yanbing encountered a Jew, clad in a purple ninja outfit, along with his sister, Ayako. Young one, you have ventured into the Shallow Red Gym, and only by defeating me may you find your way out. This was what I originally intended to convey. Yet the peculiar aura surrounding you instills a sense of trepidation within me. Perhaps it would be best for you to leave this place promptly. Aju waved his hand dismissively. We have come to challenge the gym, Mr. Aju. Yambing displayed several of his badges and requested a badge-centric battle. Oh, a challenger, I see. Very well. I accept your challenge. It will be a 2-on-2 match. If you can vanquish my Pokémon, the badge shall be yours. Aju produced a scroll, revealing the shallow red badge. Chong Kong, Xiao Shun, it is now your turn, Yambing declared as he released his Pokémon. Oh, a shiny Pidgeotto? How intriguing. My first Pokémon shall be. Go Mothim. Aju unleashed Mothim, and Yambing signaled to Chong Kong, who took to the skies. Mothim, use powder. Following Aju's command, Mothim scattered paralysis powder around. Chong Kong flapped its wings vigorously, creating a whirlwind that dispersed the powder. Indeed, it possesses a significant size and strength. Mothim, unleash your Aurora Beam. In response, a radiant beam of colors emanated from Mothim, heading toward Chong Kong. Chong Kong executed a swift maneuver, dodging the Aurora Beam, and then launched itself toward Mothim with a quick strike. At that moment, Mothim was caught off guard, unable to defend against the impact, and was sent careening through the air. Just as it regained its balance, a shining wing struck Mothim, forcefully sending it crashing to the ground. Pidgeotto. Chong Kong cried out in pain. What? Poisoned? Yambing was taken aback, surprised that the poison powder from Mothim had managed to affect Chong Kong at that moment. Nevertheless, this did not alter the fact that Mothim had lost its combat capability, allowing Yambing to secure victory in the first battle with ease. Mr. Aju, for the second battle, I will have Xiao Shun compete. However, please allow me to administer emergency treatment to Chong Kong first. Poisoning is a severe issue, and if not handled carefully, it could even be fatal for the Pokémon. Yambing was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Certainly, a standard antidote will suffice. However, once the antidote is administered, Chong Kong will no longer be able to battle. Aju regarded the young man with admiration. It is indeed rare to discern the urgency of a situation. Most challengers, after winning one battle, would think it sufficient to secure the badge in the second before attending to their Pokémon, neglecting the fact that a poisoned Pokémon is prone to unforeseen accidents. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Aju. Yambing expressed his gratitude, retrieving an antidote from his backpack and administering it to Chong Kong. Gradually, the distressed expression on Chong Kong's face began to ease. Confirming the antidote's efficacy, Yambing returned Chong Kong to its Pokeball. Now, let us proceed to the second match. This time, I shall summon him. Arise, Grimer. Aju tossed his Pokeball, and a mass of sludge materialized before Yambing and the others. Almost immediately, a foul stench wafted through the air, causing Mei to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. How unpleasant. Xiao Shun stepped forward and unleashed the half-reflection, enveloping Yambing and Mei in its radiant aura. Instantly, they felt the air invigorated. This is my second Pokémon, Houdini, Xiao Shun, Yambing declared, pointing at Xiao Shun. Houdini. Xiao Shun raised his curved spoons and approached the battlefield. Oh, Houdini? Quite commendable, Yambing remarked, noting that both Pokémon chosen were of advantageous types against his. Well then, let us engage in battle. Stinky Mud, use acid. Upon receiving the command, Stinky Mud unleashed a stream of acid from its mouth. With a swift motion, Xiao Shun redirected the liquid using his spoon. A mirror reflection? No matter. The poison is trivial for Stinky Mud, Yambing observed. Stinky Mud, use Body Slam. Stinky Mud lunged forward, expanding its massive form, intent on crushing Xiao Shun beneath it. At that precise moment, Xiao Shun executed a teleportation, appearing behind Stinky Mud, readying a psychic attack. Stinky Mud suddenly found itself immobilized, and Xiao Shun did not relent. Lifting Stinky Mud into the air with psychic force, he unleashed a Psybeam, striking Stinky Mud squarely before it could land. The impact sent the colossal creature hurtling away with a thunderous crash, its body meeting the ground with a resounding thud, leaving it nearly incapacitated. After a considerable pause, it shakily regained its stance. Seems its health is still substantial, Yambing mused. Xiao Shun, finish it with Psychic. Xiao Shun executed Yambing's command without hesitation, seizing the opportunity while Stinky Mud struggled to stabilize itself. With a powerful psychic thrust, he drained the remainder of Stinky Mud's energy. Well done, Xiao Shun, Yambing praised, approaching to affectionately pat Xiao Shun's head. You've worked hard, Stinky Mud. It was unfair to pit you against Houdini. Return and rest. With that, Aju recalled Stinky Mud into its Pokeball. This is the light red badge. You are formidable and demonstrate great care for your Pokémon. I look forward to your impressive performance in the league tournament. Thank you. I will do my best. Yambing nodded in acknowledgement to Aju, following his lead as they exited the building. This gym is quite fascinating, Mei remarked, intrigued by the battle style of the light red gym. Mr. Aju doesn't seem that strong, though. Do not underestimate Mr. Aju. He possesses the strength of a champion. Today's battle, clearly, he did not fight with his full might, Yambing replied, glancing back at Mei. Oh, really? Yes, just wait. It won't be long before we witness his true champion prowess. Yambing's eyes sparkled with determination. The Elite Four would be his goal after triumphing in the Quartz League tournament. Your words have ignited my anticipation, Mei responded. Where to next? Isn't it obvious? To the Sand Lake Paradise, of course. Mini Dragon, here I come. Oh, Mini Dragon, I'm coming too. With spirits high, the two departed from the gym, making their way towards the wild nature reserve of Light Red City. Chapter 18. Come forth. Mini Dragon. In the wilds, Caesar produced a specialized pokeball and fishing rod. As Yambing took them, a gun was pressed against his forehead, accompanied by a warning. Do what you must. But do not overstep your bounds. Mr. Caesar, Yambing retorted, I possess an honorary medal issued by the city of Withered Leaves. If you continue to threaten me with that firearm, I can request the arrest of you by 3 officers from the league. Displaying his medal, Yambing caught Caesar's attention, prompting him to lower his weapon. When an individual errs, they must bear the consequences themselves rather than shifting the burden onto innocent strangers. What you are doing is neither penance nor atonement. It is merely evasion and self-comfort. Such acts of contrition simply transfer one's guilt onto others. Yambing had never held a favorable view of Caesar. Regardless of the issue at hand, he disdained those who blamed themselves yet inflicted punishment on others. Therefore, his words towards Caesar were unrelenting. Perhaps you are right, Caesar murmured, bowing his head slowly. Yambing chose not to further chastise him. After all, the ability to reflect signified a glimmer of hope. Gathering their belongings, Yambing and Mei ventured into the wilds. Shortly thereafter, they encountered an ironclad rhinoceros beneath a tree. Yambing observed it with intrigue, but had no intention of capturing it. With the presence of Yueke, there was no need, while the ironclad rhinoceros had a commendable evolution. Its requirements were excessively demanding. At that moment, a pokeball soared through the air, striking the ironclad rhinoceros and successfully capturing it. Little Matsu? Yambing turned towards the source of the thrown pokeball and recognized his companion of 5 years, along with his cheerleading squad. Yambing, you're here too? Little Matsu exclaimed, clearly surprised. How is your Pokédex collection progressing? Have you gathered all the badges? Indeed, I have seen many Pokémon, though I have captured few. However, I did acquire a starter fire Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, which is quite valuable. Additionally, my team boasts 3 shiny Pokémon, which are rather rare. As he spoke, Yambing released Yueke, Yabai, and Chong Kong, leaving Little Matsu momentarily awestruck. Furthermore, with Eri and Shun already at Yambing's side, 4 out of 5 of his Pokémon had reached their final evolutionary stages. Your Pokémon are not only rare, but also of high level, Little Matsu remarked. His competitive spirit ignited. How about a battle? You are a trainer with champion potential, and I must admit, I find you quite intriguing. However, since we are in the wilds, let us first capture the Pokémon we desire. We can battle once we exit this area. What do you say? Yambing surveyed their surroundings, weighing the merits of battling versus capturing Pokémon, ultimately opting for the latter. Sounds good. That way we won't be left empty-handed after the battle, Little Matsu replied with a slight smile. Huh, it seems you have great confidence in yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you. I thoroughly defeated Ash, Yambing stated earnestly. TCH, that guy wasn't even worthy of my efforts. Xiao Mao turned away, dismissively uttering a remark to Yen Bing before striding off. Yet, Yen Bing understood that beneath Xiao Mao's scornful words lay a different sentiment. Each encounter was marked by jabs at Xiao Ji, and during their battles, Xiao Mao never truly exerted his full strength. Only at the Silver Conference did he finally unleash his potential. His frequent displays in front of Xiao Ji were undeniably a reflection of how much he valued him, in the parlance of a past life. It could be described as a case of verbal disdain, yet physical affection. Yen Bing paid no heed to Xiao Mao's attitude. Chuckling softly as he followed Mei Yi deeper into the wilderness. As they traversed a grassy expanse, Mei Yi, cradling an EV in her arms, unexpectedly attracted another EV, which brought her immense joy. Acting on Yen Bing's suggestion, she captured the approaching EV, while Yen Bing held little regard for the fire, water, and electric-type EVs. He maintained a favorable view of the moon and sun EVs. The 2 EVs perfectly complemented each other, evolving into distinct forms. As for the leaf and ice EVs, which could only evolve in special regions, Yen Bing chose not to dwell on them for the time being. The evolving conditions were stringent, and currently, they were unattainable. With this, Mei Yi's team of Pokémon grew to 7, necessitating the return of her spicy monkey. As they continued their journey, they encountered a Togepi, which Yen Bing explained would evolve into her executor, a psychic-type Pokémon with commendable abilities. Mei attempted to capture it several times, but ultimately gave up. Realizing she had only 30 Pokeballs, and once depleted, they were gone for good. Upon reaching a water area, Yanbing decided to try his luck with a fishing rod, hoping to catch a Dratini, though the outcome was predictable. As they wandered further, Yanbing and Mei arrived at a frozen lake, its appearance reminiscent of the dragon's cave depicted in the animated series. He informed Mei that they had reached their destination, then retrieved his fishing rod, baited it, and began fishing. Observing his surroundings, Yanbing instructed his water otter to freeze the rod at an angle, then reclined to rest. Finding solace in mental relaxation, a form of cultivation that resonated with him at that moment. Minutes passed before a splash of water jolted Yanbing awake, the icy droplets startling him. Glancing around, he noticed that Mei had also succumbed to slumber, while a small blue head on the lake's surface gazed at him with wide eyes. A Dratini? Yanbing was taken aback by how effortlessly one had appeared. Should he attempt to communicate with it? Contemplating this, he placed his hand over his heart and projected his aura, initiating a telepathic connection with the Dratini. Initially startled by the wave of aura it sensed, the Dratini soon realized that this force posed no harm and began to accept its presence. What is this power? It seems rather intriguing, a delicate, youthful voice echoed in Yanbing's mind. Little Dratini, this is my aura, allowing us to communicate mentally, he responded, only to surprise the Dratini once more. Who are you? How can you speak within my mind? I am the man standing before you. This is the power of aura. If you sincerely accept it and wish to communicate with me, we can engage in a mental connection through this force. Oh, how intriguing. Can you talk to me a bit longer? The little Dratini blinked its big eyes at Yanbing. Certainly. First, tell me, are you a little boy or a little girl? How rude. I am a proper young man. I am not a little girl. Oh, how interesting. And what about your parents? My mother is down below, and I have never seen my father. However, my mother says he is traveling the world, a giant and powerful Dragonite. The little Dratini spoke of its father with pride. Could it be the gigantic Dragonite seen from the Jinghui Lighthouse? Yanbing pondered, not transmitting his thoughts to the little Dratini. Hey, why are you spacing out? You must be from outside, right? Tell me what the outside world is like. Is it fun? It seemed to be the first time someone had come here, and the little Dratini showed great interest in the outside world. Sure, the little Dratini was eager to converse with Yanbing, which was exactly what he hoped for. Thus, Yanbing began recounting his journey from Pallet Town to Shallow Red City, thrilling battles and intriguing adventures captivating the little Dratini's attention. After 2 hours, Yanbing had roughly narrated his adventures. Wow, that sounds so fun. I wish I could travel with you. The little Dratini said enviously. Hooked. Yanbing smiled faintly. Of course, I would love for you to join me, but can you leave this place? Will your mother be worried? Really? You would let me come along? Great. I'll go ask my mother. The little Dratini suddenly returned to the water, and Yanbing instantly lost contact with it. What a fool I am. Why did I even ask if its mother would be worried? I could have just persuaded it into a Pokeball. Yanbing wished he could slap himself. Moments later, the surrounding clouds began to gather, the sky gradually darkened, and the lake stirred into a waterspout. After a light rain, a Dragonair soared into the air, appearing before Yanbing, with the little Dratini seated gracefully atop it. Yanbing recognized this as the little Dratini's mother and quickly released his aura power gently. Initially, Dragonair was somewhat resistant to the aura, but after Yanbing's persuasion, it reluctantly accepted. My child says they want to travel with you? Dragonair inquired. Yes, indeed. I kindly request your permission. To be honest, while I do not sense any malevolent intentions from you, your soul does not seem entirely pure. Dragonair candidly assessed Yanbing. I'm not afraid to speak frankly. In this world, I am an orphan, unaware of my parents' identities. Although I encountered a kind-hearted professor who took me in, being dependent on others means I cannot live without a few ulterior motives. I concede that my heart is not entirely pure. Moreover, I believe you have witnessed the treacheries of humanity. Without a modicum of caution, survival within human society can be exceedingly arduous. However, I assure you that when others do not infringe upon my existence, I engage with utmost sincerity. Yanbing gazed intently at Harklon, who, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in acknowledgement. You indeed spoke no falsehood earlier. I place my trust in you. My only request is the safety and health of my child. Beyond that, I have no further demands. After all, confining him here is no solution. Thank you for your trust, Yanbing replied, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him as he gradually stepped aside. He understood that Harklon had much to discuss with the mini-dragon, and thus, he discreetly provided them the space they required. How did you locate them? Mei, now awake, inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the breathtakingly beautiful Harklon and mini dragon. Yanbing glanced at her and recounted the events that had transpired. Ah, Yan, you've managed to charm yet another one? Mei expressed her admiration for Yanbing's persuasive abilities. To think he could even entice a legendary Pokémon. However, the tale of using the uncle's fishing rod to catch the mini dragon. Hush, let us not mention that again. Simply consider the mini dragon as one I caught with the uncle's fishing rod, Yanbing interjected, making a gesture for silence, which prompted a fit of suppressed laughter from Mei. As though their conversation had reached its conclusion, the mini dragon and Harklon shared a tender nudge, allowing a portion of energy to transfer from Harklon to the mini dragon. Observing this, the mini dragon's form began to elongate, transitioning from its original length of 18 meters to 25 meters, and finally halting at 35 meters. Its body stretched, and the horn upon its forehead sharpened significantly, indicating a potential evolution towards Harklon's form. The mini dragon shook itself, shedding a delicate layer of skin. Yanbing resisted the urge to collect it, having heard that the skin of a mini dragon serves as an excellent material for leather goods, fetching a handsome price. Once the energy transfer concluded, Harklon returned to the depths of the lake. At this juncture, Yanbing produced a Pokeball from the wilderness zone and gently threw it at the mini dragon, successfully capturing it within. Now, however, he faced a perplexing dilemma. With the addition of the mini dragon, his roster of Pokémon had swelled to 7. Whom should he send back? As if sensing Yanbing's dilemma, Yibai proactively suggested a return to rest. After all, since departing from Ziyuan Town, it had accompanied Yanbing on his journey, often assuming the role of a mentor, engaging in heartfelt conversations. Perhaps a visit to the professor for a cup of tea would be pleasant, it proposed. Just then, the professor's call came through. Oh, you've captured the mini dragon? Hurry, let me see. Yanbing had no choice but to release the mini dragon, and after a thorough examination, the professor expressed satisfaction, revealing the purpose of his call. Howley and Amy are longing for Ailey. Chungzi and the Ditto have also completed their breeding, and they are currently nurturing their offspring. I am eager to return to the team. Very well, I shall consult Ailey. After inquiring, Ailey expressed a desire to reunite with its parents, which greatly pleased Yanbing. He facilitated the exchange between Ailey and Chungzi. Thus, Yanbing's team underwent another transformation, now boasting a formidable roster of Pokémon including Charizard Orin, Onix Ueke, Alakazam Xiaoshun, Pidgeot Chongkong, Snorlax Xiaowei, and Dratini. Next on the agenda was the much-anticipated battle with Xiaomao. Yanbing held a firm belief that this would be a captivating clash, and he eagerly awaited the confrontation. Chapter 19. A fierce battle with Xiaomao. The secrets of the hidden gym. As Yanbing exited the wilderness area, he found Xiaomao waiting for him at the entrance. How was your harvest in the wilderness area? Xiaomao appeared brimming with confidence, suggesting a fruitful venture. For some reason, the sight of Xiaomao's self-assured demeanor sparked a mischievous desire in Yanbing to witness a moment of humility from him. It was SOSO. I only used one of the 30 wild Pokeballs. Yanbing feigned exasperation, feeling his acting skills soaring. Oh, it seems your standards for Pokémon are rather high. The ones that made it into your team must be quite exceptional. Xiaomao was not swayed by the number, but was genuinely intrigued by the caliber of Pokémon in Yanbing's lineup. Noticing that Xiaomao was not biting, Yanbing felt a tinge of frustration. You really lack excitement. Why not throw some of that competitive spirit towards me as you do with Ash? Yanbing shook his head. Others may not understand you, but having lived together for 5 years, how could I not? A person who has been able to train alongside a Mac Hoke since the age of 5 cannot be compared to Ash, that lazy, passionate fool. I may underestimate Ash to some extent, but regarding you, Yanbing, Xiaomao turned to look at him earnestly. I have never dared to underestimate you. If I have confidence in defeating Ash, with you, I can only imagine how many moves I could withstand. Well, that doesn't sound like something the doctor's grandson would say. Yanbing was at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at such direct praise, despite his thick skin. Rest assured, I will not lose my way. First, let me see what you have acquired. Xiaomao's serious demeanor faded, replaced by his usual confidence. Hey, don't be too startled, Yanbing replied with a confident smile. Releasing Dratini. This is the legendary Dratini? Xiaomao was genuinely astonished. Dratini was not a Pokémon one could easily obtain, and it was surprisingly large. Indeed, it should be on the verge of evolution. Before I left, I absorbed quite a bit of power from my Hakuryu. Yanbing gently caressed Dratini. Well then, allow me to offer you an opportunity. How about a friendly match between my Dodu and your Dratini as a warm-up? Given your unfamiliarity with Dratini, this practice session 1T count towards the official battle. We can have a one-on-one duel afterward, Xiaomao suggested graciously, tousling his hair, which incited another wave of excitement from his supporters. I am immensely grateful. Dratini, this will be your inaugural battle on the path of combat against Xiaomao's Dodu. Are you ready? Yambing expressed his gratitude and then turned to gently inquire of Dratini, ensuring its readiness. Sensing Yambing's unwavering trust, Mini Dragon nodded resolutely. With a decision made, the subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Mei took the initiative to act as the referee, while Dudu and Mini Dragon prepared for their respective entrances. To enhance communication with Mini Dragon, Yambing emitted wave energy from the outset, establishing a telepathic connection. Dudu's most notable attributes were his physical attacks and speed, making him a natural guerrilla warfare specialist. Thus, it was imperative to devise a strategy to counter his velocity, lest the battle turn unfavorable for Mini Dragon. Yambing pondered, noting that Mini Dragon's base stats were even 10 points lower than Dudu's. The moniker of fantasy Pokémon bestowed upon Mini Dragon was not solely due to its rarity, but primarily because of its latent potential. Mini Dragon itself posed little threat. Rather, it was the formidable Hakuryu and its final evolution, Dragonite, that were truly daunting. With Mei's authoritative command, both sides readied themselves for combat. Mini Dragon, use Thunderwave. Yambing instructed through their mental link. Dudu run, shouted Xiao Mao, issuing his command. Clearly, the speed of telepathy granted Yambing a slight edge, compensating for the 20-point speed disparity between Mini Dragon and Dudu. Just as Dudu began to move, a faint spark brushed past him. Although Dudu evaded most of the thunder wave, he was ultimately afflicted by the paralysis effect, albeit mildly. Seizing the moment, Yambing commanded, use Tornado to restrict Dudu's movements. In an instant, as Dudu slowed down, Mini Dragon unleashed Tornado, creating 4 whirlwinds that encircled Dudu's path. Dudu, use Quick Attack. Xiao Mao directed, move swiftly. Yambing similarly urged Mini Dragon. At the crucial moment, Mini Dragon dodged Dudu's Quick Attack and swiftly maneuvered the Tornado to encircle Dudu, obstructing his approach to Mini Dragon. Use Quick Attack, Dudu. Xiao Mao reiterated, followed by another command for Quick Attack. This was a rhythm geared towards rapid strikes. Yambing, immersed in thought, felt it was time to risk it all. He transmitted a vivid image to Mini Dragon through telepathy, which Mini Dragon successfully grasped. As Dudu darted past the encircling tornado, Mini Dragon's tail coiled and summoned a colossal water spout. Adhering strictly to Xiao Mao's orders, Dudu charged towards Mini Dragon with Quick Attack, only for Mini Dragon to suddenly spin at high speed. Get out of the way, Dudu. Xiao Mao hastily commanded upon sensing Mini Dragon's intent, but it was too late. With Dudu accelerating through Quick Attack, the inertia rendered him unable to halt, resulting in a collision with the water wall created by Mini Dragon's tail, sending him careening away under the tremendous centrifugal force. Following Dudu's high-speed impact, Mini Dragon's rotation gradually slowed until it finally came to a halt. At that moment, Dudu, having been forcefully returned to his side of the arena, bore numerous injuries, while Mini Dragon, having executed a series of moves, had also expended considerable stamina. Nevertheless, with the advantage of their telepathic bond, Yambing promptly issued another command. Dudu, let us finish this in one breath. Use Flying Kick. Xiao Mao directed Dudu. Previously mentioned, Yinheng's Dragonair, after rigorous training, exhibits remarkable prowess in close combat. Although the Dragonair had not undergone such training, it nonetheless grasped the essence of melee fighting, especially with Yinheng poised to seize any opportunity that arose. Employing stillness to counter movement, it deftly evaded Dudu's flying kick by sidestepping at the critical moment, executing a flawless 180-degree turn. As Dudu landed and suffered further damage, Dragonair unleashed a powerful splash tail, propelling Dudu away with great force. Well done, Dudu. Return. Yashiro gently caressed the exhausted Dudu before recalling it into its Pokeball. At that moment, after the battle, Dragonair, fully acclimated to the energy conveyed by Haxorus, radiated a brilliant white light. Its previously elongated form of 35 meters shrank down to a sleek 5 meters, now endowed with the ability to levitate. It had evolved into Haxorus. Excellent work, Haxorus. Return. Yinheng also summoned Haxorus back. Congratulations, Yinheng. However, the warm-up match has merely concluded. The real spectacle lies ahead. How about we settle this with our starter Pokémon? Shiro declared confidently. Are you serious? My starter is an Oranges, while yours is a Squirtle, which has likely evolved into a Blastoise by now. Your type advantage is evident. Yinheng scoffed. In a true battle of masters, type advantages may have some impact, but they do not dictate the outcome, Shiro retorted, refusing to concede. Very well. I did not wish to discourage you too much. Just ensure you do not regret it after witnessing Orange's combat prowess. Yinheng's unwavering faith in Orange's transcended type, abilities, or base stats. He firmly believed that oranges possessed the potential for greatness. Neither of them were fond of excessive chatter, and soon after, oranges and Blastoise took their positions on the battlefield. Do you require my power, oranges? Yinheng inquired. Trust me. Oranges responded telepathically, giving Yinheng a thumbs up. Yinheng smiled faintly, reciprocating the gesture. Without issuing any commands, it was entirely up to Oranges to navigate the battle. Oranges adeptly utilized its advantages, soaring into the air from the outset. Blastoise remained unperturbed by Orange's ascent, calmly awaiting Shiro's instructions. Water gun attack. Blastoise unleashed a barrage of water jets into the sky, which Oranges expertly dodged. Evasion was second nature to Oranges. After a series of probing attacks with techniques like Solar Beam and Water Gun, both Pokémon exchanged a flurry of ranged assaults, neither able to gain the upper hand. Hey, big lizard, stop dawdling. Let's settle this with sheer strength. Shiro called out to Oranges, who smirked slightly before descending gracefully. In close combat, Yinheng's Pokémon had never shied away. Oranges and Blastoise locked eyes in silence, each gathering their momentum for the impending clash. As the atmosphere reached a critical threshold, with a swift whoosh, the two combatants surged from their respective positions, charging towards one another. Orange's claws met with the hands of Blastoise, and thus commenced a fierce struggle. In terms of weight and strength, Orange clearly held the advantage. Moments later, exploiting this superiority, Orange flung Blastoise aside. Once Blastoise regained his footing, they clashed again, re-engaging in a contest of might. This cycle repeated 3 times, and on the third attempt, after both had released each other, they entered a brutal exchange of blows. If Orange excelled in raw power, Blastoise was evidently more adept in defense. This thrilling and fervent brawl found Orange slightly on the back foot. Realizing that a direct confrontation might not yield favorable results, Orange began to adapt his strategy. Employing the combat techniques learned from Yambing to their fullest extent, utilizing evasive maneuvers, leveraging strength, and executing powerful strikes, the two titans grappled for a full 30 minutes. Until at last, Blastoise, having defended valiantly, revealed a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Orange maneuvered behind Blastoise, restraining its arms, and soared into the sky, delivering a tremendous body slam. With a thunderous crash, the battlefield erupted in a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, Blastoise lay motionless on the ground, having lost the will to fight. Well done, Orange, Yambing exclaimed, giving Orange a thumbs up, which was reciprocated. Great job, Blastoise. You performed admirably. Xiaomao recalled Blastoise, gazing earnestly at Yambing and Orange. Yambing, you are truly formidable. Your Charizard is indeed impressive. I concede this battle, and I do so wholeheartedly. Your Blastoise is also well-trained, Xiaomao. Few Pokémon can match Orange's prowess. Yambing regarded Xiaomao with sincerity. Thank you for the compliment. I look forward to battling you again at the court's conference. As Xiaomao turned to leave, Yambing called out, Wait, Xiaomao, I have a question for you. Surprised, Xiaomao inquired, What question? I have defeated the gyms in Pewter City, Cerulean City, Goldenrod City, Celadon City, Violet City, and Fuchsia City, collecting 6 badges. I am aware of 2 more, the Fire-type gym on Fiery Island and the Normal-type gym in Jubilife City. However, the Jubilife gym is seldom open, and I worry I may not acquire that badge. Do you know of any other gyms? Yambing posed the question that had long puzzled him. Give me the map, and I'll inform you of a few gym locations, Xiaomao replied, marking 2 circles on the map. There is one near Fiery Island, and another along the route from Fiery Island to Cerulean City. Additionally, one lies in the mountains directly north of the Cerulean Gym. Yambing examined the map, noting that both locations were either islands or deep mountains, explaining the scarcity of information regarding these gyms. Well, those 2 gyms near Fiery Island are worth checking out. Thanks. Yambing expressed his gratitude to Xiaomao. You're welcome, farewell. This time, it is truly a goodbye. Watching Xiaomao's retreating silhouette, Yinbing smiled faintly. This trainer, brimming with the potential of a champion, has just begun to reveal his brilliance, while Xiaoji still has a journey of trials ahead of him. Adjusting his mood, Yinbing and Ye prepared to set off towards the port of Qianhong City, where a ship awaits to take them directly to Hoenn Island. Chapter 20. Heartwheel Visualization and the battle with Darkrai. The vessel departing from Qianhong City was smaller than the Saint Anu and lacked a melodious name. However, neither Yinbing nor Ye were particularly inclined towards luxury. As long as they could arrive safely at Hoenn Island, there was little to complain about. They found 2 separate resting rooms on the ship, and after tidying up their luggage, Yinbing made a call to the professor. Exchanging his Pidgeot and Onix for Machoke and Gengar, and then released the latter 4 Pokémon, Machoke, Orange, Xiao Shun, and Gengar, into the room, leaving out Onix. These four had been with Yin Bing the longest. Their physical capabilities had reached their current limits, and transcending them was not a matter of mere moments. Yet, aside from physical strength, mental fortitude also played a crucial role in enhancing their combat abilities. After contacting Yi in the adjacent room to inform her of his intention to experiment with a new training method, she arrived shortly thereafter. Without further ado, Yin Bing instructed the four Pokémon to sit cross-legged and retrieved a simple heart-wheel diagram he had drawn for training purposes. He briefly introduced the concepts related to the heart wheel to Yi and the Pokémon, guiding them to first enter a meditative state and then visualize an image of themselves, or of someone they revered, or even a deity they believed in. Starting with simple lines, they were to envision this figure sitting within their heart wheel, and those with extra stamina could delve deeper into the visualization. The more intricate the details, the more refined their spirit would become. After providing guidance, Yin Bing did not immediately enter meditation himself, but chose to observe the others' progress. 3 minutes later, Yi was the first to succumb to discomfort, her legs numb from sitting cross-legged. She opened her eyes to speak, but Yin Bing quickly gestured for her to remain silent. At that moment, a wondrous aura enveloped Xiao Shun, lifting him off the ground, leaving Yi wide-eyed in astonishment. Xiao Shun was meditating and visualizing with remarkable ease, swiftly finding his rhythm. Soon after, a faint purple light enveloped Gengar, with a shadowy aura beginning to manifest behind him. Could this be an indication of the legendary domain ability? Yin Bing mused with a hint of mischief. Makoke and Orange furrowed their brows, seemingly entangled in their visualization, yet facing some hindrance. This was to be expected. Xiao Shun, as a psychic type, possessed formidable mental strength, while Gengar, having transcended physical form, also wielded considerable psychic power. In contrast, Orange and Makoke primarily engaged in tangible combat, rarely tapping into the mental realm, making their comparatively weaker mental prowess quite normal. Observing the scene, Yin Bing smiled faintly and settled into a cross-legged position himself, beginning his own visualization. As an atheist, the most suitable object of his meditation was none other than himself. The energy of the Wave Guide, in terms of its offensive attributes, belongs to the realm of special fighting attacks. However, the true source of this energy emanates from the heart, suggesting that Yambing's understanding of the heart and mental aspects would rival that of any psychic. Thus, after a brief moment, Yambing too was immersed in contemplation. Upon observing that, apart from herself, everyone else was somewhat absorbed in their own thoughts, May felt a tinge of boredom and decided to step out first. When dinner time arrived, the body's instinctive yearning for sustenance prompted Yambing to emerge from his reverie. Turning back, he noticed that his four companions had also broken free from their meditative states, each seemingly having gained considerable insights. What have you all comprehended? Yambing inquired with a gentle smile. First to share were Shun and Yabai, who had reaped the greatest rewards, their findings bearing similarities. Shun had not only grasped the concept of levitation during combat, but had also begun to cultivate the ability to create a field capable of amplifying psychic powers while simultaneously exerting psychological pressure on opponents within that environment. Yabai, on the other hand, had truly mastered the domain ability, able to conjure a dark field during battle. Within this realm, Yabai could achieve instantaneous movement and manipulate spatial capabilities, such that a wave of malevolent energy could appear to strike from the side while he was positioned in front of the foe. However, the exertion of this domain ability severely drained Yabai's stamina, limiting its duration to approximately 3 minutes. Yet, within that brief span, the tide of battle could be decisively altered. As for Eri, being a fighting-type Pokémon, the most tangible effect of his contemplation of the heart's wheel was the acquisition of waveguide energy, akin to Lucario, enabling him to wield wave blasts. Yambing was somewhat aware of this development and contemplated further communication with Eri, even considering the possibility of teaching him wave spheres to enhance his ranged capabilities. Orange's gains were refreshingly straightforward. The increase in mental strength was primarily devoted to enhancing his comprehension of the offensive path. His flames had become purer, his control more refined, and his physical power more fluid, deepening his understanding of every muscle in his body, a truly pure enhancement. The more straightforward this was, the more it suited Orange's path, directly tapping into his physical potential and transforming it into raw power, overcoming cleverness with sheer strength. Yambing was thoroughly pleased with the results of the heart-will contemplation, having also become more adept at utilizing waveguide energy himself. Just then, a series of rumbling sounds interrupted the moment. Everyone was hungry. Coincidentally, May arrived to summon Yambing for dinner, prompting him to gather his Pokémon companions. The restaurant aboard the cruise ship was spacious, catering to the diverse culinary desires of its guests. with a variety of foods available, including specialized offerings for Pokémon. Naturally, Yambing first prepared dinner for his Pokémon, but as he approached the Pokémon food section, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Is that Darkrai? Yambing mused, somewhat astonished that the legendary Pokémon had appeared in the Kanto region. Could it be pursuing some other legendary being? The legends of Kanto primarily revolved around the 3 legendary birds and Mew. It seemed likely that Darkrai was drawn to the trio of birds, with Mew being a less probable target. Do you recognize me? Perhaps it was Yambing's gaze lingering a tad too long upon Dacto, or perhaps it was the instinct of a seasoned expert. But Dacto effortlessly sensed that he was being observed. While they were not acquainted, a faint aura of divine beasts emanated from Yambing. Yambing, with his eyes wide open, uttered a falsehood, uncertain if he indeed possessed a divine beast, but it did not deter him from attempting to deceive Dacto. Oh, your perceptive abilities are quite formidable. Dacto did not intend to conceal anything. What do you say? Your Pokémon seem quite powerful. Would you care for a battle against mine? I would be delighted. However, might we allow my little companions to finish their dinner first? Yambing accepted with a smile. After all, engaging in a battle with a divine hand would be an excellent opportunity for Orange and Eli to break through their bottlenecks, even if the two might falter. Once their meal concluded, Yambing and Dacto made their way to the arena. How about a 2-on-2 battle? Dacto proposed. Yambing contemplated briefly, deciding that it would indeed involve Darkrai and Latios, and he nodded in agreement. My first Pokémon is he. Darkrai. Dacto summoned Darkrai, and indeed it was he. Yambing called Eli to the field. Macamp. Type advantages may not hold much weight against a master, Dacto cautioned. I am aware, at the very least. I wouldn't want him facing a type disadvantage in the next round. Yambing replied with a slight smile, causing Dacto to pause momentarily before he relaxed. Faced with Darkrai, Yambing was not one to underestimate the situation. He inquired about Eli's opinion, and Eli indicated that he would provide support, which clarified Yambing's course of action. Darkrai launched the first attack, unleashing a dark pulse as a greeting. Eli wasted no time and countered with a wave cannon. The energy collided, and an explosion of dust erupted upon impact. As a divine beast, Darkrai possessed immense energy, and Dacto, as a trainer, exhibited considerable resolve. However, compared to Yambing, Dacto's combat awareness appeared somewhat lacking. While he focused on the surrounding environment as the dust settled, Eli had already gathered a second wave cannon in his hands. Before the dust cleared, this second attack surged forth, creating a straight path that struck Darkrai squarely in the chest. The double damage sent Darkrai flying a considerable distance before it came to a halt. A Macamp that can utilize wave cannon? This is a first for me, Dacto remarked. Darkrai, use black hole attack. Following the command, Darkrai unleashed a black hole. However, Eli, being one of the earliest companions to accompany Yambing, possessed evasion skills that ordinary Pokémon lacked, honed through experience in both ranged and close combat. He sidestepped and accelerated, dashing in front of Darkrai, delivering a flurry of knife hand strikes. Darkrai, respond with Shadow Punch. Darkrai met the knife hand strikes with Shadow Punch, leveraging its strength against Eli's speed and the advantage of having 4 arms. The two Pokémon managed to reach a tenuous stalemate. This cannot continue, Darkrai. Let us decide the victor through speed. Dusknoir issued his command, and instantly, Dialga comprehended his intentions. Leveraging its advantage and power, it swiftly repelled Ellie with a single strike, then gracefully withdrew from close combat, initiating an assault with Ice Beam. After deftly evading and countering 3 times, a delicate layer of ice began to form upon the battleground. Despite being of a higher level, Dialga endured 2 aura spheres, yet it was during the 3rd attack that Ellie, while dodging, inadvertently slipped on the icy surface, losing balance and succumbing to a direct hit from Ice Beam. The dual attribute damage, compounded by the disparity in strength, caused Ellie's stamina to plummet rapidly. At this moment, both Ellie and Dialga were significantly drained. Dialga had withstood 3 aura spheres and was not unscathed. The decisive battle was upon them, and both understood this well. Ice Beam, Aura Sphere. 2 aura spheres were launched forth, only to be met by 2 ice beams. The collision produced a resounding boom, unleashing a powerful shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust across the arena. As the dust settled, it became evident that Dialga could no longer maintain its levitation. Having crouched on the ground, panting heavily, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. Conversely, Ellie had simply collapsed. You are impressive. It is the first time I have encountered someone capable of pushing Dialga to this extent, Dusknoir remarked with a faint smile, a rare thrill coursing through him. You too. For although Dialga is a legendary Pokémon, to capture it and defeat me, Ellie, you are the first. Yamato's eyes ignited with the flames of determination. Grateful that after today's battle, Le's strength would experience a profound transformation. Oh, am I to be your sharpening stone? If it can bolster your Pokemon's power, even surpassing that of the legendaries, I would be more than willing. Let the second round commence. I summon Latios. Dusknoir released Latios, casting a confident glance towards Yamato. Go forth, Orange. Embark on your path to greatness. Yamato declared resolutely, as Orange let out two excited roars, the flames of determination surging behind him. Charizard, how intriguing. Let us engage in an aerial contest. Dusknoir waved his hand, and Latios soared into the sky. All right, go Orange. Chapter 21, Aerial Clash. Orange faced Latios, feeling the formidable aura emanating from his opponent, and trembled with excitement. The deep-seated desire for battle made him thoroughly satisfied with the adversary before him. Gradually ascending to an equal altitude, the flames of determination surrounding Orange flared even higher. After a brief moment of intense eye contact, both combatants surged toward each other. Whoosh. In terms of sheer flying speed, Latios clearly had the upper hand. Fortunately, the arena was spacious enough for Orange to accelerate to his utmost velocity. In the instant they crossed paths, Latios had readied itself for a charge, yet at that precise moment, the towering figure of its opponent suddenly vanished. Yambing smiled, his physique, energy, and perception of the wind determined that Latios's speed in flight far surpassed that of Orange. However, this did not impede Orange's ability to outpace Latios in reaction speed and bodily responsiveness, a testament to his mastery of physical control and acute combat awareness. In a moment of surprise, Latios found himself ensnared by a pair of powerful arms gripping his neck. Observing from the sidelines, Darkdo discerned the unfolding events with clarity. As Latios and Orange drew near, Orange executed a swift 180-degree turn, gliding beneath Latios and repositioning himself parallel to him. In that instant of astonishment, Latios noticeably slowed, allowing Orange to close in from behind and secure a hold on his neck. Latios, accelerate and shake him off. Do not grant him the opportunity to unleash an earth-based attack. Darkdo commanded, and Latios immediately complied, hastening his flight. Orange, caught in the rush, swiftly lost control of his direction. Simultaneously, Latios began to sway from side to side, attempting to dislodge Orange from the air. However, the strength in Orange's arms was remarkable. Despite multiple attempts to shake him off, Latios found himself expending considerable energy in vain. Sensitive to the ebb and flow of battle, Orange quickly grasped Latios's predicament. He tightened his grip, constricting Latios's neck and forcibly pulling him upward, altering his flight path as they gradually approached a spherical formation. At the moment they reached a critical apex, Latios exhaled sharply, and Orange seized the opportunity to take control of their flight, executing 3 large loops before plunging rapidly toward the ground. A thunderous crash reverberated through the cabin, drawing a crowd to the arena, where spectators expressed immense enthusiasm for the fierce aerial duel. As Latios hurtled toward the earth, a collective gasp resonated through the throng. A successful strike. Orange flapped his wings and ascended back into the sky. Impressive attack. Your Charizard exhibits tremendous strength, enough to send thrills coursing through me. However, Latios will not succumb so easily. Darkdo exuded confidence in Darkrai. Just as Darkdo's words lingered in the air, a powerful beam of energy collided forcefully with Orange. The impact sent him hurtling backward, slamming into the ceiling. Ultimate impact. Yambing instantly recognized Latios's technique, a maneuver that utilized his own body as a medium to strike opponents through high-speed flight, akin to a destructive beam of light. While immensely powerful, it bore the flaw of leaving Latios momentarily vulnerable after execution. Nonetheless, the blow inflicted significant damage on Orange, granting Latios ample time to recover from his brief state of rigidity. Orange gradually descended, leveling once more with Latios. The toll of fatigue and pain transmitted from the impact ignited his nerves, urging him onward. However, the more intense the situation grew, the more fervently the spirit of the Orange Pokémon blazed with a fiery determination, igniting an unwavering resolve within. Once again, they locked eyes and soared into the air. This time, the Orange Pokémon and Latios ceased their tactical probing and charged fiercely towards one another, engaging in a pure physical clash. Boom. They collided and separated, only to turn and crash into one another again. The Orange Pokémon's flight speed is increasing. Yambing discerned the pattern during their initial confrontation. The Orange Pokémon's velocity was noticeably insufficient to match Latios, relying instead on improvisational skill to gain a slight advantage. Yet, as it descended from the ceiling and faced Latios once more, its speed, while still lagging, had begun to approach that of its opponent. With each collision against Latios, the orange Pokémon's velocity incrementally improved, gradually bridging the gap between their speeds. Hey, don't assume that your Charizard's newfound speed will prevent it from suffering during these collisions. The injuries accumulated from previous clashes are not so easily remedied, Dacto cautioned Yambing. Is that so? Yambing replied with a subtle smile. The principle of force is mutual. This is common knowledge. There exists a classic case where, in a foreign court, an individual argued that since the force exerted is reciprocal, his hand sustained the same damage as the other party's nose, thus questioning the need for compensation. The court's ruling rested upon the notion that the harm inflicted by the active force upon the passive force is something the latter does not willingly accept, while the former does. What does that have to do with this? Dacto queried. Everything, Yambing stated. What the court overlooked was why the assailant targeted the opponent's nose rather than their fist. What do you mean? Dacto finally focused intently. A friend of mine, upon hearing this story, succinctly stated something I find quite profound. Fists are harder than noses, hence the nose incurs greater damage. Yambing spoke plainly. A typical Latios weighs around 60 kilograms. A Charizard weighs about 95 kilograms, while our orange Pokémon weighs in at 100 kilograms. Oh no, Dacto gasped. And just as he processed this realization, a thunderous crash echoed once more. This time, it was Latios that was sent flying by the orange Pokémon, crashing into the wall behind it. Moments later, Latios extricated itself from the wall. Returning to an equal altitude, both the orange Pokémon and Latios were panting heavily, a testament to the tremendous exertion they had just endured in battle. You are formidable, Dacto earnestly remarked, gazing at Yambing. I am aware, Yambing replied nonchalantly, as if it were as mundane as eating or drinking. You have quite the thick skin. Dacto chuckled. That, I also recognize. Now, let's cease the idle chatter and engage in one final, true showdown. Agreed. Latios, ascend with the cascade attack. Orange, unleash the flame charge. Responding to the command, Latios, along with the telepathically connected Orange, sprang into action simultaneously. To maximize the effectiveness of the cascade attack, Latios spiraled close to the ground, while Orange elevated himself to reach greater heights for the flame charge. One gazed down from above, while the other looked up at the vast expanse of the starry sky. In an instant, both unleashed their utmost speed, charging towards each other once more. One fell like a meteor from the heavens, while the other surged upwards like an ethereal being. Crash! Boom! Dust and smoke erupted once again, enveloping the arena in silence. Two figures lay on the ground, straining to support their bodies, yearning to rise once more. Stand up, Latios! Stand up, Orange! Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Latios and Orange wobbled to their feet. Their indomitable will and unyielding spirit deeply moved all present, who silently cheered for them. Boom! Boom! The dull thud of their bodies hitting the ground resonated simultaneously. The arena fell into another profound silence. There were no referee's declarations, no roars of the audience. Incredible! Marvelous! You both gave your all. Gradually, applause erupted from the crowd. Dacto and Yambing exchanged astonished glances before smiling at each other, retrieving their Pokeballs to recall their Pokémon. You were impressive, Dacto remarked again. I know, replied Yambing nonchalantly. I know too, Dacto responded in kind. Shameless, the two simultaneously assessed one another. Heh, quite amusing. I look forward to our next battle. Dacto extended his hand. Me too, Yambing reciprocated. My name is Dacto. I am Yambing. That Dacto is truly formidable, May said with a serious expression at the dining table. Indeed, that's for certain, Yambing replied while enjoying his dinner. This is the first time I've seen you lose, May remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Yes, it's my first time experiencing a loss as well. Yambing indeed lived up to Dacto's praise. His thick skin was not something ordinary individuals could match. He will be your formidable rival in the league tournament. May furrowed her brows. Hey, don't worry, he is not from Kanto. He should return to the Sinnoh region soon. Moreover, if I face him again tomorrow, the victor will be me, Yambing asserted resolutely. Oh, you are so certain? May was somewhat taken aback. Although Yambing sometimes appeared to be a big talker, he had never lost a battle he claimed he would win. Hence, May was curious about what had instilled such confidence in him. Because after this battle, Eli and Orange will undergo a transformation, and when they awaken tomorrow, their strength will ascend to an entirely new level. In Yambing's eyes gleamed a spark of excitement. May did not fully comprehend the extent of Yambing's understanding concerning her Pokémon, yet this did not hinder her from drawing parallels regarding his prowess. If you were to challenge the champion of the Kanto region right now, would you emerge victorious? May inquired earnestly. Currently, there remains a slight gap. Although Dacto wields a legendary Pokémon, Its capabilities are only at a semi-divine level, not fully matured. In the face of champion tier strength, Dacto still has some distance to cover. As for me, after tomorrow, I shall swiftly bridge that gap. She pondered, why overthink it? Securing the championship in the league is paramount. Mei raised her glass of orange juice in a toast with Yanbing. Indeed, the title of league champion, the strength of the Elite Four, the championship, the level of legendary Pokémon. Suddenly, a figure flickered through Yanbing's mind. Mutuo? Perhaps that would be the key to elevating Qingzi and Ailey once more. Chapter 22. We have arrived. The emergence of Red Lotus Island? After a night of adjustment, Qingzi and Ailey were restored to their optimal condition, and their battle with Dacto had proven immensely beneficial, leading both to enter a state of meditative enlightenment. Originally, Yanbing intended to seek another battle with Dacto today to assess the strength of Qingzi and Ailey, yet he found no trace of Dacto on the ship by midday. Likely having departed, Yanbing did not feel regret. There would be future opportunities for encounters. Regarding the Red Lotus Gym, Yanbing had some thoughts. Qingzi, Ailey Yibai, and Xiao Shun had already acquired the training method for heart-will visualization, and it was not strictly necessary for them to practice at Yanbing's side. Thus, he conferred with the four, deciding that this challenge at the Red Lotus Gym would primarily feature Hakron, with Xiao Wei as a secondary choice, while UK and Chong Kong would serve as backup. As for the Monferno, Yanbing planned to exclude it from the lineup for the time being. Having previously had a trainer, the Monferno required careful handling in terms of training. After completing his journey in the Kanto region, Yanbing intended to venture to another region, irrespective of whether he secured the championship in Kanto. For this upcoming journey, he did not wish to bring along Qingzi and Ailey, the mainstays of Kanto, but rather aimed to cultivate several less frequently utilized Pokémon, including Xiao Wei and Monferno. Upon reaching Red Lotus Island, Yanbing sought a secluded spot to release his little companions. UK wandered off to a location slightly distanced from the urban area, while Chong Kong flapped its wings and flew towards a less populated area. Xiao Wei remained at Yanbing's side. Although this creature had recently grown in both weight and height, its temperament still resembled that of a mischievous child. Fortunately, it had become somewhat more obedient lately, refraining from pilfering others' food without Yanbing's permission. As for Hakron, Yanbing encouraged it to familiarize itself with the nearby waters, for it might be chosen as his mode of transport instead of the passenger ship when the time came. After all, Yanbing harbored some private destinations he wished to explore. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Yanbing arranged for everyone to gather in a spacious square before dinner. After giving his instructions, Yanbing strolled about Hoenn Island with Xiao Wei and Mei. As dinner time approached, Yanbing and Mei arrived at their designated meeting spot, awaiting the return of the sprites. In a short while, the sprites had all returned, and Yanbing slowly stowed away his moonlight and Hakron before inquiring of Chong Kong. Chong Kong, while soaring above, did you happen to glimpse a mountain adorned with a clock atop and a park below? Chong Kong nodded and gestured for Yanbing and the others to follow. Although Mei felt a tinge of confusion, she decided to reserve her questions until they arrived at their destination, where all would be revealed. Under Chong Kong's guidance, the trio soon arrived at the quaint lodging. Without hesitation, Yanbing knocked on the door. Greetings. We are here for accommodation. He smiled, addressing the long-haired gentleman who answered the door. Oh, travelers, I see. Please, come in, the man replied amiably. Pardon the intrusion. Yanbing responded politely. Pardon the intrusion. Mei echoed, ensuring she too was courteous. Feel free to enjoy the amenities here. There's no need for formality. I shall prepare dinner, the gentleman stated. Wow. May I inquire what is for dinner? Mei asked eagerly, her anticipation palpable, while Xiao Wei could not help but drool at the prospect. Neither from the heavens nor from the earth, the red-cloaked, hunchbacked elder relies solely on his two great pincers. The gentleman posed a riddle, leaving Mei momentarily perplexed. Oh, it must be lobster. Thank you, Mr. Xiaobo. Yanbing chuckled. You're welcome. Wait, that's not my name, Mr. Xiaobo responded, realizing the mix-up and quickly correcting himself, though Yanbing dismissed it with a wave. Xiaobo? That name sounds familiar. Ah, the owner of the inn on Hoenn Island. Mei exclaimed. I told you, you've mistaken me for someone else, Mr. Xiaobo insisted. Perhaps so. My apologies, sir, Mei said, scratching her head. Yanbing, you must have mistaken him, she added. Hee, let us focus on our meal. Aren't you hungry? Yanbing asked with a smile, prompting Mei's stomach to growl audibly, leading her to blush in embarrassment. Before long, Mr. Xiaobo served a sumptuous dinner, and both Yanbing and Mei savored their meals with gusto. While even the typically voracious Xiao Wei was thoroughly satisfied, of course, Yanbing had fed him an energy cube beforehand. Our hot springs here are exceptionally comfortable. You may wish to try them after dinner, Mr. Xiaobo suggested. Thank you. Please wait for us at the gym, Yambing replied with a slight smile. I do not quite understand what you mean, Mr. Xiaobo replied, turning away to clear the dishes. After their meal, Yambing and Mei made their way to the open-air hot springs, enjoying a relaxing soak. Once they had dressed, Yambing returned to the women's bath area, gently pressing down the decorative Gyarados head, revealing an entrance before them, just as depicted in the animation. Following the passage, they found themselves in an arena nestled within the mountain. Welcome to the Hoenn Gym. May I ask, what is something that cannot be spoken of when unknown, yet cannot be kept silent when known? Mr. Xiaobo initiated his signature riddle. The answer is a wig. Mr. Xiaobo, reveal your true self to me, Yambing declared, fixing his gaze upon him. I am here to challenge the Hoenn Gym. There is truly no way to deal with you. In this 3-on-3 match, challengers are permitted to switch their Pokémon. Xavier removed his wig and beard, revealing a smooth head adorned with a crown of white hair. Very well, my Pokémon shall be him. Come forth, Haxorus. Yambing released Haxorus, who soared directly into the arena above. Oh, it is indeed the rare Haxorus, Xavier exclaimed. My first Pokémon is him. Arise, Ninetales. Upon seeing Xavier summon Ninetales, Yambing initiated a mental connection with Haxorus. Ninetales, unleash Flamethrower. Xavier commanded, and a torrent of flames erupted from Ninetales' mouth. Haxorus, meanwhile, concentrated its energy to unleash Dragon Rage, which surged forward unimpeded, penetrating the flames and striking Ninetales, sending the fox Pokémon flying to the edge of the arena. Press the advantage. Use Hurricane. Yambing communicated with Haxorus in his mind, and 4 tornadoes swiftly rose from the ground, encircling Ninetales from all directions. Ninetales, disrupt the balance of the tornadoes with Fire Spin, Xavier decisively instructed. However, after 2 days of training, Yambing and Haxorus had rehearsed various battle scenarios, executing a strategy before Yambing could issue further commands. Haxorus had already concealed itself behind the tornado on the right, closing in on Ninetales. The moment Ninetales unleashed Fire Spin to dismantle the tornadoes, a powerful Aqua Tail struck, rendering Ninetales incapacitated. Well done, young man. Xavier regarded Yambing with admiration. Now, my next Pokémon shall be him. Arise, Agron. Haxorus, move swiftly and execute Aqua Tail. As Xavier summoned Agron, Yambing promptly directed Haxorus. Agron had just emerged, still bewildered by the unfolding events, when it noticed its foe had vanished, only to reappear to its left. Dodge, Agron, Xavier shouted, with its rock and ground-type attributes. Xavier knew that if Haxorus Aqua Tail connected, Agron's already modest special defense would be utterly overwhelmed. Yet, reality taught Xavier a harsh lesson. Although Agron reacted swiftly, its speed proved inferior to its special defense. Just as Agron attempted to evade, Haxorus Aqua Tail struck with brute force, sending Agron crashing to the ground. Return, Agron. Xavier now took the situation seriously. It seems you deserve my utmost effort. Come forth, Charizard. At last, is the Charizard making its appearance? Yambing observed the molten lava beneath the arena with intense focus. To Yambing, Xavier's Charizard was of utmost concern, capable of igniting even Ash's Charizard's fighting spirit, a testament to its formidable combat prowess. It is worth noting that Charizard's base stats exceed those of Yambing's own Pokémon by a notable margin. Yambing, you might assume that I will unleash the most formidable Pokémon at my disposal. Indeed, had you not so effortlessly defeated Ninetales and Tyranitar in our previous encounters, I would have withheld this Pokémon from the battle. For the first time, Xiaobo spoke earnestly, devoid of any riddles. Yambing pondered, slightly bewildered. What could he mean? Did he have other Pokémon in reserve? It appeared so, especially considering that in the special episodes and the Gold and Silver games, Xiaobo possessed a Rapidash. However, that seemed unlikely. Given Ash's circumstances, if Xiaobo had Rapidash, he would not have sent out the Charizard. Lost in thought, Yambing remained focused on the molten lava below, preparing himself for any eventuality. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. The bubbles rising from the lava formed 2 concentric ripples. Could it be? Indeed, as you surmise, Xiaobo replied earnestly. In my early research, I inadvertently created something remarkable. To observe its effects, I captured 2 Charizards. Yambing understood now. Beneath the magma, there were indeed 2 Charizards. It seemed that Xiaobo had kept a card up his sleeve for when Ash arrived. However, I have recently discovered that this creation possesses an additional function, Xiaobo continued, his expression unusually grave as he regarded Yambing. If you can defeat my strongest Charizard, you may just become the testament to this experiment. What could it possibly be? Yambing wondered curiously, though he refrained from voicing his inquiries. For what is meant to appear will eventually reveal itself. In a moment, the two Charizards emerged fully from the lava, their formidable presence overwhelming, causing Yambing to instinctively shield his face with his hand. It was then that he noticed the square, deep red box held in the right Charizard's claw, leaving him astounded. He had not anticipated that Xiaobo's research would yield such a creation. Chapter 23. The Meteorological Duel. A fierce battle with the strongest Charizard. Upon seeing the box, Yambing realized that he was about to face the Charizard adorned with it. As expected, Xiaobo stepped forward and unfastened the box, unleashing a torrent of intense fiery energy from the Charizard, creating a wave of heat that pressed against Hakuran and Yambing. It seemed that a grueling battle lay ahead. Hakuran. Yambing sighed, recognizing that the Charizard before him, nurtured by the magma enhancer over the years, wielded a firepower far superior to the other Charizard that Ash would later confront. Upon hearing Yambing's words, Hakuran's expression grew serious. He could distinctly sense the oppressive aura emanating from the Charizard, reminiscent of the formidable pressure he experienced during his mother's wrath. Sighing, Yambing realized he would have to push Hakuran to his limits. He gazed intently at the battlefield. Hakuran summoned rain, tornado, and thunder. The clouds in the sky slowly gathered, forming a thick layer of cumulonimbus that enveloped the entire arena. Hakuran began to ascend, extending his elongated form gracefully. A series of thunderbolts cracked down, illuminating Hakuran in a dazzling, flickering light. Tornadoes whipped up from the ground, stirring up powerful gusts that swept across the arena. Hakuran is among the rare few who can master more than 3 elemental attributes and alter weather conditions. Coupled with its draconic form, many revere it as a deity. Xiaobo, in our previous battles, I refrained from allowing Hakuran to unleash its climate-altering abilities, as they were unnecessary. Now, you shall fully comprehend Hakuran's might. Yambing stated earnestly. Xiaobo remained silent, gazing at Hakuran in awe. In truth, the formidable display before them was primarily due to the activation of 3 skills: wind, rain, and thunder, which encapsulated the elemental forces of a tempest. In such weather, Hakuran thrived, while the fire-type Dizzy Huolong was significantly suppressed. Duozui Huolong, clear the skies. Xiaobo snapped back to reality and promptly issued a command to Duozui Huolong. Raising its hands, Duozui Huolong summoned a wave of energy, causing the drizzle above to lighten, and beams of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating half of the arena where it stood. At that moment, the two opposing weather influences clashed within the confines of the small arena, each vying for dominance, unable to fully prevail over the other. Duozui Huolong unleashed a flamethrower. Duozui Huolong initiated the attack, sending a torrent of flames towards Hakuran. Yet, Hakuran stood resolute, countering with an electromagnetic wave followed by a bolt of lightning, skillfully evading the path of the flames. Both Pokémon were struck simultaneously, and as their moves concluded, Hakuran shook its head, suffering negligible damage. Its natural resistance to fire halved the damage from the flames, and given the prevailing stormy weather, the intensity of the flames diminished further, perfectly countering the sunny day's enhancement, rendering the damage inconsequential for Hakuran. Conversely, the faint currents of electricity coursing through Huolong indicated that it had not entirely withstood the brunt of the lightning and electromagnetic attacks. Although the damage it sustained was minor, the paralysis effect of the electromagnetic wave had taken hold. In this exchange of ranged attacks, Hakuran evidently held the upper hand. Facing a slight disadvantage in type, Duozui Huolong resolved to rely on brute strength to turn the tide. Paralysis affects speed but not power. Duozui Huolong, engage in close combat. Xiaobo shouted, and Duozui Huolong charged towards Hakuran. Hakuran, we shall not shy away from close combat, Yambing exclaimed, watching the advancing Duozui Huolong with a sense of amusement. Engaging in close quarters with Yambing's Pokémon was never a prudent choice. Even the bulky Yueke had some basic agility through leveraging and grappling techniques, let alone Hakuran. Indeed, just as Duozui Huolong was about to collide with Hakuran, the latter deftly sidestepped and coiled around Dizzy Huolong, utilizing its physical advantage to ensnare it. Duozui Huolong break free. Shouting proved futile for Xiaobo, as Harklong not only restrained the duckbill fire dragon, but also slowly dragged it step by step towards the rain-soaked area. However, due to the disparity in strength, Harklong's progress with the duckbill fire dragon was far from smooth. Harklong lifted him into the air. Yambing's telepathic guidance directed Harklong. Creatures that swim in water draw their power from it. Those that soar through the sky harness the winds as their source of strength. Yet, bipedal beings, once they leave the ground, become akin to severed roots, their innate courage rendered impotent. In that moment, the duckbill fire dragon epitomized this plight. As its body gradually ascended from the earth under Harklong's efforts, further entangling it in Harklong's grip. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the Duckbill Fire Dragon, disregarding the risk of injuring Harklong with its flames, unleashed a jet of fire at close range, momentarily causing Harklong to release its hold. Yet, in the very instant of its release, a powerful water column struck, propelling the Duckbill Fire Dragon upward. Seizing the opportunity as the Duckbill Fire Dragon was sent soaring, Harklong anticipated its descent and prepared another water column to send it higher once again. Just as the third water column was ready, the Duckbill Fire Dragon reacted swiftly, executing a powerful strike that collided with the water column, flipping in midair to evade Harklong's descent. As the dust settled in the aftermath of their fierce clash, the gazes of Harklong and the Duckbill Fire Dragon met. Both creatures were panting heavily, the recent skirmish having drained a considerable amount of their stamina. Harklong bore a small burn, a remnant of the close-range flames, while the Duckbill Fire Dragon gasped for breath, its flames flickering intermittently, signaling its deteriorating condition. Harklong's fatigue stemmed not only from the fiery onslaught, but also from the impact of the water column and the collision with the Duckbill Fire Dragon. "Fire Punch!" commanded the Duckbill Fire Dragon. "Water column tail, counter!" shouted Harklong. The clash erupted, fists and tails colliding rapidly, the red and blue figures darting across the battlefield, intertwining and separating in swift succession. Harklong's water column tail boasted overwhelming power and an advantage over the Duckbill Fire Dragon S-type, while the Duckbill Fire Dragon excelled in its raw strength and rapid alternation of punches. Thus, the two creatures fought to a standstill, their energies rapidly depleting. Before long, both were battered and weary. As their stamina waned, Yanbing and Xiaobo recognized that it was time to unleash their full might. Harklong ascended slowly, the clouds parting above, beams of light cascading down, rendering the airborne Harklong a figure of divine inviolability. Meanwhile, the sunny skies effect faded, and the Duckbill Fire Dragon gazed resolutely at Harklong above. Harklong, Dragon Dive. Duckbill Fire Dragon, Big Blast. The soaring Dragonite, harnessing the power of its dive, charged swiftly towards the Psyduck, which unleashed a powerful hydro pump, colliding head-on with Dragonite. The forces of the dive and the hydro pump clashed and began to neutralize each other. Gradually, the hydro pump was forced backwards, retreating from its initial position until, with a mighty impact, it crashed into the Psyduck. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves rippling across the arena, causing the molten lava beneath to stir violently. As the dust settled, the two fallen figures emerged before the spectators, Dragonite and Psyduck, both rendered incapable of further combat. It had been a long time since one had faced three opponents simultaneously. Xiaobo sighed softly, pondering whether deploying Psyduck from the outset might have led to a more decisive victory over Dragonite. Had you done so, the outcome might have been even more disastrous for you, Yanbing replied confidently. Unlike you, my team, aside from the newly captured Pokémon, may exhibit some differences in combat strength, but they are not substantial. Currently, Dragonite ranks only between second and third in my lineup. Yanbing's assessment of Dragonite's standing was predicated on the absence of Orange, Eli, Night White, and Xiao Shun. Otherwise, Dragonite would be considered average in strength. Even now, there was another Pokémon that subtly surpassed it, while Chongkong was on par. Only the uncertain, unevolved Xiao Wei lingered at the bottom, yet held considerable potential. Haha. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Xiaobo laughed heartily. With this, I can trust Psyduck to you. What do you think? Surprised? Thrilled? Moved? Wow, such surprise, such thrill, such emotion. Yanbing replied flatly, mirroring Xiaobo's enthusiasm, which led to Xiaobo feeling somewhat disheartened. After administering basic treatment to both Dragonite and Psyduck, it became evident that neither had sustained serious injuries, merely experiencing considerable fatigue. Once healed, Xiaobo retrieved the lava amplifier and equipped it onto Psyduck. This lava amplifier is my initial experimental version, originally designed to enhance Psyduck's fire abilities. I specifically captured two Psyducks for comparison. The one you battled was the experimental subject, significantly stronger than its counterpart without the lava amplifier. I initially believed this was the extent of the device's capabilities, yet recently, I have discovered it may serve another purpose. Xiaobo regarded Yanbing earnestly, who, already aware of the lava amplifier's function, was not particularly intrigued. Yanbing, do you know why certain Pokémon must evolve through trading with others? Xiaobo paused his explanation of the lava amplifier's function to pose a question that Yanbing was equally eager to understand. Yanbing shook his head honestly. Had he known the answer, he might have already devised an alternative to trading. It is only natural that you do not know. The relationship between humans and fairies resembles a symbiotic bond. For the majority, fairies are regarded as pivotal figures in their lives. Some perceive them as partners, others as friends. and still others consider them akin to family. Regardless of the perspective, as long as there exists a harmonious coexistence between humans and fairies, all is well. Moreover, fairies learn the intricacies of human social interactions through their companionship with humans. However, have you ever witnessed anyone exchanging their partner, friend, or even family member with another? No, you have not. Thus, some believe that the impetus for the exchange and evolution of fairies stems from abandoned malevolent thoughts, which provoke the fairies themselves, causing their energy to surge once more. Nevertheless, this notion was ultimately dismissed, as those who engage in fairy exchanges often do not wish to abandon their fairies. Rather, they aspire to nurture a greater variety of fairies but are constrained by limited resources and energy, compelling them to resort to exchanges. Xia Bo's explanation illuminated Yin Bing's understanding, as if unveiling a new realm of insight. Concepts that had previously eluded him began to crystallize. Subsequent research revealed that fairies who underwent exchanges not only adapted to their new environments and acquired new abilities, but also retained a significant portion of the traits and skills honed with their original trainers, particularly the essence of their training. The fusion of these two lifestyles and distinct modes of ability brought about a qualitative leap in the fairies' prowess, enabling certain exceptional fairies to evolve once again. This phenomenon is best described as a form of inheritance, preserving the inherent qualities, developing the existing capabilities, and ultimately achieving a transcendent evolution. As time progressed, this evolutionary model was etched into the genetic fabric of fairies, giving rise to the contemporary genetic pattern whereby a change of ownership precipitates evolution. Xiaobo spoke of his research with fervor and longing in his eyes. Now, I require a trustworthy individual to inherit my passion for fire-type fairies, to carry forth my fiery will, and to embody the indomitable fighting spirit of the Psyduck Dragon. You have defeated him, and in doing so, you have also triumphed over me. I have faith that you will fulfill my expectations and cultivate the Psyduck Dragon into a premier fairy. Thus, he entrusted the Psyduck Dragon to Yin Bing. Xia Bo gazed earnestly at Yin Bing before producing the Psyduck Dragon's Pokeball and releasing it. Yin Bing felt a wave of nostalgia. He once fantasized about the members of the Fiery Journey team and had now gathered both the monkey and Sha Monk, while Tang Sung and Old Pig were already en route. Without indulging in sentimental words, Yin Bing retrieved an empty Pokeball and captured the Psyduck Dragon within it. As the one who had personally defeated the Psyduck Dragon, Yin Bing found the capture effortless, likely due to Xia Bo's prior communication with the creature. Upon releasing the Psyduck Dragon once more, a radiant white light enveloped its form, and as the luminescence dissipated, the majestic Psyduck Flame Dragon emerged before the assembly. Indeed, it is true that the duck-billed fire dragon is not your ultimate destination. Xia Bo gazed at the duck-billed fire dragon before him with profound emotion, as if witnessing his child finally mature, tears glistening in his eyes. Continue to strive, Yin Bing. Your journey of cultivation has not yet concluded, and you can venture even further. The duck-billed fire dragon exhaled a plume of flames, affirming its determination. It then approached Xia Bo slowly, offering him a warm embrace. Go forth, my dear child. Chapter 24. Kame Pomelo Island. A rare respite. Our next destination is Kame Pomelo Island. Yin Bing explained to Mei Yi as they sat atop the Hakron, traversing the waters from Hoenn Island towards Kame Pomelo Island. As for how Yin Bing knew the location of Kame Pomelo Island, it stemmed from letting Hakron wander during their initial arrival at Hoenn Island. After emerging from the Hoenn Gym and successfully obtaining the Crimson Badge, Yin Bing departed Hoenn Island with Mei Yi and their Pokémon. Fortunately, the distance between Kame Pomelo Island and Hoenn Island was not extensive, and they soon arrived. Wow, there are so many Squirtless! Mei Yi exclaimed. Is that a Wartortle? Oh, how adorable! Unable to contain her excitement upon seeing the Squirtless and Wartortles, she was filled with joy. At that moment, the Squirtless and Wartortles on the island were not particularly surprised by the newcomers. Rather, they curiously poked their heads out from various spots to observe. Yin Bing, too, felt elated. He longed to have a water-type Pokémon in his team to balance out the abundance of fire types. Currently, his planned team included 3 fire types, the Blazing Monkey, the Warm Pig, and the Fire Red Weeble, with the potential addition of the duck-billed Fire Dragon, which required more time to acclimate. With a team consisting of 4 fire types, it was imperative to have at least one water type for equilibrium. The Squirtle evolution line was among the better water types available in the Kanto region. As for the Totodile, while it was cute in its youth, it grew into an unattractive form, leaving only Chikorita as a somewhat redeemable option, serving as a compensation from Nintendo for the grass type. However, Yin Bing did not intend to capture the Squirtless through forceful means from the outset, although such a method would yield obedient Squirtless. It would lack the emotional bond with Yinbing. Thus, upon reaching the island, he and Mei found a spot to rest. As they observed passing Squirtless and Wartortles, they shared some food with them. Having collected several moonstones, which had rendered him quite affluent after selling them, Yinbing had no concerns about covering the expenses for himself, Mei, and their Pokémon, with ample resources remaining. Naturally, Yinbing did not overly strive to engage with the Squirtless, but instead released all of his Pokémon. Hakuryu continued to search for the next target near the hidden gym by Hoenn League Island, while Changkong was allowed to soar freely for a while. Due to its considerable size, Yueke was able to roam about Chemipome Island without constraint, provided it did not cause any trouble for others. Meanwhile, Xiaowei and the dazzling fire dragon remained obediently by Yinbing's side. Xiaowei was drawn by the allure of food, while the dazzling fire dragon, possessing a calm disposition, was seldom swayed by external distractions. Hey, dazzling fire dragon, there is a formidable Blastoise on this island. You might want to challenge him, Yinbing said with a smile. Upon hearing of such a powerful Pokémon, the dazzling fire dragon finally exhibited a flicker of interest. Spotting a Squirtle passing by, Yinbing waved his hand to beckon it over. Squirtle, this is my dazzling fire dragon. He has heard of a mighty Blastoise on the island and wishes to challenge him. Could you guide him there? Squirtle. The Squirtle nodded in agreement and gestured for the dazzling fire dragon to follow. Before they departed, Yinbing did not forget to offer a morsel of food to the Squirtle as a token of gratitude for its guidance. Are you not going to follow and see? Mei inquired with curiosity. I'm indifferent. A brief respite can be quite pleasant. If you're interested, you may follow, Yinbing replied with a smile. Observing Mei's curious expression as she playfully tapped her lips, unable to resist, he reached out to gently ruffle Mei's hair, doing nothing further, and urged her not to overthink it. This was a first, yet Mei did not seem to mind and made no objections. It appears there is indeed potential here. Ultimately, her curiosity about the battle outweighed her demure nature, and Mei trailed after the dazzling fire dragon toward the central area. Beedrill, sensing Yinbing's mental call, Changkong descended gracefully from the sky. Changkong, keep an eye from above and return promptly to inform me of any developments, Yinbing instructed. Feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him, he gently closed his eyes, only to be abruptly awakened by a rumble that reverberated across the island. It was likely the dazzling fire dragon clashing with the Blastoise. Both were quite powerful, and such a level of disturbance was to be expected. After about 10 minutes, the tremors ceased. Before long, Yinbing spotted the dazzling fire dragon striding ahead, with Squirtle and Mei following quietly in its wake. The dazzling fire dragon bore a defiant glint in its eyes, suggesting frustration over a missed opportunity. Yinbing waved to Changkong in the sky, and as Changkong approached, they engaged in a mental exchange, relaying the images Changkong had witnessed directly into Yinbing's mind. Indeed, in terms of power, it is undoubtedly comparable to Charizard. However, there is a deficiency in technique. It seems I must involve him in some rigorous training and exercises starting tomorrow, Yinbing contemplated, beckoning the dazzling fire dragon while also summoning Yueke and Hakuryu back. Once again, the image of the heart chakra was presented, and Yinbing reiterated the concept of heart chakra visualization to Yueke, Changkong, Harklong, and Duckbull Flame Dragon. He observed as the four companions settled into meditation. The nearby Squirtle, curious and eager to mimic Yinbing's Pokémon, attempted to enter a meditative state as well. However, lacking the requisite strength and focus, Squirtle soon lost interest after a mere 3 minutes and opted to join Xiaowei in play. A little relaxation every now and then is indeed pleasant, thought Yinbing. Mei sat beside him, smiling as she remarked, indeed it is. Yinbing turned to her, inquiring, What is it? Do I have a flower on my face? Feeling a tad flustered under Yinbing's gaze, Mei asked. No, it's just that since the onset of our journey together, I have been somewhat surprised. Over this time spent day and night, I find that I have developed feelings for you, Yinbing confessed, gazing at Mei with a sincerity he had never shown before. This is rather sudden, Mei stammered, her face flushing as she looked down, fiddling with the ends of her hair. I was perhaps too abrupt. It's all right. We have yet to complete our journey through Kanto. You may continue to see me as a good friend, Yinbing said, demonstrating a keen sense of propriety, especially regarding matters of the heart. Yes, our journey is far from over, so let us not delve into such serious topics. Mei seemed to find an excuse. To be honest, she harbored feelings for Yinbing, yet she was uncertain if she could let go of her past. For a long time, Mei had been diligently avoiding this issue, and had Yinbing not expressed his feelings today, she might have continued to evade it. However, his candid admission compelled her to re-evaluate her past, the time spent traveling with Yinbing, and her innermost desires. Fortunately, she still had time. and Yambing had graciously afforded her a significant period to contemplate. As she looked at the boy beside her, who was merely 10 yet possessed a maturity beyond his years, May felt a tinge of bashfulness alongside a warmth in her heart. What if it were him? Could it work? Yet even if it could, certain matters needed to be addressed first. The following morning, Yambing rose early to awaken the Pokémon, commencing another day of training. Interestingly, Squirtle, now familiar with Xiaowei, decided to join the training as well. However, after a brief warm-up jog, Squirtle found himself unable to continue. Accustomed to a leisurely life on Caneboom Island, he struggled to adapt to Yambing's rigorous training regimen. Subsequently, Yambing led Xiaowei in impact training, while Harklong, Yueke, Chongkong, and Duckbill Flame Dragon engaged in stretching exercises before returning to their meditative states. Yambing's training for Xiaowei was relentless, maintaining consistency even in the water. Previously, Ailey could assist, but with Ailey's absence, Yambing had to take matters into his own hands. He hurled aura spheres and aura blasts at Xiaowei without restraint, and upon reaching a certain threshold, he provided muscle relaxation massages and proper care for any injured areas. Thanks to the rigorous training under Ellie, Xiaowei's resilience towards combat skills has significantly improved. Furthermore, due to his increased dietary intake, his fatty attributes have become increasingly pronounced. Otherwise, he might not have been able to endure Yambing's intense regimen. More importantly, during Ellie's absence, all of Xiaowei's training has been personally overseen by Yambing, resulting in a growing intimacy and dependence on him, which might soon evolve into a bond akin to that of a Snorlax. After completing Xiaowei's specialized training, Yambing arrived at the location where a few of his companions were visualizing. It is likely that UK's visualization target is the colossal Onix. Whenever he enters his meditative state, Yambing can sense a familiar aura of authority emanating from him. Conversely, Chongkong's visualization is rather unique. It does not seem to pertain to the Pidgey lineage. During his meditative moments, Yambing can always feel a fierce flame-like energy surrounding him. Yambing speculates that Chongkong's visualization target could very well be either the legendary Ho-Oh or the fiery Moltres. Though the purity of the flame indicates it is more likely Ho-Oh, Yambing has long been curious about Chongkong's origins. To be candid, while shimmering Pokémon are not uncommon, few possess the remarkable enhancements to their abilities as Chongkong does. Now, with the fiery power radiating from his visualization, Yambing cannot help but wonder if he possesses the bloodline of Ho-Oh. The visualizations of the fire duck and the dragonair align perfectly with their attributes. When the fire duck engages in visualization, a circle of magma surrounds it, while dragonair inadvertently gathers mist, accompanied by thunder and tumultuous storms. Both exhibit domain-like qualities, which exhilarates Yambing. Throughout the known generations, it appears that no Pokémon has utilized domain-like techniques in battle. Among Yambing's current Pokémon, at least 4 are confirmed to have grasped domain abilities: Yibai, Xiaoshun, the Fire Duck, and Dragonair. This could potentially serve as a trump card in future confrontations. Once the 4 companions awaken from their meditative states, Yambing allows them to stretch their limbs but leads the Fire Duck aside. Through telepathic communication, he directly transmits the training methods he previously employed with Orange and Ellie to the Fire Duck through imagery. Subsequently, he instructs the Fire Duck to use the Blastoise as a sharpening stone to hone its skills. Given the Fire Duck's current aptitude and reserves of power, it is likely that it will soon master those straightforward yet profoundly useful martial theories and integrate them into practical combat. Once the Fire Duck has sufficiently practiced its techniques with the Blastoise, Yambing can begin considering the capture of a Squirtle, after which he will set his sights on the next destination. The prospect of obtaining the 8th badge fills Yambing with anticipation. Akin to a player inadvertently discovering an unknown dungeon in a well-trodden map, the thrill of exploration is palpable. Well, tomorrow promises to be a delightful day, Yambing remarked, leaving Yi somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, whether she understood him or not, she naturally proceeded with her actions. In the distance, amidst the resounding roars of the battle between the platypus dragon and the Blastoise, Yambing smiled faintly, covering his face with a newspaper, cherishing the rare moment of leisure. Chapter 25. Capturing Squirtle and the Flying Gym of Kanto. Thus, after lingering on Caneboom Island for 3 days, the platypus dragon finally triumphed over the Blastoise, becoming increasingly adept in martial skills. Meanwhile, Squirtle seemed to bond well with Xiaowei, visiting him daily over the course of these 3 days. Squirtle, we plan to leave. Would you like to join us on our journey? Yambing finally posed this question to Squirtle before their departure. Squirtle appeared momentarily bewildered upon hearing the inquiry, unable to comprehend the nature of such a choice. However, after observing the tranquil Caneboom Island, the amiable Xiaowei, and the sunny, optimistic Yambing, Squirtle fell into deep contemplation. This question was indeed a challenging decision. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle communicated earnestly with Yambing. Yambing attempted to establish a telepathic connection with Squirtle using his aura powers and succeeded smoothly. It turned out that Squirtle was open to leaving the island, but only with the consent of Blastoise. Yambing understood, and thus Squirtle hurried off to seek Blastoise's approval. Before long, Squirtle returned with excitement, indicating that Blastoise had granted permission. However, at that moment, Squirtle suddenly looked at Yambing with seriousness. Squirtle, Squirtle, the elder Blastoise has agreed to let me accompany you, but you must be able to defeat me first. I, Squirtle, do not yield to just anyone. Haha, very well. To avoid any accusations of taking advantage of the young, let Xiaowei battle you instead. As for the others, whether it be the waning moon or the platypus dragon, they are levels beyond your current capability. Thus, Xiaowei and Squirtle, the good friends on Cornbone Island, stood opposite each other for their first formal battle. Squirtle initiated the attack with a water gun directed at Xiaowei, who promptly charged up his energy. Squirtle's initial assault yielded little effect. Undeterred, Squirtle followed with a tackle. Yet Xiaowei, still charging, withstood the blow thanks to his fortified defenses. Squirtle, realizing the resilience of Xiaowei, Squirtle felt somewhat helpless, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Subsequently, he unleashed a series of bubble attacks, biting and using water gun in succession, yet Xiaowei easily absorbed each attack with his significantly enhanced defenses. As Squirtle charged again, preparing to utilize a biting attack, Xiaowei suddenly sidestepped, swiftly delivering a slap that sent Squirtle tumbling back. He then retracted his head, hugging it with his hands, and began rolling on the ground in a rolling attack. Clearly taken aback, Squirtle did not expect that the seemingly clumsy and heavy Xiaowei could execute such a rapid assault, and he was struck by Xiaowei's rolling attack in the first instance. The rolling attack is an exceptionally aggressive maneuver, allowing little opportunity for the opponent to react after the initial strike, as it rolls forward and then back with remarkable swiftness. Poor Squirtle found itself struck consecutively 5 times by Xiaowei's rolling assault, ultimately collapsing upon landing and losing its combat capability. With minimal effort expended, the Pokeball thrown by Yambing successfully captured Squirtle. From the current combat status of Squirtle, it appears to have engaged in relatively few battles, likely not exceeding level 15. Nevertheless, it has already mastered Bite and Water Gun, indicating commendable genetic traits and significant potential for development. During the upcoming journey through the Kanto region, Yambing does not intend for Squirtle to participate in gym battles or the league competition. Instead, he plans to allow it to experience the journey as an observer, thereby accumulating ample experience for future regional travels. At this juncture, Yambing feels he has acquired a sufficient number of ordinary Pokémon and does not wish to capture many more during this expedition. Rather, he aims to train the few Pokémon he already possesses but has yet to adequately train. Of course, should he encounter legendary Pokémon, he would be quite eager to capture them if given the opportunity. Following Squirtle's induction into the team, Yambing's Pokémon briefly communicated with Squirtle before being returned to their Pokeballs. Mounting his Dragonair, Yambing and May set forth towards their destination, Victory Island, where a unique flying-type gym, known to few, awaits them. To foster a bond with Squirtle, Yambing released it to accompany Dragonair. After approximately 2 hours of travel by water, Yambing and May arrived at a small island densely wooded yet modest in size, which, according to the map and information provided by Xiaomao, appeared to be Victory Island. Upon disembarking, Yambing and May frequently spotted Spearows, Pidgeys, and Pidgeotos flitting through the trees, reinforcing the notion that this was indeed a haven for flying-type Pokémon. Although the island was somewhat challenging to locate, its small size facilitated a swift discovery of the gym. This intriguing gym featured a courtyard at the front and 5 rooms arranged in a distinctive formation, with the true battle arena situated behind the building, enclosed by a substantial grove of trees. Victory Island Gym cleverly utilized the island's topography, creating a unique venue well suited for aerial combat. The numerous tall trees provided ample cover for birds and insects, enabling flying-type Pokémon to launch surprise attacks on ground-bound opponents. This conclusion, drawn from observations made by his Long Kong, piqued Yambing's interest in the gym leader, suggesting a remarkable individual behind such a well-designed battleground. Upon reaching the front entrance, Yambing knocked on the gym door. Shortly thereafter, a boy of approximately 7 years, clad in red, appeared to answer. "May I help you?" he inquired. "Hello, my name is Yambing," he replied with a smile. "I am a traveler on a quest to challenge the league competition, and I have come today primarily to challenge the Victory Gym. Is the gym leader available? Are you looking for my father? You might have to wait a moment." He mentioned he had something to attend to. With that, The young boy gazed eagerly at Yambing and Mei. Could we perhaps wait inside? Mei asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. My father said he cannot allow strangers into our home when he is not present. Thank you, little one. Mei, let us find a nearby spot to set up camp. Yambing quickly interjected, attempting to ease the situation. It was evident that the upbringing of the young boy from the flying-type gym was commendable, in stark contrast to other children who readily invited strangers into their homes for tea. I'm not a little kid, the boy murmured as he watched Yambing and Mei depart. Not far from the gym, Yambing and Mei established a small campsite. They unpacked some cooking utensils from their bags and prepared a simple lunch. After enjoying their meal with their Pokémon companions and taking a brief respite, they were soon greeted by a visitor, the young boy in red. He had come to inform them that the gym leader had returned. Consequently, Yambing, accompanied by his Pokémon, made his way to the gym, marking their first successful entry into its interior. Awaiting them was a robust man in his 30s, approximately 6 feet tall, with a muscular build. His hair was cropped short, and his eyes, though not large, possessed a certain depth, perhaps appearing somewhat vacant. A slight stubble accentuated his mature appearance. Surprisingly, this seemingly composed gentleman donned a striking red shirt emblazoned with the word victory in bold letters. Welcome to the Victory Gym, Challenger. I am the gym leader, Okada Kishu, and this is my son, Okada Hidenabu. Hello, Hidenabu greeted politely. Greetings, gym leader and Hidenabu. I am Yambing, today as challenger. Very well. Let us head to the backyard. The arena is located there. Under the guidance of gym leader Okada, Yambing and Mei finally beheld the full grandeur of the arena for the first time. From the outside, it appeared modest, but upon entering, they were taken aback by its vastness. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, despite it being midday. The lighting within the arena resembled that of twilight. Welcome to the Victory Gym on Victory Island, the officially recognized flying-type gym of the Kanto region. Today as challenger is Yambing from Mudslide Town. Though the gym may not be large, a formal referee is present. Yambing, you can see for yourself. This is the Victory Gym. For flying types, it is akin to paradise. Those unfamiliar with jungle battles can easily find themselves at a disadvantage. No one has successfully claimed the victory badge from me yet. Okada Kishu boasted, shaking his left index finger without a hint of embarrassment. Gym leader. I learned the precise location of the Victory Gym from Professor Oak's grandson, Shigeru, who possesses a victory badge himself. Yambing countered without reservation, exposing the leader's falsehood. At Yambing's words, Okada Kishu nearly stumbled. Oh dear, can't you just indulge my fantasy a little? Shigeru is quite strong, unlike your average challengers. Indeed. Among all those I have battled, if we exclude those who did not demonstrate their full potential, he would certainly rank among the top 5. Yambing counted on his fingers, recalling the battles that compelled him to take his opponents seriously. Aside from the Super Onix, the most memorable recent encounters were with Dacto, followed by Shaber. Then the psychic gym leader Nashi. Xiao Mao and Nashi were nearly equal in skill, while Ash, Majishir, and Aju occupied the subsequent ranks. Oh, you have already faced Xiao Mao? How did it turn out? Okada Kisei expressed clear interest upon hearing of Yambing's match against Xiao Mao. It went reasonably well. Xiao Mao still has room for growth. If he can concentrate on nurturing his Blastoise, he might even stand a chance of facing me in the league championship. Yambing mused while stroking his chin. Reasonably well? So you won? Okada Kisei was taken aback, not expecting this trainer before him to triumph over Xiao Mao. It seemed he could not afford to underestimate him. Of course, since my journey began, I have faced defeat only twice. Once when my unevolved orange battled the Super Onix, and another time when I lost to the legendary Dacto on my way to the Crimson Island. I've emerged victorious against all others. Oh, what is the Super Onix? And who is Dacto? Okada Kisei found himself increasingly intrigued by Yambing. This young man's experiences were evidently extraordinary. The Super Onix is my Onix, the father of Ueke. Measuring approximately 80 meters in length, and its strength rivals that of certain legendary beings. Dacto, on the other hand, is a mysterious figure who travels through Kanto accompanied by 2 legendary Pokémon. Legendary Pokémon. Okada Kisei was at a loss for words. The existence of such formidable entities was indeed remarkable. Excluding battles of that caliber, did it not imply that this young man had nearly an impeccable record? Young man, I find myself immensely intrigued by your prowess. Let us engage in a thrilling duel. That sounds splendid. With a slight smile at Okada Kisei's fervor, Yambing thought it would be quite interesting to gauge the capabilities of this obscure flying-type gym leader. Chapter 26, Survival Game, an unconventional victory in the gym battle. The rules of the match were set as a 3-on-3 battle, allowing only the challenger to substitute Pokémon. The battle would conclude when one side's Pokémon were rendered incapable of fighting or if they chose to forfeit. If the gym leader substituted a Pokémon mid-battle, the Pokémon that left the field could not return, nor could a new Pokémon replace it. Additionally, trainers were prohibited from using any items during the match. Should they do so, the Pokémon that received the item would be considered unable to fight and could not return to the field. Once the referee clarified the rules, Yambing and Okada Kisei stood ready on the battlefield. My first Pokémon is him, Hakron. Yambing confidently sent Hakron into the fray. Hehe. My first Pokémon has been prepared on the field for quite some time, but I won't tell you who it is. Okada Kisei playfully teased, displaying a childlike excitement. Yambing, however, was unfazed. While this situation was somewhat unexpected, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The battleground itself was meticulously crafted to facilitate the aerial Pokémon's ability to execute ambushes, so it was hardly surprising that the Pokémon would conceal themselves. Do you require my assistance, Haxorus? Yambing inquired, only to observe Haxorus shaking its head resolutely, its gaze fixed upon the arena. At that moment, Yambing understood that he could trust Haxorus to handle the situation independently. Moreover, this gym battle was remarkably effective in enhancing the Pokémon's combat experience. After the challenge of the league competition, it would be prudent to replicate such a venue for regular training purposes. Let the battle commence. With the referee's command, both sides, fully prepared, entered the fray. The unseen adversaries lurking amidst the trees were but a minor concern, as Haxorus, in a state of intense focus, began to unconsciously summon moisture from the air, causing clouds to gather ominously overhead, casting an even darker pall over the already dim arena, as if night were approaching. The wind began to stir, sending a cascade of fallen leaves swirling around the battlefield. With a resounding boom, thunder cracked, and lightning illuminated the sky, heralding the onset of a gentle rain. This was the first time Okada Kishin had witnessed a Pokémon wielding such extraordinary abilities, leaving him in awe. Nevertheless, the forested battleground was undeniably the domain of avian Pokémon, who thrived in such conditions. Seizing the opportunity presented by a flash of lightning, a shadow darted through the darkness, striking towards Haxorus like a bolt of black lightning. Haxorus was well prepared for the ambush, deftly evading the electric strike at the last possible moment. Its quick reflexes and agility indicated that this Haxorus had undergone rigorous training. Okada Kishin mused to himself. Yet as a guardian of forest-dwelling Pokémon, he held no apprehension about his Pokémon's potential defeat. Just as Okada Kishin began to relax, Haxorus unleashed a thunderbolt that struck a tree directly above. In an instant, a small figure plummeted to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a Pidgey, and judging by its earlier speed, this Pidgey was of a high level. To harmonize with the natural forest, Okada Kishin had deliberately stifled Pidgey's evolution, training its speed to perfection. Should Pidgey evolve into Pidgeotto, its size would increase to approximately 1 meter, significantly raising the risk of exposure. With Pidgey rendered incapable of combat, the first challenger emerged victorious, and the referee promptly declared the outcome. What just happened? Okada Kishin inquired, furrowing his brow. Hehe, I cannot divulge that information. Yambing teased, intentionally keeping him in suspense. After all, revealing such a secret technique would render it ineffective. However, Yambing discreetly employed telepathy to explain to the observing Squirtle nearby. As it turned out, while Haxorus had evaded Pidgey's attack, it had swiftly released an electromagnetic wave during the flash of lightning. Although the wave struck Pidgey, its considerable speed and momentum caused it to crash into the thicket. Yet, in such a dark environment, the static electricity generated by the electromagnetic wave inadvertently revealed Pidgey's location, allowing Haxorus to launch a successful attack. To put it plainly, the concept is rather simple, but only to those who are in the know. For the uninformed, it remains a perplexing enigma. At this moment, Okada Kijitsu was racking his brain over this very mystery. The first match concluded in a rather inexplicable manner. Yet do not presume that victory is assured. The second contender has entered the fray, Okada Kijitsu confidently declared. Though he spoke with bravado, he was notably more cautious this time, keenly observing Hakuran. It appears he has yet to discern our position, otherwise, an attack would have been launched by now. Let us test it. In a location concealed from Yambing and Hakuran, Okada Kijitsu discreetly signaled. At that instant, a shadow near Hakuran suddenly darted forth, crashing violently into Hakuran. Ouch! Hakuran emitted a pained cry, but due to the contact, the opposing spirit was subtly struck by an electromagnetic wave, revealing its form. A black crow? Yambing was taken aback to discover that it was the regional black crow. Oh, what is that? It turns out to be an electromagnetic wave. The ability to deploy such a wave so stealthily is quite impressive, No wonder you were able to uncover Bobo's position. However, now that I have seen through your tactics, will they prove effective? A slight smile crept across Okada Kijitsu's face. Although the Black Crow had absorbed the electromagnetic wave and was now paralyzed, he firmly believed that the true battle was only just beginning. Hakuran gazed at the Black Crow before him, his eyes simmering with anger. In a flash, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, poised to deliver divine retribution upon this audacious assailant. Black Crow, initiate a surprise attack. Okada Kijitsu suddenly commanded. Under the absolute rules, a surprise attack is indeed permitted to strike first if the opponent employs an offensive move. As anticipated, no matter the magnitude of power, it cannot surpass the rules. Before the lightning could strike, Hakuran, caught off guard by the Black Crow's ambush, was sent flying once more. The incantation he had been building dissipating into nothingness. Haha, how do you like that? Okada Kijitsu boasted with a hint of pride. However, at this moment, Hakuran, suppressing a surge of fury, unleashed an attack. Despite his earlier confidence, Okada Kijitsu remained vigilant, and upon witnessing Hakuran's movement, he immediately signaled for another surprise attack. Yet, the Black Crow remained motionless. It turned out that Hakuran had executed a swift movement to enhance his own speed, rather than launching an offensive maneuver, rendering the surprise attack ineffective. In the fleeting moment when the Black Crow was momentarily distracted, a furious dragon rage surged forth from Hakuran, striking the Black Crow head-on. The Black Crow, paralyzed by the electromagnetic wave, was unable to evade and was directly hit by the dragon rage. After enduring 2 successful ambushes, Hakuran's accumulated fury reached an astonishing level, propelling the Black Crow away with such force that it crashed into a towering tree, sending a cascade of leaves fluttering to the ground. The Black Crow was rendered incapable of battle, and thus the challenger triumphed in the second round. How intriguing. It has been a while since I faced a 1 versus 2 scenario. Yambing, the spirit I will employ next is quite extraordinary, so do be cautious. I await your instructions. As the dialogue between the two concluded, it almost signaled the commencement of the match. Both parties fell once more into an unusual state of tension. One side sought opportunities for a sneak attack, while the other remained vigilant against such assaults. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind Harkron. Without a moment's hesitation, Harkron swung its tail. Yet this strike failed to connect with any tangible sensation as the green shadow gradually dissipated. Shadow Clone. Yambing recognized that the user of the Shadow Clone was a flying mantis. At that moment, a gust of wind sliced through the air from Harkron's left rear, aiming fiercely at it. Harkron returned. Just a second before the wind blade struck Harkron, the light from a Pokeball enveloped it, whisking it away to safety. While the wind blade missed its target. Go Chonkong! Exclaimed the trainer. What an astonishing maneuver. Okada Kijisuk remarked incredulously. A move that was seemingly guaranteed to hit had been deftly evaded, and Harkron had not even lost its combat effectiveness. Truly remarkable. Of course, such maneuvers demanded immense reflexes from the trainer, as well as a keen grasp of the battlefield dynamics and timing, making it exceedingly difficult to replicate. In that instant of frustration for Okada Kijisuk, Chonkong darted forward with a flash of electricity towards the direction from which the flying mantis had just launched its ambush. Ineffective. True assassins retreat immediately after a missed strike. They would never linger for you to locate them, he explained, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he watched Chonkong struggle. Oh, is that so? How troublesome. If that is the case, we might as well destroy this grove entirely, Yambing remarked nonchalantly. What? Okada Kijisuk was momentarily taken aback. Chonkong. Unleash air slash, and then storm upon the forest. Yambing commanded. Following the instructions, Chonkong executed an air slash followed by a storm, and before Okada Kijisuk's astonished gaze, the air slash cleanly severed a tree as thick as 3 men embracing, while the storm swept away a significant portion of the leaves from trees within a 5-meter radius. Stop. Halt. As Chonkong prepared to unleash another attack, Okada Kijisuk quickly interjected, no more. I concede. Take the badge. Thank you, Master Okada. Yambing smiled slightly. For this was part of his strategy. Had Okada Kijisuk not surrendered, Yambing would not have hesitated to clear the foliage surrounding the arena, without leaves to provide cover. It would be impossible for the flying mantis to launch a surprise attack. Initially, Yambing had merely intended to force the flying mantis into a direct confrontation. But he had not anticipated that Okada Kijisuk would be so averse to the destruction of the trees that he would concede so readily. Humph. That little Shimo was equally cunning. He even sent out his Arcanine to threaten me, claiming he would set fire to the entire venue if the flying mantis did not emerge for a fair fight. How is it that the town of Masera produces such unsophisticated youth? Is it so easy to establish a dojo? Okada Kijisuk lamented. patting the severed tree with a sense of loss, though he bore no genuine resentment towards Yanbing. Indeed, the ability to alter the battle environment is an essential skill in the realm of Pokémon combat. It is not uncommon for the battlegrounds in gym battles and league competitions to be disrupted. Otherwise, those Pokémon assigned to arenas that do not align with their attributes would find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. Having obtained a victory badge symbolizing the colors of both forest and flight from Okada Kisei, Yanbing finally gathered all 8 badges, thus earning the right to challenge the league competition. It was now time to embark on the journey home. Regarding his return, Yanbing had a few plans in mind. First, he intended to visit the Siku Lighthouse in hopes of encountering the colossal Dragonite, who might very well be the father of his beloved Hakuryu. Second, he wished to check the abandoned power plant to see if Zapdos was present. If so, he would contemplate engaging in battle, though he felt no genuine desire to capture the legendary bird. Third, he planned to face the Shiba Gym before Ash's arrival, curious to witness how Orange and Airy would fare against the suppressed Mutwo. This upcoming battle at the Shiba Gym posed a fascinating challenge for Yanbing. Not only would it familiarize Hakuryu, who was inexperienced in forest combat, and Squirtle, still in the learning phase, with the exigencies of jungle warfare, but it would also impart to the young Pokémon the harsh realities of such battles. In the depths of the jungle, one could never be certain if an enemy lurked in the shadows. Furthermore, the Shiba Gym and the Poison-type gym overseen by Orange shared a remarkable similarity, enlightening Yanbing and providing him with significant insights for constructing his own training grounds in the future. In summary, this visit to the Shiba Gym was immensely fruitful for Yanbing, though he found himself both bemused and exasperated by an unexpected burden accompanying his gains, aside from mere experience. Chapter 27. The Return Journey. Encountering Champion Dato. Yanbing, I entrust my son Ayu to you. Rest assured, I will provide his monthly living expenses. Okada Kisei asserted earnestly, yet the crux of the matter did not lie there. Was it truly wise to leave his 7-year-old child in the care of a stranger? I trust you, and I trust Ayu as well. Do not be deceived by his timid demeanor. He possesses considerable combat talent. He is not easily bullied. Moreover, it was he who proposed traveling with you. Indicating that he holds you in high regard, Okada Kisei chuckled, revealing the apparent complementary nature of their personalities. It was precisely Kisei's carefree disposition that cultivated Ayu's caution. Nevertheless, it was evident that Ayu had inherited some of his father's traits, such as bravery. It may seem contradictory, but caution and courage are not mutually exclusive. Ayu's willingness to suggest joining Yanbing on his journey reflects his independent spirit. Yanbing, I entrust Ayu to you. Keeping him by my side is not the best option. Exposing him to the world and helping him discover his own path may greatly benefit his future, Okada Kisei stated earnestly, to which Yanbing nodded in agreement, thus acknowledging Kisei's request. Accompanied by Okada Hidemasa, Hikoboshi, and Mei, they departed from Victory Island, heading towards the direction of Giran Island. Why return, you may ask? Because Giran Island is the departure point for the ferry to Hualan City. Why endure the arduous journey across such a vast expanse of water? Hikoboshi has never harbored any inclination towards self-mortification. The return journey was, in fact, not far, especially since they had to split into Longkong and Harklong due to the presence of Okada Hidemasa, allowing them to fly back to Giran Island. This way, they could progress directly towards their destination without being hindered by ocean currents. After a flight of just over an hour, they once again set foot on the land of Giran Island, having spent 3 days on Kamabapami Island and 1 additional day on Victory Island. Their return to Giran Island after 4 days gave Hikoboshi a peculiar sense of nostalgia, as if a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Upon ascertaining the departure time of the ferry from Giran Island to Hualan City, they returned to the island to replenish their supplies of medicine and food. Is that Hikoboshi? A familiar voice caught his attention, prompting him to turn. Kochi, you've arrived at Giran Island. How's it going? Have you obtained the Giran Island Gym badge? Hikoboshi inquired with a smile, genuinely unaware of when Kochi had come in the 4 days since their last encounter. Not yet, have you? Well, Shaba's strength is formidable. You should be cautious. Hikoboshi refrained from elaborating further. He preferred not to interfere excessively with the unfolding narrative. So, Giran Island truly has a gym? Excellent. I must secure the Giran Island badge. Kochi exclaimed confidently. Hikoboshi, let us battle again. Not this time, Kochi. Shaba is quite a challenge. You should focus on the gym first. Once you've collected all 8 badges, I will be waiting for you in Masago Town. Hikoboshi waved goodbye to Kochi and, accompanied by Mei and Okada Hidemasa, headed towards the dock. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding the ferry from Giran Island to Hualan City. believing that the journey would yield many intriguing experiences, reminiscent of his encounter with Dakduo last time. The voyage from Giran Island to Hualan City would take approximately 4 to 5 days, and Hikoboshi had grown accustomed to life aboard the ship. Once aboard, Hikoboshi shared a room with Hidemasa, while Mei occupied a single room of her own. As the afternoon ferry set sail, he habitually engaged in visualization training before dinner. The magma domain of the Dazue Yanlong and the storm domain of Harklong divided their room into 2 distinct areas. The visualization of Longkong was closely related to flames. Thus, he gravitated towards the Dazue Yanlong, while the visualization of Ueke, emphasizing pressure, aligned with the storm domain, leading him closer to Harklong. Hikoboshi's personal visualization aimed to enhance his mastery over wave-guiding energy, fostering the purest understanding of the heart, allowing him to blend into any environment seamlessly. The most unfortunate was Okada Hidemasa, who, due to his mental state, was currently unable to achieve tranquility. While Squirtle and Xiaowei could retreat into their Pokeballs, he could not. In reality, the abilities projected during visualization were fictional, serving only to interfere on a mental level. Nevertheless, Hidemasa found it somewhat unbearable and ultimately had to discreetly leave the room. That individual seems peculiar. Wearing a cloak in such weather? There stood a peculiar figure with strikingly inverted red hair. As the young man strolled through the corridor, he noticed this oddly dressed individual, intrigued yet unwilling to interrupt, choosing instead to pursue his own objective of engaging in conversation with Mei. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation rippled through the ship. The eccentric man seemed indifferent to the young man, but was drawn to the room from which he had just emerged, the very room occupied by Yanbing. Oh, what an impressive aura. This must be a formidable trainer. Yanbing, deep in meditation, was abruptly awakened, along with his companions, the duckbill flame dragon, the Haxorus, and the others. Sensing a powerful presence lurking at the doorway, Yanbing and his Pokémon became increasingly aware of their surroundings. The scrutiny emanating from the trainer, imbued with a strong aura, was meticulously detected by them. Oh, how intriguing. The man lingered at the entrance, seemingly intent on discovering the source of the unusual disturbance. Yanbing composed himself and calmly approached the door, opening it to reveal the figure before him. You are Dato, the Dragon King, the foremost among the Elite Four of the Kanto region. Upon recognizing the man, Yanbing's heart, which had just settled, began to race once more. No wonder he had felt the presence of a powerful observer at the door. Oh, you know me? Indeed, if one pays attention to the Pokémon League, one might glean some information about me. Young man, you are quite fascinating. Dato expressed profound interest in the youth before him, noting the surprise that flickered across Yanbing's countenance. Yet he managed to maintain his composure. The young man's poised demeanor and the residual fluctuations hinted that the strange disturbance had indeed originated from him. How intriguing. This was Dato's initial impression of Yanbing. Young man, may I invite you to dinner? Dato extended his invitation. It was a rare honor to receive an invitation from the esteemed Dato. To decline would surely be unwise. Yanbing shrugged and jested, requesting Dato to wait a moment as he needed to tend to his little companions in the room. Of course, Dato replied, his expression one of astonishment as Yanbing summoned forth his Pokémon, one after another. First emerged a dazzling Beedrill, towering over 1.6 meters, followed by a duckbill flame dragon nearing 1.8 meters, and then a Haxorus exceeding 5 meters in length, alongside a colossal Onix with a head measuring a full meter in diameter. Little companions, you say? My interest in you grows ever stronger, young man. Dato's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it weren't mealtime in a bustling corridor, he would have eagerly set his Pokémon to battle with these remarkable creatures. Don't take it too seriously, Dato. I still have 2 normal ones, Yanbing chuckled, releasing his Squirtle and a small companion. May I invite my 2 friends along? Certainly. Dato replied, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor. Certainly. When Mei and Ano appeared before Wataru, he was no longer startled. It was a relief to see 2 perfectly ordinary companions. However, upon discovering Wataru's true identity, Mei and Ano were taken aback. After all, he was recognized as the mightiest champion in the Kanto region. To their astonishment, he had invited them to dine together. It was clear that the invitation was primarily extended to Hikoboshi, a fact they were keenly aware of. The ferry remained as before, with meticulous arrangements, including a restaurant and food specifically prepared for Pokémon. Naturally, Hikoboshi prioritized the needs of his Pokémon, and Wataru was no exception. Wataru wholeheartedly approved of Hikoboshi's demeanor towards his Pokémon, sensing the strong bond they shared. When he learned that it was Hikoboshi's first journey, Wataru was profoundly astonished. A 10-year-old embarking on his inaugural adventure had already assembled such an impressive team of Pokémon. Wataru felt as if he had aged significantly in comparison. Regarding Hikoboshi's intention to participate in the Pokémon League, Wataru expressed his support, though he advised Hikoboshi not to place undue importance on it, encouraging him to maintain a broader perspective. Hikoboshi understood that Wataru was indirectly acknowledging his potential, and he felt no inclination to disagree. Hikoboshi, may I challenge you to a battle after dinner? Wataru stated candidly, never one to conceal his desires. The opportunity to receive guidance from Champion Wataru was something Hikoboshi could hardly wish for more. The prospect of facing a champion so soon filled Hikoboshi with unexpected excitement. Although the chance of triumphing over Wataru seemed slim, he recognized that this battle would provide invaluable insight into the gap between himself and the champions. The Pokémon consumed their meals at a decent pace, and soon Wataru and Hikoboshi found themselves seated in the restaurant. While Wataru engaged in cheerful conversation with Hikoboshi, Mei, and Ano, both he and Hikoboshi's thoughts were elsewhere. Wataru's curiosity about Hikoboshi primarily revolved around the peculiar energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier in the room. He noticed that Hikoboshi's Pokémon exhibited similar energies, suggesting a unique training methodology. Wataru was not particularly concerned about the outcome of their impending battle. He did not underestimate Hikoboshi, but rather, he possessed a solid confidence in his abilities. Hikoboshi, on the other hand, contemplated whether to summon his esteemed elders, such as Orin and the others, for the battle against Wataru. The chance to face Wataru was a rare opportunity that would greatly benefit his Pokémon. However, Orin and Ailey had recently battled against Dakudo, and their experiences were likely still being processed. Instead, he considered bringing in Yabai and Shun for the challenge. Yet, Hikoboshi felt no anxiety. The ship would take 3 to 4 more days to reach Hualon City, providing ample opportunities for training until then, as long as Wataru was willing. Thus, dinner concluded amidst the seemingly warm, yet somewhat distracted exchanges between the two. Awaiting Hikoboshi was the most formidable and precious battle of his journey thus far. Chapter 28. The Battle Against the Dragon Master Wataru. Yambing, currently I possess 5 Pokémon, enabling me to engage in a 5-on-5 battle with you. However, determining a victor in such a contest would require considerable time. What kind of battle do you envision? Intrigued by Yambing's Pokémon, Hoenn willingly relinquished the choice to Yambing. Among the Pokémon I currently have by my side, 4 are capable of battle, and there are an additional 4 at the professor's disposal, equally battle-ready. If it isn't too much trouble, could we schedule a 2-on-2 battle each day over the next 3 days during our journey? Yambing felt a tinge of greed, but the prospect of securing the utmost benefit for his Pokémon made him dismiss any concern regarding his boldness. Oh, you wish for all 8 Pokémon to battle against me? How cunning. I shall grant you only 4 opportunities, 1 double battle and 3 single battles. You may arrange which Pokémon will participate. In truth, Hoenn's arrangement is quite generous, and Yambing did not expect his proposal to receive Hoenn's approval. Very well, I accept. May I contact the professor to exchange my Pokémon? Upon hearing Hoenn request a double battle, Yambing surmised the basic team composition. The double battle would likely involve 2 Dragonair, while the remaining 3 single battles would feature Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and Dragonite. Thus, the next step would be to strategize against Hoenn's Pokémon. Unlike gym battles, which primarily aim to obtain badges and thus necessitate maximizing advantages for one's Pokémon, facing a master of Hoenn's caliber emphasizes honing one's Pokémon. Therefore, maximizing their growth becomes the paramount consideration. For instance, should Dragonair be assigned to the double battle or the single battle? Given that Hoenn possesses a Dragonite, pitting Dragonair against it in a single battle would facilitate the swiftest advancement for Dragonair, while placing it in the double battle would squander its opportunity. Additionally, in confronting the rock and flying type Aerodactyl, should the type disadvantaged Longkong engage, or is it more prudent for the type inept Ueke to take the field? This consideration must be weighed against the capabilities of Gyarados. If Longkong battles Gyarados while Ueke faces Aerodactyl, it would merely be an exchange of techniques without type advantages at play. However, should Ueke take on Gyarados and Longkong challenge Aerodactyl, the dynamics shift intriguingly. Longkong, despite being at a disadvantage from Aerodactyl's rock-type moves, could refine its aerial combat skills through the encounter, while UX confrontation with Gyarados would not only test their strengths, but also assess the efficacy of water resistance training. Moreover, Gyarados inherently possesses the Intimidate ability, while UX Heart Wheel Visualization is designed to cultivate a sense of power, potentially providing valuable insights from Gyarados. Thus, the only remaining question pertains to which 2 Pokémon will join the pair of Dragonair in battle. Yambing contacted Professor Oki and received updates on the current situations of Chungzi, Ailey, Yabai, and Xiaoshan. Yebai and Xiaoshun had decided not to participate in the upcoming battle. And the reason was quite straightforward. The two were currently engaged in training for territory competition and lacked the requisite strength to partake in such high-stakes confrontations. They were simply too fragile and susceptible to targeted attacks. In truth, if they coordinated well, they could effectively team up for doubles. Encountering the climatic phenomena created by Hakron with dual domains should be a manageable task. However, since the two were focused on their own synergy, Yambing chose not to press the issue. Ailey, on the other hand, had entered a profound state of comprehension. His battle against Darkrai had yielded the most significant insights for him, while Chengxi's encounter with Latios had not proven as fruitful, perhaps due to his undefeated status, with the exception of his battle against the Mega Gyarados. Consequently, the participants for the doubles match were confirmed to be the Duckbull Flame Dragon and Chengxi, who would face off against the two Hakron. After discussing with Chengxi, Yambing encouraged him to take the opportunity to familiarize himself with the Duckbull Flame Dragon and practice their coordination tomorrow. Following that, he returned the Duckbull Flame Dragon and proposed to Dato a postponement of the doubles match, to which Dato readily agreed. After all, there were few who engaged in doubles battles in the Kanto region, necessitating time for adjustment. The matches were scheduled for tonight and the afternoon of the third day, 2 battles tonight, namely, Ueke versus Gyarados and Chongkong versus Fossil Pterodactyl. To be candid, Yambing's anticipation for these 2 battles did not match that of the other 2. The reasoning was simple. Both Gyarados and Fossil Pterodactyl were somewhat weaker in comparison to the powerful combination of Fast Dragon and the 2 Hakron. Aside from type advantages, Yambing did not believe that Ueke, who had been with him for quite some time, and Chongkong, who had shown formidable prowess since the beginning, would succumb to them. Thus, tonight's battles felt more like warm-ups, with the truly intense confrontations awaiting the third day's matches. The first battle was Ueke against Gyarados. As soon as the match began, Gyarados unleashed its Intimidate ability to its fullest extent. However, Ueke remained unfazed, instead deeply contemplating the Gyarados' intimidation. Gyarados, having been well cared for by Dato, had grown to an impressive length of 13 meters, twice that of a typical Gyarados. But in the presence of Ueke, who nearly reached 20 meters, it appeared rather diminutive. Thus, Gyarados' intimidation had a limited effect on Ueke. Moments later, a formidable aura emanated from Ueke, exerting severe psychological pressure on Gyarados, even hindering its mobility. This was the ability derived from UX meditation on the heart wheel, a manifestation of bloodline oppression. Yes, that was the sensation. Intriguingly, Gyarados activated Rain Dance. Following Dato's command, Gyarados struggled to withstand UX's imposing presence while beginning to chant towards the sky. Before long, dark clouds gathered over the arena, and rain commenced to fall. Bathed in the downpour, Ueke remained remarkably composed, which was anticipated by Dato. A trainer like Yambing, who had trained their Pokémon to develop entirely new abilities, would undoubtedly prepare for corresponding resistance training against elemental weaknesses. This degree of rainfall would have little impact on the Pokémon. The waning moon did not initiate an assault. Instead, it remained profoundly attuned to the grandeur of nature amidst the rain. No aggressive maneuvers? Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump. A powerful jet of water surged towards the moon, which, in an effort to test its own resilience, braced itself and absorbed the onslaught of water. Boom. It was propelled back 3 meters, managing to withstand the force, albeit with considerable effort. After all, Datu's Gyarados was extraordinary. Little did he know, Datu was filled with astonishment. It was the first time witnessing a Steelix withstand a hydro pump without faltering. During Datu's moment of distraction, the moon launched a series of rapid strikes. First ensnaring Gyarados with a rock tomb, then following up with a rock slide, as massive boulders crashed onto Gyarados, sending it crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Moments later, it struggled to rise again. Gyarados unleashed Dragon Rage. A fierce shockwave imbued with fury erupted from its mouth, while the moon countered with Dragon Breath. The 2 Dragon-type moves collided in the arena, resulting in an explosive burst, sending gusts of wind spiraling outward. This encounter proved to be evenly matched. Your Steelix is not only colossal but remarkably powerful, Data couldn't help but exclaim, and its ability to exert pressure is quite intriguing. Thank you for the compliment, replied Yambing with calm composure. However, does your Steelix dare to engage in a test of strength against my Gyarados? Confidence swelled within Datu as he posed the question. In close combat, my Pokémon has never shied away from a challenge. Very well. Gyarados, create a commotion. Moon, charge with reckless abandon. The 2 enormous forms collided fiercely before swiftly retreating. Gyarados, in a state of fury, had not yet completely lost its wits and retaliated with a tail whip. This is against the rules. We clearly agreed to a clash of strength. Yanbing could not help but complain. At that moment, the moon's tail shimmered with a bright light, delivering a steel tail with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 fierce exchanges of tails, Gyarados began to descend into chaos, snapping its sharp teeth towards the moon's body. The moon, undeterred, hardened its stance to absorb the strike. The previous tail exchanges had drained considerable stamina, and as the rainfall began to lessen, the moon summoned a sandstorm, forcefully altering the battlefield's climate. However, what the moon did not anticipate was that Gyarados, amidst the turmoil, unleashed a hurricane. The fierce winds swept through the sandstorm, clearing a path for attack, and at that moment, Gyarados regained its composure. Gyarados, unleash Hyper Beam. Moon, execute Stone Edge. Almost simultaneously, Yanbing and Datu commanded their Pokémon, taking advantage of the speed of their mental communication and the pressure exerted on Gyarados. The Stone Edge was released just before the Hyper Beam, striking Gyarados as the devastating beam shot forth. Struck head-on by the sharp stone attack, Gyarados' Hyper Beam veered slightly, grazing the left side of the moon's body as it surged past. Boom. 2 resounding echoes followed in succession. The first heralded the impact of the Hyper Beam against the vessel's hull, while the second marked the thud of Gyarados hitting the ground. As Gyarados fell, all eyes turned to Moon, who was now shrouded in a faint plume of white smoke rising from the slight abrasion caused by the Hyper Beam. He was gasping for breath, his exertion palpable. The outcome of this battle was now clear. Well done, Moon. Yanbing sincerely communicated with Moon, stepping forward to gently pat its body. Roar. Moon let out an excited cry. Ever since the last encounter in the Leaf City Gym, where he and his opponent perished together in a self-destructive blast of Thunderball, Moon had been holding back a pent-up frustration, eager to prove himself. Now, facing Dado, the leader of the Elite Four, and his Pokémon, Moon emerged victorious. This was more than enough. Your Pokémon is truly remarkable. I am even more eager for the second battle, Dado exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Shall we begin? Yanbing smiled, calling forth his next Pokémon. Go, Skarmory. Alright. Let us do this, Fossil Pterosaur. Chapter 29. The Clash of the Skies. As Yanbing observed the results of Moon and Skarmory's heartfelt connection, he was curious about the outcome Skarmory would produce. A pure flying type? It seems you have great confidence in your shiny Pokémon. After experiencing an unexpected defeat in the prior battle, Dado had set aside any underestimation of Yanbing's Pokémon. However, the imposing stature of Moon could not be overlooked. Thus, it was understandable that Dado perceived Moon's size as a potential advantage in battle. Currently, the shiny Pidgeot was somewhat larger than the average of its kind, yet it still paled in comparison to Fossil Pterosaur, at least in appearance, leaving little room to foresee a reversal of fortunes for the shiny Pidgeot. I do not expect all my battling Pokémon to surpass you, but my aim is for each of them to learn and enhance their combat abilities. This is my true intention. As for confidence, I have always been certain of my Pokémon's capabilities to stand in the arena. It is not about winning every time, but rather about delivering a breathtaking spectacle of a battle. Even in the face of inevitable defeat, it is the courage to fight that remains paramount. Yanbing answered Dado's inquiry earnestly, a response that greatly satisfied Dado. After a brief exchange, the battle between Skarmory and Fossil Pterosaur commenced in earnest. The two sides displayed remarkable synergy, first enhancing their speed through a series of rapid maneuvers before simultaneously launching into wing attacks against one another. Boom, whack, whack, crash. Their wings collided fiercely, striking each other's bodies, only to separate and charge again, igniting an intense aerial melee between Skarmory and Fossil Pterosaur. On one hand, the Fossil Pterosaur possesses a slight advantage in physical attacks and speed. On the other hand, Chong-Kong excels in combat techniques. Since the first encounter with Chong-Zi, Chong-Kong's adversaries have never been mere challengers. They have either been other Pokémon mastered in martial arts like Yin Bing or groups of opponents, and at times, Chong-Kong has faced foes of opposing attributes. In essence, every battle has presented formidable opponents. The rigorous training and the refinement through combat have elevated Chong-Kong's battle acumen far beyond that of most Pokémon. It is precisely due to Do's adept training methods that the Fossil Pterosaur does not lag significantly in technique. As both sides strive to maximize their advantages, they find themselves evenly matched. However, with the increasing familiarity that comes with prolonged close-quarters combat, the Fossil Pterosaur gradually grew accustomed to the dynamics of fighting Chong-Kong and began to gain the upper hand. Realizing that he was being pressed, Chong-Kong decisively unleashed a storm after a collision with the Fossil Pterosaur. The powerful gusts surged towards the Fossil Pterosaur, which, in turn, promptly countered with a destructive beam that shattered the storm and struck Chong Kong forcefully, sending him crashing against the ship's wall and slowly sliding to the ground. Chong Kong, land, feather rest. Through their mental connection, Yin Bing immediately instructed Chong Kong. The destructive beam, while dispersing the storm, expended a considerable amount of energy, leaving only about 1/3 of its original power when it struck Chong Kong, enabling him to withstand the blow. The immobilizing effect of the destructive beam granted Chong Kong a moment to recuperate, and with a feather rest, he regained a substantial portion of his stamina. Once both Pokémon had regained their composure, the fossil pterosaur launched another rock slide attack. Seizing the moment, Chong Kong executed a quick attack, and the advantage of striking first became apparent. Before the rocks could collide with him, Chong Kong had already slammed the fossil pterosaur to the ground, deftly evading the rock slide. Furthermore, as the fossil pterosaur struggled to rise, Chong Kong employed Feather Dance to obscure its vision and diminish its attack strength. Excellent combat awareness. Yin Bing, your Pokémon has truly opened my eyes. Du marveled at Chong Kong's fighting techniques and timing. Unlike the raw, overpowering force displayed against UK, Chong Kong's demeanor is characterized by perseverance, agility, and sharpness. Whether engaged in aerial combat or employing Feather Rest and Feather Dance, Chong Kong's movements are remarkably graceful. This beauty transcends mere aesthetics. It embodies the perfect amalgamation of strength and technique, delivering an unparalleled sensory impact. With no superfluous evasive maneuvers, Chong Kong keenly exploited every minor flaw presented by his opponent, delivering maximum strikes, the hallmark of a born fighter. During Du's reflections, the fossil pterosaur seized an opportunity to unleash another rock slide. In response, Chong Kong executed an air slash at the moment of slicing through the rocks. The air slash also lost its momentum. Thus, the two combatants engaged in a long-range exchange amidst a flurry of fluttering feathers. As the effects of the feather dance began to wane, Chong Kong executed a flash of lightning once more, swiftly followed by another feather dance. Your tactics are somewhat unscrupulous. Du couldn't help but murmur, observing how Chong Kong dictated the rhythm of the battlefield. Yet, that was all he could voice. It was a matter of strategy, and there was no room for blame. Moreover, Du had already formulated a countermeasure in his mind. Indeed, just as the effects of the second feather dance were about to conclude, Chong Kong unleashed another flash of lightning, but struck a substitute instead. It turned out that at the moment of his final ranged assault, the fossil pterodactyl had immediately used a substitute, allowing it to swap places with itself. When Chong Kong collided with the substitute, a sharp stone attack sent him flying. Boom. This time, Chong Kong crashed harshly to the ground. Yamabuki felt a tightening in his chest as he gazed at Chong Kong amidst the dust. Had he not sensed the fluctuations of Chong Kong's spirit, he might have believed that Chong Kong had lost all fighting capability. However, at that moment, a faint glow of fire enveloped Chong Kong's body within the haze. What is that? The fossil pterodactyl, sensing Chong Kong's unusual state, received an immediate directive from Du concentrating all its strength. The fossil pterodactyl charged fiercely towards the spot where Chong Kong had fallen. Just then, a fiery red figure soared upwards with astonishing speed, heading straight for the fossil pterodactyl. What is this? A divine bird? Yamabuki gasped in astonishment. The divine bird technique had never been taught to Chong Kong. He had learned it entirely on his own. No, this was not just any divine bird. This was the blazing divine bird. While Yamabuki marveled at Chong Kong's self-taught mastery of the divine bird technique, he suddenly noticed flames emanating from Chong Kong, enveloping his entire being like a phoenix and trailing a dazzling silhouette of the fire phoenix. Within this resounding cry of the fire phoenix, a majestic aura akin to that of the Phoenix King surged skyward. Indeed, Chong Kong bore the bloodline of the Phoenix King. Crash! A series of intense collisions echoed through the air, the clash between the divine bird and the ultimate impact creating a powerful shockwave. Soon after, the sound of two heavy bodies hitting the ground was heard, as both Chong Kong and the fossil pterodactyl landed simultaneously. What was the outcome? Du furrowed his brow, as Chong Kong's final display of power exceeded his expectations, leaving him devoid of the confidence he once had in the fossil pterodactyl's assured victory. Chong Kong has fallen. Yamabuki initially paused in surprise, then casually remarked. As expected, after a brief moment, the fossil pterodactyl struggled to rise, while Chong Kong, after 2 or 3 attempts, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell once more. Phew, we finally won. Du wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yet, in that instant, he found himself momentarily stunned. Here he was, the esteemed Dragon King Du, the foremost of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, reflecting, did I really just say, finally won? upon defeating my opponent? And he is merely a 10-year-old boy on his first journey? Realizing this, Du wiped away the fresh beads of cold sweat that had appeared on his brow. Truly, the youth were formidable. If he did not strive harder, it would not be long before he was overtaken. As Du marveled in astonishment, Yan Bing was not idle. He promptly conducted a basic inspection of Chong Kong. After ascertaining that there were no significant issues, he diligently tended to the minor wounds on Chong Kong, working tirelessly for a considerable time before finally returning him to his Pokeball. Thank you, Mr. Du, for your guidance today. I am even more eager for the battle the day after tomorrow. Yan Bing expressed his gratitude politely as he approached Du. There's no need for such formality, young man. I was the one who initiated the challenge, and I must say, your prowess truly astonishes me. I, too, look forward to our upcoming battle, Du replied with a smile, patting Yan Bing on the shoulder. However, do exercise caution in the battle ahead. I am called the Dragon Tamer not merely because the names of my Pokémon feature the word dragon, but because my family has long been dedicated to nurturing dragon-type Pokémon. The 3 Pokémon you will face the day after tomorrow are exceptional dragon types that I have been training since childhood. They represent my true strength. And this upcoming battle will be on an entirely different level from today's encounters. I understand, and regardless, I shall give it my all. Yan Bing responded calmly and resolutely, prompting another wave of admiration from Du. This young man is remarkable. Excellent. I can almost envision the outcome of this year's league tournament. If you don't mind, once your journey in the Kanto region concludes, I would like to invite you to embark on a regional tour as well. I will be waiting in my hometown for another battle with you. Du extended a sincere invitation, a privilege that few could attain. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Du. I had intended to travel to the regional areas after completing my journey in Kanto. I shall certainly disturb you for a few days then. Yan Bing replied with a chuckle. Haha, I look forward to it. It's getting late. Let us return to rest. The day after tomorrow, let us engage in a spectacular battle. Du reignited his passion and fighting spirit. Yes, I am eagerly anticipating the battle. Good night. Good night. Chapter 30. A day of rest and heartfelt conversations with Pokémon. Early the next morning, Yan Bing released UK, Chong Kong, and Hakulang, who practiced their meditation in the room, while he took Xiao Wei and Squirtle to the gym to commence their morning exercises. Squirtle had been traveling with Yan Bing for merely 2 days, and physical conditioning was paramount. However, Yan Bing was not overly stringent with him, as he had no immediate plans to have him participate in battles. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei, as always, engaged in resilience training after completing his physical workouts. As their training sessions increased, the bond between Yan Bing and Xiao Wei deepened. And Yan Bing could sense that Xiao Wei was on the verge of evolution, an awareness that required no overt signs, but rather a subtle psychological intuition. After finishing their training and muscle relaxation, they returned to the room to find that UK and the others had awakened from their meditation. The battle against the Gyarados had proven fruitful, and their understanding of themselves had deepened significantly. Yet, this also led Yan Bing to perceive that Chong Kong was experiencing a state of confusion, caught in a bottleneck. In contrast, UK, having triumphed over the Gyarados, was filled with newfound confidence and was currently in a highly energized state, exuding an unwavering fighting spirit. As for Hakulang, upon learning that he would battle with Kairyu the next day, he felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness, making adjustments to ensure he would be in optimal condition before the confrontation. Ahem, I can roughly surmise your current situation. First and foremost, I must commend you, Eke. Your battle against Du's Gyarados yesterday was indeed a pinnacle performance. However, I trust you have realized that as your physique expands, the advantages of your lineage become increasingly evident. Now, at a length of 20 meters, you appear as a behemoth among ordinary Pokémon, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you may grow at least another 20 meters. After that, no type advantages will significantly affect you, which is what I meant when I spoke of transcending elemental strengths during your stalemate with Raichu at the Preliminaries City Gym. Yan Bing regarded Ueke with a calm demeanor, as if the colossal creature before him was not his own Pokémon. Ueke nodded in agreement, feeling elated. However, why did your father insist you train with me back then? Yan Bing suddenly posed a question, leaving Ueke momentarily stunned. Why? He had never truly grasped the reason. Was it because Yan Bing possessed a unique training methodology? Indeed, Yan Bing had his own philosophies regarding Pokémon training, and following his guidance had indeed enhanced his abilities. Yet, if that was all there was to it, it would not have been necessary, as Uek's sheer growth and size alone would have rendered him formidable even without training. Ueke, envision how your life would have unfolded had you not embarked on this journey with me. If you were to return to the Moonlit Mountain now, would you wish to live that life again? Yan Bing gently coaxed, reflecting on how he once roamed the Moonlit Mountain with a pack of Onixes. Yueke suddenly realized that he no longer yearned for such a life. Since traveling with Yambing, his days had revolved around training, eating, sleeping, battling, and caring for the new companions who joined their ranks. Particularly after Xiao Wei joined, he found immense joy. In this light, he recognized that although their journey had not been particularly lengthy, his character and interests had undergone significant transformation. Should he return to the Moonlit Mountain now, he would prefer to serve as a guardian for the safety of its Pokémon rather than a tyrannical second-generation overlord. If you have come to this understanding, you have passed a crucial milestone. Take this Moon Steel, and you may now attempt to evolve. After evolving into a Steelix, I have something else to bestow upon you. Of course, there is no rush. We have ample time. Yambing retrieved the Moon Steel that the mighty Onix had once given him and handed it to Yueke, who promptly swallowed it. Kong, next, I must commend you as well. Your battle against the fossil pterodactyl yesterday was truly spectacular, Yambing said, reaching out to gently stroke Kong's head. Kong closed his eyes in comfort. I understand your current state. From the moment I first encountered you, I recognized you as a creature of great spirit, and that quality has only intensified. Thus, you find yourself in a state of confusion. From the outset, you were able to match Orange in prowess, yet now you find yourself perpetually lagging behind. Despite achieving victory in numerous battles against external opponents, the gap between you and Orange remains unbridged. Following your recent defeat against the fossil pterosaur, you are indeed perplexed about your path, are you not? Yambing's words plunged Kong into silence. It is true, as Yambing articulated, that Kong has witnessed the widening chasm between himself and Orange. Though he feels an urgency within, his inherent pride compels him to seek solace in one victory after another, until yesterday's encounter. Kong, I comprehend your sentiments. You might even perceive your talents as limited. However, I must convey to you that your lineage is extraordinary. You belong to the select few possessing the blood of the Phoenix. I understand that Orange has become a mental block for you. Tomorrow, he will engage in a double battle with the Hakron, and after that, you will have your opportunity to confront him. I will also provide you with a chance to vanquish your inner demons. But I wish to remind you that if you diligently accumulate power step by step, there will come a day when you can ascend to godhood, or even transcend it. Yet, as a bird of prey, your life should not be confined solely to combat. To derive your worth from fighting alone is, in truth, rather tragic. I believe you require a more enriched existence. Expand your horizons, and your realm will elevate. When you engage in battle thereafter, it will surely be a different experience than now. Kong pondered silently, reflecting on Yambing's remarks. The meaning of existence? Dreams? For Kong, he has always strived to find stronger opponents, living to overcome formidable challenges. But ultimately, for what purpose? For whom do you fight? What does battle truly provide you? He had never contemplated this before, and perhaps it is time to seek a belief that can support him. Observing Kong deep in thought, Yambing recognized that his words had made an impact. At the very least, they had prevented him from venturing down a path of despair. He believed that by reflecting on the battle with the fossil pterosaur, Kong would experience significant growth in strength. Meanwhile, Hakron was intently focused on himself. As for Hakron, your sole responsibility is to prepare for tomorrow's battle against Dragonite. I do not ask for victory. The odds are slim, but I hope that in tomorrow's combat, you will discern the direction of your future efforts, recognize your current shortcomings, and strive to enhance yourself. Gaining insight is far more valuable than mere victory or defeat. Upon hearing Yambing's words, Hakron nodded solemnly. For him, the upcoming battle is of paramount importance. From this encounter, he must not only grasp the disparity in strength between himself and Dragonite, but also understand the essence of the evolution from Hakron to Dragonite. With a father who is the mightiest Dragonite and a mother who is a Hakron, how shall he navigate his path forward? Without Yambing as prompting, Hakron is determined to uncover this for himself. Xiao Wei and Squirtle, observing Yambing's serious conversation with the other Pokémon, were somewhat bewildered, glancing from one to the other. Unsure of what to do next, Yambing glanced over, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he cradled Squirtle on his lap, directing his gaze toward Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, you have encountered Snorlax before. This is what you shall evolve into in the future. However, there is no need for haste. Remaining in your current form is perfectly commendable. The same applies to Squirtle. Consider this journey through Kanto as a genuine expedition. Free yourself of any burdens. We shall traverse many more places. Kanto is merely the beginning. As Yambing spoke, he chuckled lightly. Truth be told, while my Pokémon possess formidable battle prowess, I have never insisted that all of them must be the epitome of combat strength. Take Shun for instance. When he first joined me, he was just a Kadabra, having fled from the overwhelming psychic training at the Golden Gym. Although I often involve you all in various battles, my true contentment lies in your well-being. Who would believe that? May's voice chimed in from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Ingnan had accompanied her to seek out Yambing. Look at the intensity of your training, and yet you claim not to care about your Pokemon's battle capabilities. Upon hearing May's playful retort, Yambing sheepishly scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. May and Ingnan had come to invite Yambing to lunch as the noon hour approached. May's earlier jest reminded Yambing of the professor's words, reflecting on his own stringent expectations for both himself and his Pokemon. Perhaps it was time to allow everyone a moment of respite. This might yield unforeseen benefits for their growth. Though he contemplated such notions, putting them into practice proved challenging, especially after months of daily training that had become a habit. Subsequently, Yambing conveyed to Hakron some crucial pointers for the upcoming battle against Dragonite, allowing him to recalibrate his focus. Meanwhile, Yueke and Chong Kong were sent to the professor's lab to exchange for the Duckbill Fire Dragon and Chengzi. For the duo, Yambing had little to elaborate on. He primarily observed their progress in double battles and exchanged insights with Chengzi regarding recent developments. Following the encounter with Latios, Chengzi's strength had notably increased, having glimpsed the tier of legendary power while solidifying his resolve to ascend towards the realm of the divine. Notably, Chengzi's mastery of the heart-will visualization had advanced, enabling him to maintain potent mental focus during battles, seeking every opportunity for triumph. Yet, Yambing was acutely aware that the disparity in strength between Darkrai and Latios was still significant. The Darkrai and Latios of Dak Duo could only be described as diminished versions of true legendaries, lacking the finesse and power of their authentic counterparts, and were still in need of growth. Thus, the next catalyst for Chengzi's significant power leap might very well lie in tomorrow's battle against Latios, followed by a potential confrontation with Zapdos at the unmanned power plant. With these thoughts in mind, Yambing felt a renewed sense of anticipation for the two battles awaiting him on the morrow. Chapter 31. The Three Battles Against Latios. The first, double battle, a contest for dominance between fields and weather. It is commonly understood that prior to evolving into Dragonite, Dratini's base stats cannot compare to those of Charizard and Blastoise. Thus, logically, the fully evolved Charizard and Blastoise should surpass Dratini in its evolution. However, in double battles, this calculation does not hold true. Firstly, the two Dratini under Dato's command are undoubtedly at a high level. Although current technology has yet to quantify Pokémon levels digitally, the accumulation of energy remains a tangible factor. Consequently, attempting to suppress the two Dratini solely based on base stats presents a significant challenge and is rather unrealistic. Secondly, in double battles, aside from the disparity in individual Pokémon strength, the synergy between pairs is crucial, particularly when one side possesses combination skills, which gives them a distinct advantage over opponents lacking such capabilities. Dato's confidence in deploying two Dratini for a double battle clearly indicates his strategic acumen. Moreover, Yambing has surmised that one focuses on weather manipulation while the other channels electric energy, creating a favorable battlefield atmosphere for Dratini, reminiscent of his own Dratini's earlier encounter with a not-yet-evolved Blastoise. Most importantly, the skills executed by two Dratini undoubtedly surpass those of a solitary Dratini. To seemingly validate Yambing's thoughts, on the afternoon of the third day, as he stepped into the arena alongside Orange and Blastoise, he immediately sensed a profound pressure emanating from the opposing Dratini, a hallmark of formidable strength. "You're here, Yambing." Dato greeted him coolly upon arrival. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Step up, Orange, Blastoise." Yambing's expression was grave, yet Orange and Blastoise appeared to have forged a strong bond during their time together, exchanging confident smiles as they advanced into the arena as a united front. In truth, this battle was entirely a showcase of Orange and Blastoise's prowess, leaving Yambing with little room to intervene. The reason was simple. Yambing had not been present to witness their training sessions, relying solely on brief exchanges post-training to grasp the gist of their partnership. However, it was evident that they had developed a commendable rapport. Prepare to witness the majesty of Dratini, revered as a deity in ancient times. "Dratini, alter the weather." Dato confidently gestured, and in an instant, the two Dratini unleashed their formidable presence, causing clouds to gather ominously. One Dratini invoked rain, while the other aptly unleashed a bolt of lightning, transforming the climatic conditions above the arena. "We shall not be defeated, shall we?" Yambing mused, feeling a wave of nostalgia at the familiar scene. Yet his unwavering confidence in Orange and Blastoise assured him he would not yield easily. Orange turned back, giving Yambing a thumbs up and a reassuring glance, while Blastoise, fully focused, began to channel its energy. Almost immediately, the arena began to morph. waves of heat rising as the terrain transformed into a volcanic landscape, with molten lava bubbling beneath the surface. Feeling the scorching air erupting from the volcanic crater, both Orange and Blastoise were ignited with fervor. Lava field. Spatial manipulation? No. Could it be an illusion? I never anticipated such a vivid mirage. Dai gazed in astonishment at the arena. Although it was not a high-level spatial ability, the genuine illusion conjured from his own body and spirit was equally impressive. This illusion neither damaged the original venue nor could it be destroyed by external attacks. Of course, the enhancement for the elves was certainly not as potent as a real scenario, but it was sufficient to alter disadvantages and counter the meteorological phenomena created by Haxorus. Indeed, it was yet another manifestation of that unique ability, that distinctive fluctuation. Dai marveled inwardly, surprised that such an innovative training method could yield a variety of effects. It was truly an eye-opener. Haxorus, tornado. 2 Haxorus unleashed tornadoes simultaneously, their might amplified by the thunderstorm, creating a remarkable force that stirred the magma into tumultuous waves. However, at that moment, 2 powerful jets of flame surged directly into the heart of the tornado formation, and with the wind fanning the flames, the intense fire spread upwards. Amidst the fiery spectacle, the energy of the tornado was disrupted, resulting in explosive bursts akin to fireworks. Haxorus was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light and instinctively shut its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, a beam of destructive light surged toward the left Haxorus, while a red flame rapidly approached the right Haxorus. "Quick, dodge, Haxorus!" Dai shouted from the sidelines, clearly perceiving the imminent danger. Yet, the left Haxorus could only manage to evade half its body. Its back grazed harshly by the destructive beam, causing it to plummet into the magma. Meanwhile, the right Haxorus attempted to dodge, but the flame abruptly adjusted its trajectory and collided directly with Haxorus in a fiery charge. Following suit, the right Haxorus also fell into the magma. As both Haxorus descended, the clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, clearing the storm. These two are quite formidable, Dai mused. Yet he remained unperturbed. He was well aware of Haxorus's strength, and such an attack was unlikely to diminish their fighting spirit. Clearly, what Dai understood, Yambing was not oblivious to either. Seizing the moment while Haxorus had not fully regained its composure, Orange lunged into the magma, emerging moments later. Though the phrase embracing both sides might not be entirely fitting. At that moment, Orange, with its powerful arms, seized one Haxorus in each grip and soared into the sky. After reaching a certain altitude, it executed a throw, hurling both Haxorus down to the ground with tremendous force. Just then, 3 minutes had passed, and the Duckbill Fire Dragon could no longer maintain the magma domain, reverting the arena to a normal battleground. Boom, boom. 2 resounding crashes echoed as Haxorus struck the ground, confirming the strength of that throw. Now it makes sense. No wonder they aimed for a swift conclusion from the outset. Dai stroked his chin, observing the Duckbill Fire Dragon, now panting heavily. It appeared that sustaining the magma domain had taken a significant toll on the Duckbill Fire Dragon, compounded by the earlier destructive beam, leaving it somewhat exhausted. At that moment, both Haxorus shook their heads and slowly regained consciousness, ascending once more into the air. Haxorus, engaged separately, the Duckbill Fire Dragon is heavily drained. Let us eliminate it first. Duo exhibited remarkable control over the battlefield. Although both Dratini faced 2 formidable attacks in succession, their rigorous training endowed them with a distinct advantage due to their type matchups. One Dratini faced the somewhat drained Gyarados without significant concern, while the other had the primary task of restraining Orange, preventing him from aiding Gyarados. As Duo issued his commands, the dynamics of the battlefield became increasingly clear, with the focal point resting on whether Orange could protect Gyarados against the dual onslaught of the Dratini, thus granting it a moment to recuperate. In that fleeting instant, both Dratini launched their assaults simultaneously. One unleashed a water gun towards Gyarados, while the other directed a thunderbolt at Orange. Faced with this dilemma, Orange hesitated briefly before executing a flamethrower against the water gun. At the moment of impact, he was propelled backwards by the force, struggling to stabilize himself mid-air, while the thunderbolt missed its target due to his evasive maneuver. This exchange afforded Gyarados a brief respite, alleviating its labored breaths. It was evident that a strategic shift was necessary. Dratini, concentrate your attacks on Charizard. Duo decisively commanded, recognizing it as the most prudent course of action. Though Orange had sustained some injuries, his mobility remained intact, allowing him to continue protecting Gyarados. Conversely, while Gyarados had not been physically harmed, its considerable energy depletion made it a strenuous task to shield Orange. Under the relentless barrage of water gun and thunderbolt, Orange's stamina plummeted. In mere moments, he found himself unable to evade a water gun that grazed his wing, just as another thunderbolt descended, striking him directly. The impact sent Orange crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Roaring in fury upon witnessing his comrade being struck while shielding him, Gyarados' eyes ignited with indignation, its fighting spirit flaring to life. A formidable hyper beam erupted from Gyarados' hands, hurtling towards one of the Dratini. Although the Dratini managed to deflect the attack with a water gun, a crimson figure swiftly approached the other Dratini, launching a surprise assault aimed at its face. However, in a surprising turn, Orange bypassed this Dratini entirely, instead targeting the one that had just shielded against Gyarados' hyper beam. As the Dratini defended against the hyper beam, the grounded Orange rose, and, alongside Gyarados, took advantage of the smoke created by the explosion to charge towards the right Dratini. Before the Dratini could react, Gyarados leaped from Orange's back, executing a surprise attack. Simultaneously, Orange seized the opportunity to engage the left Dratini, unleashing a flurry of dragon claws upon it. Well done. But don't think this is the end. Duo commanded directly. The directives for Thunderbolt and Dragon Tail were implicit. His Dratini instinctively understood which moves to employ. As the fierce battle raged on, the orange creature, enduring the onslaught of lightning strikes, relentlessly unleashed its dragon claw attacks upon the opposing Hactragon, trading injuries in a titanic clash. Meanwhile, Hactragon retaliated with its reverse scale, executing swift rolls and battering the Duckbill Flame Dragon with its tail, while the Duckbill Flame Dragon countered with its handblade, also engaging in a reciprocal exchange of damage. The intensity of their close-quarters combat ignited the fervor of Yambing, Du, and the spectators alike. Amidst the most heated moments of their confrontation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Hactragon, carrying the Duckbill Flame Dragon on its back, suddenly lost its composure and plunged toward the ground with alarming speed. Such a descent was destined to culminate in mutual destruction. However, neither Du nor Yambing intervened. Recognizing that Hactragon was in a state of chaos, unresponsive to commands, and that this scenario served as a test for both parties. Would Hactragon regain its senses first? Or would the Duckbill Flame Dragon relent? Or perhaps, they would continue their relentless struggle. With a thunderous crash, the Duckbill Flame Dragon ultimately chose the latter path. Just moments before impact, it managed to unleash a powerful jet of flame toward the ground, attempting to mitigate the force of the fall. Yet, both the Duckbill Flame Dragon and Hactragon sustained significant injuries, barely managing to rise again. In a final display of determination, the Duckbill Flame Dragon exhaled a colossal explosion of flames, while Hactragon responded with a water cannon. Ultimately, the water cannon, with its superior strength and elemental advantage, overwhelmed the explosion, scattering its remnants and delivering a devastating blow to the Duckbill Flame Dragon. At that instant, the Duckbill Flame Dragon succumbed to its injuries. Concurrently, in the skies above, the outcome of the aerial skirmish became evident. After another mutual strike, Hactragon unleashed its water column tail, striking the orange creature's dragon claw and breaking free from its grasp. It then unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning from a distance. Struck by the electric surge, the orange creature plummeted to the ground, expending its last reserves of strength to unleash a grand jet of flame just before impact, before falling unconscious. On the other hand, after unleashing the lightning, Hactragon found itself unable to evade the subsequent jet of flame, taking the full brunt of the attack before also collapsing to the ground. As the gathered spectators processed the scene, both Hackdragons stood in disarray, panting heavily, their trembling bodies suggesting they might topple at any moment. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, the Duckbill Flame Dragon and the orange creature lay motionless on the ground. The double battle had finally concluded. Victory had been achieved, albeit with considerable effort. Du gazed appreciatively at the fallen Duckbill Flame Dragon and orange creature, thoroughly satisfied with their performance. I have been defeated, Yambing acknowledged candidly, recognizing the brilliance of the Hackdragons. Once they evolve into Dragonite, their prowess will undoubtedly escalate. Your Pokémon are formidable as well. I believe that upon regaining consciousness, their abilities will ascend to new heights. Indeed, I am grateful for your guidance. In this final match, let us showcase our most spectacular duel to conclude this battle. Agreed. Chapter 32, the fourth battle with Du, Hactragon's domain, and the essence of Dragonite. When Yambing summoned Hackran to the stage, Du was somewhat taken aback. Although previously disadvantaged by type matchups, the disparity in power levels between the combatants was typically not significant, and in a double battle, Yambing's side should hold a slight advantage. However, in the fourth match, Hackran faced off against Dragonite, a clear mismatch in terms of combat levels. Yambing, are you truly intent on letting Hackran take the stage? Indeed. Mr. Du, while Hackren has yet to reach the pinnacle of evolution, I wish for him to experience the power levels of Dragonite firsthand, allowing him to gain clarity on the direction he may aspire to in the future, Yambing replied earnestly, leaving Du with no retort. Given the youth's nature, each appearance was laden with significance, since he had chosen to act as a sharpening stone. Du was unperturbed by allowing the young man to witness the true prowess of a champion. Evolution does not inherently guarantee overwhelming power. However, facing a champion with an unevolved Pokémon against their evolved counterpart results in a genuine mismatch in strength. Champions are typically endowed with exceptional talent. And while one may rely on strategy and clever tactics to exploit opponents' weaknesses in battles against lesser foes, such cunning is rendered ineffective in the presence of a champion. The pressure of level disparity was palpable as Hackren confronted Dragonite. Even as Hackren unleashed his storm field upon entering the arena, he could still distinctly sense the formidable power of Dragonite. Storm field? Such a level of influence has little effect on Dragonite, Du mused, intrigued by Yambing's Hackren's field ability. This level of field would hardly hinder Dragonite, not only due to the level difference, but also because Dragonite is Hackren's evolutionary form. A field advantageous to Hackren would not suppress Dragonite, and might even bolster it further. Is that so? Let us see, Yambing remarked, possessing some understanding of Hackren's storm field. Derived from the effects of the rain dance, thunder, and hurricane moves. He had previously utilized it, but had not faced similar opponents, such as Gyarados or the Hackren lineage, and was curious about the effectiveness of this field in comparable battles. Setting aside the curiosity of Yambing and Du, the clash of momentum between Hackren and Dragonite commenced as they took their positions. With the field activated, Hackren could barely withstand the force of Dragonite's presence. Realizing that prolonging the confrontation would put him at a disadvantage, Hackren swiftly unleashed a thunder attack toward Dragonite. Huh, what a coincidence, my Dragonite can also use thunder. Do you wish to test whose power reigns supreme? Dragonite, respond with thunder. Du's precise command was accurately conveyed to Dragonite, who complied without hesitation. However, two powerful bolts of thunder struck Dragonite directly. Ah, I see now. This is the capability that a field should possess. Yambing realized, understanding that the field, typically sustained for merely 3 minutes and demanding significant energy, had indeed demonstrated its potential. If the mere convergence of the three formidable techniques into a singular manifestation of altered weather were to be presented in a simplistic manner, it would hardly warrant such significance. The true value of Haxorus's storm domain lies in its absolute dominion. Creatures of dissimilar types are suppressed, while those of the same type find their abilities redirected to assail their adversaries. In essence, within the storm domain, flying, water, and electric type attacks are channeled as assaults against Dragonite. This predicament has become rather troublesome. Why does it feel as though every encounter with you is fraught with such unscrupulous circumstances? For instance, the colossal size, the underhanded tactics, and the utterly unreasonable abilities? Dato finds himself at a loss for words. While Yambing may not be his most formidable opponent, he is undoubtedly the most vexing. A plethora of ever-evolving strategies leaves one perpetually on guard. From his own accounts, it seems that 3 additional Pokémon possess the capacity to engage in battle, and they likely wield this peculiar ability as well. To be candid, at this juncture, Dato wishes he could retract his previous assertions. He has already faced Yambing in 7 matches. Though he contemplates this, he cannot bring himself to admit his earlier words. Perhaps he should reserve his expectations for the future. Dragonite, Fire Punch. Dato is compelled to consider employing the disadvantageous Fire Punch, for he has discerned the secret of Haxorus's domain. And it remains uncertain whether Dragon-type moves fall within the prohibitive range. Should they do so, it would indeed be lamentable. In response to Dragonite's Fire Punch, Haxorus calmly retaliates with Thunder. Consequently, the long-range Thunder strikes Dragonite with swiftness, transforming the situation into one where Dragonite must use Fire Punch in a defensive manner against Thunder. In this moment, bolstered by its raw power, Dragonite withstands the Thunder's assault, achieving a semblance of parity. Yet, matters are seldom as straightforward as they appear. For within the Thunder's onslaught lies a tempestuous whirlwind, augmented within the storm domain, and this enhancement can only be wielded to attack Dragonite. The dual offensive leaves Dragonite beleaguered, and after a brief interval, it is struck by Thunder. When the defense falters, even once amidst a barrage of continuous assaults, the consequences become dire. Such is the plight of Dragonite, enduring no fewer than 10 strikes amidst the alternating offensives of Thunder and the whirlwind. Time is drawing near. Both Yambing and Dato silently exhale, with Yambing lamenting the missed opportunity, while Dato breathes a sigh of relief. 3 minutes, neither excessively long nor unduly brief, have allowed Haxorus to effectively diminish Dragonite's stamina to the utmost. Indeed, as Yanbing and Dado exhale in unison, the storm domain gradually dissipates. Haxorus and Dragonite lock eyes, both panting heavily. Yet, it appears that Haxorus is somewhat less beleaguered. After all, only Dragonite has borne the brunt of the attacks, while Haxorus has merely expended energy to maintain the domain and unleash its moves. Quite impressive, Yanbing. However, having failed to vanquish my Dragonite within 3 minutes, your opportunity has now slipped away. Dado seems rather unconcerned about Dragonite's injuries. I understand that the 3 minutes within the domain represent an optimal time frame. However, my Haxorus is no ordinary contender. Underestimating it could lead to an unfortunate downfall. Yanbing was equally resolute in his determination, refusing to yield in spirit. Words alone would not suffice. Let strength speak for itself. Dragonite, unleash your Dragon Claw attack. Haxorus, engage in close combat. We have never feared confrontation. Onward. Dragonite swiftly approached Haxorus, delivering a fierce Dragon Claw strike. Haxorus deftly evaded the attack with a sidestep and ensnared Dragonite's arm with its tail, subsequently flinging the Pokémon away. Yet another remarkable combat technique. The maneuver Haxorus executed after its evasive action reminded Dado of the battle between Aerodactyl and Chonkong the previous night. Initially, Dado had believed that such tactics were unique to Chonkong, but it now appeared otherwise. He recalled that both Yueke and during the doubles match with Chungzi and Dapu Yanlong had become robust enough to engage in direct confrontations based solely on strength, thus returning to a more primal style and employing fewer techniques, leading to Dado's misunderstanding. While the technique was indeed impressive, in the face of absolute power, even the most refined skills are rendered ineffective, particularly when considering the question of tangible damage. Dado spoke earnestly to Yanbing. Just then, Dragonite flapped its wings, stabilizing itself in midair, and with a powerful thrust, surged toward Haxorus once more, delivering another Dragon Claw. During their travels, Haxorus had undergone considerable combat training, honing its sense of timing, allowing it to dodge the attack once again. However, at that moment, Dragonite utilized the momentum from its Dragon Claw to roll in midair, using its hefty tail to strike Haxorus with considerable force. Boom! Haxorus was propelled against the ceiling, and as it landed, it managed to react just in time to avoid sustaining triple damage. Nevertheless, the impact from the tail strike and the subsequent collision with the ceiling inflicted significant harm, leaving Haxorus trembling slightly. The crushing force derived from sheer strength was apparent. While Haxorus could only barely shake off Dragonite, the latter had sent Haxorus crashing into the ceiling. Yanbing, do you comprehend the vast difference between Haxorus and Dragonite post-evolution? It is not merely a matter of enhanced attributes across the board. A typical Haxorus measures approximately 4 meters in length before evolving into Dragonite, much like your Haxorus, which has even grown to over 5 meters. Yet, after evolution, Dragonite stands at a mere 2 meters and 20 centimeters. Within this height, it bears the weight of a staggering increase from 16 kilograms to 220 kilograms. Under such circumstances, Dragonite's speed has further improved since its time as Haxorus. Do you grasp the implications of this? Dado patiently elucidated these statistics to Yanbing, who was already well aware. It signifies that the density of every muscle, the pressure endured, and the explosive power generated have all increased geometrically. From a biological perspective, the disparity between the two is monumental. Indeed, it is quite formidable, Yanbing remarked, unable to resist a jibe. What do you mean by formidable? Dado inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. Please disregard it. Very well, since you understand, you should be aware of what this battle signifies. Your Hactragon cannot possibly withstand the second assault from my Dragonite. Go, Dragonite. Use dive. As the command left Dado's lips, Dragonite was already poised, launching into a fierce dive aimed directly at Hactragon. In a desperate effort to counter the attack, Hactragon risked chaos and unleashed its counter shield, just before Dragonite made contact. Hactragon's tail struck Dragonite first. Nevertheless, the force of the dive propelled Hactragon towards the arena floor, while it struggled valiantly against Dragonite's grasp. Boom! As Dragonite rose slowly from the swirling dust, Yanbing understood that the battle had concluded. Dragonite had triumphed in this contest. Well done, Hactragon. You fought bravely. Return now. Yanbing withdrew Hactragon into its Pokeball. Remarkable battle, Yanbing. Your Hactragon possesses boundless potential, Dado sincerely remarked, his words not mere platitudes, but genuine sentiment. After experiencing the sheer power of Hactragon's storm domain, Dado could hardly fathom the terrifying capabilities that would emerge once Hactragon evolved into Dragonite. Thank you for your kind words. Mr. Dado, Yanbing replied earnestly, acutely aware of the admiration reflected in Dato's eyes and the weight of his spoken words. "I have a question that I wonder if you have considered," Dato suddenly posed. "Do you know why there is such a drastic difference in appearance when Hactragon evolves into Dragonite?" "To be honest, this question has perplexed me for years," Yambing admitted, scratching his head in confusion. The transformation from Hactragon to Dragonite is an accumulation of power. Throughout this process, they manifest their stored energy into 4 claws and wings. It is a profoundly painful and arduous journey. They must undergo countless molts to achieve this evolution. In that fleeting moment of transformation, they endure the torment of thousands of molts, reshaping their very being. One can only imagine the suffering involved: bones and flesh reorganizing, skin shedding, and an identity wholly transformed, all for the sake of transcending to a higher level of existence. Abandoning superficial grandeur, they return to a simple yet robust essence. Only by piercing through the Fade can one ultimately attain supreme strength. The 3 orbs upon their chests and tails signify the energy they have siphoned off during their power accumulation, allowing them to make a final surge when the conditions for evolution are met. Thus, the evolution of Hactragon into Dragonite is a remarkable process, far more precious than any other form of evolution. Dragonite is a being born from Hactragon's sacrifice of its own appearance for the sake of immense power. Therefore, I assert that Hactragon cannot triumph over Dragonite, not solely due to an insufficient accumulation of strength, but also because it has not undergone the profound weighing of sacrifice and gain, remaining tethered to its original self. In a one-on-one scenario, no Hactragon can defeat a Dragonite, even if it has a numerical advantage in strength. The application of power and the understanding of the path are realms in which Hactragon cannot rival Dragonite. Thus, you imply that the stark contrast in appearance between Hakuran and Kairyu arises from the fundamental evolution of Hakuran into Kairyu, wherein the essence of its life facilitated the development of limbs and wings. This transformative process, marked by numerous molds to accumulate strength, accounts for the significant disparity in coloration. Yambing tilted his head in contemplation. While Kairyu appeared undeniably adorable, there was indeed a noticeable gap when compared to the elegant and noble Hakuran prior to its evolution. Was it a matter of disfigurement and explosive growth? Truly ruthless. Your interpretation is not without merit. I trust you have grasped the deeper meaning behind my words. Here, take this. Dato swiftly flicked his wrist, casting forth a delicate blue scale, which Yambing deftly caught with one hand. "Is this a dragon scale?" Yambing inquired. Curiosity piqued, for such items are quite rare. Consider it a gift for your Hakuran. After all, I possess an ample supply of dragon scales. I hope the next time I encounter him, he will astound me once again. Dato turned gracefully, his cloak billowing in the wind, and waved a hand back at Yambing. What a flamboyant gentleman, Yambing mused. Nevertheless, thank you for the dragon scale. Yambing weighed the scale in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Huh, what do you mean by no reward without merit? Well, dragon scales are indeed quite valuable, aren't they? What is integrity, anyway? Can principles be consumed as sustenance? If someone offers you a gift, is it foolish to refuse? Moreover, that person is Dato. Can one easily decline a gift from him? Certainly not, Yambing reassured himself. Thus, he comfortably accepted the dragon scale. Chapter 33, Return to Hualon City. Escape, Evolution, and Original Intent. When Yambing, Mei, and Okada Hideo once again set foot on land, it was already the day following his battle with Dato. Yambing had specifically crafted a pendant adorned with dragon scales for Hakuran, ensuring that he would always wear it. Just as he entered the Pokémon Center, an urgent call came through. "Professor Okido, we have just returned to Hualon City. What could be so pressing that you seek me?" Yambing inquired, guiding Xiao Wei with a slender rope as he hurriedly returned the call. "Yambing, there's trouble. It's my fault for being negligent. Last night, the Monferno evaded everyone's notice and escaped. I've already enlisted all the Pokémon at the laboratory to assist in the search, but we have yet to find any trace," Professor Okido expressed, a sense of urgency evident in his voice. After all, Monferno was entrusted to him by Yambing, and losing it placed the burden of responsibility squarely upon his shoulders. "What? Professor, please do not panic. I will return immediately." Yambing concluded the call, frustration bubbling within him. He had thought that with either Orange or Eli watching over Monferno, there would be no issues, yet he had been proven wrong. At that moment, Yambing felt a profound sense of guilt. Monferno had been acquired from Huangyo, creating a certain distance between them. As his journey progressed, Yambing found himself responsible for an increasing number of Pokémon, inadvertently neglecting Monferno. Now, with its escape, though unexpected, it was not entirely surprising upon reflection. With this thought, Yambing, though still burdened by guilt, began to regain his composure. Yambing, Xiaowei seems a bit off. Although aware that Yambing was preoccupied with urgent matters and that it was inappropriate to disturb him at this moment, Mei was compelled to make a decision upon witnessing Xiaowei's faltering figure. What is happening? Hearing of Xiaowei's distress, Yambing felt a tightening in his chest and quickly turned to look at him. There stood Xiaowei, usually vibrant and full of energy, now appearing lethargic and in poor spirits. This sight only exacerbated Yambing's already frayed nerves. Fortunately, they were within the confines of the Pokémon Center, and he hurriedly led Xiaowei to Nurse Joy. Please do not worry. This situation likely indicates an impending evolution. The young Snorlax is typically full of vigor and has a substantial appetite, but upon evolving into a Snorlax, it develops a tendency for deep slumber. Hence, it is common for a young Snorlax to undergo a phase of drowsiness prior to evolution. There is no need for undue concern. We shall conduct a thorough examination shortly. Nurse Joy reassured Yambing with patience, recognizing the anxiety a trainer feels when their Pokémon is unwell. Upon hearing Nurse Joy's explanation, both Yambing and Mei felt a considerable relief, as it suggested that Xiaowei's condition was not grave. After careful deliberation, Yambing decided to call Professor Oak. What did you say? You intend to allow the Infernape to escape without intervention? Professor Oak was taken aback by Yambing's decision, even expressing some indignation. It was indeed irresponsible for a trainer to permit their Pokémon to flee without restraint. Professor, please allow me to explain. The current predicament of Infernape is largely attributable to my own oversight. I have neglected to provide him the attention he requires, and my approach to his mindset has been flawed. Furthermore, his escape has illuminated a critical issue. I am currently distracted by too many Pokémon to care for them all adequately. This decision was not made lightly. It is a means for both Infernape and myself to regain our composure. Pressing him too hard at this juncture would only intensify his rebellious tendencies. It would be wiser to monitor his range of activities without undue pressure. I kindly request that you leverage your connections to alert acquaintances in nearby cities to keep an eye out for him. I am not genuinely letting him go. Rather, I wish for him to experience a period of independence. Additionally, if Infernape can thrive independently in Kanto, it may prove beneficial. At the very least, we could explore the possibility of allowing Ditto to breed with him, producing offspring. Lastly, in regard to Infernape, I believe that in order to truly win him over, I must recapture him, allowing him to battle me as a wild Pokémon. Only through victory in that battle can our relationship be renewed. I implore you to support me in this endeavor, Yambing articulated. Infernape served as a wake-up call for Yambing, compelling him to recognize the deficiencies in his role as a trainer and to refrain from complacency. The task of recapturing Infernape would be a personal challenge that he must overcome. Only then could he elevate his proficiency as a trainer to new heights. Given your reasoning, I shall trust your judgment. I will communicate with friends in the surrounding towns to closely monitor the situation, and I will inform you immediately should any news arise. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate your assistance. Why should we express our gratitude? Moreover, I am the one responsible for the loss of the Monferno. I am the one who must bear the burden of this mistake. After ending the call with the doctor, Yambing found himself in a contemplative daze. Since embarking on this journey, he had experienced a rather smooth path, encountering only a few minor setbacks, which had led him to a state of complacency. Particularly after his battles against Darkrai and Dusknoir, despite suffering defeats in both encounters. He had been led to believe that he possessed a strength approaching that of a champion or even a legendary Pokémon. However, there is a clear distinction between a Pokémon and a trainer, and the road ahead remains long. Although he often appeared confident in his undertakings, when stripped of theoretical knowledge and superficial psychological insights, he realized he had only been traveling as a trainer for a little over half a year. Indeed, he still had much to learn. Setting aside the recent escape of Monferno, the earlier theft of Ellie and the departure of Yueke should have served as a wake-up call for Yambing, yet he remained oblivious. This oversight was undeniably a critical flaw. As a novice trainer, he needed to embrace his identity as such, humbly acknowledging his shortcomings and diligently honing his craft. In terms of self-improvement as a trainer, Yambing suddenly recognized that he was even less adept than Ash. At least Ash earnestly endeavored to understand the emotions of Pokémon, while Yambing, under the false pretense of understanding, had grown complacent, ultimately neglecting the feelings of Monferno, leading to the current predicament. How many Pokémon had Ash taken in that others had forsaken? Charmeleon, Froakie, Monferno, Tepig, and others. Yet each time, Ash had strived to connect with them, ultimately winning their trust through his efforts. In this light, Ash's greatness was something Yambing could scarcely aspire to. Was he truly as formidable as he had imagined? The answer was a resounding no. As Yambing pondered this, he felt a mixture of disappointment and self-reproach. Yet he found himself slightly more at ease than when he first received the news. Understanding the crux of the issue brought with it a potential solution. Recognizing his deficiencies naturally led him to explore ways to address these shortcomings. This lesson, albeit born from misfortune, could ultimately yield a blessing. With this in mind, he resolved to implement the necessary changes, starting with the immediate environment around him. He began by taking on the responsibility of watching over Xiao Wei during the night. After Miss Joy's examination, it was confirmed that Xiao Wei was indeed showing signs of impending evolution. Yanbing diligently tended to Xiao Wei and the other Pokémon, meticulously observing their various conditions. While he had always engaged in these tasks, he had never before felt such a profound appreciation for the growth of each muscle in the Pokémon's bodies. He made a concerted effort to genuinely experience the pain they endured during training and battles, as well as the heartfelt joy they exhibited in his company. This state of affairs continued for 3 days, during which Mei and Ingnan noticed the transformation in Yanbing but were hesitant to comment, choosing instead to remain quietly supportive. 3 days later, in the gaze of many, Xiao Wei began its evolution. A brilliant light flickered, the form expanded, and the fur underwent a transformation. Ultimately, a Snorlax, approximately 2 meters and 30 centimeters in height, materialized before the gathered crowd. Congratulations, Xiao Wei. Yanbing gently patted Xiao Wei's ample belly. Cabby cabby. Xiao Wei, filled with excitement, was so overjoyed to see Yanbing that he contemplated leaping into his arms. Wait, Xiao Wei, no. Come back. Yanbing swiftly recalled him into his Pokeball before the hefty creature could land on him. After all, with a weight exceeding 900 pounds, even Yanbing's robust physique would likely succumb to catastrophic fractures under such pressure. He subsequently released Xiao Wei once more and patiently engaged in a profound conversation, explaining that his evolution had significantly increased his weight, which Yanbing could no longer endure. He conveyed his understanding of Xiao Wei's affection, suggesting that love could be expressed through hugs or nuzzles rather than solely through leaps into his embrace. Consequently, Yanbing felt honored when Xiao Wei lifted him off the ground and twirled him around a couple of times before setting him down, followed by an extended nuzzle. Fortunately, Xiao Wei, likely famished, began searching for food. Yanbing provided him with 2 energy cubes and a box of Pokémon food, which finally satiated him. After being well fed, Xiao Wei grew drowsy and was once again recalled into his Pokeball. Xiao Wei's successful evolution finally brought a smile back to Yanbing, who had been solemn for 2 or 3 days. At this juncture, Mei dared to sit beside Yanbing, deciding it was time for a heart-to-heart conversation. You know, Yanbing, you are incredibly strong, so strong that I feel no matter how hard I strive, I could never surpass you. Thus, the incident with the Monferno was merely an accident. It was originally a Tauros' Pokémon, so such occurrences are understandable. Please don't be too hard on yourself. Thank you. Mei, I have already moved past the guilt and sorrow. Rest assured, I remain formidable, both in body and spirit. You are wonderful, but you tend to be excessively strict with yourself and your Pokémon, Mei replied, shaking her head. Indeed, I believe that a bit of strictness would ultimately benefit them. Yet I often overlook their feelings. It seems I must adjust my approach if I wish to improve moving forward. Yanbing smiled, exuding a carefree and sunny disposition. As the emotional barriers dissolved, both felt an undeniable change, as though the chains binding them had been unlocked. In that moment, Mei sensed a heightened closeness to Yanbing. I have faith in you. Now, we must prepare for the league competition. Let's give it our all. Yes, I will do my best. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But as Mei listened to Yanbing's voice, she suddenly felt that the weather today was truly splendid, better than any other time. Chapter 34. Discovering a Sloth Pokémon and encountering a large Charizard. Ah, where are you? Answer me, please answer me. Is it you? I am searching for you too. I long to see you. I truly wish to see you. Come find me, hurry. Panting, Yanbing awoke in the middle of the night, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The dream was hazy, and upon waking, he could no longer recall the specifics of what had transpired. Yet, in the dream, the familiar dialogue resonated with Yanbing, reminding him of its origin, the animated series where Ash encounters Shinji, who interprets the mighty roar of Dragonite in his own way. It seemed the time had come to take his Haxorus to Shinji's lighthouse for a visit. Thus, Yanbing resolved to do just that. At the break of dawn the following day, he meticulously packed his belongings and set forth from Hualan City, heading towards Route 25. To the northeast of Route 25 lay Shinji's quaint abode, with the lighthouse presumably nestled nearby. As for Mei and Ingnan, they had ventured to the Hualan Gym to seek out the Hualan sisters. After an extended journey, returning to Hualan City was quite nostalgic for Mei. Route 24 and Route 25 were new paths for Yanbing, as his last visit to Hualan City had taken him directly to Goldenrod City, bypassing this route entirely. Now, only 3 Pokémon accompanied him: Xiaowei, Squirtle, and Haxorus. To avoid drawing attention, Haxorus remained obediently within its Pokeball, while Xiaowei, due to its size and slothful nature, could not accompany Yanbing as it once had. Consequently, Yanbing found himself with ample opportunity to converse with Squirtle during the journey. Upon reaching the intersection of Route 24 and Route 25, Yanbing spotted 4 trees standing in a row and suddenly recalled that, in the Heart Gold and Soul Silver games, one could potentially discover special Pokémon by using the headbutt move on trees. However, he could not immediately recall which Pokémon it might be. Coincidentally, Xiaowei possessed the headbutt ability. Why not give it a try? With a surge of excitement, Yanbing released Xiaowei, instructing it to use headbutt on the second tree. Boom. Thud. A gray-furred, brown-striped, big-nosed gorilla tumbled from the tree, landing beside Xiaowei. To his surprise, it was a Slaking. Yanbing marveled at his luck. Simply bumping a tree had yielded such a rare find. The Slaking, somewhat puzzled, glanced around, bewildered as to why it had fallen, but after scratching its head, it resignedly laid back down on the ground, seemingly unbothered by the incident. Truly, what a lazy creature. Xiaowei then executed a body slam on the Slaking upon Yanbing's command. With a weight of 460 kilograms, Xiaowei leaped high into the air before crashing down onto the Slaking. Boom. When Xiaowei stood up, the Slaking had been knocked out cold. Yanbing swiftly threw an empty Pokeball, successfully capturing the Slaking with ease. A third-stage Pokémon with a base stat total of 670. The Slaking could indeed disrupt the balance of battles if not for its lazy disposition. Nevertheless, Yanbing deemed it worthwhile to capture one. He mused to himself that acquiring a Slaking during this journey was indeed fortuitous. Although the time until the Kanto League was still considerable, opportunities to evolve a Slaking into a Vigoroth were rare, hence, it would ultimately join his traveling team. While evolution might not be feasible for the time being, Yanbing contemplated strategies to optimize its lazy characteristics, particularly regarding its attributes, as it was only doubly weak to fighting-type moves. Overcoming this flaw would significantly reduce the likelihood of it being targeted in battles. In truth, Yanbing possesses a formidable fighting-type Pokémon, a Dragonair, whose abilities are remarkably strong. Thus, it seems that the Lazy King was specifically prepared for Yanbing. Calculating this, the initial team for the journey will consist of Warm Pig, the Fire Red Doll, Squirtle, and Lazy King, indeed an impressive lineup. By the conclusion of this expedition, Yanbing's main team will be exceptionally powerful, and one can only imagine the spectacle of bringing over 10 Pokémon to the Hoenn region. Such a scene would be truly magnificent. While filled with excitement, Yanbing remains mindful of the purpose of his journey. Soon, while intentionally avoiding battles with challengers, Yanbing arrived at the doorstep of Zhenghui's modest abode. Is anyone home? He knocked on the door. May I assist you? A youthful voice unexpectedly called from behind Yanbing, startling him. I apologize, I did not mean to frighten you. Turning around, he realized that it was none other than Zhenghui standing behind him. Hello, Zhenghui. I am Yanbing from Pallet Town. I have been sent by Professor Oak to seek your guidance on a few matters. Without hesitation, Yanbing invoked the name of Professor Oak, believing it would facilitate the unfolding of the narrative. Oh, hello. You hail from Pallet Town and are acquainted with Professor Oak. So, do you wish to inquire whether I know Ash? Haha, I just encountered him on Fiery Island before returning to Hoenn. He must have acquired the Fiery Island badge by now. Oh, you know Ash. That is splendid. May I ask what knowledge you wish to learn from me? Zhenghui, charmed by the politeness of the robust young man before him, found himself engaging in conversation at the doorway. Could we step inside to discuss? Of course. My apologies for my forgetfulness. Zhenghui scratched his head and ushered Yanbing inside, offering him a cup of tea. Actually, I have a Dragonair, Yanbing said as he released the Dragonair from its Pokeball. I heard that you could observe a massive shadow here, and I suspect it may belong to a gigantic Dragonite, possibly the father of this child. If possible, might I have the chance to meet him? I cannot guarantee that, as I do not know when I might see him again. However, if you wish to meet him, you must come to my lighthouse. Would you like to stay with me for a few days? With Professor Oak's endorsement and his connection to Ash, Zhenghui was thoroughly convinced of Yanbing's sincerity. Yanbing did not forget to call Professor Oak to report the situation, providing Zhenghui with further assurance. After gathering his belongings, Zhenghui led Yanbing towards the lighthouse. Before departing, Yanbing also called the Hoenn Gym to inform Mei that he would be staying at the lighthouse for a few days, reassuring her not to worry. Everything proceeded smoothly, and unable to contain his excitement, Yanbing released Dragonair to engage in a heartfelt conversation. Upon learning of the possibility of seeing its father, Dragonair was filled with anticipation, nervousness, and unease. emotions that Yambing had anticipated. For Yambing, the pressing questions he now faces are threefold. First, will he indeed be able to encounter the colossal Dragonite? Second, upon meeting, will this Dragonite prove to be the father of his beloved Haxorus? Third, if it is so, what choice will Haxorus make? Will he choose to wander the world alongside his father, or will he continue his journey with Yambing? Although their time together has been relatively brief, Yambing has already come to regard Haxorus as a cherished member of his family, making the prospect of separation quite painful. Fortunately, these dilemmas did not trouble Yambing for long. To attract the enormous Dragonite, which had been frightened away by Team Rocket, Yambing had Jinhui record Haxorus's voice and disseminate it through sound waves. The results were remarkable. The following evening, the gigantic Dragonite reappeared. Ah, you have indeed returned. Hurry, let me behold your form. Jinhui, now utterly captivated by the majestic Dragonite, was filled with excitement at its return. Haxorus soared before the Dragonite, as the lighthouse's light gradually illuminated the imposing figure of the Dragonite, confirming it to be a truly colossal specimen. Roar! The Dragonite responded to Haxorus. In that moment, tears welled up in Haxorus's eyes, suggesting a recognition of the figure before him as his father. Through a sudden telepathic connection, Yambing unexpectedly heard a poignant tale. It turned out that although the Dragonite had once been robust and larger than the average member of its species, it had not always been as massive as it was now. During an unintentional journey, it passed through Shallow Pink City, where it fell in love with Haxorus's mother and fathered a small Dratini, now Haxorus. After that, the Dragonite resumed its travels. Tragically, while traversing nearby waters, it was struck by an inexplicable beam of light, causing it to plunge into the sea, where it lost consciousness. When it awoke, it had grown to an enormous size, with its wings too weak to support its own weight, leaving it to wander the waters in longing for its wife and child. An inexplicable beam? Perhaps it was some sort of ray, the origin of which remained a mystery. Yambing recounted this story to Jinhui, who reacted with fury, vowing to uncover the truth behind that incident. Haxorus, the next step is yours to decide. When I embarked on this journey with you, I promised your mother I would help you find your father. Now that you have found him, what are your intentions? Will you join him, return to your mother, or continue traveling with me? Upon hearing Yambing's inquiry, Haxorus fell into a state of hesitation and contemplation. On one hand, having just discovered his father, he was reluctant to part ways. On the other, he held great affection for Yambing, who had guided him out of the dragon cave and introduced him to the vibrant world beyond. Take your time to consider. I shall await your response, Yambing said with a smile, placing Haxorus's Pokeball beside him. It must feel lonely like this, Jinhui remarked as he gently patted Yambing's shoulder. Originally, the little spirits were meant to be free. If he chose to follow the Dragonite or return to find his mother, he would indeed feel lonely. But at least his heart's desire would have been fulfilled. I wish him well. I am quite surprised by your open-mindedness. Let us go and enjoy a cup of tea, allowing him some time to contemplate. Indeed, it is better this way. Being here may complicate matters for him. As dawn approached, Haxorus approached Yambing, carrying his own Pokeball, adorned with a new necklace around his neck, featuring a sharp tooth. Yambing recognized it as a dragon fong from the Dragonite. With a reassuring smile, Yambing returned Haxorus to its Pokeball. I shall rely on you in the future, Haxorus. Chapter 35, Deep Within Moonlit Mountain. The Kanto Mudslide Gym. Is there a gym right above the Hoenn Gym? Oh, now that you mention it, I recall seeing some signs of habitation on the northern mountains of Route 25. However, deep within Moonlit Mountain, where few tread, a gym situated there must see little traffic. Yambing's mention of the gym seemed to ring a bell for Jinhui, though he wasn't entirely certain. Ultimately, under Jinghui's guidance, Yambing arrived at the edge of a nearly 20-meter-high cliff on the northern side of Route 25. Beyond this cliff, there lay a narrow ascending path, with a few Pokémon scattered about, though not in large numbers. The path was quite constricted, overgrown with thorns, so I would only occasionally stroll at the foot of the mountain, recalling having seen wisps of smoke a couple of times. The gym you speak of may very well be situated above. Thank you, Jinhui. You're welcome. If there truly is a gym, do remember to share the details of your battle with me. Of course. Farewell then. Goodbye. The urgency to reach the nearest gym stemmed from the fact that Haxorus had received additional training and guidance before parting ways with the colossal Dragonite. Currently, his state was somewhat unstable, necessitating a battle to solidify the suddenly augmented power. According to the map provided by Xiaomao, there was indeed a gym directly above the Hoenn Gym, making it an optimal training ground. For Yambing at this moment, badges had lost their significance. It was the experience of battle that he truly sought. After having Haxorus transport him to the cliff's edge, Yambing indeed discovered a narrow, winding path leading upwards, barely wide enough for a single person to pass. It was so concealed that one could easily overlook it. Tall wild grasses flanked the path, obscuring it significantly, with thorns protruding intermittently. Such a rugged trail, however, posed little challenge for Yambing, who, after years of training, considered himself quite agile. As for the thorns and weeds along the way, little Wei, with his prodigious appetite, would surely prove useful. I recall the first encounter with Snorlax. After being awakened by the grandfather playing the flute, Snorlax devoured all the thorns along the entire path. It appears that thorns can indeed serve as sustenance for Snorlax. One cannot help but wonder if the Snorlax, raised on thorns, possesses a skill known as Iron Gut. Once Xiao Wei was released, Yinbing communicated briefly with him. Upon hearing the prospect of food, Xiao Wei was overjoyed, immediately dashing towards the mountain path. Not content with merely feasting on thorns, he also devoured the weeds flanking the trail. Thus, Yinbing followed Xiao Wei for a full 2 hours, estimating they had traversed around 12 to 13 kilometers. As the narrow mountain path gradually widened and the brambles and weeds became sparser. At this moment, Xiao Wei, having satisfied his hunger, let out a hearty belch, patted his belly, and prepared to sleep. After recalling him into his Pokeball, Yinbing continued deeper into the mountains with Squirtle. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yinbing finally stumbled upon a remarkably flat and expansive artificial clearing. It was evident that considerable effort had been expended by the gym leader to carve out this space amidst the mountains for the sake of the gym. As Yinbing stepped onto the clearing, he keenly noticed that the ground was quite soft, stirring up a cloud of dust with each step. "Stop! Who are you?" Just as Yinbing was marveling at his surroundings, a sharp voice echoed from the depths of the clearing. Following the source of the voice, he beheld a series of gray-roofed, white-walled structures that seemed to stretch far beyond his line of sight, though he surmised they encompassed at least 400 square meters. The buildings were situated a good 200 to 300 meters away from Yinbing. "Hello, I am Yinbing from Pallet Town. I heard there is a Pokémon League gym in these mountains, so I have come to challenge it," he announced, waving his Pokédex in the direction of the structure. "Ah, a challenger. Please hold on." The owner of the voice softened her tone upon learning of his purpose. Moments later, a girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, approached from a distance, clad in a water-blue wide-sleeved top and brown shorts. Her blue-black ponytail swaying as she walked. Yinbing could discern her clearly as she drew closer, now only 20 meters away, and noticed she was holding a pair of binoculars. "Hello, here is my personal information for verification." Yinbing displayed his credentials from the Pokédex to her. "Greetings. I am Suzuki Kaori, the sister of the Mudslide Gym leader. Please follow me inside the gym, and be cautious to stay close, as we will soon enter the marshy area. If you are unfamiliar with the route, you might find yourself sinking into the mire." "Very well, please lead the way," Yinbing replied politely, carefully trailing behind Suzuki Kaori. After a tense and hurried trek of over 3 minutes, they finally arrived at the main building of the Mudslide Gym. Upon entering the main structure, Yinbing realized he had underestimated the Mudslide Gym. The front yard alone spanned over 100 square meters, while the interior of the main building was at least 300 square meters. Beyond the main building were storage rooms, training grounds, and a backyard, making the entire building's footprint likely exceed 600 square meters. The marshy area in front of the building extended approximately 3,000 square meters, culminating in a grand total of around 4,000 square meters. Truly a magnificent sight. Navigating the lengthy outer corridor, Yinbing finally encountered a youthful gentleman, around 24 or 25 years of age, seated before a low tea table in the reception room, clad in a beige kimono. The young man rose as he observed Suzuki Kaori and Yinbing approaching. "Greetings, I am Suzuki Shin, the master of the Mudslide Dojo." "Hello, I am Yinbing, a trainer hailing from Lavender Town. I have heard of a concealed dojo upon Suki no Yama, and thus have come to ascend the mountain for a dojo challenge. I accept your challenge. However, before we commence the match, might you indulge me in a cup of tea?" Suzuki Shin gestured invitingly. Yinbing nodded, an opportunity one cannot refuse. "Please, Kaori, kindly summon Xiao Li to prepare tea for our guest." "Certainly, brother." Xiao Li, the wife of Suzuki Shin, possessed a profound knowledge of the tea ceremony. Her skill in brewing tea remarkably refined. The preparation of tea took a full 20 minutes, during which Suzuki Shin and Yinbing engaged in casual conversation, as though they were long-standing friends. After both had sipped their tea, Suzuki Shin inquired, "Yinbing, how do you find my wife's brewing?" "Exquisite, and the tea is quite delightful. However, in comparison to the Japanese tea ceremony, I find myself more fond of Chinese green tea. At present, I happen to have authentic Shenyang Maofeng in my backpack. Might Master Suzuki be interested in sampling my humble craftsmanship?" "Oh, You possess Xinjiang Maofeng from China? I would be most grateful for your guidance, Yambing. Suzuki Shin smiled slightly. Without further ado, Yambing retrieved a simple tea set and the Xinjiang Maofeng from his backpack, accepting the freshly brewed water from Shaoli. After assessing the temperature, which was approximately 90 degrees, he proceeded to rinse the teapot, adding the tea leaves, allowing the temperature to settle around 80 degrees. He rinsed the leaves once more before brewing a cup of clear tea, his technique markedly less intricate than Xiao Li's elaborate methods, indeed almost rudimentary. As for the tasting, he bypassed the so-called three-turn process of the tea bowl. Instead, they simply sampled the uncomplicated brew. Pray tell, does my Maofeng find favor in Master Suzuki's palate? Yambing inquired with a subtle smirk, a hint of intrigue in his voice. The fragrance is accompanied by a slight bitterness, which gives way to a sweet and refreshing aftertaste. Truly a rare delicacy, Suzuki Shin observed Yambing intently, who met his gaze with confidence. Hey, Kaori, do you sense something unusual between those two? Shaoli whispered to Suzuki Kaori, tugging at her sleeve. Huh, I cannot fathom it either. Previous challengers have always been in a hurry to drink their tea before racing off to compete with my brother, but I have never encountered a situation quite like today. Honestly, I cannot comprehend what these men are thinking, Shaoli remarked, pouting slightly, as if she perceived that Suzuki Shin was no longer gazing at a mere 10-year-old boy, but rather a blossoming young maiden. Master Suzuki, may I inquire which of the two brews you preferred? Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Yambing's mind, prompting him to pose a question to Suzuki Shin. Upon hearing Yambing's inquiry, both Shaoli and Suzuki Kaori perked up their ears, while Suzuki Nobu, seated opposite Yambing, was evidently taken aback by the unexpected question, momentarily at a loss for words. It was only when he sensed the palpable tension emanating from the side that he regained his composure. Ahem, Yambing, the tea you brewed is delightful. However, I must say that compared to the tea made by my wife, hers possesses a more profound flavor. Is that so? Thank you, Mr. Suzuki, for your guidance. As I mentioned earlier, I find myself more inclined towards Chinese green tea than the Japanese tea ceremony. Its clarity and sincerity, with the bitterness giving way to sweetness, offers an endless aftertaste. I hope my words do not come across as disrespectful. Yambing spoke, bowing slightly towards Shaoli, who promptly returned the gesture. Not at all. Your words have greatly benefited Shaoli, she replied, though internally, Shaoli felt a twinge of annoyance. It was one thing for a grown man to come over for tea, but to insist on competing with her was quite unreasonable. Mrs. Suzuki, you are indeed magnanimous. I admire you. Yambing said politely before turning to Suzuki Nobu to inquire if they might begin. Yes, we may, Nobu replied. Kaori, please escort Yambing to the arena while I change into a suitable outfit. Of course, Kaori responded, leading Yambing outside. What an extraordinary young man, Nobu mused, watching Yambing's departing figure, filled with curiosity about this enigmatic youth. What do you mean? Shaoli initially responded with a hint of displeasure, but then found the situation rather perplexing. Just now, the contest between Yambing and me had already commenced, Nobu explained to Shaoli. Every time I ask you to prepare tea for the challengers, it not only allows them a moment's respite after their arduous ascent, but also serves to gauge their character. By sharing tea with them, I can analyze their personalities through subtle details. I had surmised as much, Shaoli replied. It has always been this way. But Yambing is quite remarkable. That recent exchange, ostensibly about tea, was actually a philosophical discourse. The simplicity of the green tea preparation belies its depth. The absence of ostentatious ceremony and the clarity of the brew evoke a lingering aftertaste. Yambing is using matcha to metaphorically represent my elven traits, while the green tea symbolizes the path he believes in. Nobu's intrigue for Yambing grew as he elucidated this to Shaoli. So there was such a profound contest beneath the surface? You men are truly peculiar, each with your own distinct personalities. I must change quickly lest I keep this intriguing challenger waiting too long. Let me assist you. Yambing's wait was not lengthy when Suzuki Nobu reappeared. He had donned a brown training uniform. Welcome, Yambing. I present to you the only mud dojo in the Kanto region. Chapter 36. The home ground of the swamp sprite Suzuki, the gym leader, mused that the so-called mud gym must house Pokémon possessing both water and ground types. Did you not surmise this from the very beginning? Suzuki Nobu smiled in response, for he was convinced that Yambing had discerned the attributes of his Pokémon from the moment he drew forth the clear tea to compare with the matcha. Indeed, I merely sought confirmation, Yambing replied. Among the known Pokémon in the Kanto region, there exists none that embodies both attributes simultaneously. It appears the gym leader must have traveled at least within the region. Yes, I too have journeyed across various lands to become a Pokémon master, traversing Kanto, Hoenn and other locales. Ultimately, I lamented the absence of a Pokémon in Kanto that possesses both water and ground types, which led me to specialize in nurturing Pokémon that embody both attributes as a distinctive feature of my gym. I hope to inspire the youth to venture forth and explore the diverse Pokémon of other regions, lest they become stagnant. Yet, you are quite young, and already so informed about my Pokémon. It seems you have perused quite a number of relevant texts. Indeed, I am an orphan, adopted by Professor Oak at the age of 5. Since then, I have diligently prepared for today's journey, training my body and acquiring knowledge about various Pokémon. With the excellent resources available at Professor Oak's laboratory, I naturally strive to exert myself even further, Yambing earnestly replied to Suzuki Nobu. Oh, so you are the child of Professor Oak. That explains much. Very well, I shall not say more. It will be a 3-on-3 battle, with the challenger permitted to switch Pokémon. My first Pokémon shall be, come forth, Swamp King. Swamp King? A formidable opponent indeed. Go forth, Hakuryu. Hakuryu. Upon witnessing Yambing summon Hakuryu, Suzuki Nobu was taken aback. You truly are remarkable, Yambing. However, do not underestimate the fact that Hakuryu, not yet evolved into Dragonite, is not necessarily superior to Swamp King. We shall see, Yambing retorted, and Hakuryu promptly expressed its determination through action. The storm field unfurled in its entirety, and Suzuki Nobu immediately felt the weight of nature's pressure. Yet, Yambing swiftly intervened. Cease, Hakuryu. The storm field is of little use against Swamp King. Instead, let us test the waters with Watertail. A possibility crossed Yambing's mind, compelling him to adopt a trial-and-error approach. In response to Yambing's command, Hakuryu executed it unconditionally. Yambing's Pokémon possessed a high degree of autonomy during battles, a decision he made to enhance their combat sensitivity. However, whenever Yambing issued a command on the battlefield, it invariably bore significant intent, a fact well understood by his Pokémon, even the seemingly simple-minded way. A water-type move? We must be cautious. Swamp King, evade. Though Suzuki Nobu harbored doubts, his command was slightly hesitated, and coupled with Swamp King's speed being less than half that of Hakuryu, it was swiftly struck by Watertail. Nevertheless, Swamp King merely staggered back a couple of steps, appearing largely unharmed. Indeed, it possesses the water absorbability. Concerning the water column tail employed by Hakuran, Yambing had a fair understanding of its implications. The water column tail not only belonged to the water type, but also possessed physical attack properties, boasting a formidable power of 90. Non-water type Pokémon would suffer from the water type damage, alongside the additional impact of the tail's forceful strike, resulting in considerable harm. Conversely, water type Pokémon with the water absorbability could siphon energy from the water column tail, mitigating the damage significantly. You are indeed well informed to know about such a rare ability, Yambing remarked. What are your plans now? Water and electric attacks are ineffective, while fire, steel, poison, and rock types only yield half the effectiveness. I find it hard to believe that your Hakuran can master grass-type moves, which would deal quadruple damage. Even in terms of physical attributes, defenses, and weight, Swamp King holds the upper hand. How do you intend to proceed? Yambing refrained from further commentary, as Hakuran was already in motion. A powerful tornado was unleashed, creating 4 swirling storms that lifted the mud from the swamp and charged toward Swamp King. As the tornado approached, Swamp King submerged into the mire to evade the onslaught. Once the tornado passed, Swamp King emerged, only to be met with Hakuran's long-prepared dragon dive. Swamp King, use Mud Bomb. Though aware that time was of the essence, Suzuki believed it was worth the risk. However, just as Swamp King's Mud Bomb was launched, it was intercepted by Hakuran's dragon dive, which forcefully struck Swamp King, sending him flying over 10 meters. Before he could land, a powerful beam struck him again, delivering the devastating move, Destruction Beam. To Suzuki's dismay, it appeared that Swamp King would not rise again. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that Yambing's Hakuran was of a high level, capable of such advanced techniques. Return, Swamp King. You performed admirably. As Suzuki recalled Swamp King, he regarded Yambing with a newfound seriousness, yet his resolve remained unshaken. My second Pokémon is this one, Catfish King. Despite a moment of hesitation, he released Catfish King, aware that, given Swamp King's situation, Catfish King might not be able to take down Hakuran either. However, as a gym leader, he had no reason to retreat in the face of a challenger. Catfish King, use Mud Bomb. Hakuran, lacking the water absorbability, but possessing the hidden trait Wet Body, which negated any negative effects in the rain, was cautioned by Yambing before he resumed watching the battle. Understanding the command, Hakuran executed a straightforward water column tail, effortlessly deflecting the Mud Bomb and closing the distance to Catfish King. Upon reaching Catfish King, it became evident that Catfish King was unable to react in time. Without the water absorbability, Catfish King would undoubtedly suffer considerable damage from the water column tail's attack. At that moment, an unknown beam of light surged towards Hakron's head from the side. His acute perception of danger allowed him to narrowly evade the attack. The ability to foresee the future? It seemed that it had been communicated through gestures or some other means prior to the match. Yambing harbored some conjectures, yet since Hakron was not struck by this foresight, the impact was evidently minimal. Nonetheless, it served as a reminder to both Yanbing and Hakron. If they did not master the rhythm of their attacks, they might be thwarted by the various disruptions of foresight. Subsequently, under the relentless assault of Hakron's water column, tornado, and slam techniques, Catfish King gradually succumbed. 5 minutes later, Catfish King fell to the ground in defeat. Sigh. Although I knew Catfish King could not send Hakron out of the arena, witnessing his downfall still weighed heavily on my heart. However, I was determined to summon the Pokémon that had accompanied me since I began my journey at the tender age of 10. Yambing, while I cannot guarantee that all 3 of your Pokémon will be eliminated, I will ensure that the fatigued Hakron cannot sweep through effortlessly. This is the confidence I possess as a gym leader, as well as my faith in my initial Pokémon. Come forth, Swampert. Indeed, it was he. Hakron, unlike Swampert, did not possess the Torrent ability. His usual trait was Torrent, which amplified his water-type attacks when his stamina waned. Furthermore, his hidden ability, Damp, would double his speed in rainy conditions. As soon as Yambing finished speaking, Swampert let out a roar towards the sky, and moments later, clouds began to gather, ushering in a downpour. Ah, a rain dance. Hakron, since he can summon rain, we shall not hold back. Yambing remarked. What? Suzuki Shin was a bit perplexed, initially intending to boast about having taught Swampert the rain dance technique, only to be caught off guard by Yambing's sudden declaration, leaving him bewildered as to what had transpired. At that moment, amidst the gentle rain, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and gusts of wind arose from the ground, ultimately coalescing into 4 tornadoes that encircled Hakron, fully manifesting the stormy domain. What is happening? A sense of unease crept into Suzuki Shin's heart. The scene appeared to indicate that Hakron was simultaneously utilizing thunder and tornado in conjunction with the effects of rain dance. Yet it was evident that thunder had been executed first, thus allowing for the formation of tornadoes, and at this moment, the thunder had yet to cease. Additionally, the faint pressure radiating from Hakron was impossible to ignore. Swampert, approach Hakron with arm hammer. Suzuki Shin decisively commanded, instructing Swampert, now bolstered by increased speed, to engage in close combat. I have often told many that in close quarters, my Pokémon have never shown fear, Yambing declared, as the 4 tornadoes split into 4 directions, shielding Hakron and restricting Swampert's attack options to directly in front, the left front, and the right front. Swampert charged forward, only to vanish in an instant, reappearing from Hakron's right front. As the arm hammer approached Haklong, the latter swiftly maneuvered, turning to ensnare the arm of the giant marsh monster with his tail, executing a powerful throw that sent the creature spiraling into the tornado. At that moment, 3 additional tornadoes suddenly converged, and the fierce winds propelled the giant marsh monster skyward, struggling to maintain equilibrium amidst the swirling tempest. The creature seized an opportunity to unleash a mud bomb at the eye of the storm, its tremendous force dispersing the tornado. After a few seconds of respite, the whirlwind finally dissipated. While airborne, the giant marsh monster rotated and aimed a water gun at the ground, attempting to soften its descent. However, just as the jet of water neared the earth, it unexpectedly veered 180 degrees, shooting back towards the giant marsh monster. What? Suzuki Shin gasped in astonishment, never anticipating such a turn of events. With no room to maneuver, the airborne giant marsh monster could only awkwardly twist its body to evade the water gun. At that moment, a powerful water column struck the creature's waist, sending it plummeting like a cannonball into the mire. The immense impact caused mud to spray in all directions. Giant marsh monster. Suzuki Shin had not foreseen this outcome, worry flooding his mind. With a series of splashes, the creature resurfaced, struggling to rise after its ordeal in the tornado, then forcibly twisting its body to dodge the water gun, only to be struck again by the water column, ultimately landing in the swamp and resurfacing once more. The giant marsh monster's stamina was nearly exhausted. Yet, it was not over. The moment the giant marsh monster sank into the swamp, Haklong had already retracted the storm domain, gathering formidable power. As the creature emerged, beams of light reappeared, unavoidable. Just as the giant marsh monster had climbed back up, it was once again struck by the devastating beam of destruction. Chapter 37. Has the evolution line diverged? As the giant marsh monster surfaced, the beam appeared once more, unavoidable, just as it had managed to rise. The creature endured yet another fierce blast of destructive energy. When the light subsided, the giant marsh monster stood defiantly at the edge of the swamp, its eyes fiercely fixed upon Hacklong. Giant marsh monster. Suzuki Shin could not help but call out again. Boom. At that moment, the giant marsh monster collapsed. Suzuki Shin stared in disbelief for a while before comprehending the situation. Thank you, giant marsh monster. You performed admirably. Come back and rest. He returned the creature to its Pokeball and retrieved a round, brown badge with ripples from his pocket, presenting it to Yambing. Congratulations, Yambing. This is the mud badge. Thank you, Suzuki, Yambing replied gratefully. You're welcome. Your Hacklong is truly formidable, Suzuki Shin remarked, glancing at the still hovering Hacklong. Of course, it has faced off against the championess Dragonite for at least 50 rounds. Yambing turned to look at Hacklong as well. You've battled with Dewey? Suzuki Shin was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, it was not long ago, Yambing replied calmly. Your prowess is indeed formidable. I have borne witness to it. However, given your capabilities, one might assume you possess other badges. Why then venture into this remote and secluded forest to challenge the Mud Badge Gym? Suzuki Shin found himself perplexed by this. Could it be that you are merely seeking this one badge? Certainly not. I have come to challenge you solely for him, Yambing remarked, casting a glance at Hakuryu. I have already collected 8 badges and have taken residence at the Siko Lighthouse these past few days. I sense that Hakuryu is on the brink of evolution, thus requiring an intense battle to help him assimilate his burgeoning power. Naturally, the strongest trainer nearest to Siko Lighthouse is none other than you, Gym Leader Suzuki. Ah, I see. It appears I have become your sharpening stone. Upon learning the reason, Suzuki Shin couldn't help but feel bemused. Before you, Wataru had served as my sharpening stone, and even earlier, a certain man named Dakuto had the honor of holding that title, Yambing jested. At that moment, a radiant white light enveloped Hakuryu, signaling the onset of its evolution. It is evolving. Suzuki Shin was intrigued, as it was his first encounter witnessing Hakuryu transform into a lizardin. Indeed, I must extend my gratitude to the gym leader for this opportunity. Not at all. It is my duty, Suzuki Shin replied, still gazing intently at Hakuryu. However, as the white light dissipated and the evolution concluded, the figure that emerged before them elicited an involuntary gasp from Suzuki Shin. What? As Yambing turned to speak with Suzuki Shin, he caught a glimpse of the latter's astonished expression and quickly turned back to Hakuryu. The sight that met his eyes left him considerably startled. Before them stood not the whimsical lizardin, but a majestic creature with a robust azure form, powerful blue limbs, and angelic wings unfurling gracefully from its back. If it were merely a matter of differing colors and wings, it would be one thing. However, at this moment, the creature, well, it should not be called lizardin, was a Hakuryu that had evolved, yet astonishingly lacked hind limbs. Its tail retained the form of its previous self, albeit shortened, while its neck bore the head of lizardin, though it still possessed the horns characteristic of Hakuryu rather than the smaller ones of lizardin. Additionally, its head did not sprout 2 antennae, maintaining instead the wing-like ears of Hakuryu. What on earth is happening? Yambing was somewhat bewildered, hastily retrieving his Pokédex to scan the evolved form of Hakuryu. Lizardin, the evolved form of Hakuryu. It is considerably large and capable of flight. It can circle the Earth in approximately 16 hours. This lizardin bears dragon scales and fangs, and is infused with an unidentified energy interference, resulting in a mutation during its evolution. Current data is incomplete. Please contact the Pokédex designer to enhance the information. The mechanical voice of the Pokédex delivered the news with dispassionate clarity, yet the revelation left both Yambing and Suzuki Shin astounded. Hastening back to the gym, Yambing placed a call to Professor Okito. This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. Perhaps you should return lizardin to me. I will consult with a few colleagues to investigate this matter further. Once we have results, I will inform you of our findings. Professor Oak was somewhat exhilarated by the unusual mutation resulting from a Pokemon's evolution, a phenomenon that occurs infrequently. Yambing communicated with Dragonite and ultimately returned it to the research facility. Yambing, if you have no pressing matters in the next few days, would you consider staying here? I am quite curious about why Hakuryu's evolution manifested such an anomaly, he said. Regrettably, I cannot. I have some affairs to attend to and must return to Pewter City promptly. Once there is news regarding Dragonite, I shall inform you, Yambing replied, estimating that Ash would soon return, thus hastening his pace. He aimed to battle Sakaki before Ash arrived in Pewter City, in order to glimpse a mere fragment of Mutwo's formidable power. This would greatly benefit the development of Yambing's Pokémon, particularly Shun and Yabai. Initially, Yambing had intended to showcase Mutwo's strength to Orange and Aerie, but upon returning Dragonite, Professor Oak informed him that Aerie had just completed her research on the battle with Darkrai and needed to rest, while Orange and Dapu Yanlong had recently engaged in a double battle with Dado and were reflecting on the insights gained from that confrontation, making it impossible for them to join in the short term. Fortuitously, Yabai and Shun had already refined their own abilities and were in need of practical experience. Mutwo would serve as an excellent opponent. After exchanging Shun and Yabai, Yambing did not forget to release the two Pokémon. Yabai remained his usual cheeky self, displaying a hint of seasoned cunning, while Shun, having spent more time with Yabai, had developed a much steadier temperament, aligning more closely with the persona of Houdini. After briefly assessing the prowess of the two, Yambing could not help but marvel at their capabilities. Indeed, as psychic-type Pokémon, their mastery of mental visualization greatly enhanced their strength, particularly Yabai, for whom this technique seemed to act as a key unlocking his latent potential. Now, his abilities had nearly caught up with Shun, who had consumed a potential-enhancing potion, illustrating the magnitude of Yabai's growth. Once the Pokémon were properly arranged, Yambing began his descent from the mountain, accompanied by Suzuki Shin and Suzuki Kaori. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Suzuki Shin exchanged a few words with Kaori before turning to Yambing and stating, "Yambing, although both Kaori and I hail from Kanto, we have lived in the Hoenn region since childhood due to family circumstances. You might guess from my initial Pokémon, Swampert, that this is the case. During my travels, I relied on Marshtomp. Perhaps it is this bond with my starter Pokémon that has led to my profound affection for Mud-type Pokémon. My fixation on Mud Pokémon ultimately shaped my path, becoming my personal dilemma. Your Hakuryu effortlessly defeated Swampert, Catfish King, and Swampert, leaving cracks in my resolve. With sincerity, Suzuki Shin confided in Yambing about his current situation, which Yambing greatly admired. To articulate one's inner demons with such calmness is indeed a rare feat. Thus, I must embark on another journey to strengthen my resolve, while also seeking a way to overcome my obstacles. However, I cannot neglect my gym duties. Therefore, I hope Kaori can venture forth to train for 3 years and, upon her return, inherit the Mud Gym, allowing me the freedom to travel once more." In Suzuki Shin's eyes, there glimmers a flicker of hope. The so-called magical affliction represents a rebirth for him. After spending an extended period at the Muddy Path Gym, leading a monotonous and tranquil existence, he has begun to feel a tinge of confusion. At merely 24 years of age, he is still youthful and naturally reluctant to remain confined to a solitary mountain. Upon hearing Suzuki Shin's words, Yambing expected him to entrust Okada Hideo to him. Reminiscent of Okada Kijin, his gaze inadvertently shifted to Suzuki Kaori, who was exceptionally beautiful, possessing an exquisite figure, nearly flawless, and exuding a blend of competence and charm that was distinctively different from Mei's gentleness and humor. While Mei was merely 10 years old, Kaori was 14, and both had their own merits. Regrettably, just as Yambing was lost in thought, Suzuki Shin spoke again. "Thank you, Yambing. From today onwards, Kaori will embark on her journey alone. Should you cross paths with her one day and she finds herself in need, I hope you will extend your assistance as much as you can." "Of course, rest assured, Master Suzuki," Yambing replied, though a hint of disappointment lingered, overshadowed by a sense of nonchalance. "Go forth, Kaori. Yes, I shall take my leave. Farewell, brother." "Goodbye, Yambing." After bidding farewell to Suzuki Shin, Yambing made his way back to Jinghui's lighthouse, where Jinghui had already returned to his little cabin. Not one to linger, Yambing set off towards Hualan City with his Pokémon companions. After a journey of over half a day, he finally arrived at Hualan City and made his way to the Hualan Gym. "You're back?" Mei was waiting for Yambing inside the gym. "Was everything smooth?" "Yes. Quite well. How about you? How have the days been at the Hualan Gym?" Yambing inquired. "Pretty good, though Sakura and the others perform at the aquarium daily, and I'm starting to grow weary of it. As soon as I received your call, I promptly packed my things to avoid a last-minute rush." Mei replied with a smile, showcasing her luggage. "It seems you could hardly contain your excitement," Yambing gently teased. Caught in the act, Mei playfully stuck out her tongue, igniting a familiar warmth in Yambing's heart. "By the way, have Xiaoji and the others arrived?" Yambing asked. "I think I just received a call from Kasumi, saying they'll be here the day after tomorrow." "All right, then let us set off." "Yes, let us go." As they exited the Hualan Gym, Yambing did not forget to summon Yueke. After all, they would soon traverse the Moonview Mountain, where they might encounter the magnificent Onix once more, allowing a reunion between father and son. Moreover, the distance from Route 4 to Moonview Mountain and then to Nibi City was considerable. Having a means of transportation would certainly be more convenient than trekking on foot. Since Ueke had returned after the battle with Datus Gyarados, it had been some time since it had seen everyone, and upon reappearing, it immediately began to act affectionately, leaving Yanbing both amused and exasperated. More importantly, after a period of reflection and the meticulous care provided by the doctor, Ueke has now grown to a remarkable height of 25 meters. Moreover, to Yanbing's knowledge, the degree of integration between Ueke and the Moonstone has significantly improved. Once the Moonstone fully merges into Uek's body, even without communication, Ueke will be able to evolve into a formidable steel serpent. How wonderful! I yearn to possess my own Pokémon soon. Ingnan expressed a hint of envy, particularly as he observed the towering Ueke before Yanbing, akin to a child, intensifying his admiration. Patience, Ingnan. When you turn 10, you will also be able to acquire your very first Pokémon. May console him appropriately. Within the now over 1 meter wide body of Ueke, the movements of Yanbing and his companions remained relatively unimpeded. May even cradled both of her EV in her arms, playfully teasing them. Oh, by the way, Yanbing, my friend mentioned that they have found the Pokémon and asked when you might be ready to trade. May suddenly recalled her conversation with a friend who had been tasked with locating Pokémon for her while in Hoenn City. Oh, quite prompt, indeed. I still need one more coughing. Also, I'm unsure whether my Charmander has hatched yet. Once we reach Nibi City, I'll contact the doctor. Perhaps there will be some news. Yanbing remembered that he required a coughing to trade for a fire red doll. However, there was no need to rush, considering the current circumstances. He still had a chance to find a coughing in places like the sewers upon arriving in Nibi City. By the way, May, I suspect that your EV is on the verge of evolving soon. I have no idea which one will evolve first. Please keep an eye on them. Whether it becomes a Vaporeon or a Flareon, timing is crucial. Of course, evolution cannot be prevented, but you can manage the level of intimacy a bit, Yanbing advised May. She blinked, glancing at her two adorable EV, curious about their evolved forms. Although she had seen them in the Pokédex, she had never interacted with a real Pokémon, thus unable to fully comprehend the distinctions. After more than half an hour of travel, Yanbing, May, and Ingnan had nearly finished their conversation when suddenly, Ueke let out two loud roars and began to accelerate. Hey, what's going on? Why did Ueke suddenly speed up? I almost fell off. Ingnan complained, tightening his grip around Uek's body. Perhaps it has spotted its former companions, Yanbing speculated, noting that they were nearing the cave entrance of the moonlit mountain, urging everyone to prepare their lighting devices. Indeed, shortly thereafter, they beheld the cave entrance of the moonlit mountain, adjacent to Hoenn City. At that moment, Ueke was visibly excited, almost lost in its own exuberance. Yet, Yanbing did not restrain it too much. After being away for so long, it deserved to revel in its return. At the very entrance of the cave, 3 large Onixes, measuring between 8 to 10 meters in length, were peering curiously in their direction. As soon as Uek's figure appeared, Yanbing observed the 3 Onixes joyfully swaying their tails in excitement. As the moon gradually waned, the 3 colossal rock serpents began to display expressions of astonishment, which soon transformed into looks of sheer terror. It was an inevitable reaction. When the moon had first departed, its size was merely around 8.5 meters, but it had now grown to an impressive 25 meters, doubling in size. Fortunately, these creatures had likely encountered supersized rock serpents before and were aware of the moon's distinct lineage, quickly adapting and engaging in light-hearted banter amongst themselves. During this interval, an additional 3 or 4 large rock serpents emerged from their lairs to greet the moon, suggesting the presence of a considerable gathering. Ingnan was utterly exhilarated to behold such a multitude of rock serpents for the first time. Under the moon's guidance, both Ingnan and May climbed atop the heads of individual serpents, dispersing across 3 serpents as they glided towards the city of Nibi. Yanbing occasionally summoned the lazy old man to gather some moonstones along the way. As they approached the familiar sights of Tsukimi Mountain, Yanbing was filled with nostalgia. The last time he traversed Tsukimi Mountain, he had yet to meet May. He had just embarked on his journey, and now he had already collected 8 badges, preparing to return to Lavender Town for the league competition. Noticing Yanbing's contemplative demeanor, May inquired about his thoughts. Thus, Yanbing recounted his experiences at Tsukimi Mountain, detailing the special training he had conducted for Cheng-Zi and Ai Li, his encounter with the supersized rock serpent, the acquisition of Shun and the moon, and his victory over Uncle Wu Nung to earn the badge from the Nibi City Gym. He also narrated his meeting with Mew, which led him to the World Tree and the hatching of the Pokémon egg that produced Xiaowei. Ingnan listened intently, captivated by the fantastical nature of Yanbing's journey. Is it true that you possess the power of the aura? Ingnan queried with curiosity. How come you haven't demonstrated it along the way? Truth be told, The only adversaries I encountered who necessitated direct action were the gang of cattle rustlers. And they were far too feeble. They were subdued before I could even intervene. However, my aura power has not been without its merits. On the contrary, it has proven to be immensely beneficial. It allows me to communicate with my Pokémon, playing a pivotal role in our interactions. I suspect that my aura power has undergone a mutation, enabling even those Pokémon unfamiliar with it to harness its influence. Yanbing explained, voicing his doubts about his unique aura abilities. Having yet to encounter others with similar powers, he was uncertain whether their experiences mirrored his own. The various explanations he had gleaned regarding aura power all converged on a singular point. It is a force derived from one's spirit. If that is the case, then any Pokémon should be able to connect with one's spirit, provided they are willing to open their hearts. However, without means to verify this notion, Yanbing chose not to dwell on it excessively. Suddenly recalling the initial purpose of his travels with the moon, he realized that the current scenario bore a striking resemblance to his earlier escapades alongside the moon, reminiscent of a second-generation air navigating Tsukimi Mountain with impunity. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Surrounded by a throng of rock serpents as they wove through Tsukimi Mountain, trainers encountered along the way hurriedly evaded their path. Though a hint of regret lingered in his heart, Yanbing could not suppress a distinct thrill coursing through him at that moment. Occasionally causing a bit of trouble for others can be quite an enjoyable experience, as long as those individuals do not remember my face. Yanbing, look over there. At that moment of distraction, Mei suddenly called out to Yanbing. He hastily commanded Yueke to halt, and turned in the direction Mei was indicating. Wow, what incredible luck. Yueke, knock that fellow out for me. Yanbing unreservedly directed Yueke to charge towards Mei's indicated spot. To his surprise, a Weezing appeared within the cave. Indeed, fortune had favored him without any effort on his part. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating capturing one in Nibi City, but unexpectedly, one had appeared here. Hey, stop. Just as Yanbing was about to incapacitate the Weezing, a somewhat immature male voice rang out. However, if he thought that shouting would deter Yanbing, he was gravely mistaken. Yueke could not simply be halted mid-charge. The Weezing had already been petrified by the numerous Onixes surrounding it, and was struck unconscious by a collision with Yueke. With a swift toss of a Pokeball, Yanbing successfully captured it. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? At this moment, Yanbing finally took notice of the source of the voice, a boy wearing a red and green cap and dressed in green military attire, likely around 10 years of age. Yes, I heard you. Yanbing nodded in acknowledgement. Then why did you continue to attack? Do you have any idea how long I have been pursuing this Weezing? The boy questioned Yanbing with visible frustration. Does that concern me? Yanbing innocently replied. Huh, what did you say? If you hadn't interfered, I would have captured this Weezing long ago. The boy was truly incensed by Yanbing's demeanor, stomping his feet in anger. Excuse me, have you captured the Weezing? Yanbing inquired. No. Then, it must be wild, correct? Of course. Since it is wild, does that not imply that anyone is entitled to capture it? Yes. But I have been pursuing it for quite some time. How can you do this? Firstly, capturing it is theoretically permissible since it is wild. Secondly, I encountered it first. Why should I relinquish my opportunity to you under equal circumstances? Thirdly, your claim of having pursued it for so long, yet failing to capture it merely demonstrates your lack of skill. You squandered your chance. So how can you blame me? Yanbing offered himself a rationale, while posing 2 questions to the boy, leaving him momentarily speechless and unsure of how to respond. Damn it, if you hadn't intervened, I would have captured it. And your comment about my weakness is something I cannot simply ignore. I challenge you. Initially, Yanbing could have declined. But given that the boy had come for the Weezing, he decided to grant him an opportunity. See this? The Onix beneath me was captured right here. If you can defeat it, the Weezing is yours. Yanbing patted Yuek's head. Truthfully, based on the boy's temperament and recent behavior, Yanbing did not perceive him as particularly formidable. A battle of such overwhelming dominance would offer him no advantage. In the past, he would have dismissed the notion of engaging in combat. At this moment, in the presence of his comrades, Yanbing did not mind allowing Yanke to bask in the limelight. It's settled then. I have defeated many rock-type Pokémon. The young boy declared confidently. Go, Yanke. Yanbing dismounted from Yanke, revealing a Bulbasaur. With a type advantage, it was no wonder he exuded such confidence. However, in the face of Yanbing's prowess, type advantages became somewhat insignificant. Yanke was on the verge of transcending such limitations. The battle commenced swiftly. Under the boy's command, Bulbasaur launched a razor leaf attack towards Yanquebec. With a powerful dragon breath, Yanke not only deflected the leaf blades, but also sent Bulbasaur tumbling through the air. In that instant, Yanke quickly burrowed beneath Bulbasaur, propelling it upward and decisively ending the confrontation. How could this happen? I had the type advantage, the boy exclaimed. When power reaches a certain magnitude, even the slightest type advantage loses its significance. Realizing this, Yin Bing felt a pang of guilt for his treatment of the boy and inquired, "Why do you wish to capture a Weezing?" "Huh, because I think Mr. A Jew is really cool. I want to specialize in poison-type Pokémon like him. In that case, I would advise against solely choosing poison types. Nidoking and Nidoqueen are both excellent choices, and the Friendship Evolved Crobat is quite formidable as well. Your Bulbasaur, when fully evolved into Venusaur, will also boast poison attributes. Even the single-type Mook surpasses Weezing in capability," Yin Bing suggested. "I already have Mook and Nidoran, but I feel my strength is insufficient, which is why I want to diversify my Pokémon. Listen closely, quality over quantity. Focus on training your limited Pokémon well before considering capturing new ones. I cannot part with Weezing as it serves a purpose for me, but here, take this as compensation." Yin Bing retrieved a moonstone from his bag and offered it to the boy, who looked surprised. "Really? Thank you. Take it. We must be on our way." Without waiting for a response, Yin Bing mounted Yin K and continued their journey towards Nibi City. "Thank you. My name is Lan Chi. Next time we meet, let us battle." Ignoring the voice calling from behind, Yin Bing and his companions pressed onward. "Next time, if we do meet again, the disparity in strength between me and this boy named Lan Chi will undoubtedly be even greater." After triumphing over the boy, Yin K appeared elated, its speed noticeably enhanced. As they neared the cave leading to Nibi City, Yin Bing sensed that a colossal Onix might be waiting for them at the entrance. A thought he believed Yin K shared as well. The sentiment of returning home, akin to that of a swallow, was subtly felt by Yin Bing, who had been away for quite some time. Chapter 39. A brief departure necessitated a trek towards Nibi City. Finally emerging from the Moonlight Mountain, he arrived at the cave entrance, where indeed, a colossal Onix, resembling a small hill, lay quietly awaiting Yueke. Upon seeing the mighty Onix, Yin Bing greeted it and respectfully stepped aside, granting Yueke a moment of solitude with its father. After all, with such a lengthy separation, there must be much for the father and son to discuss. Yin Bing and Mei took a well-deserved rest after journeying for over 2 hours. To claim they were not fatigued would be a falsehood. The exchange between the two Onixes was undoubtedly thunderous, prompting the colossal Onix and Yueke to retreat deeper into the Moonlight Mountain to avoid disturbing Yin Bing and Mei. That was indeed Yue's father, exuding an undeniable aura of majesty. Akira Okada appeared somewhat intimidated by the giant Onix, his reaction sluggish. Initially, he had thought that Yueke, having grown to such a size, was remarkably large. However, in comparison to its father, Yueke still seemed a mere child. Mei expressed her astonishment. "Oh, please, do not be so amazed. Near Masera Town lies a mountain called Myacason, where onyxes grow to immense sizes, known as the Great Onyx Mountain. It is said that among those onyxes resides a king serpent, reaching an impressive length of approximately 40 meters. Although it is only half the size of Yue's father, it is still quite extraordinary. Yue's father must possess a special lineage. Have you not noticed the subtle differences in color between Yueke and an ordinary onyx? Indeed, it seems a tad whiter. Will Yueke grow to be as large as his father? According to Yue's father, it is unlikely he will reach such a size, but growing to 40 meters is certainly feasible. So, that would mean he is comparable to the king serpent of Myacason? Mei inquired. That seems likely, Yin Bing replied. The three of them, along with a gathering of Pokémon, sat at the cave's entrance sipping tea. Soon, a resounding roar echoed from deep within Moonlight Mountain. Yin Bing discerned it was Yueke calling for him, prompting him to set down his teacup and venture deeper into the mountain. Following the path marked by the moonstone for about 10 minutes, Yin Bing finally encountered Yueke and the colossal Onix. It appeared that the Onix had matters to discuss with Yin Bing. Upon Yin Bing's arrival, Yueke stepped out towards the cave entrance. "Roar, I am immensely grateful for your guidance with our Yueke. I am thoroughly satisfied with his progress." Perhaps Yueke had communicated with the Onix, for when Yin Bing employed his aura to communicate, the colossal Onix offered no resistance, merely fulfilling our previous agreement. "I care for your offspring, and your child serves as one of my principal assets, nothing more." Roar. "Even so, I must express my gratitude. You are a remarkably rare and exceptional trainer. To find someone of your caliber is truly no easy feat. Well, I doubt you held that opinion initially," Yin Bing jested, only to be met with a surprising nod of agreement from the Onix. Roar. "Though I initially recognized your superiority over the average trainer, I never anticipated your remarkable excellence. At that time, I merely thought that if I were to seek a caretaker, finding one with slightly above average capabilities would suffice. Little did I know I would encounter a superlative caretaker, What a fortunate find indeed. Your words make me want to smack you. A vein of annoyance visibly protrudes on my forehead. Gur. Absolutely no problem, as long as you can manage to hit me. Can we not continue our conversation pleasantly? Gur. Haha. Alright, let us return to the matter at hand. It appears that Ueke has reached a plateau in strength. His physique will continue to grow, and his power will gradually increase. But to achieve rapid advancement from this point forward, he may require some special methods. Do you possess such methods? Gur. Indeed, I do. And not just one, but unfortunately, they are not for sharing. Are you implying that you wish for Ueke to remain by your side for a while? Gur. Yes. To be honest, I did not expect to utilize these methods so soon. Ueke's accumulation of power has been unexpectedly swift and solid. Well, battles are the most effective means of growth. The more one engages in combat, the naturally stronger they become. Gur. Indeed. However, I have noticed that Ueke possesses an additional form of power within him that should not be present, and this excess may hinder his physical growth, leading to a more restrained increase in strength. What do you mean? Yambing appeared perplexed. What additional element could there be? Could it be a result of meditative visualization? Gur. This is not a negative aspect. In fact, any Pokémon capable of significant growth faces a similar dilemma between strength and agility. Choosing strength necessitates a continuous increase in size. While speed may not diminish drastically, agility certainly would. The additional strength Ueke possesses allows for growth through the solidification of his foundation, meaning the quality of the stone within his structure will continually enhance, while the increase in size remains less pronounced. Initially, I estimated that Ueke could reach about 50 meters. Now it seems 35 meters is more likely. Wait a moment. Didn't TU previously state he could grow to 40 meters? How has that changed to 50 now? Gur. Am I not allowed to withhold some information? Once a size exceeds 40 meters, maneuvering in battle becomes quite challenging. If I had disclosed that initially, would you have been inclined to take Ueke on a journey? I would have. You sly old fox. Gur. Hehe, do not take offense. Has everything not been resolved now? Alas, it seems all of May's daily remarks about me being a great deceiver have come back to haunt me. How embarrassing. What a disgrace for a grown man to be outwitted by a mere serpent. Gur. Alright, let us move past that. Let us discuss the crucial matter. Go ahead. I'm all ears, you grand deceiver. Gur. Can we not engage in a civilized conversation? Fine, I will speak. In the forthcoming 2 months, I shall take Ueke to our ancestral land for a ceremonial ritual. This sacred rite will bestow upon him a power that has been transmitted since antiquity, necessitating that he attains a high level of both physical and mental fortitude. The physical strength is unquestionable. Even a colossal Onix, reaching 20 meters in length, would be capable of enduring it. The critical aspect, however, lies in his mental resilience. Among my ancestors, there have been instances where Onixes succumb to madness due to the overwhelming impact of the inherited power. Thus, I must convey this clearly. Ueke has already accepted this challenge. What are your thoughts? Me? I have unwavering confidence in Ueke. As for his mental strength, after practicing the heart chakra visualization, I dare say his mental fortitude may surpass even that of a Super Onix. The Super Onix undoubtedly also benefited from the blessings of the ceremonial rite in its time. And if it could persevere, I am certain Ueke will face no insurmountable obstacles. Roar. What gives you such confidence? As his father, I harbor my own uncertainties. Hehe. If you were aware of the specialized training Ueke has undergone while by my side, your confidence in him would surely mirror mine. Roar. Why do I feel an urge to strike you upon hearing your words? We had previously agreed that as long as he remains healthy in body and mind, you would allow me to mold him as I see fit. Roar. If it were not for our prior pact, do you think you could stand there speaking so brazenly? Come on. Roar. Very well, you may return to fetch him in approximately 2 months. When you come back, you will find a transformed Ueke. By the time you return, he will undoubtedly be vastly different. Agreed. Ueke is your charge, and I trust you will not overstep your bounds. Wait, after I step outside, I will head directly back to Nibi City with May and the others. Roar. Thank you. Ueke mentioned that under your guidance, he has triumphed over the champion's Pokémon. I believe your ambitions must be substantial. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I await those words from you. Rest assured, there will be opportunities to utilize your talents. I only hope you remain true to your word. Roar. As members of the Onix lineage, we are known for our unwavering promises. Indeed, a 50-meter claim is quite different from a 40-meter one. Roar. That is an entirely different matter. After concluding the banter with the Super Onix, Yambing continued along the path leading out of the moon viewing mountain. Upon reaching the place where May was enjoying tea, he found Ueke quietly lying on the ground, encircling May and Nan with his body, shielding them from the wind and sand. After traveling together for several months, Yueke had forged strong bonds not only with Yambing, but also with Mei. Though the impending separation was not lengthy, it was inevitable that a child not yet a year old would feel a sense of reluctance. Yueke expressed his emotions in his own unique way. Yambing, you've emerged. How was your conversation with Yue's father? Mei was the first to notice Yambing's return and quickly inquired. Ahem, I have an announcement to make. As the moon wanes, Yueke is set to train with her father on Moonview Mountain for approximately 2 months. Consequently, the journey from here to Nibi City, and subsequently from Nibi City to Tokiwa City, followed by the return home, must be undertaken on foot. Yambing cleared his throat and announced this news, leaving Mei momentarily bewildered. The thought that Yueke would be temporarily departing evoked a wave of melancholy, having only recently returned to Yambing's care from the professor. The prospect of her leaving once more was undeniably sorrowful for Mei. Rest assured, it is merely 2 months. Time will pass swiftly, Yambing reassured her, gently patting Mei's head. Indeed, but as I lower my gaze and slightly raise my eyes, the thought of walking to Shin Town fills me with an indescribable sadness. Oh, so that's what has you feeling down. Yambing burst into an unrestrained laughter. Yueke, meanwhile, looked up with a pitiful expression at Mei. All right, Yueke, I was merely jesting. Train diligently with your father, Yambing, and I will be waiting for you in Shin Town. You are mistaken, Mei. We will indeed need to come and fetch him. We must come back? Ha ha ha. Stop laughing, Yambing. Yueke is on the verge of tears. After sharing a moment of levity, the sorrow of parting was somewhat alleviated. Once Yambing and Mei had gathered their belongings, they set off once more. The long-awaited battle at the Tokiwa Gym was about to commence. Chapter 40. The Legend of Tokiwa Forest. After entrusting Yueke to the formidable Onix, Yambing, along with Mei and Okada Hidenobu, began their walk back to Nibi City. Oh, Yambing. Long time no see. As they passed by Brock's house, Uncle Takashi happened to be leaving and greeted Yambing. Hello, Uncle Takashi. How have you been? Is your journey going smoothly? Yes, I have obtained 9 badges and am now eligible to participate in the league tournament. That is splendid. Best of luck to you. I must go grocery shopping now. Is he really the gym leader of Nibi City? I wouldn't have guessed. Mei, having traveled directly from Hoenn to Kanto by boat, had not passed through Nibi City and had never met Uncle Takashi before. One should not judge a person by appearances. Uncle Takashi's skills are quite commendable. What shall we do next? Let us rest at the Pokémon Center, then head directly to Tokiwa Forest. Beyond Tokiwa Forest lies Tokiwa City. Yambing could recite the upcoming itinerary even with his eyes closed. Alright, after a brief respite at the Pokémon Center, Yambing did not linger and promptly set off towards Tokiwa Forest. Having not paid much attention during their last passage through the forest, he was now eager to explore its depths. Why? Okada Hidenobu was puzzled by Yambing's desire to search Tokiwa Forest. I suspect that there are indigenous inhabitants within Tokiwa Forest. Moreover, there exists a legend that trainers who emerge from Tokiwa Forest possess the innate ability to understand Pokémon thoughts without any external means and are endowed with the power to heal them. The legend spoken of by Yambing is actually a reference from the special edition. In the first volume of the Pokémon Special, Xiaohuang, Du, and Sakaki all hail from the Johto Forest, which is why Sakaki was once known as the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region prior to Du. Whether this setting still exists in reality remains uncertain. At the very least, it is not reflected in the animation. Furthermore, the Elite Four of Kanto, including Du, no longer appear as antagonists as they did in the special edition. Such a notion exists? I have never heard of it. Okada Hideo is considered a local of the Kanto region, and he has heard various tales about it, yet this one is certainly new to him. No need to rush. Let us leisurely explore the Johto Forest first. Consider it a chance to relax. Yambing smiled as he spoke to Mei and Hideo, for they were well supplied with water and food, and essential items were plentiful. Most importantly, the forest harbored a water source, alleviating any concerns regarding survival. Thus, the 3 of them ambled aimlessly through the forest. For Yambing, the Johto Forest no longer held the perils it once did during his initial travels. Instead, now that their Pokémon had grown strong, the forest resembled a garden retreat. In fact, Yambing had contemplated that if he were to establish a training ground in the future, the Johto Forest would be an excellent choice. This exploration served a dual purpose of reconnaissance. After wandering for a while, they encountered various bug-type Pokémon such as Caterpie and Beedrill. Initially, Mei struggled to adapt but gradually acclimated. Beneath a tree by the lake, they laid out a picnic blanket for a brief respite. Time to wake up, Xiaowei, Yambing called, releasing the 2.5-meter-tall Snorlax, which was not easily roused. Fortunately, Professor Oak had sent Yambing a recording of a melody played on a Pokémon flute specifically designed to awaken Snorlax. Yambing placed the Pokédex near Xiao Wei's ear and played the awakening tune, successfully stirring him awake. To ensure Xiao Wei received optimal nutrition, Yambing took it upon himself to learn how to make energy cubes. Now, all of Xiao Wei's energy cubes were crafted by Yambing, who handpicked various berries to create them. After consuming 2 energy cubes, Xiao Wei was nearly full. However, Yambing was not inclined to let him sleep just yet. With the addition of a slaking, Yambing initiated some resistance training. Xiao Wei was accustomed to this, showing no reluctance toward the exercise. Conversely, Slaking, after being struck by Yambing's aura spheres a few times, exhibited signs of irritation and protested against the training. Excellent, I welcome your movement, Yambing declared. Xiao Wei, attack Slaking. Following the command, Xiao Wei launched an assault on Slaking. Although Slaking was inherently lazy, he appeared to possess a natural aptitude for combat, evading Xiao Wei's various attacks with minimal movement, which surprised Yambing. As the two engaged in battle, Yambing occasionally unleashed aura spheres to disrupt both parties. Initially, both Xiao Wei and Slaking would occasionally be caught off guard. But soon they started to pay attention to their surroundings during the skirmish and learned to dodge, marking a significant improvement. After approximately 10 minutes, Yambing finally allowed them to rest. The lazy old man reclined directly beside Yambing, and Xiao Wei, even more straightforward, fell asleep again after consuming a few fruits from the trees. As evening approached, Yambing and his companions had searched the evergreen forest for half a day without any success, and thus prepared to exit the woods. At this point, they were quite close to the forest's exit, with ample time to reach Chongping City before nightfall. Ah, Yambing, you deceived me. I actually believed you, Ingnan lamented. Feeling somewhat disappointed at the lack of indigenous people found, unable to restrain his complaint. Haha, I merely heard it through the grapevine. Yambing replied nonchalantly, having originally approached the search with a playful mindset. However, suddenly, he turned his head to look towards the forest. What's wrong, Yambing? Don't scare me. May felt a jolt of anxiety from Yambing's reaction, still haunted by their previous experience on Route 6. Stop hiding. You've been watching us for over half an hour, haven't you? If you don't come out, I might take action. Yambing concentrated a wave-guiding sphere in his right hand, ready to throw it in the direction that gave him the sensation of being monitored. Just then, a shadow emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon seeing a real person, Yambing and his group heightened their vigilance. Are you Sakaki? You are the leader of the Chongping Gym and the head of the largest underground organization in the Kanto region, Team Rocket, aren't you? Upon seeing the crew-cut man before him, Yambing immediately recognized him as Sakaki. While he didn't know the specifics, his identity was crystal clear. Oh, young one. You seem to know quite a bit. Sakaki slowly approached Yambing and the others. However, knowing too much is not always a blessing, especially when that knowledge pertains to matters best left undiscovered. If you could keep Mutuo by your side, I might be wary of you. Yambing showed no signs of fear, even dispersing the wave-guiding sphere in his hand, and instead releasing Yebai and Xiaoshan. What else do you know? The mere mention of Mutuo ignited Sakaki's nerves, as it was his greatest secret, unexpectedly exposed by the young lad before him. At this moment, Sakaki even contemplated whether to resort to some special measures. Well, not much more. However, I did encounter Mew at Tsuki no Yama. Yambing paused. What? You've seen Mew? Immediately, Sakaki was captivated by this new piece of information. Yet, at that moment, he sensed something was amiss. His body had inexplicably become immobile. Even speaking became a challenge. Phew, you truly are a dangerous individual, Yambing sighed lightly. Snapping his fingers, Yebai vanished into the shadows, and in a moment, a Team Rocket member was brought forth, along with a handgun. Moments later, another Team Rocket member was also thrown out. Clearly, both members had been subjected to hypnosis without their knowledge, and it seemed Yebai's abilities had significantly advanced. 2 elite members plus yourself, that should suffice. Any more, and I would have noticed. Yambing clapped his hands. Now, you are all under my control. I possess the honorary citizen medal of the City of Withered Leaves, which grants me the authority to mobilize up to 3 law enforcement officers from any city in the Kanto region to address any unforeseen events. Tell me, what do you suppose would happen if I were to bind you all together and take you to find Miss Junsha and her associates? Upon finishing his statement, Yambing gestured for Shun to loosen his grip on Sakaki's mouth. What do you intend to do? Sakaki realized he was at a disadvantage in the current situation. To be honest, I have no desire to be your enemy at this moment, nor do I wish to uncover what secrets you have discovered about the Alliance. Before I become the champion of the Alliance, I would prefer to live a tranquil life. Therefore, I kindly ask you to remain silent for a while. Yambing looked at Sakaki, The Alliance's investigators have already tracked some of your movements. Are you referring to that little brat? The one named Wataru? You know Wataru? Haha, we both hail from the Tokiwa Forest. I have seen him a few times in his youth. He is a highly motivated, idealistic, and capable young man. Had he still been under my command, the expansion of Team Rocket would have progressed at a much swifter pace. Sakaki seemed to drift into reminiscence, inadvertently revealing astonishing information to Yambing. Wataru was once under your command. Unfortunately, upon learning of my intentions to oppose the Alliance, he promptly distanced himself from me. I see. No wonder Wataru managed to infiltrate Team Rocket's research base so effortlessly. It appears he possesses significant knowledge regarding certain matters within Team Rocket. Sakaki, I can forego handing you over to the Alliance, but you must fulfill 2 of my requests. What are they? First, allow my Mutuo to battle against my Pokémon. I shall be challenging the gym tomorrow. Second, hand over Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth to me. I accept those 2 demands. Tomorrow, not only will Mutuo battle you, but I shall also grant you the badge. As for Musashi and the others, if you desire them, you may have them for free. However, are you not concerned about potential retribution from me afterward? Without Mutuo, you cannot contend with my Pokémon. Haha, you are quite confident. Moreover, Mutuo will not remain obedient to you for long. Fine, I am aware of that. Sakaki experienced a profound sense of defeat for the first time. This youth seemed to possess knowledge of everything, even their current state. He was uncertain as to where the issue lay. Yet this awareness rendered him hesitant to act rashly against Yambing. However, as long as Yambing did not expose his affairs, there was little left to discuss. Perhaps there could even be an opportunity for collaboration. Given Yambing's demonstrated capabilities, Sakaki would not mind extending a favor to him. Let us agree on this. I will seek you out tomorrow. I shall be at your service. Do you know Master Sakaki? And what exactly is Team Rocket? Mei and Hino had numerous questions regarding the conversation between Yambing and Sakaki, but due to the tense atmosphere, they decided to withhold their inquiries. Now that Sakaki had departed, Mei could no longer contain her curiosity. This is quite a tale. There is much to discuss regarding Mutuo and Team Rocket. I will share it all with you tonight. Alright, let us hasten to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 41, the Tokiwa Gym. At last, I encounter Mutuo. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Yambing seized the opportunity during mealtime to engage in a thorough discussion with Mei and Ingnan about Team Rocket and Mutuo, sharing numerous of his conjectures. The two gained a preliminary understanding of Team Rocket, yet they found themselves increasingly curious about how Yambing possessed such insights. However, each harbored their own secrets, and neither pressed further. Early the following day, Yambing, accompanied by Shun and Yabai, engaged in heart chakra visualization before making their way to the Tokiwa Gym. As he beheld the Romanesque architecture, a sense of appreciation washed over him. At last, he had arrived. After today, it might be a while before he encountered the unfolding narrative of Mutuo's revenge in the movie. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard, clad in a Roman soldier's attire, granted them passage, and Yambing entered with composure. Welcome to the Tokiwa Gym. I am the gym leader, Sakaki. Young man, before you engage in battle with Mutuo, would you like to experience a duel with my other Pokémon? Sakaki called down from the second floor. So you intend to have me battle at the gym first, followed by a friendly match? Yambing expressed his surprise at Sakaki's proposal. Indeed. If you do not interfere with Team Rocket's endeavors, I have no qualms about befriending a talented young trainer such as yourself, Sakaki replied candidly, exuding confidence. I graciously accept your offer. As long as your associates do not provoke me, I harbor no interest in obstructing your activities. However, should they encroach upon my affairs, do not expect me to show leniency. While I shall not sever ties with Team Rocket, should anyone provoke me without an explanation, I will take matters into my own hands. That goes without saying. Now let us commence. My first Pokémon is this one. Go, Nidoking. Sakaki's chair descended from the second floor as he emerged, releasing Nidoking. Planning to have those two face Mutuo? In that case, the only one capable of contending with your other Pokémon is Xiaowei. Go, Xiaowei. Yambing summoned Xiaowei, having only him, Squirtle, Snorlax, Shun, and Yabai at his disposal. Shun and Yabai had been swapped out for the impending battle against Mutuo, leaving only Xiaowei capable of standing against Sakaki's Pokémon. As Xiaowei entered the fray, he was found slumbering. Oh, Snorlax? A sleeping Pokémon can be quite troublesome, Sakaki declared. Nidoking double kick. Following Sakaki's command, Nidoking launched a double kick toward Xiaowei. However, the slumbering Xiaowei suddenly emitted a loud snore, reverberating throughout the arena. Yambing and the others outside the ring struggled to endure the sound, let alone Nidoking, who was directly assaulted by the sonic attack, losing balance and failing to strike Xiaowei. Yet, the turn of events did not end there. With eyes still closed and snoring unabated, Xiaowei gradually stood and charged at Nidoking. Still affected by the snores, Nidoking was unable to evade and was struck by Xiaowei's full-force attack. A ground-type move, Hyper Beam? No, wait, it's just sleep-talking. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Suzuki, with his wealth of experience, quickly assessed the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nidoking, struck by Xiaowei's tremendous force, collapsed to the ground. Truly impressive. It seems my second combatant is about to make his entrance. Go forth, Rhydon. As Rhydon stepped onto the battlefield, under Suzuki's guidance, he unleashed a rock blast aimed at Xiaowei. The flying debris of stone struck Xiaowei, but was cushioned by his ample layers of fat. Nevertheless, this interruption disrupted Xiaowei's snoring, and, under the barrage of the rock blast, he awakened. Kirby? Rubbing his head, Xiaowei found himself bewildered by the turn of events. However, at that moment, the rock blast from Rhydon continued unabated, and Xiaowei, now irked by the assault, retaliated with a devastating beam of destruction. Rhydon evade. Responding to Suzuki's prompt, Rhydon clumsily maneuvered his bulk, dodging part of the attack, yet still absorbing a significant portion, which sent him flying, struggling to rise again. Kirby? As Xiaowei regained his composure and observed Rhydon's struggles to stand, a frown creased his brow. The one disturbing my slumber deserves to be sent back to bed. With a surge of determination, Xiaowei charged forward, crashing his entire body against Rhydon, forcibly ejecting him from the arena and rendering him unable to continue fighting. Phew, indeed formidable. Perhaps only he can contend with your Snorlax. Onward, Tyranitar. With the entry of Tyranitar, Yambing finally adopted a serious demeanor. If Rhydon and Nidoking were Suzuki's mainstays, then Tyranitar was his cherished companion, a cut above the previous two. Tyranitar, use Hammer Arm. Unfazed by the advancing Tyranitar, Xiaowei boldly braced himself, absorbing the initial Hammer Arm strike with his body. The two clashed, and Xiaowei was pushed back a couple of steps, while Tyranitar, seizing the opportunity, prepared a second Hammer Arm. Noticing this, Xiaowei furrowed his brow once more, extending his hands to firmly catch the incoming strike, and then executed an overhead throw, slamming Tyranitar to the ground. Without delay, Xiaowei unleashed a mountain smash. Tyranitar, roll to evade. Following the command, Tyranitar rolled away just in time to narrowly escape Xiaowei's onslaught. However, before he could regain his footing, Xiaowei, weighing nearly 500 kilograms, crashed to the ground, creating a slight dent in the floor. Tyranitar, now off balance, struggled to rise. Meanwhile, Xiaowei, having landed with his ample belly, stood up, dusted off his attire, and launched another powerful strike at Tyranitar. Already hindered by the previous Hammer Arm and now shaken by the tremors caused by Xiaowei's impact, Tyranitar found himself unable to evade the incoming force. At that critical moment, as his trainer, Suzuki, sprang into action, Tyranitar, use Stomp. Under the guidance of Suzuki, the steel Tyrannosaurus executed a heavy stomp attack. The short-legged Xiaowei struggled to maintain his balance while running, and the impact of the heavy stomp caused him to tumble uncontrollably. However, undeterred, Xiaowei rolled forward, continuing his momentum towards the steel Tyrannosaurus. This time, the steel Tyrannosaurus could not evade the oncoming assault and was knocked down by Xiaowei. Yet, Xiaowei did not cease his motion. Instead, he changed direction and rolled again, unexpectedly launching a rolling attack while on the ground. Your Pokémon truly possesses remarkable instincts for battle. The seemingly foolish Snorlax exhibited an impressive combat intuition. Steel Tyrannosaurus reduced Snorlax's rolling frequency with Rock Blast. Suzuki demonstrated a keen tactical understanding of the battlefield. If Xiaowei were allowed to strike the steel Tyrannosaurus consecutively, he could potentially overwhelm it with his rolling attack. Following Suzuki's command, the steel Tyrannosaurus did not disappoint. The accuracy of Rock Blast soared to an astonishing 90%. With such a high hit rate, Xiaowei's rolling indeed slowed considerably. Steel Tyrannosaurus, use Rock Wall. The Rock Wall proved highly effective, encircling Xiaowei in mere moments and forcing him to halt his rolling attack. As he gazed up at the descending boulders, Xiaowei suddenly exerted all his strength, lifting his foot and striking the ground with tremendous force, rapidly stomping down. Remarkably, Xiaowei had emulated the heavy stomp technique of the steel Tyrannosaurus. Yambing found it both amusing and exasperating. It seemed the effectiveness of the TM was not as profound as learning by observing in the heat of battle. Furthermore, Xiaowei's weight, approximately 4 times that of the steel Tyrannosaurus, amplified the impact of his heavy stomp. In no time, the surrounding rocks shattered, providing Xiaowei the opportunity to roll out of the rock wall's confines and charge once more at the steel Tyrannosaurus. Well done, Steel Tyrannosaurus. Utilize Rock Blast again. Sakaki was astonished by Xiaowei's ability to learn in the midst of battle, though Yanbing had grown accustomed to it. Thanks to Yanbing's combat training, his Pokémon had developed a heightened sense of bodily control and awareness, making it easy for them to mimic attribute attacks through physical movements. For moves of the same type, they could even intuitively learn them ahead of time. Sakaki planned to employ the same tactic again, but Xiaowei was evidently not one to remain passive. As the Steel Tyrannosaurus launched another Rock Blast, Xiaowei subtly altered his rolling trajectory. A boulder from the rock wall, initially beside his path, suddenly obstructed his front. Using the force of this boulder, Xiaowei leaped into the air. What? Sakaki had always held Xiaowei's battle instincts in high regard, but at that moment, he realized he had perhaps underestimated them. In an instant of distraction, Xiaowei jumped off the stone and, with a swift turn, adjusted his position, plummeting down towards the Steel Tyrannosaurus with great force. Like a mountain crashing down, Steel Tyrannosaurus. Roll to evade. Sakamaki issued another command, fully aware without needing to glance that it was already too late. He merely hoped that through evasive maneuvers, his Pokémon would not be swiftly eliminated. Indeed, as the armored Tyrannosaurus executed its dodge, the nearly 500-kilogram mass of Xiaowei descended upon it. Due to the evasive action of the armored Tyrannosaurus, the tremendous weight did not completely crush it, but rather toppled its left side. A pained roar erupted from the creature's throat, and Sakamaki felt he could almost empathize with its suffering. This is where it ends. Although the armored Tyrannosaurus retained consciousness, it had sustained severe injuries to its left leg and left arm, greatly impairing both its evasive and offensive capabilities. Continuing the fight would only lead to unnecessary anguish. It would be wiser to withdraw now. Despite Sakamaki's singular focus on utilizing Mutwo to expand Team Rocket, he harbored deep affection for his original Pokémon and could not bear to witness the armored Tyrannosaurus battling in pain. All right, return, Xiaowei, Yanbing instructed. Xiaowei scratched its head and scampered back, nuzzling against Yanbing's face for a while before being recalled into its Pokeball. Oh, it seems your Pokémon not only possesses great combat strength, but also shares a commendable bond with you, Sakamaki observed, mildly surprised by the affectionate display of Xiaowei. The seemingly composed young man had a surprisingly strong connection with his Pokémon. Indeed, everyone holds differing attitudes and philosophies towards Pokémon. I understand that your perspective leans towards utilitarianism and collaboration, but I believe there is an intrinsic difference between humans and Pokémon. Yet, emotionally, they can resonate deeply with one another. To perceive the feelings of Pokémon through the lens of humanity, ultimately fostering harmonious coexistence, is the path I wish to pursue. Yanbing elaborated, rarely offering such insights to Sakamaki. It appears your trust in Pokémon surpasses that in humanity, Sakamaki remarked. Why not? We are both aware of the complexities of the human heart. In comparison, Pokémon are far more innocent and direct, thus inherently more trustworthy. As long as they place their trust in you, you can reciprocate without reservation. Humans, on the other hand, can often present as virtuous in public while harboring treachery behind closed doors, Yanbing stated with a smile, earning Sakamaki's admiration. However, Mei and Ingmen were taken aback, surprised by Yanbing's candid view of humanity. Excellent. I find myself increasingly appreciative of you. A person like you would make a splendid partner. I hope you can grow swiftly, Sakamaki said, tossing a green badge to Yanbing, who caught it without hesitation and accepted it graciously. Next, it is time to fulfill my first promise to you. You have longed to battle Mutwo, but do mind your composure upon encountering it. I hope you won't be so frightened that you soil yourself, Sakamaki said with a slight smirk, harboring thoughts of using Mutwo to intimidate Yanbing. He trusted more in cooperation under the aegis of absolute power, believing it would quell any thoughts of rebellion and eliminate concerns of betrayal. I am truly looking forward to it. At last, he was about to meet him, Yanbing thought. Come forth, my mightiest warrior. Sakaki snapped his fingers, and the gate behind him slowly opened, revealing a figure emerging. Finally, is he coming out? Yanbing's anticipation heightened. Chapter 42, The Enigmatic Battle with Mutwo, the fantastical realm of psychic power. At long last, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Mutwo. Confronted with Mutwo, Yanbing could hardly contain his excitement and uttered a heartfelt remark. You know me? Mutwo expressed surprise at Yanbing's recognition. Yanbing placed his hand on his chest, transmitting his aura of energy towards Mutwo. Initially, Mutwo exhibited some resistance, but gradually lowered his guard upon sensing the non-aggressive nature of Yanbing's aura. Of course, I am aware of you, and I find we share a striking resemblance. Resemblance? Mutwo questioned, intrigued. Indeed, a resemblance befitting one who should never have existed in this world. If you are inclined, perhaps when you depart one day, you might invite me to your new island for a visit, where we could enjoy tea and I could share tales of my past. Yambing communicated to Mutwo through thoughts. Do you truly believe I would do such a thing? Whether you choose to or not is entirely up to you. However, today, I kindly request you to engage in battle with my Pokémon. Then let us commence. Matters of the future can await. Mutwo was indeed curious about Yambing's words. At this moment, Yambing also ceased their mental communion. This exchange, though seemingly lengthy, lasted less than a minute, and Sakaki harbored no suspicions. Yambing promptly snapped his fingers, summoning Yabai and Xiaoshun to the arena. Sakaki, I possess some understanding of Mutwo's capabilities. A 2 against 1 should pose no issue, correct? Yambing inquired. Sakaki spread his hands, indicating that Yambing should proceed as he wished. Humph, in my presence. Numbers are of no consequence. Mutwo exuded confidence in his combat prowess. You shall soon find out. Without further ado, Yambing relinquished control, allowing Yabai and Xiaoshun to determine their own strategy in battle. Mutwo, brimming with confidence, had no intention of making the first move. However, at that moment, Yabai faced Xiaoshun, only for Xiaoshun to suddenly vanish, replaced by Mutwo at Xiaoshun's position, while Xiaoshun appeared at Mutwo's. As Mutwo materialized, a shadowy figure had already melded into Mutwo's form. As Yabai prepared a synchronized strike, the instant Mutwo emerged. What is this? Mutwo frowned, sensing an unusual and unsettling force integrating with him. Meanwhile, Yabai chuckled softly, unleashing a bizarre wave of energy that cast a shadow over the entire arena, as Yabai's realm of night unfolded. Oh, this sensation feels somewhat familiar. Sakaki recalled being enveloped by the realm of night the previous day. At that time, the twilight had masked any peculiarities. But now, the strangeness swiftly reminded him of the sensations experienced in the Tokiwa forest yesterday. In the moment of Sakaki's distraction, Yabai vanished and instantaneously appeared beside Xiaoshun. Yambing was aware of a remarkable characteristic of Night White's domain of night. Within this realm, Night White possessed the ability to teleport. Immune to the influence of the black gaze, as the principle of this movement relied on the shadow of the domain itself. Gung-Gui inherently had the power to traverse through shadows. Simultaneously, on the other side, Chao Ming felt an oppressive weight within the night domain. His psychic abilities appeared to be partially suppressed, moving with a significant lack of fluidity. Nevertheless, Chao Ming directed a psychic attack towards Night White and Xiaoshun, attempting to strike from a distance. At that moment, Xiaoshun sprang into action, raising a psychic spoon to counter Chao Ming's gesture. Is your psychic strength truly this formidable? Chao Ming was taken aback by Xiaoshun's display of psychic power. This newfound strength ignited a flicker of interest within Chao Ming, even when constrained by armor. It was rare for him to encounter an opponent capable of putting up a fight. Presently, aside from the limitations imposed by the armor, he was further subdued by the influence of Night White's domain, resulting in a considerable reduction of his power. Yambing assessed that Chao Ming could now exert roughly 80% of his original capabilities, which, in terms of contemporary species values, would approximate around 560. Houdini generally possessed a species value around 500, while after consuming the potential enhancing potion, Xiaoshun's value had increased to approximately 560, rendering him a formidable adversary for Chao Ming, who had long struggled to find a worthy opponent. Recognizing the opportunity for a full-scale battle, Chao Ming ceased to hold back and unleashed his complete psychic force, launching a powerful psychic attack toward Xiaoshun. In response, Xiaoshun instantaneously retaliated with his own psychic strike, leading to an intense contest of mental strength. As the two engaged in this psychic duel, time slipped away, and Night White realized that such a stalemate could not persist. He began to unleash shadow balls and dark pulses indiscriminately towards Chao Ming. Under Night White's interference, Chao Ming found himself slightly subdued by Xiaoshun and opted against a direct confrontation, as the three commenced a flurry of moves. After using his psychic power to dispel one of Xiaoshun's attacks, Chao Ming's gaze met Night White's, and in that fleeting moment, both unleashed their respective skills, Night White with a dark pulse and Chao Ming with a wave launcher. This scene was all too familiar to Night White. It mirrored the initial training sessions Yambing had undertaken, where he had countered Night White's dark pulse with the wave launcher. The clash of these two forces created a tempest that engulfed the arena. At that moment, Xiaoshun once again utilized the move to switch places, executing a psychic blade as he exchanged positions with Night White. Faced with this maneuver, Chao Ming chose to evade for the first time. Yet, as he began to move, Night White suddenly appeared in his path, unleashing another dark pulse. Humph! Chao Ming abruptly halted his evasive maneuver towards Night White and ascended straight into the air. At this moment, Yi Bai's gaze fixated on Mutuo, suddenly breaking into a peculiar smile as he extracted a long black spike from his own body and plunged it fiercely into himself. What? Mutuo felt an unsettling pang in his heart, an ominous sensation. It turned out that Yi Bai had sacrificed half of his own vitality to cast a curse upon Mutuo. Under the influence of this curse, Mutuo could distinctly sense his strength gradually waning, unable to halt even for a moment. At that instant, a mental attack from Shun struck, compelling Mutuo to counter with a similar psychic force. Simultaneously, to resist the vitality drain induced by the curse, Mutuo was forced to allocate some of his mental energy to suppress its effects. In the realm of the game, the curse skill passively drained the vitality of the cursed. However, in the real world, the mechanics were far more intricate. The completion of the curse was akin to placing a hex on the target, using the caster's ghostly energy to erode the opponent, thereby diminishing their vitality and even life force. Yet, being an energy entity, it could be repelled by other forms of energy. Thus, if one's abilities far surpassed those of the caster, it was indeed possible to resist or even dispel the curse. The same principle applied to the linked fate skill, where the caster seemed to inscribe a mark upon the opponent's soul, linking their vitality. Should either party deplete their strength to the brink of death, the other would likewise suffer the same fate. However, a similar issue arose. If the recipient of the spell possessed significantly greater power and could locate the mark within their soul, it could potentially be forcefully dispelled. This reflects a balance in reality regarding attributes. Otherwise, ghost-type entities would be excessively formidable, cursing or linking fates with significantly stronger beings, placing other entities at a considerable disadvantage. Ultimately, this world adheres to a fundamental principle, the principle of strength prevailing. As long as one possesses sufficient power, they can overcome cunning through sheer force. The dispersion of strength gradually led Mutuo to be suppressed by Shun. In just a moment, Shun's psychic force overwhelmed Mutuo, sending him hurtling backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt, with his suppressive armor scratched and damaged. Do not push your luck. Mutuo slowly rose from the ground, and after a fierce roar, concentrated his power before him, shattering the armor. Do you truly think I am a frail cat? Mutuo advanced towards Yi Bai and Shun, now free from his limitations, emanating an intimidating aura. In this moment, the curse within Mutuo and the mark of linked fate in his soul were forcefully eradicated. At that instant, the faint shadows in the arena began to retract back to Yi Bai as the 3 minutes elapsed. As the shadows returned completely, Yi Bai could not help but kneel upon the ground, gasping for breath. Shun, witnessing this scene, understood it was time for him to exert his utmost effort. Thus, he activated his domain, the domain of the sage. The so-called sage perceives the profound truths of the universe, harnessing the laws of nature for personal advantage. In the realm of sages, one might assert that Xiaoshun embodies the essence of a creator deity. As Xiaoshun unveiled his domain, the arena underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing into a lush expanse of verdant grass. At its center stood a majestic apple tree, reaching towards the heavens. Above, the azure sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, bathed in radiant sunlight. What manner of sorcery is this? The fully restored Mutuo furrowed his brow, noting not only the dramatic alteration of the battleground, but also the mysterious absence of Yi Bai. Yet Mutuo understood that Yi Bai was undoubtedly still present within the arena. However, the overwhelming confidence instilled within him quelled any fear of treachery. It matters not. With sufficient strength, even this bizarre realm can be shattered. Mutuo slowly raised his right hand, unleashing a formidable psychic strike directed at Xiaoshun. The immense psychic energy coalesced into a tangible force, hurtling towards its target. In that instant, a shield of wind materialized before Xiaoshun, effectively blocking the psychic assault. Simultaneously, the clear sky above unleashed a bolt of dry lightning upon Mutuo. Utilizing his telekinetic prowess, Mutuo conjured a protective barrier to fend off the strike. Yet the onslaught did not cease. Just as Mutuo believed the assault had concluded, the air behind him erupted in an explosion. A powerful gust of wind toppled Mutuo, propelling him through the air. Before he could regain his footing, a torrent of water surged upwards, striking him and sending him soaring into the sky. At that precise moment, another bolt of dry lightning descended, directly impacting Mutuo with tremendous force, slamming him back to the ground. It was at this juncture that the power of the domain began to dissipate, and Xiaoshun could no longer maintain his stance, collapsing to the ground. However, as the domain's influence waned, Yi Bai had regained some strength and now stood protectively in front of Xiaoshun, gazing intently at a spot on the ground where arcs of lightning flickered ominously. There, Mutwo struggled briefly before gradually rising to his feet. Ah, so he has shaped divine might at the cost of his stamina within this realm? Xiaoshuan's domain is indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder he could sustain it for only a fleeting minute. Yanbing observed the entire spectacle, fully aware of the events transpiring within the arena. Meanwhile, Sakamaki stood in awe, taken aback by the uncanny abilities and terrifying power exhibited by Yanbing's two Pokémon, an experience unlike any he had encountered. Had it been his own Pokémon facing such might, they would likely have been obliterated in an instant. Very well, you have provided me with great amusement. However, to defeat me, you are still insufficient. Mutwo felt a mix of excitement and irritation. While the battle was exhilarating, he found himself in a rather precarious situation. With both Yebai and Xiaoshun nearly depleted of strength, they were left with little recourse. Mutwo directed another psychic strike towards the two opponents. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Yebai and Xiaoshun, conjuring a protective barrier of aura to intercept Mutwo's psychic assault. As the energy of the psychic strike dissipated, wisps of smoke emanated from Yanbing's hand. Enough, Mutwo. This battle, we have lost. Yanbing spoke, observing that despite the recent fierce confrontation, Mutwo had retained considerable stamina. Nightbai and Xiaoshun would undoubtedly prove no match for him. I can still entertain myself to some extent. I hope that our next encounter will be even more enjoyable. Mutwo remarked, its azure aura shimmering as all wounds healed instantly. It then slowly turned and retreated behind the gate once more. Next time, let us anticipate our next meeting. Yanbing mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Very well, Yanbing. I shall attend to Mutwo's situation and won't see you out. Shortly, I will arrange for someone to escort you to Pallet Town, and I will ensure that Musashi and the others find you without delay. That will suffice. Farewell. With the battle concluded, Sakaki had no desire to linger in conversation with Yanbing and swiftly moved to check on Mutwo. To be candid, had it not been for today's battle, Sakaki would have regarded Yanbing with a degree of disdain. However, after witnessing the confrontation, he could only hope to avoid any conflict with Yanbing, for he was acutely aware that the consequences would be unfavorable for himself. Come, let us also make our way to the Pokémon Center for some rest, Yanbing suggested, leading Mei and Injin out of the Tokiwa Gym and toward the Pokémon Center. Today's battle had been worthwhile, not only the encounter with Mutwo, but also the communication exchanged. Everything had unfolded beyond his expectations, and it was time to return to Pallet Town. He wondered how the professor had been lately. The thought of that familiar and kind visage brought a smile to Yanbing's face as he began to anticipate the journey home. Chapter 43, The Return. An initial resolution to the Dragonite evolution dilemma at last, they had returned. You may go now. From here we shall proceed on foot, Yanbing instructed as he, Mei, and Injin disembarked from a vehicle belonging to a casual Team Rocket member at the town's entrance, waving goodbye as the individual departed. Wow, is this Pallet Town? The place where you grew up, Yanbing? Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder at the lush green fields, the spacious, clean roads, and the invigorating air. Everything felt so novel and oddly familiar, as if this place were not merely Yanbing's childhood home, but her own. Wow, the air is so delightful. What a wonderful location, Injin remarked. Although he resided on Victory Island, which also boasted fresh air, it was merely a small island compared to Pallet Town. The expansive surroundings lifted his spirits immeasurably. Indeed, it is a splendid place. It seems that every year, the champion of the Kanto Region League competition has emerged from Pallet Town, Yanbing stated proudly, sharing the rumors he had heard. At the very least, he himself was currently among those trainers hailing from Pallet Town. I am aware of that. Although I am uncertain when this tradition began, I have heard it has been several consecutive years. Trainers from Pallet Town are notably formidable. Not to mention, Yanbing, you are the strongest trainer I have encountered. Though you may occasionally face defeat, your prowess at such an early stage of your journey is truly commendable. Injin praised Yanbing without reservation. Haha, I am grateful for your confidence in me, Yanbing replied with a warm smile. However, after the incident involving the escape of the fiery monkey, I have come to realize that, as a trainer, I possess numerous shortcomings that require time to refine gradually. The road ahead remains long. Yanbing, naturally, would not be modest, and the words he just expressed were indeed his most genuine thoughts at that moment. Yes, keep going. I believe you can overcome the challenges and forge ahead. Mei raised her small fist to cheer for Yanbing. Thus, under Yanbing's lead, the trio began their journey towards Professor Oak's laboratory. As they passed by Ash's home, they noticed Ash's mother tidying up the entrance, and Yanbing took a moment to greet her. Along the way, they encountered various Pokémon, all exuding a sense of tranquility. It had been a long time since Yanbing had experienced such an atmosphere. He reflected, although it had only been about half a year. The memories flooded back upon his return. It seemed ages since he last saw Hariyama. Perhaps it was time to check in on him. He wondered how Amy was faring. Surely they were doing well together. How had Eli adjusted to their lifestyle after his return? What about the other Pokémon at the lab? And he mused about the returning Orange, the Dusk Noir, the Dragonite, and the others. He particularly worried about the current state of Dragonite, unsure whether it was good or bad. In everyday life, he found unique Pokémon to be quite impressive and cool. Yet, when faced with such circumstances himself, Yambing realized that these seemingly remarkable situations could indeed be a cause for concern. Who could say what their emergence signified? Perhaps it was an unknown illness? In such instances, all the flamboyance and grandeur could take a back seat. Nothing was more important than safety and peace of mind. Holding on to this thought, Yambing's desire to return grew more fervent, prompting him to run ahead. "Wait for us, Yambing." He heard one of his companions call out. "You too, hurry up. Most of the luggage is on my back. So please don't dawdle." Yambing laughed, glancing back at the two. "Oh, how annoying." May complained, suddenly realizing that this was the first time she had seen this side of Yambing. Indeed, regardless of his size or the composure he often displayed, he was ultimately just a 10-year-old child. The rigors of travel had forced him to mature early, and only upon returning to this innocent little town could he reveal a glimpse of his youthful spirit. May pondered this while another solitary figure came to mind. When Yambing knocked on the door of the laboratory, Professor Oak was already waiting at the entrance. "Welcome back, Yambing. And you must be May and Hideo. I extend a warm welcome to you both." Professor Oak greeted them with a smile. "Hello. Hello, Professor Oak." Hideo exclaimed. "I am Hideo Okada, the son of the Victory Gym leader from Victory Island. I often watch the Pokémon lectures and have tremendous admiration for you." Hideo was visibly excited upon meeting the esteemed professor. "Haha, the pleasure is mine. Please come in." Professor Oak stepped aside, allowing Yambing and his companions to enter the house. Upon returning to the Research Institute, Yambing first retreated to his room to deposit his luggage. He then, in accordance with ancient customs, paid a visit to Dr. Okuki, preparing tea for him before finally joining May and Ano at the table. "Thank you for the tea, Yambing. You truly need not go to such lengths. I am not your parent. After you participate in this year's Alliance tournament, you shall seek your biological parents, correct? Such formalities should be reserved for them. This is a different matter, Doctor. I have been separated from my parents since childhood, and it was you who nurtured me. Thus, it is only fitting that I show you my respect and courtesy. I would prefer our relationship to be a bit more intimate, more akin to friendship. I am not fond of excessive formality, as you well know. Haha, that is only natural. From today onward, you need not subsist on ramen any longer. I trust you have been anticipating this." Yambing quipped, playfully sticking out his tongue. "Haha, indeed, I greatly miss your culinary skills. Today we feast." In the midst of their casual banter, half an hour slipped by unnoticed, and it was only then that Yambing shifted to the matter at hand. "Doctor, what exactly is going on with my Dragonite?" "Ah, your Dragonite is, in essence, still a Dragonite. After conducting research with several colleagues, we have discovered that its abilities surpass those of a typical Dragonite, which likely relates to your nurturing and its lineage. As you mentioned, it is a descendant of a colossal Dragonite. The primary distinction lies in its typing, while standard Dragonites possess both dragon and flying types. Your Dragonite is of the dragon and water types, although it can still fly and carry you aloft. It is swifter in the water and exhibits a stronger adaptability to aquatic environments. We believe this occurrence stems from a confluence of factors. First, its birth differs from that of ordinary Dragonites. Its father is a Dragonite, while its mother is a Dratini, although the hatchling is a Dragonair. According to the theory of Pokémon egg hatching, the resulting Pokémon typically embodies the maternal genes. For instance, if a male Beedrill and a female Butterfree mate, the offspring will emerge as a Caterpie rather than a Weedle. Only the genderless Ditto, capable of transforming into any Pokémon, will pass on the genes of its partner. Yes, I am aware of this, but it seems insufficient. After all, a Dratini ultimately evolves into a Dragonite. Yambing furrowed his brow. Precisely, which brings us to the second reason. It may possess the dragon scales of Dratini and the dragon fangs of Dragonite prior to its evolution. Special items shed by dragon-type Pokémon possess significant properties. For instance, a Dratini evolving with dragon scales will gain the multi-scale ability, while typical Dratini usually evolve with the inner focus ability. I trust you comprehend the implications of these abilities? As for a Dratini evolving with dragon fangs, we have yet to observe this, but we suspect its ability will remain unchanged while enhancing the power of dragon-type moves. The dilemma arises when both the Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale manifest simultaneously on a single Dratini. In such a scenario, The Dratini itself becomes influenced by the energies of these two artifacts, leading to unforeseen consequences during its evolution. While the exact outcome remains uncertain, it is likely that your Dragonite has been affected by this phenomenon. Furthermore, there exists a fundamental reason that I suspect may pertain to the Dratini itself. Pertaining to the Dratini? Yambing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, I recall you mentioning your encounter with the transition. He must have elucidated the considerable disparity in physique between Dragonite and Dratini, did he not? Yes, that is correct. I surmise that if the Dratini is reluctant to entirely forsake its appearance in exchange for power, it may resist evolution. However, your Dratini is quite exceptional, on one hand. It has benefited from the energy provided by both parents, resulting in a formidable reservoir of energy that compels it to evolve. On the other hand, the heart chakra visualization training you conducted has significantly influenced the conversion of its energy, accelerating its evolutionary process. Ultimately, the powers of the Dragon Scale and Dragon Fang became a decisive factor, leading to an evolution that was reluctantly embraced. Thus, while its external form retains much of the Dratini's appearance, in terms of power, it has achieved, if not surpassed, the strength of a typical Dragonite. The alteration in attributes may represent a compromise between Dratini and Dragonite, or perhaps an advanced form of evolution, as possessing both water and dragon attributes diminishes its vulnerability. Nevertheless, under these circumstances, we believe your Dragonite is merely in a state of incomplete evolution. Should it fully evolve, its physique may closely resemble that of a conventional Dragonite. Perhaps in the future, it will come to a realization and evolve once more, at which point its strength may be even greater. Oh, I am curious whether other Dratini have ever exhibited a refusal to evolve into Dragonite. This remains unclear, as Pokémon of the Dragonite lineage are exceedingly rare, and our available data is limited. However, we suspect that there may indeed be Dratini that refuse to evolve, as not all Pokémon place great importance on their own strength. I have a question. Is my Dragonite physically sound? Rest assured, it is in excellent health, and its potential is immense, far surpassing that of an ordinary Dragonite. It can withstand significant power impacts, and its current physical changes are entirely manageable. The doctor smiled reassuringly at Yambing, signaling that this topic was the crux of their discussion. Upon hearing the doctor's explanation, Yambing felt a weight lift from his heart, and he eagerly sought out his Pokémon. He first visited Howley and Ailey, where Howley greeted him with an outpouring of emotion, nearly bringing Yambing to tears. Next, he approached Chungzi and the Psyduck, who were inseparable companions, with Chongkong occasionally joining their training sessions, creating a joyful camaraderie among the trio. Finally, he arrived at the side of his Dragonite, engaging in a heartfelt conversation before concluding his significant day. With just over 2 months remaining until the Quartz Alliance tournament, Yinbing realized it was time to thoughtfully plan his schedule for the upcoming weeks. At this moment, he truly felt at home, having returned to his cherished world. Chapter 44. The Return of the Qualified. The commencement of special training. Yinbing had rested at home for about a week when Xiao Mao returned, closely followed by Xiao Ji. For Yinbing, this past week had been the most relaxed since his departure, aside from his daily basic exercises. There were hardly any stressful matters to attend to. Even practicing combat skills with his Pokémon was a joyful and easygoing affair. On the day Xiao Ji arrived at the Research Institute, instead of sneaking in through the back door as fate had initially intended, he and his companions entered openly through the front entrance. Team Rocket, the first to react when Professor Oak, Yinbing, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Ji arrived to open the door were Xiao Ji and Hikari. Hey, little brat. Musashi was equally astonished. Sakaki had instructed them to find a trainer named Yinbing at the Research Institute and work under him, but they had not anticipated encountering Xiao Ji. Oh, it's you all? Your timing is impeccable. Sakaki must have informed you that you are now under my jurisdiction, correct? Yinbing remarked, fully aware of the trio's presence. Aren't you that big villain? Kojiro blurted out, recalling the incident on Route 6 when they were dealt with by Yinbing, suddenly shivering and speaking out of turn. Oh, it seems that the other group following us on Route 6 is indeed you. Fortunately, you did not lay a finger on my Pokémon, Yinbing said with a slight smile, a smile that appeared to them as a call from the depths of darkness. We wouldn't dare. Even if we had 100 lives, we wouldn't dream of harming your Pokémon. Nyasu quickly denied. A talking Nyasu? My apologies, could you repeat that? Professor Oak exclaimed in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Humph, since you are so sincere, stop. Yinbing ruthlessly interrupted Nyasu's introduction. From today onward, you are officially severed from Team Rocket and will work under my guidance. I know not why you joined Team Rocket before, but starting today, you must abandon all previous habits, including that absurd script. Why yes, as soon as Yanbing spoke, Musashi and the others shivered, behaving exceptionally well. Yanbing, do you know them? Brock was the first to respond, inquiring of Yanbing. Yes, I am aware they caused you a great deal of trouble during our journey. However, rest assured, from this day forward, they shall be my subordinates and will no longer trouble you. Yanbing explained with a smile to Xiao Ji and the others. It better be that way. Hikari pouted, expressing her sentiment. Indeed, I believe Yanbing's words. Wait, let us have a battle. Upon hearing the news that the trio would no longer trouble them, Xiao Ji's spirits lifted as he challenged Yanbing. You may battle me after you defeat Xiao Mao, Xiao Ji. Yanbing was reluctant to discourage Ash and instead decided to divert the focus. Don't say that, Yanbing. I am eager for a battle with you, Xiao Mao confidently declared, despite it having been merely 2 months since their last encounter. In these 2 months, I have made significant progress. Oh, that truly piques my interest. I shall grant you a chance. One-on-one, Yanbing replied, recognizing he could not evade the challenge. Excellent. I shall rise from where I fell. My champion remains unchanged, Blastoise. Xiao Mao released his Blastoise from its Pokeball. Blastoise, you say? In that case, Xiao Wei should be a worthy opponent, Yanbing thought as he prepared to summon Xiao Wei, only to find that Xiao Wei was still asleep. Has your previous Snorlax evolved? Yanbing, is it fair for you to underestimate me so? Let my Charizard take the field instead. Xiao Mao expressed his displeasure at Yanbing's decision upon seeing Xiao Wei. Do not underestimate Xiao Wei. He has defeated all but one Pokémon at the Judo Gym, excluding Mutwo, Yanbing asserted. Mutwo? Is that the elusive Pokémon I've never encountered? Xiao Mao recalled with trepidation the battle at the Judo Gym. Wait, what are you talking about? Wasn't the badge from the Judo Gym awarded by Team Rocket? Ash interjected, bewildered. What? Did you not meet the trainers from the Judo Gym? Xiao Mao questioned, perplexed. It seemed the narrative had indeed commenced. Yanbing paused momentarily, realizing that events had unfolded during this interval. Narrative? Xiao Mao, Ash, Mei, and the trio from Team Rocket all looked on in confusion. Nothing of significance, Xiao Mao. Let us commence. Yanbing urged. No, Yanbing, let Charizard battle me. I wish to gauge how much I have narrowed the gap between us. Xiao Mao's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Seeing Xiao Mao's fervor, Yanbing understood that he would not relent without an orange. He shook his head and led Xiao Mao and the others to find the orange. Orange. Xiao Mao's Blastoise is eager for a duel with you. Are you available? Yanbing inquired, noticing Orange and the others engaged in meditative practice. It was evident that the trio had made considerable progress, now able to condense their outward energy during meditation. Orange looked over and nodded. For him, as long as Yanbing held a thought, he would act upon it, regardless of whether it was a consultation. Trust between them sufficed. No reasons were necessary. Allow me to serve as your referee. Brock volunteered. Thank you, Brock. Once Orange and Blastoise were prepared in an open arena, Brock announced the commencement of the match. The moment the coin landed, Orange shot into the sky with remarkable speed, astonishing all but Yanbing, Mei, and Yingnan. Faced directly by Orange, Blastoise felt an overwhelming pressure. Despite its own perceived rapid progress, it had not anticipated that Orange had surpassed it even further. Impressive. Yanbing's Charizard is remarkably powerful. Upon witnessing Chengxi's performance, Ash furrowed his brow, simultaneously astonished by Chengxi's prowess and envious of Yanbing, whose Charizard obediently followed commands. Reflecting on his own Charizard, he urged, don't be intimidated, Blastoise. We are not to be underestimated. Recall our specialized training. Encouraged by Shigeru, Blastoise regained its focus. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. The mighty stream of water surged forth, pursuing Chengxi's trajectory. However, after undergoing training with Heart Chakra visualization, Chengxi's abilities had significantly improved, rendering Blastoise's attack ineffective in keeping pace. Suddenly, Chengxi's figure vanished. What? It disappeared. Yanbing noted. At that moment, a torrent of flames shot from behind Blastoise, striking its shell before anyone could react. The powerful flames propelled Blastoise forward, increasing in speed until it momentarily lifted off the ground, only to land once the fire subsided. Caught off guard by the fiery assault, Blastoise expended considerable energy to regulate its temperature, panting heavily upon landing. Just then, Chengxi appeared directly in front of Blastoise, executing a swift dive towards it. Here it comes. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. As Shigeru's words echoed, the distance of nearly 40 meters vanished in an instant, closing to a mere 15 meters as Blastoise unleashed its attack. Chengxi charged through the water blast, colliding with Blastoise, which tumbled several times before coming to a halt. Chengxi stood patiently, awaiting Blastoise's recovery. As soon as Blastoise regained its footing, Chengxi sprinted forward, engaging in a test of strength by gripping Blastoise's claws. Despair gripped Shigeru and Blastoise as they realized that Chengxi's power matched his speed. Within 3 seconds of their contest, Blastoise was overpowered and lifted into the air. A classic move, the Earth Throw, executed with undeniable force. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, followed by a brief silence. Blastoise was rendered unable to continue. Declaring Yambing the victor of this match, Brock assessed Blastoise's condition and made his judgment. Another defeat, Shigeru remarked, momentarily stunned before quickly recalling Blastoise. You've done well, Blastoise. Rest now. Yambing, with a hint of a smile, acknowledged, I didn't expect your progress to surpass mine so swiftly. I truly admire you. Observing Shigeru's feigned nonchalance, Yambing felt confident in Shigeru's self-regulation. His mental fortitude far exceeded that of Ash at present. At that moment, a solemn voice resonated from Ash. Ash, do you also wish to challenge me? Although it was evident that Ash's mood was not inclined towards a duel, Yambing still posed the question. Having watched the anime and spent 5 years with both Ash and Gary, Yambing felt confident in understanding their personalities. Some sentiments are better expressed by Ash himself. No, Yambing. Even Gary was effortlessly defeated by you. I suspect my fate would be similar. Knowing that someone like you will participate in this year's Indigo Conference, to be frank, I feel quite despondent. Ash's tone was somewhat melancholic, prompting Misty, who was nearby, to gently place a hand on his shoulder. However, it is precisely because of your presence that I realize how immature I still am. Although this request may be rather presumptuous, I still wish to try. Yambing, please train me. I want to become stronger. As Yambing gazed at Ash, who bowed his head in earnest, he felt a surge of emotion. Please, lift your head. Following Yambing's instruction, Ash raised his gaze, and Yambing, feeling reflective, remarked, I would be more than willing to train with you. I understand you wish to learn the secret to commanding your Charizard. However, regrettably, while I have some insights that may help you improve before the competition, I am not nearly as adept with Charizard as you are. First, allow me to share a story. If, after hearing it, you still wish to train with me, I will gladly oblige. Yambing spread his hands helplessly and recounted how he obtained his Infernape and the incident of its escape. Thus, while both of us received our Pokémon from others, my Infernape fled, whereas your Charizard at least remains loyal to you. Therefore, when it comes to your Charizard, only you have the means to effect change. I cannot alter the situation. Please, Yambing, I implore you to train me. You may feel inadequate in your understanding of Pokémon, but the fact remains that the Pokémon you have captured are remarkably strong. As a trainer, I believe you are far more mature than I am. I beg you, please train me. Ash bowed again, resolutely making his request. At that moment, Gary regarded Ash with newfound respect. To lower his head and seek guidance from a trainer who had just embarked on his journey was no small feat. Even with Ash setting an example, Gary doubted he would ever humble himself to request training from Yambing. Yambing observed Ash and felt a surge of gratitude. This facet of Ash's character might not yet be prominent, but as they journeyed to Hoenn and Sinnoh, it would become increasingly evident. It is easy to say ask for guidance, but few can truly embody it. Very well, I accept your request. Starting tomorrow, please meet me at the lab at 6 in the morning. Yes, I look forward to your guidance. And I look forward to yours as well. Chapter 45, Training Arrangements. In pre-competition preparations the following day, when Ash arrived at the lab in a somewhat haphazard manner, Yambing had already commenced morning exercises with his Pokémon. In a flurry, Ash hurriedly joined the throng of runners. Having traversed nearly the entirety of the Kanto region, Ash found himself in commendable shape. Though somewhat fatigued after completing the morning jog alongside Yambing and the others, he was far from exhausted. After a brief respite, Yambing instructed Ash to summon his Pokémon. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Pidgey, come forth. Ash released his Pokémon, and while most seemed well, Charizard disregarded him entirely. However, at Yambing's side were formidable companions, Orange, Eli, Chong-Kong, Xiao Wei, Blue Dragon, Duck-billed Fire Dragon, Squirtle, and the ever-relaxed Sloth Pokémon. As for UK, she was preoccupied with the Super Onix, while Xiao Shun and Yi Bai were engaged in mental training, prioritizing their psychic prowess over physical exertion. Upon emerging, Charizard immediately sensed the strength of Yambing's other Pokémon, excluding Squirtle and Sloth, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Orange, emitting a challenging roar. Quite the discerning opponent, Yambing remarked. Ash, would it be alright for my Orange to spar with your Charizard? Ash clenched his fist, excitement bubbling within him. Absolutely, I couldn't ask for more. Orange, it's your turn to train with Charizard and Duck-billed Fire Dragon. Everyone else, follow me. Yambing led Ash and their Pokémon to a more open area to commence stretching exercises. The synergy between Yambing and Ash's Pokémon was notably high, with Orange, Chong-Kong, and Squirtle present. Consequently, Pidgey felt a kinship with Chong-Kong, while Squirtle found camaraderie with Ash's Squirtle. As the training progressed, the two Squirtlets began to delve into Yambing's close combat theories, practicing with one another. Wow, Yambing, you possess such vast knowledge. This close combat theory alone is immensely beneficial to me, Ash exclaimed, feeling as though he had grasped a divine technique, eager to challenge someone, preferably Gary, to a duel. Ash, hold your enthusiasm for a moment. Combat techniques are merely that, techniques. In the face of absolute power, their efficacy diminishes significantly. Thus, the accumulation of strength is equally vital. Consider long-distance running or explosive power training, for instance. Understood. After approximately an hour of training, Yingnan and Yi arrived with breakfast. While Xiao Wei and Sloth approached, Yambing commenced a muscle massage for Sloth, while Eli reciprocated with Xiao Wei. For fighting-type Pokémon, post-training massages are essential to alleviate muscle tension. Xiao Wei and Sloth engaged in resistance training, which often leaves lingering strain. Timely massages and muscle relaxation techniques are crucial to prevent future complications. As Yambing elucidated these principles, he demonstrated alongside Ash, who was resolutely determined to learn, thus designating Squirtle as his training partner. After finishing breakfast, the two took a brief respite before Yambing instructed Ash and his Pokémon to begin practicing meditation to enhance their focus. The heart chakra visualization, which served as Yambing's secret weapon, would not be easily entrusted to anyone, including Ash, especially since both he and his Pokémon were currently unable to comprehend its intricacies. Prior to breakfast, Ash's Charizard had already been subdued by Orange, obediently training alongside Orange and the Psyduck. When Charizard returned, Ash greeted it warmly, perhaps realizing the significant gap between himself and Orange. Charizard, while still somewhat disdainful of Ash, no longer ignored him as before during breakfast. It quietly sat down to eat and now joined the ranks of those meditating. Naturally, Ash could only maintain his focus for about 3 minutes. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yambing completely immersed in meditation, a silent acknowledgement of the disparity between them. To bridge this gap, Ash forced himself to concentrate, managing to hold his position until it was time for lunch. When Ash finally stood up, trembling, Yambing smiled and suggested he stretch his legs before heading indoors for lunch. Following a brief midday rest, the afternoon commenced with battle training. If it were solely Yambing's Pokémon, the situation would be easily manageable, as each had their own practice partners or small groups to train with. However, with Ash's Pokémon joining in, the dynamics shifted significantly. The level disparity was considerable. Ash's Charizard could barely hold its own against the Psyduck when paired with Pikachu, while Squirtle and Bulbasaur could just manage to contend with Xiao Wei's Pokémon. The gap between BB Bird and Chong-Kong was even wider, relegating it to merely observing the sparring between Chong-Kong and Orange. On the other hand, Ailey and Blue Dragon engaged in a lively exchange, showcasing their abilities and techniques. Ailey displayed a slight edge and skill, but the difference was negligible, making it quite captivating to watch. After Ash's Pokémon had all been defeated, Yambing's Pokémon returned to their regular training groups. While Yambing took Ash on a tour of their battle techniques, battles are the most effective means of honing a Pokémon's sensitivity. As trainers, we cannot completely replace their eyes and minds in the arena, thus their own understanding of combat is crucial. When we are unable to provide timely reactions or correct instructions, how should the Pokémon respond? Should they remain stationary or adapt dynamically? Clearly, the latter is the correct approach. Frequently allowing Pokémon to switch opponents during battle training cultivates their combat awareness. This is a lesson you must remember well. Yes, Teacher Yambing. Don't call me teacher. We are the same age. Alright, Yambing. After training with Yambing for 2 days, Ash was entrusted by Professor Oak to travel to Binu to consult Professor Nishimori regarding the evolution of Slowpoke into Slowbro. At this moment, Yambing finally had the opportunity to summon Meowth and his companions. You've been at the laboratory for 3 days. Have you emerged from the gloom of leaving Team Rocket? Yambing inquired. Yes. Our boss said that coming here to assist you is tantamount to aiding Team Rocket, so we should work diligently alongside you. From now on, you shall be our leader. Kojiro respectfully bowed to Heinebing, and both Musashi and Meow Meow followed suit. Very well. I am not particularly fond of the title leader. Henceforth, you may refer to me as the Master. Master? Kojiro and the others were somewhat perplexed by the term, yet they understood it to signify a position of great esteem. Firstly, you are to establish a rudimentary research center in this area of the Tokimba Forest. I will provide you with initial funding, approximately 3 million, to commence your endeavors. When I return from the Quartz Alliance, I will require at least these items. This is the list. Additionally, I have compiled some information for you. However, the classified details will not be disclosed at this time. Nevertheless, concerning the Pokémon within the documentation, you must find a way to capture the young ones. I shall retain one Pokémon as your assistant. I will inform you of which one before my departure. I impose no time restrictions, but I must insist on one guarantee. All methods employed must be just, and you must not coerce or engage in forced transactions. Hoenn gazed sternly at Meow Meow and the others, causing them to shiver slightly and nod in agreement. Ah, Meow Meow, Musashi, Kojiro. You three are indeed quite capable and talented. Hoenn's tone softened. Are you complimenting us, Master? Meow Meow inquired. Call me Master. Oh yes, Master. Indeed. To be candid, none of you are suited for villainy. You lack the aptitude for such misdeeds. Hoenn continued. Musashi, while you can be a bit headstrong and willful, your heart is in the right place. Kojiro, you are a scion of wealth, having joined Team Rocket merely to escape an arranged marriage. As for Meow Meow, although your combat abilities are average, you possess a gentle and emotional nature. Engaging in villainy would be a tragic waste of your talents. Hearing such praise for the first time brought tears to the eyes of the trio. All right, enough of the tears. Attend to the tasks I have assigned, and I shall reward you with promotions and raises. Now off you go. Yes, Master. To facilitate the trio's efforts, Hoenn needed to confer with the others regarding the Pokémon to be lent to Meow Meow and the others. After all, participating in the court's conference was an honor that no one wished to forfeit. Currently, Hoenn had 9 Pokémon eligible for the conference. Oranges, Eli, Shun, Yueke, Yebai, Chonkong, Xiaowei, Blue Dragon, and Duckbill Flame Dragon. Oranges, Eli, Yueke, Chonkong, and Blue Dragon were essential participants, leaving the final choice among Yebai, Shun, and Duckbill Flame Dragon. After discussions with everyone, it became evident that Duckbill Flame Dragon was reluctant to partake in the court's conference, citing a simple reason. A considerable portion of the competitors he had already battled, and their skills were unimpressive. He preferred to refine his expertise in the realm of magma. This development was fortuitous, as it would allow him to assist Meow Meow and the others, ensuring their success. Having made his decision, Hoenn instructed Meow Meow and her companions to familiarize themselves with Duckbill Flame Dragon. In the following days, May informed Hoenn that her friends were ready with their Pokémon and could transport them at any moment. After Yambing obtained the Charmander from the doctor, he took out a gas bomb and exchanged it with May's friend, ultimately receiving the second elder brother and the Fire Red doll. Once he had these two little creatures in hand, Yambing played with them for a while to gain a preliminary understanding of their personalities. He then called Jinghui to discuss the issue of the Pokémon teleportation device. After all, Yambing had exchanged 2 Pokémon, and altogether he now possessed 13. He truly intended to have the 4 little ones observe battles on site, and it would be best if 6 of the 8 participating Pokémon were prepared at all times. Consequently, in order to meet his current needs, he would need to carry 10 Pokémon with him at once. Let me see, do you have an assistant nearby? If so, I could create an assistant management system for you before the competition begins. Once you input the assistant's information, they could help you manage 6 Pokémon at any time. Assistant? Speaking of assistants, there is one right here. Yambing smiled as he looked at Okada Hideo, who stared at Yambing in confusion. Then there's no problem. I will expedite the creation of the assistant system for you. Thank you, Jinghui. You're welcome. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. At this moment, Yambing had some thoughts about the upcoming itinerary. With just over a month left until the Alliance tournament, the time was neither too long nor too short, and there were indeed many tasks to undertake. Chapter 46. The Chosen Battlefield for Eli returning to the daily training of the Pokémon. There was one matter that had been weighing on Yambing's mind, whether Eli should engage in another battle to surpass his limits. After Orange fought against Darkray's Latios, he had also teamed up with the Duckbill Flame Dragon to battle against the evolving Hakuryu duo. Chonkong, UK, and the Dragonite had each fought against various Pokémon, while Xiao Shun and Yi Bai had directly faced Mutwo. It could be said that the Pokémon capable of contending with champions had gained substantial battle experience, with Eli being slightly lacking in this regard. Given this, a visit to the power plant could be put on the agenda. Aside from Zapdos, the Super Onix was also an excellent training target, especially for Orange and Chonkong. The upcoming schedule could indeed involve the Super Onix for Orange, Chonkong, Duckbill Flame Dragon, and Blue Dragonite. As for Xiaowei, it seemed he was ready to participate as a main Pokémon in the Alliance tournament, but he still needed to bridge the gap in battling against champions. However, witnessing the strength of the Super Onix would be beneficial. Once he had formulated his thoughts, Yambing communicated with Professor Okito, who happened to have business at the Nibi City Museum and offered to take Yambing there. The Pokémon Yambing brought along were just right: Orange, Eli, Chongkong, Duckbull Flame Dragon, Xiao Wei, and Blue Dragonite, 6 in total. Mei and Hideo were at the professor's laboratory helping to care for the Pokémon, so Yambing's journey was relatively light. Upon arriving in Nibi City, the professor first drove Yambing to the entrance of the Moon Viewing Mountain before proceeding to the museum himself. Upon reaching the entrance of Tsukimi Mountain, Yambing first unleashed a surge of wave-guiding energy around him, then patiently awaited the arrival of his companion. Indeed, after a brief moment, the earth trembled as the colossal Onix appeared before him. "Here, I have brought 5 little ones with me, and I hope you can assist in their care for a few days. Among them, possess the strength to engage you in battle. If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate your guidance in their training. As for the last little one, I wish for him to witness your power as well, but unlike the others, there is no immediate urgency regarding him," Yambing explained. Releasing the other Pokémon aside from Eri, prior to their departure, he had communicated with them, so except for Xiao Wei, who appeared somewhat bewildered, the other Pokémon respectfully bowed to the mighty Onix. Observing this, Xiao Wei scratched his head before also bowing in greeting. "Roar. Understood, follow me." The Onix spoke briefly, then set off, prompting the 5 little ones to hastily follow, turning back to wave farewell to Yambing. After watching them depart, Yambing released Eri, and together they ventured deeper into Tsukimi Mountain. The monotony of their mountain trek need not be elaborated upon. For Yambing and Eri, the ability to endure solitude was a hallmark of their character. Furthermore, occasional battles with the Pokémon of Tsukimi Mountain served as a delightful respite. Thus, after a day of travel, Yambing and Eri finally reached the exit of Tsukimi Mountain near Hualan City in the early hours of the following day. In a rush to the Hualan City Pokémon Center, as soon as they reached the beds, the sound of their snoring filled the room. They slumbered until nearly noon, marking Yambing's first indulgence in a leisurely sleep since entering the Pokémon world. Correspondingly, the fatigue from their overnight journey had nearly dissipated. To prepare themselves for the upcoming challenges in optimal condition, Yambing and Eri dedicated the entire day to adjustments, avoiding any strenuous activities and instead focusing on enhancing their meditation and understanding. Early the next morning, after packing their belongings, Yambing and Eri made their way to the Hualan Gym. The reason for their visit was due to the absence of a water-capable Pokémon. Did they intend to swim there themselves? The Hualan trio graciously lent them a white sea lion, and with its assistance, they finally located a deserted power plant situated between Route 9 and Route 10. The area surrounding the power plant was teeming with electric-type Pokémon, predominantly Magnemite and Electrode species. The electromagnetic field here was quite potent, indicating that Zapdos likely frequented this location. Eri, considering your vulnerability to flying-type attacks and the fact that your opponent is a known legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region, this battle may prove to be quite arduous, Yambing cautioned. Indeed, this confrontation was particularly challenging for Eri, not only due to the disparity in power, but also because of the significant disadvantage posed by the opposing type. Yambing felt a twinge of worry. In the previous battle against Darkrai, Eri had narrowly lost. Though he had made considerable progress since then, Yambing was uncertain of the extent of his improvement. Most critically, should this challenge result in yet another failure, he worried whether Eri could withstand the emotional toll. Yet, Yambing chose to allow him to challenge Zapdos, understanding that one must endure setbacks. All apparent strength is merely superficial. Clearly, Ailey recognized that this opponent was formidable, his expression somewhat solemn, yet imbued with determination. Even in the face of certain defeat, Ailey would bravely confront the challenge. Such courage in battle is commonplace for Yambing's Pokémon. Recent encounters, including battles against Darkrai, Dui, and Mewtwo, were fraught with difficulty, and the prospects of victory seemed bleak. Nevertheless, Yambing's Pokémon pressed forward with unwavering resolve. The interior of the power plant was indeed vast, and Yambing and Ailey searched diligently, encountering numerous Pokémon along the way. Some, exhibiting a touch of aggression, opted to attack them. However, Ailey's prowess swiftly repelled these adversaries, dispatching them with a single strike, never having faced an opponent that required a second blow. At last, after half an hour of exploration, Yambing discerned an anomaly. In one direction, the concentration of Pokémon was initially high, but as they ventured deeper, the numbers dwindled, culminating in a substantial open space. Yambing surmised that Zapdos must reside within, as this phenomenon could only be explained by its presence. The electric magnetic field in Zapdos' vicinity was the strongest, exerting the greatest allure on Pokémon. Yet, simultaneously, the divine might emanating from the legendary creature served as a formidable deterrent. causing the numbers to diminish as they approached. Indeed, following this pattern, Ailey soon sensed an overwhelming pressure, a sensation that gradually enveloped Yambing as well. It appeared they had arrived at the right moment. Zapdos was indeed there. Upon reaching an expansive electric storage chamber guided by this oppressive force, they encountered a large, approximately 1.6-meter tall bird, its yellow feathers standing on end like sharp spikes. Situated in the center of the chamber, preening its plumage. Upon sensing the approach of Yambing and Ailey, Zapdos lifted its head, its eyes brimming with warning, wings unfurled. Arcs of electricity crackling among its feathers. The threat was unmistakable, prompting Yambing and Ailey to halt, just crossing the threshold of the chamber, meeting Zapdos at eye level. The two humans and their Pokémon stood nearly the same height, yet in terms of presence, Zapdos was undeniably more imposing. Although Yambing considered himself indifferent towards the three legendary birds, particularly the least aesthetically pleasing Zapdos, this did not diminish its strength. In this moment, confronted by Zapdos, even Yambing, who had previously faced the pressure of Mutuo, felt a twinge of trepidation. It was evident that this Zapdos from the power plant possessed remarkable strength, likely surpassing the official data of a base stat of 580. The question loomed, should they engage in a friendly exhibition match or launch directly into battle? Yambing glanced at Ailey, whose gaze was resolute as he stepped forward. Observing Ailey's approach, Zapdos struck the ground beside him with a sharp peck, halting Ailey's advance. Heavyweight, heavyweight, Ailey declared to Zapdos, his eyes unwavering. Subsequently, Ailey unleashed the culmination of his mental focus, a surge of energy propelling him towards Zapdos, directly challenging its formidable presence. In the midst of the air, a tense standoff ensued between the imposing presence of the Thunderbird and the fierce aura of Ailey, lingering for a brief moment before both parties gradually eased their energies. After a moment of silence, the Thunderbird nodded, evidently accepting the challenge. "Shall we engage in combat within the confines of the room?" Yambing inquired, casting a glance at Ailey. Ailey shook his head, and with a powerful flap of its wings, the Thunderbird soared past Yambing and Ailey, heading towards the exit. At Ailey's gesture, Yambing followed closely behind as they pursued the Thunderbird to the back entrance of the power plant. Upon exiting, Yambing beheld an expanse of barren ground, devoid of flora, with a cliff looming in the distance. The nature of the terrain beyond the cliff remained a mystery to Yambing, yet it was clear that this vast open space, free from significant obstacles, served as an ideal battlefield. Perhaps alerted by the Thunderbird or sensing its presence, electric-type sprites began to congregate around the power plant, drawn to witness the impending clash between Ailey and the Thunderbird. With no one else present, I shall temporarily assume the role of your referee. I urge both of you to deliver a captivating performance for the audience, leaving no room for regret. The rules of this battle are simple. The contest concludes either when one party loses its fighting capability or concedes. There are no other stipulations. Please prepare yourselves, for when the coin falls, the match shall officially commence. After articulating the rules, Yambing turned his gaze to Ailey. This match is entirely yours to navigate. I shall not provide any guidance. I hope you engage with all your might, leaving no regrets behind. Strength, strength. Ailey raised 4 fists in a triumphant shout, as if vowing his fighting spirit. Yambing smiled faintly before his expression returned to one of seriousness. The battle begins. Yambing tossed a coin into the air, while the Thunderbird retreated to a corner outside the arena to observe. Clang. The crisp sound of the coin landing echoed in the ears of every spectator present, including the two combatants facing each other. Whoosh. In an instant, 2 figures dashed towards one another, igniting the battle. Chapter 47. The Battle of Attributes. How Sprites Rapidly Learn Skills. Boom. A deep rumble resonated as the 2 figures entwined in the center of the arena. Ailey's upper hands gripped the beak of the Thunderbird tightly, while his lower hands pressed against its wing joints, pushing backward, with its wings and beak restrained. The Thunderbird was not to be underestimated. It kicked forcefully with its powerful talons, striking Ailey in the chest and breaking free from his grasp. Yet, it must be noted that Yambing's sprite feared close-quarters combat the least, owing not only to a solid foundation in fighting theory and training, but also to an acute sensitivity to battle dynamics. As the Thunderbird lifted its talons, Ailey sensed its intentions. The earlier kicks, though seemingly fierce, were mitigated as Ailey executed a backward roll the moment the Thunderbird's claws made contact, effectively dissipating much of the force. Moreover, while the speed of the Zapdos was indeed remarkable, Ailey was not to be underestimated. As he rolled, he deftly seized a stone from the ground with all 4 hands, and, taking advantage of a moment when he faced the Zapdos directly, hurled the stone like a shuriken. The Zapdos, evidently deceived by Ailey's sudden maneuver, failed to react in time and was struck on the wing, plummeting to the ground. Rockfall? I don't recall teaching Eri that move. It seems he has learned it on the fly, Yambing pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Seizing this opportunity, Eri sprang to his feet and accelerated towards the Zapdos, which had only just regained its footing. In that fleeting moment, Eri unleashed a swift knife-hand strike from the right front of the Zapdos. The Zapdos barely managed to block the blow, but was immediately met with a relentless series of attacks from Eri's forehands. In addition to his mastery of the skills outlined in his repertoire, Eri possessed a profound understanding of martial arts. The upper pair of hands executed powerful thrusts and knife-hand strikes, their ferocity palpable in the gusts of wind created by their force. Simultaneously, the lower pair of hands, perfectly positioned, coordinated with the upper hands to deliver jabs and wing chun-style short strikes, achieving an excellent ambush effect. Under the synchronized assault of his four hands, Eri astonishingly maintained the upper hand against the Zapdos for an extended period. However, after enduring the punishment for too long, the Zapdos could no longer withstand it and unleashed a thunderbolt. Eri, caught at a dangerously close distance, was blasted away. With that, the Zapdos freed itself from Eri's entanglement, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Well done, Eri, Yambing silently commended him in his heart, even if he did not voice it aloud. Thus far, Eri had yet to employ the results of his training through the visualization of the heart wheel, such as the Aura Sphere. Although the Aura Sphere was formidable, rock-type attacks inflicted double damage on the Zapdos. Once the distance was established, the Zapdos commenced a barrage of long-range attacks against Eri. Yet, having mastered the Aura Sphere and other techniques, Eri was not lacking in ranged combat capabilities, particularly with his four hands capable of launching two different attacks simultaneously, far exceeding the speed of a typical Pokémon. This brought the battle to a level comparable to the Zapdos' electric strikes, Thunder, and Thunderbolt. When the long-range assaults proved ineffective, the Zapdos faced a significant challenge. It could only resort to close combat to determine the victor. However, given the previous outcome, it was evident that Eri was highly adept at close-quarters combat. What could be done? The battle could only be settled through a contest of techniques. For the Zapdos, while it possessed greater raw strength than Eri, its overwhelming advantage lay in its type superiority. Thus, the effectiveness of its flying-type skills would ultimately dictate the course of the battle. In the air, the Zapdos began to slowly rotate its body, gradually accelerating until it spun rapidly, creating a yellow tornado that barreled towards Eri. Eri furrowed his brow, his expression tense. He attempted to adjust his position slightly, only to discover that the Zapdos, in this state, could perceive his movements and adjust its trajectory accordingly. Eri found himself completely locked onto by this peck drill maneuver. At this moment, Eri raised his four hands before his chest, forming two half-circles that faced each other, with palms oriented up and down. As Eri's energy gathered between his hands, rocks began to materialize around him. Instantly, with a swift motion of his alternating hands, the rocks surrounding him were launched outward, effectively obstructing the movements of the Zapdos. Eri, well versed in the essence of combat, took full advantage of layered attacks, allowing his four hands to charge in succession, resulting in an unceasing barrage. Rock blockade. Goodness, Eri is defying the odds, Yambing exclaimed in astonishment. If Eri's rock-based techniques were indeed his spontaneous insights during this battle, then this encounter was truly worth its weight in gold. With Eri's rock blockade hindering it, the force of Zapdos' pecking drill was significantly diminished, and its speed began to wane. As it approached Eri, suddenly, Eri's four hands aligned horizontally. At that moment, a sharp, grating sound filled the air. As Zapdos slowed its rotation, Yambing finally discerned that Zapdos' beak had been caught bare-handed by Eri. The earlier sharp noise was the result of the friction between Zapdos' beak and Eri's four hands. It appeared that Eri's heart wheel visualization had yielded remarkable results, directly enhancing his innate perceptive potential. Given his sharpness in combat, it seemed that victory was not out of reach today. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yambing could hardly contain himself. Meanwhile, the Zapdos, having lost its speed through sheer force, was not one to concede easily. With a discharge of electricity, it forced Eri to release its beak. Once free, Zapdos flapped its wings and ascended back into the sky. After a moment of power accumulation, it launched a soaring attack aimed directly at Eri. Just as Zapdos closed in, Eri executed a graceful backbend, evading the attack while simultaneously plunging his four hands into the ground. In that instant, a series of stone spires erupted from the earth, pursuing Zapdos relentlessly. With a deft instinct to avoid the incoming strike, Zapdos instinctively slowed down and veered away, only to find itself directly in the path of the rising stone spires. forcing it to dodge left and right. This is a sharp stone assault. I scarcely know what to say. I must have the doctor examine Ailey later. He is truly a combat-type Pokémon, not merely masquerading as a rock type. Yambing thought, shaking his head. Though his expression was one of conflict, internally, he reveled in delight. Suddenly, Zapdos let out a piercing cry towards the sky, summoning a colossal bolt of lightning that struck the center of the arena. Clouds began to gather around the arena, and rain began to fall slowly. It seemed that Zapdos was preparing to get serious. By calling for rain, it intended to maximize its advantage in the environment. Yambing mused silently. There were two reasons for Zapdos's name. The first was its electric typing, as moist air enhances the power of electric-type moves. The second reason was its remarkable speed, swift as lightning, justifying its title of Zapdos. However, the recent skirmishes have clearly demonstrated one undeniable truth. The proud speed of Zapdos proves to be of little consequence in the face of Aerie. While Aerie may not match Zapdos in sheer swiftness, his formidable musculature, keen battle instincts, and impeccable timing allow him to evade Zapdos's flying-type assaults with the most direct and simplistic maneuvers, simultaneously enabling him to counterattack during his dodges. Thus, the flying-type attacks become somewhat ineffective against Zapdos. Ultimately, Zapdos's primary attribute is electric. Only within the realm of electricity can it fully exploit its home field advantage. At this moment, Zapdos is endeavoring to create an environment conducive to its combat style. Under the rain, the potency of electric-type skills is significantly amplified, and the rain further expands the reach of these skills. Suddenly, Aerie closed his eyes, and a peculiar atmosphere began to envelop the arena. The unification of spirit and mind. This was the aura of simulated training. Yambing was taken aback, realizing that Aerie, utilizing the thunderstorm, had harnessed the abilities cultivated through his heart wheel visualization to create a simulated aura. It appeared that the storm not only empowered Zapdos, but also enhanced Aerie. Yambing was well versed in the shared aspects of cultural practices between Japan and China, particularly in the realm of cultivation. Japanese martial artists often retreat to secluded mountains to purify their minds during training. Many choose thunderstorms for their breakthroughs, for such weather embodies the might of nature, aiding practitioners in sensing the grandeur of the universe. Additionally, the contrast of feelings plays a role. During a thunderstorm, the indoors tends to be exceptionally quiet, allowing for a tranquil inner state. It is during such times that practitioners are more likely to perceive the so-called hard eye, enhancing their training efficacy. In this very moment, Aerie leveraged the thunderstorm conjured by Zapdos to heighten his concentration, unlocking his hard eye and thereby channeling a masterful aura. In this aura, Aerie's perception of his surroundings sharpened. His reaction speed quickened, and his internal energy flow became more fluid. It must be said that integrating heart wheel visualization into training has had a profound impact on Yambing's spirit. He had not anticipated such remarkable results. Just as Yambing pondered this, Zapdos initiated its assault. Bolts of lightning rained down from above, however, akin to a loss of precision. Each of Zapdos's strikes missed Aerie by mere inches, despite their density. Could it be? The absolute barrier? Yambing suddenly recalled an animated series he had watched prior to his transmigration, titled Barrier Master, which introduced a theory regarding the absolute barrier. When a barrier master cultivates the absolute barrier, its domain becomes a forbidden zone for any attack, effectively repelling everything except for the barrier master themselves. At this moment, a peculiar aura enveloped Aerie, surrounding him completely. Some errant arcs of electricity were drawn away by this aura, while Aerie himself moved freely amidst the attacks, consistently anticipating the trajectory of strikes. This resulted in the earlier phenomenon where, no matter how the Zapdos attacked, it could not land a blow on Aerie. To claim that Aerie's aura was absolute might be an exaggeration, yet if it were to reach an extraordinary level, it might indeed forge a presence akin to an absolute realm. Should one attempt to guide Aerie in mastering the 8 trigrams returning Heaven Palm? Yambing mused humorously to himself. But once such thoughts arose, dispelling them proved to be quite the challenge. Moreover, while attaining an absolute realm was exceedingly difficult, techniques similar to returning heaven could still be realized. Currently, the Zapdos was becoming increasingly agitated due to its inability to overcome Aerie. Hope glimmered for victory. Yambing began to focus intently on the unfolding scene. Just then, the Zapdos unleashed 3 bolts of lightning directed at Aerie while gathering all its strength, suddenly charging madly towards him. Oh dear, the ultimate impact. Why do so many Pokémon I've encountered lately favor this move? Yambing silently critiqued, ultimately putting his mind at ease. Engaging Aerie with close-range attacks, especially one with such inherent momentum, sealed the Zapdos' fate. Indeed, As the ultimate impact neared Airy, he sidestepped gracefully, drawing his forearms in a half-circle to execute a counter-push, redirecting the Zapdos's ultimate impact downwards. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the Zapdos struck the ground. At that very instant, Airy dashed towards the direction of the Zapdos's descent, unleashing explosive punches with his upper arms and cross-slashes with his lower limbs, leaving no room for the Zapdos to maneuver. Boom! The Zapdos, caught in a state of rigidity, had no chance to evade and was struck directly by the two powerful fighting techniques, crashing violently against a stone behind it, shattering the rock before rolling several meters away to finally come to a halt. With the battle concluded, Yambing hurried over to assess the condition of the Zapdos. The Zapdos lost its fighting capability, and the victor was Airy. Remarkable strength. Upon hearing Yambing's declaration, Airy let out a triumphant roar, releasing the joy that swelled within him. Thank you, Zapdos. Yambing retrieved a restorative potion from his pack and administered it to the Zapdos, tending to its wounds. Moments later, the Zapdos regained consciousness. Hula, hula. It called out to Airy, then stood up, shook its wings, and after gauging its condition, strode directly into the abandoned power plant. Congratulations, Airy, Yambing said, patting Airy on the shoulder. Remarkable strength. Airy raised all four fists, flexing in a show of muscle. All right, the mission is complete. Let's head back and rest well today. Remarkable strength. Chapter 48. The colossal Onix serpent of Myasia Mountain. When Yambing returned to the moonlit mountain and beheld the magnificent Onix serpent, 5 days had elapsed since he entrusted the oranges and other items to the creature. In this brief span, Yambing sensed that the Onix serpent appeared to have aged considerably. Roar. What kind of monsters are your Pokémon? The strength of your Charizard rivals my own, and its speed surpasses me by a significant margin. Were it not for my tough hide and resilience in physical confrontations, you might be gazing upon a lifeless serpent right now. Moreover, the Duckbull Flame Dragon, Dragonite, and Pidgeot are merely a hair's breadth inferior to me, with only that Snorlax lagging a bit further behind. Even so, that is astonishing enough. Oh, you have actually battled with them? Hee hee, not only them. Your little Munshade's capabilities are on par with the Duckbull Flame Dragon. After receiving your offerings, it may well rival the prowess of Orange and Ellie. At that point, you might find yourself at its mercy. Yambing maliciously envisioned the scene of the Onix serpent being bested by Moonshade. Roar. Humph, it's only a matter of time, and I am prepared for it. As for the other young ones, you may take them. Moonshade has yet to emerge. Once it does, I will ensure it finds a way to contact you. All right. Thank you. I shall take my leave with them. Upon arriving in Nibi City, Yambing coincidentally encountered Professor Okido, who was once again visiting, and thus he was escorted back. During the journey, Professor Okido handed Yambing a stack of documents. Is this about the Monferno? How is it faring now? Yambing inquired, glancing at the materials, his mood dampening. Rest assured, it took some time to adjust in the early days, but it has improved significantly of late. It recently evolved into Infernape. Having spent some time in the wild, it seems to have settled down and often gazes wistfully towards the research institute. However, its stubborn nature means it will not return on its own. You should find an opportunity to bring it back. I will. Once the Kanto tournament concludes, I will go. Also, regarding my journey, I may wish to make some adjustments. Speak freely, I am listening. I intend to take a few Pokémon to the Dune region for training. Foregoing challenges in the regional league, Yambing stated. That sounds prudent. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, you should be the champion of this year's Kanto Quartz League. Participating in the Silver League afterwards may not be appropriate. Pokémon training does not necessarily require participation in league tournaments. I fear the little ones might become enamored with the grandeur of such large-scale battles after witnessing the Quartz League tournament, Yambing replied with a faint smile. That can be easily arranged. Ash and Gary are certain to participate in the league. You could temporarily lend your trained Pokémon to them, allowing the little ones to experience the thrill of competition. Ultimately, however, it will depend on their willingness. I understand, Yambing responded thoughtfully. Initially, the notion of forming a Fiery Journey team was merely a whimsical idea of his. Now that he had gathered a sufficient number of Pokémon, he found himself pondering how to best arrange them. Especially after the incident with the fierce Monferno, Yambing began to contemplate this issue. At times, he realized he had been overly idealistic. Given the current elitist mindset, how could one possibly attend to so many Pokémon? Thus, apart from focusing on high-potential Pokémon, Yambing decided he would refrain from burdening more Pokémon or necessarily directing them towards combat. It was time to commence the establishment of his own influence. With Meowth and the others, along with some resources and Yambing's vision, it seemed unlikely that his future endeavors would lack financial support. The technical aspects would also remain largely consistent. What was truly lacking now was manpower. In contemplating manpower, Yambing suddenly recalled his 17-year journey through the educational system of his previous life. 3 years in kindergarten, 6 in elementary school, 3 in middle school, 3 in high school, and 4 in university. Reflecting on it now, he felt a wave of nostalgia. In this life, due to his association with Professor Oak's research facility, he had access to nearly all the knowledge he desired, which is why the professor had not considered enrolling him in school. Now, thinking back, children of Yambing's current age in his past life would likely be in elementary school, probably around the 4th or 5th grade. Professor, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Yes? What is it? It's like this. After my training at the crossing, I intend to find a suitable school to experience campus life and make more friends. Do you have any good suggestions? I can earn the tuition myself. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. However, it makes sense while your education is secure under my guidance. It's important for you to interact with peers of your own age. I have a cousin who runs a small Pokémon school in the Alola region. If you're interested, I could recommend you there. You need not worry about tuition. You are still young and do not need to be so mature. Thank you in advance, Professor. There's no need for such formality between us. The day after Yambing and Professor Oak returned to the research facility, Ash and his companions arrived. Upon seeing Yambing, Ash immediately pestered him for special training. Oh, Ash, really now? While you were away, he kept shouting about special training, yet he slept in until noon every day, distracted by various other matters. The moment you return, he suddenly appears more enthusiastic than anyone else, Misty quipped. Hey, is that really true? Ash replied, looking somewhat aggrieved. Haha, Ash, don't take it too seriously. Everyone has their own way of growing. You needn't force yourself to keep pace with my rhythm, Yambing expressed. Holding his own views on so-called special training and practice, learning need not be tedious. Education can be enjoyable and tailored to individual needs. Did you hear that, Misty? Yambing said so. Look at that. He immediately puffed up with pride. I am not. All right, you two stop bickering. I have a suggestion. How about we conduct today's special training at Mount Mayacha? Yambing proposed. Mount Mayacha? I have heard that someone spotted the Elite 4-member Shiba practicing near Mount Mayacha. Perhaps meeting Shiba could yield fruitful insights for you. Yambing calculated the time, noting that there are approximately 3 weeks left until the league competition. In the original narrative, it was at this moment that Ash encountered Shiba, the Elite 4-member Shiba. Just this morning, we were watching Master Shiba's recordings. Upon hearing news of Shiba, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master Shiba, I am eager to meet him as well. Brock also held Shiba in high regard. Only Yambing remained relatively calm, the reason being, he had already battled Dado, and for him, facing Shiba, another member of the Elite Four, would not present an insurmountable challenge. In a certain sense, Yambing's perspective had transcended that of Ash and even Brock significantly. Let us make this decision then. You all hurry and gather your belongings. We shall convene in half an hour. Yes. Over an hour later, Yambing, May, and their group, alongside Ash and Brock, were engaging in simple warm-up exercises on Mount Mayacha. Oh dear, climbing the mountain is exhausting enough. Must they also undertake rigorous warm-up training? I truly do not comprehend what kind of creatures boys are. Misty remarked to May, as she and her companions spread out a picnic blanket nearby to enjoy tea. You wouldn't know, but Yambing typically engages in nearly 2 hours of physical training with his Pokémon every morning. May smiled as she spoke. Perhaps he has been relaxing since returning to Pallet Town, which is why he is not pushing himself as hard. He truly works hard. No wonder Yambing is so strong. If Ash exhibited even half of Yambing's dedication, he certainly would not find himself in such a predicament in front of Gary, Misty sighed. In truth, I resonate with Yambing's perspective. Everyone has their own path to growth. Ash's chosen method may very well be the most suitable for him and his Pokémon. Deliberately trying to match another S training pace can sometimes yield counterproductive results. At that moment, May was cradling 2 EVs. One a shiny EV and the other a regular one. By the time they returned to Pallet Town, the 2 EVs were on the verge of evolving. And when Yambing visited Crescent Moon Mountain, they would evolve in succession. Indeed, Yambing is a remarkable individual. Everyone possesses their unique character. For instance, Ash is a passionate fool, and Brock is a reserved romantic. Yet, Yambing's demeanor remains elusive to me. His Pokémon are extraordinarily powerful, and he himself appears highly self-aware, seemingly understanding everything, which makes him feel incredibly reliable. At the same time, he seems to possess a deep empathy, as if he never experiences anger. However, I sense he is like a deep pool of water. The persona he presents to us is merely a superficial layer. Misty observed Yambing thoughtfully. I have witnessed him in a state of anger. When the Toros stole Ellie on Route 6, it was the first time I saw Yambing genuinely angry. Although he maintained a calm demeanor throughout, the aura he emanated was quite formidable, and I felt hesitant to approach him at that moment. After finding Ellie, Yambing instructed me to fetch the police, so I am not entirely sure what transpired thereafter, but judging by the Toros' demeanor, it seems Yambing must have dealt with it quite severely. Oh, was there such an incident? Intrigued, I found myself pondering the situation. By the way, it is said that the trio from the Rockets witnessed the entire event. Perhaps we can inquire about it when they visit next. May suggested that if Yambing were present, he might dissuade them from sharing. Some matters, particularly those that cast a shadow, are often left unspoken. After completing their warm-up exercises, Yambing, accompanied by Xiaoji and Xiaojing, commenced their search for the colossal Onix on Mount Miacha. Prior to this, Yambing had enlightened them about the existence of the giant Onix, which piqued their interest. Especially Xiaojing's. Look, this passage must have been created by the giant Onix. Yambing indicated a 2-meter-wide pathway on the ground. Wow, this passage is incredibly wide. Xiaoji exclaimed. Yes, indeed. By this measure, the Onix must be at least 40 meters long. Xiaojing gasped at his own calculations. Hee, don't be too astonished, Xiaojing. Our moonlight could grow to a similar size. Yambing boasted, feeling a sense of youthful exuberance upon returning to Pallet Town, a feeling he found quite delightful. Is that true? Xiaoji inquired, equally surprised. He had thought moonlight was large when he first saw it, but he never expected it could grow so immense. Soon, you shall see it for yourselves. Yambing was about to mention that moonlight would be visiting shortly, when he suddenly sensed the ground trembling beneath them. Quick, duck! The giant Onix is approaching, Yambing shouted, pulling Xiaoji and Xiaojing out of the passage just in time. Moments later, a massive Onix indeed emerged. Its 2-meter-wide head leaving Xiaoji and Xiaojing utterly speechless. Indeed, it has appeared. Chapter 49, Taming the Giant Onix and Battling Shiba. Wow, it's enormous. Xiaoji wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that had Yambing not pulled him and Xiaojing from the passage, they might have been trampled by the colossal creature. Are you all unharmed? A somewhat somber voice emerged from behind them. Thanks to you. Xiaojing turned to respond, only to suddenly exclaim, with Xiaoji echoing his surprise, Master Shiba. Glad to hear you're well, Shiba replied, turning to leave. Wait, Master Shiba, please take me as your disciple and teach me the profound skills of Pokémon cultivation. I am willing to do anything to learn from you. Xiaoji boldly stepped forward, perhaps due to his previous experience of seeking Yambing's guidance. Xiaoji was now more assertive and did not rely on Xiaojing to speak for him as he did in the animated series. Are you truly willing to do anything? Shiba inquired. Yes, I beg of you. Xiaoji bowed deeply. Xiaoji, you should kneel, Xiaojing urged, pulling Xiaoji down to the ground. I also beseech you. Though this fool is rather clumsy and lacks manners, he is earnest. Please do not dismiss him. And what of you? Shiba turned his gaze to Yambing. As for me, this lad has undergone rigorous training with me. Whatever path he chooses to improve himself is of little concern to me. Yambing shrugged, fully aware of Shiba's thoughts. Do you have no interest in learning with me? Suddenly, Shiba expressed a flicker of curiosity towards Yambing. I encountered Datu on the ship returning from Hoenn Island Pavilion to Hualan City, and we engaged in a battle. He extended an invitation for me to join him in the region after the court's conference. Yambing replied nonchalantly, yet his words startled both Shiba and Xiaojing. You've already met Datu? Shiba inquired, frowning. Yes, came the response. It seems you truly need not practice excessively. You too follow me. Yes. Xiaojing and Ash replied in unison. As Yambing observed Ash and Xiaojing trailing behind Shiba, he silently made his way towards the resting area of Kasumi and Mei. Hey, Yambing, why have you returned alone? Where are Ash and Xiaojing? Kasumi questioned, puzzled by Yambing's solitary presence. We encountered Shiba, the fighting master of the Elite Four, and Ash and Xiaojing have gone with him to hone their secret techniques. Yambing shrugged. Oh, aren't you going with them? Kasumi asked. Me? I have already developed my own style. The secrets of others may not be beneficial to me. Yambing waved his hand dismissively. That is true. You are indeed formidable. Unlike Ash, Kasumi stood up, determined. Wait, Kasumi, I strongly advise against going, Yambing cautioned. Why not? It could be dangerous. It's fine. I'll just watch from a distance. I'm off. Kasumi waved dismissively and headed in the direction Ash and the others had gone. Well, I've given my warnings. What happens next is beyond my concern, Yambing thought, offering a moment of silent tribute to Kasumi before joining Mei and the others for tea. After a considerable time, Yambing noticed Ash and the others returning, their spirits visibly dampened. So, did you learn the secret technique? Yambing inquired, feigning ignorance. Oh dear. I thought Master Shiba would teach me some grand technique, but that image is utterly shattered now, Ash lamented. Very well, if that's the case, let's depart. All right. The group gathered their belongings and began their slow journey back. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the roadside. What is that? It's a gigantic Onix. Yambing was the first to spot the massive creature. Surprisingly, even without Team Rocket's interference, they still encountered a rampaging Onix. With a thunderous crash, the colossal Onix charged towards the rock wall where Yambing and the others stood, causing Ash to slip down the slope in a moment of carelessness. Ash, watch out! Xiaojing and Kasumi shouted anxiously. As the enormous Onix was about to collide with Ash, Yambing prepared to intervene, when suddenly a figure appeared, leaping back with Ash and Pikachu in tow, ultimately landing beside Yambing and the others. Master Shiba, thank you for saving us. Leave this to me. Shiba glanced at the Onix, his brow furrowing. He then leaped down, approaching the Onix. Onix, why are you so agitated? Danger! Ash and Xiaojing exclaimed nervously as they saw the Onix charging towards Shiba. With a swift leap, Shiba landed atop a rock, evading the attack of the colossal Onix. What is happening? Onix! He exclaimed. Just after Shiba called out, Onix's tail swung toward him once more, but he deftly sidestepped, causing the ground beneath to shatter under the creature's might. After several narrow escapes, Shiba sprang onto Onix's head. The giant serpent, in an attempt to strike its own skull, inadvertently created an opening for Shiba to leap away, leaving Onix momentarily dazed and slightly calmer. Seizing the moment, Shiba approached. Master Shiba, this is quite perilous. Fear not, Onix. Come, share your thoughts with me. Shiba proclaimed, striking a pose as he closed his eyes and formed a hand seal. Upon reopening his eyes, he began to examine Onix's body. Is this it? Shiba queried, discovering the source of the issue. As he tugged, Onix quivered in pain. Please bear with me. It will be over soon. With both hands, Shiba extracted a sandshrew lodged between two segments of Onix's rocky form. Is this what has caused you such distress? He inquired, releasing the creature and turning back to Onix. All is well now. Haha. So how about joining me? Onix nodded in agreement, and Shiba tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the great beast. Master Shiba, how did you know the sandshrew was trapped inside Onix, inflicting pain upon it? Surely, you possess some great technique. Brock inquired. I have mentioned before, there is no remarkable technique involved. Please, do not be so modest. Teach us. Ash urged. I had assumed you already knew. If there is any true technique, it is this, fostering a connection between humans and Pokémon, much like how Pikachu selflessly saved you earlier. Shiba looked at Ash, nodding, and expressed his hope to one day spar with him before saying farewell. Wait, Shiba, would you be interested in a battle? Just as Shiba prepared to depart, Yambing suddenly spoke up. You? Shiba halted, turning to regard Yambing with newfound seriousness. Yambing met his gaze with calm confidence. Currently, Yambing was accompanied by Pokémon including Yabai, Shunzhun, Squirtle, Sloth, Warm Pig, and the fiery Wobbuffet. Yabai and Shunzhun were on guard for any surprises, while the other four were intended for closer bonding. Other Pokémon were either absent, like Yueke, or deep in meditation. Yabai and Shunzhun had just emerged from their own training, having greatly benefited from their recent encounter with Mewtwo. As Yambing focused his mental energy, Shiba sensed the formidable aura that only a true warrior could exude. Very well. You are worthy of a duel. Just so happens, I have recently captured a massive Onix. Let us see how it performs. Shiba nodded, intrigued by Yambing. Onix is it? What a conundrum. Who should I send into battle? Concerning the choice of combatants, Yambing found himself in a quandary. He released all the Pokémon at his side, realizing that only Yabai and Xiaoshun were capable of facing the colossal Onix. Which of you shall take the stage? Shiba observed Yambing's Pokémon with intrigue, his curiosity piqued by the White Gengar. The other Pokémon, while exuding a palpable aura of battle prowess, were primarily Hypno. The rest seemed newly acquired, exuding innocence and charm. However, judging by their muscular builds and glossy coats, they appeared to be well cared for. In a moment of awkwardness, Yabai, after a brief exchange with Xiaoshun, gracefully floated forth, expressing a desire to test the results of recent seclusion. Yabai, is it? Very well, you shall take the lead. Remember, Shiba's new Onix, while formidable in size and strength, may not share a profound bond with him. Exercise caution as you engage, Yambing advised Yabai. In terms of type matchups, it mattered little whether Yabai or Xiaoshun went into battle, as Onix posed no threat to either. Additionally, prolonged companionship had honed the strengths of Yabai and Xiaoshun, bringing them closer in power. However, Yabai's levitating ability rendered the ground-type moves, which would typically have a double advantage, ineffective against him. thereby granting him a slight edge in this encounter. Yet, Yambing's counsel did not escape Shiba's ears. It seems you possess great confidence in your Pokémon. I cannot simply disregard your words. I advise you to give your utmost effort, lest you face a humiliating defeat, Shiba remarked, his brow furrowing. No one relishes the diminishment of their Pokémon, regardless of intent. Fear not, Shiba. You'll soon see whether I speak in bravado. My Yebai and Xiaoshun are unlike any ordinary Gengar or Hypno. Their potential is vast, and their training methods are rather unique. I assure you, even your newly acquired Onix would struggle against them, let alone face 2 of Duju's Dragonair in double battles, Yambing explained. Struggling against 2 of Duju's Dragonair in double battles. You say? Now you have piqued my interest. Let your shiny Gengar face my Onix. Shiba replied confidently. He trusted Yambing's words. Deceiving him would serve no purpose, and he could easily confirm the truth with Duju later. Naturally, Shiba was eager to witness a Pokémon capable of contending with Duju's. From a passive response at the outset, Shiba's enthusiasm surged, revealing his spirited nature. So be it. Go forth, Yebai. Yambing replied calmly, sending Yebai into the fray. Shiba had already summoned his massive Onix, and as Yebai entered the arena, their gazes locked, signaling the imminent clash. Chapter 50. Yebai versus the colossal Onix. Among Pokémon trainers, there exists an unspoken rule. When eyes meet, a duel must ensue. This holds true for Pokémon as well. The moment Yebai locked eyes with Onix, their battle commenced. Onix, strike down, Shiba commanded, while Yebai swiftly launched a Shadow Ball into the fray. The Shadow Ball and the boulder collided, generating a gust of wind that stirred up a cloud of dust. As the dust began to settle, the Onix gazed into the center of the arena, realizing that the silhouette of Yebai had vanished. Onix, be cautious. Shiba suddenly spotted Yebai and called out a warning to the Onix. In that fleeting moment of panic and confusion, Yebai emerged from the shadow of the Onix, launching a Shadow Ball at point-blank range, striking the Onix squarely on its back, causing it to roll forward a significant distance. Gengar can traverse through shadows with ease, Yin Bing remarked, providing an explanation for Yebai's sudden disappearance. I am well aware of that. When it comes to Ghost-type Pokémon, my knowledge is no less than yours. Among the Elite Four, we have an elderly lady who, although she specializes in Poison-type Pokémon, employs Ghost-types frequently, including Gengar. Shiba replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Previously astonished by Yebai's coloration, he momentarily forgot that it was the notoriously cunning Gengar. Onix, rock block. Upon receiving Shiba's command, the Onix began to launch rocks across the battlefield to restrict Yebai's movements. However, Yebai was not only swift, but had also lived long enough to develop a distinctly unique movement pattern. Though the Onix's rock blockade covered a wide area, it could not hinder the agile Yebai. In an instant, Yebai flickered and appeared directly before the Onix, its floating nature allowing for a direct gaze into the Onix's eyes. This is bad, Onix. Do not look into its eyes. Shiba suddenly realized Yebai's intentions and quickly issued a command. Yet, due to still being in the adjustment phase, the Onix responded sluggishly to Shiba's instructions. In that moment of delay, the Onix succumbed to drowsiness, its head crashing heavily to the ground. Yebai seized this opportunity, casting a nightmare to accumulate damage on the Onix. As the Onix struggled within the nightmare, exhausting its stamina, Shiba could only shout from the sidelines, attempting to rouse it with his voice. Sensing that the Onix was nearing the brink of awakening after significant stamina depletion, Yebai followed up with a Dream Eater, its immense power jolting the Onix from its slumber. Upon awakening, the Onix stumbled and collapsed once more, struggling to support its own weight moments later. An impressive chain of attacks, a splendid synergy, Yin Bing commented. Your Pokémon displays a strong sense of autonomy. Are you not concerned about them acting beyond your control? Shiba inquired, noting that when Pokémon take actions independent of their trainer's commands, it is not an ideal situation, especially when the trainer offers no guidance, leaving the Pokémon to fight entirely on their own. Shiba, my Pokémon possess formidable abilities, a keen battle instinct, and unique combat techniques. Their capabilities, battle awareness, and skills have all been cultivated through meticulous training. For each different Pokémon, we developed the most suitable training regimen together, sharing insights and fostering growth, ultimately aiding them in establishing their own combat habits. In essence, during battle, they are not only assessing the situation independently and relying on their own strength, but are also fighting alongside me. Every move and evasion is infused with my combat philosophy. In such a scenario, do you think the autonomous elf on the battlefield would heed the trainer's commands or defy them? Yambing posed a rhetorical question. There is some truth to that. Your understanding of elves seems to surpass that of the average trainer by a considerable margin. I wouldn't dare claim my understanding of elves transcends that of many trainers. I merely possess a deeper insight into combat. The true battlefield is ever-changing, and the capabilities of elves generally exceed those of humans. At times, a trainer's judgment simply cannot keep pace with the dynamics of the battlefield. It can be said that any elf taking actions beyond a trainer's directives possesses an inherently strong combat awareness. Indeed, it is the elves who stand upon the battlefield. No matter how attuned a trainer may be to their elf psyche, they cannot replicate the elf's perception of combat. Thus, in my view, the elves in battle are the main actors, while the trainer's instructions serve merely as supplementary guidance, never overshadowing their agency. Of course, this is my personal philosophy and does not apply universally. It may only resonate with a select few. Although I am tempted to dispute you. Your perspective is undeniably intriguing. Let us see whose combat philosophy aligns more closely with our respective abilities. Onix, use Rock Slide, followed by Stealth Rock. In response to the fast-moving Yabai, Shiba also chose to enhance his own speed to counter the impending attack. The effects of Onix's Rock Slide were evident, as it deftly evaded 2 Shadow Balls and unleashed a Stealth Rock attack against Yabai. Experienced as it is, Yabai swiftly sidestepped, evading the trajectory of the Stealth Rock attack. Just then, Rock Collapse. Shiba shouted, and Onix, receiving the signal, executed a devastating Rock Collapse aimed squarely at Yabai. Yabai reacted quickly, just managing to evade as the colossal boulder struck its previous position. A piece of the outermost rock grazed Yabai, sending it tumbling through the air. Well done. Yambing couldn't help but compliment. But this is not over yet. Onix, use Noise Attack, followed by Stealth Rock. A piercing noise erupted from Onix's mouth, amplified by its massive form. The moment the noise attack ceased, a Stealth Rock was promptly deployed. Yabai shook its head, recovering from the auditory onslaught. Fully aware of the current battlefield situation. What do you think? Speed may allow one to evade attacks, but in a confined space devoid of shadows for your White Gengar to hide, can speed still prove advantageous? Shiba smiled confidently. Oh, as expected from one of the Elite Four, your strategy is indeed formidable, employing Rock-type Stealth Rock to restrict Yabai's movements. If it were an ordinary Gengar, it might have already succumbed. However, you have piqued the interest of that old fellow. It seems he is now serious. Yambing shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Old fellow. Serious? Shiba was perplexed, but sensed that events were not unfolding as smoothly as he had anticipated. Indeed, at that very moment when the two were engaged in conversation, an indescribable sense of oppression suddenly engulfed the entire arena. Both Shiba and Yambing distinctly felt this weighty atmosphere. Although the sun shone brightly outside, within the confines of the arena, it felt as though they had entered an alternate dimension, where darkness seemed to envelop the space. The realm of shadows, Yambing mused. What is this? Shiba sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing in anxiety. Onix, be cautious, something is terribly wrong. Just as Shiba uttered these words, Yabai vanished from sight. What? How is that possible? There are no shadows for Gengue to conceal itself, Shiba exclaimed, startled, as he quickly glanced towards Onix. At that moment, behind Onix, a distorted patch of black space loomed ominously, twisting in tandem with the movement of its head. Onix, behind you, Shiba cried out, recognizing the danger. However, as Onix turned its head, the black distortion shifted in unison, further unsettling the creature. In that instant, a pair of translucent, dark hands slowly emerged from the space, reaching toward Onix's head. Onix, evade! Shiba shouted, fully aware that his command might be futile, yet unwilling to surrender. Onix, however, appeared paralyzed. Once the dark hands appeared, it felt as if it were ensnared, unable to move even its eyes. Enough, Yabai. Cease this at once. Just as Shiba felt utterly helpless and Onix stood rigid with fear, Yambing's voice rang out, halting Yabai's relentless assault. Upon hearing Yambing's command, Yabai decisively withdrew. The dark hands receded back into the twisted space, which vanished entirely when they did. Only then did Onix regain its mobility, while Yabai also retracted its domain. Phew, we have lost this battle. You are formidable, perhaps even more enigmatic than that old woman, Shiba admitted candidly, offering Yambing his sincerest appraisal. Thank you for the compliment. The ability I just demonstrated is one I have developed through specialized training, known as a domain ability. Currently, 4 of my Pokémon possess this capability, while the others have enhanced their strengths in various aspects, seemingly branching into different specializations. Moreover, Yabai appears to be refining its domain abilities, which will surely become more sophisticated in the future, Yambing elucidated. Domain abilities? And not just one Pokémon possesses it? Truly impressive, Shiba reflected, feeling a twinge of humility despite his youth, as if the tides of time were sweeping him away. How did you find this battle? Are you satisfied? Yambing inquired. Completely persuaded. I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you again, Shiba replied, extending his hand toward Yambing. Always at your service. Yambing reciprocated, clasping Shiba's hand. Indeed, always at your service. Through this encounter, Yambing distinctly sensed that he was nearing the strength required to challenge the Elite Four. Certainly. To vie for a position among the four heavenly kings, one must also select a specific specialization, a necessity that persists even when challenging the champion in the future. However, at this juncture, Yambing's Pokémon possess strength sufficient to challenge the kings, evidenced by the hand extended from Shiba, which serves as the most compelling testament, an acknowledgement from a rival of equal standing. Upon returning to the research facility, Yambing pondered a pivotal question, the potential outcomes achievable through heart-will visualization. This practice inherently manifests varying results due to individual differences in thought. For instance, even with similar qualities in a Gengar, the outcomes of heart-will visualization can diverge drastically. It can be asserted that aura energy is derived from the mind's guidance. Yet heart-will visualization truly directs one toward the essence of the heart. The contemplation of this matter was primarily spurred by two recent battles, one in which AI showcased a power akin to an absolute realm through heart-will visualization, and another where Yi Bai refined his domain. The black hand emerging from the black hole resonated profoundly with Yambing. To enhance Yi Bai's domain, Yambing endeavored to engage him in combat, personally experiencing the power within Yi Bai's domain, ultimately affirming that it bore a striking resemblance to the realm of spirits. The hands of countless ghosts extend from the depths of hell, ushering the souls of the living to the underworld. By amalgamating the concepts of dream and nightmare, a perfected domain could be formed, one that simultaneously inflicts mental strain upon the opponent while replenishing one's own vitality. Drawing from his accumulated knowledge, Yambing presented various images of specters to Yi Bai, articulating his thoughts on the realm of spirits, thus allowing Yi Bai to further refine it independently. Yi Bai was already in the process of perfecting his domain, making his own comprehension paramount, with Yambing only able to offer peripheral suggestions. In contrast, AI Li's heart-wheel visualization is likely to culminate in an absolute realm. Consequently, Yambing could first provide training and techniques, allowing AI Li to experience the creation of an absolute realm through practical combat. For instance, the two could practice the 8 trigrams reversal palm, a technique of Yambing's own invention, distinct from the original. This approach serves to enhance AI Li's combat style from a martial arts perspective. The air currents resembling an absolute realm exhibited by AI Li during his battle with Zapdos were fundamentally based on the combat principles previously imparted by Yambing, which include leveraging force, evading at minimal distances, and utilizing short bursts of strength as core tenets. The philosophy behind the 8 trigrams reversal palm shares similarities with these principles, yet its essence lies in the utilization of centrifugal force. Under high-speed rotation, all attacks are repelled, creating a vacuum of assault, a superficial interpretation. In truth, within this Pokémon realm, the application of centrifugal force is a forte among numerous combat-oriented Pokémon, as demonstrated by Ash and the gym leader Bai from the Hinoki Gym. Due to its frequent use, Yambing initially did not consider centrifugal force as a primary combat principle during training. Compared to foundational theories of martial arts such as Tai Chi and Wing Chun, the application of centrifugal force demands a greater amount of kinetic energy and imposes higher physical requirements on the Pokémon itself. Most of Yambing's Pokémon have embraced some of the combat philosophies he introduced, which have equipped them with the ability to gain an advantage during evenly matched encounters. However, Airy, being a fighting-type Pokémon, possesses a deeper understanding of combat concepts than others. The principles that Yambing provided were merely sufficient for Airy's initial digestion. He received little guidance from Yambing in the later stages and primarily relied on his own exploration. Perhaps influenced profoundly by Yambing, Airy has seldom utilized centrifugal force in his combat philosophy, or perhaps he has been presented with numerous alternative paths, leading him to unconsciously overlook techniques commonly employed by other Pokémon. Nevertheless, to refine the absolute realm, Yambing is compelled to help Airy grasp the significance of centrifugal force. Firstly, the absolute realm requires an immense tearing power to ensure that any attack entering it is completely nullified in regulated motion. The tearing ability of centrifugal force is undeniably formidable. Secondly, a deeper understanding of force naturally leads to greater mastery. Airy has already begun to pursue the path of proving his worth through strength, making his comprehension of centrifugal force both inevitable and essential. This presents a perfect opportunity for him to familiarize himself with it. With the theoretical direction established, the next step is to put it into practice, gradually perfecting it. Yambing does not impose strict deadlines on the absolute realm. It will eventually be completed in due course. However, the pursuit of perfection is relentless. There is always room for improvement. Given Aries' current capabilities, he faces few challengers at the Kanto conference, and while completing this endeavor before the tournament would be ideal, there is no urgency. His current prowess is more than adequate. With a clear vision in mind, Yambing approached Aries, and together they commenced their training. Now, Aries, this is your designated circle. Your feet must remain within its bounds. I will launch attacks from the periphery at any moment, and your task is to deflect or counter all of them. Yambing instructed Aries to take a step forward, and then, using his back foot as the center, drew a circle to limit Aries' movement range, thus facilitating a compact defensive stance. Having been enlightened by Tai Chi principles, Aries should find it relatively effortless to enter a state of centrifugal rotation, using his back foot, spine, and head in alignment as the axis, with his waist acting as a conduit to execute a 360-degree defense. After half an hour of training, Aries successfully demonstrated perfect defense against Yambing's various attacks within the circle, whether it be long-range moves like the Aura Sphere and Aura Bomb, close combat, or even aerial strikes, all of which were effortlessly countered by Aries' four limbs. Subsequently, Yambing enlisted Howley and Imi to join in the specialized training for Aries, with 3 of them attacking. The defense became significantly more challenging, necessitating a remarkable increase in both mental focus and physical reaction speed. Consequently, despite dedicating an entire afternoon, Aries was unable to achieve flawless defense. After completing his intensive training, Yambing elucidated to Ailey the flaws that had emerged in his defense, while also suggesting improvements to certain details. The two engaged in thoughtful discussion long after dinner, resting only when it was time for bed. Early the next morning, Ash arrived with his Pokémon to join Yambing for their routine training. Once their session concluded, Yambing led Ailey through further training for perfect defense, while Ash observed with his Pokémon nearby. The fruits of yesterday's afternoon training and the subsequent evening's summarization were indeed evident today. Within less than half an hour of acclimatization, Ailey was able to flawlessly defend against the combined attacks of Yambing, Howley, and Imi. Ash watched in astonishment. Yet he found himself deeply enlightened. Although it could be deemed a last-minute effort, Ash had been training alongside Yambing for some time now. Not to mention, the combat prowess of several key Pokémon had improved to varying degrees, with stamina and endurance being the most noticeable enhancements. While achieving what Ailey accomplished might be somewhat unrealistic, the underlying theory was certainly applicable. After Ailey successfully withstood the trio's assaults, Yambing began integrating other Pokémon from the Research Institute into Ailey's defensive training. Initially, 5 Pokémon joined, then 7, followed by 10, and eventually, flying and burrowing Pokémon also participated. This training spanned 5 to 6 days. During this period, Ash intermittently joined the training sessions, and his progress was unmistakable. At the very least, his standings in the upcoming Kanto tournament should be commendable. Over the course of a week, Ailey had essentially mastered Yambing's Bagua returning palms technique, achieving a heightened understanding of centripetal force. The next step would involve incorporating the new technique into his heart-will visualization. This aspect was beyond Yambing's control and would require Ailey's own refinement. With the guidance on heart-will visualization for Ailey and Yebai momentarily concluded, Yambing began to evaluate the results of the heart-will visualization for several other Pokémon under his care. Currently, the results of Orange's heart-will visualization seemed quite direct, manifesting intuitively in enhanced strength, speed, and firepower, among other attributes. This was a rather peculiar phenomenon, indicating that Orange's intentions were quite straightforward, merely to enhance oneself. To truly comprehend this, Yambing would need to delve deeper into Orange's psyche. As for Ailey, it was evident that UX heart-will visualization results likely leaned towards intimidation. However, Yambing was uncertain what ultimate form this would take, particularly after undergoing the ancestral ritual. Shun's heart-will visualization yielded results in the domain of realms, which was shrouded in mystery, resembling the act of creation. Yet, Yambing sensed that it leaned more towards divinity, as Shun aspired to shape himself into a deity of his own realm, a creator god capable of maneuvering all forces within his domain at will. Despite its apparent strength, this approach bore significant drawbacks. First, Shun's inherent strength limited the abilities he could command. Second, the audacity of his visions, while producing commendable effects, also led to a consumption of energy that far exceeded that of a typical domain. resulting in the unfortunate limitation that his realm could only be sustained for about a minute. Knight White needs no introduction. It is highly likely that the visualization of the heart wheel by Chong Kong is what triggers the Phoenix King's bloodline, temporarily granting him a fraction of the Phoenix King's abilities. Although Yin Bing has not calculated the precise duration of this effect, it is estimated to last approximately 3 minutes. The heart wheel visualization of the blue dragon is quite straightforward. It embodies the realm of storms. Within this storm domain, no attribute attacks constituting the storm can harm him, and all such attacks are redirected to become assaults against the adversary. In other words, while I may strike at you, the outcome results in my own punishment, which can be deemed formidable, albeit not overwhelmingly powerful. Lastly, we have the duckbill flame dragon, the creature with which Yin Bing has had the briefest and least interaction regarding heart wheel visualization. Presently, it is known that its heart wheel visualization also manifests as a realm, specifically the magma domain, capable of transforming the battlefield into a lava-filled environment, thereby enhancing its own strength while diminishing that of the opponent. However, when compared to the other realms, this seems somewhat inferior, suggesting that there may be aspects Yin Bing has yet to observe and requires further investigation. Upon reflection, Yin Bing has once again recognized a concerning issue. He has accumulated Pokémon too rapidly. In the early stages, it was manageable to train them all, but as they developed distinct combat styles in the latter phases, certain aspects, such as heart wheel visualization, were easily overlooked. Ultimately, he has become familiar with only a handful of them. Nevertheless, this predicament is unavoidable. Orange and Ollie, as Yin Bing's earliest Pokémon, require no further explanation. Xiao Shun and UK, one willingly following him and the other a request from the formidable Onix, would never forsake the opportunity. Knight White was captured to counter Nazi, a necessity at that moment. Chong Kong was Orange's earliest rival, possessing commendable potential and a personality that greatly appeals to Yin Bing, a rare talent he could not afford to overlook. Xiao Wei was obtained from Dream, nurtured since the egg stage, thus forging a deep emotional bond. The blue dragon was indeed the first Pokémon Yin Bing sought out with genuine intent, free from ulterior motives. After all, it is a quasi-deity of the Kanto region. Who wouldn't desire it? Meanwhile, the duckbill flame dragon was a request from Xiaobo. Considering this, it is truly unjust to blame Yin Bing. Before concluding his travels in the Kanto region, he has acquired 13 Pokémon, not a large number, yet the diversity is commendable. In terms of attributes, he possesses 4 fire types, 2 flying types, 1 rock type, 1 ground type, 1 fighting type, 1 psychic type, 1 ghost type, 1 poison type, 2 normal types, 2 water types, and 1 dragon type, encompassing 9 different attributes, a veritable eclectic collection. Naturally, the fire types are slightly more numerous. In summary, the newly acquired Pokémon may be set aside for the time being. They will take center stage in the upcoming journey. The most pressing matter at hand is to thoroughly understand the heart wheel visualization of the original companions who have accompanied him thus far. This realization indeed underscores the weight of the responsibilities ahead. Chapter 52. The Path of the Master and the Path of the Champion. After summarizing his thoughts on heart wheel visualization, it is time for Yin Bing to set forth on his journey. Coincidentally, on the eve of Yan Bing's departure, he received 2 phone calls. The first was from Jinghui, informing Yan Bing that the assistant system had successfully passed the checks and urging him to send over Ingnan's information. The second call was from Uncle Wuning, who mentioned that Yueke had spent the night at his home and requested Yan Bing to come and pick him up. Take care, Xiaoji, Xiaomao, Yan Bing. I shall attend your match. Professor Okito waved farewell to the departing group. Understood, Professor, Yan Bing replied. So, shall we travel together on this journey? He tentatively asked Xiaoji and Xiaomao. Xiaomao naturally expressed his desire to go alone, departing in a vehicle with his cheerleaders. And Xiaoji? We need to head to Nibi City first, then return to Johto City, and from there make our way to the Quartz Plateau, Yan Bing stated. In that case, let us part ways. I will head to the Quartz Plateau to await you, Yan Bing. Let us engage in a fair battle at the Quartz Conference. Xiaoji tossed a white glove towards Yan Bing. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate our duel. Yan Bing smiled as he accepted the glove. With Xiaoji opting to go his own way and Yan Bing pressed for time, he decided against being overly sentimental. He entrusted Xiao Wei, Chong Kong, the Squirtle, Lazy Man, Nuan Zhu, and the Fire Red Wobbuffet to Ingnan, then called Xiao Tsong to arrange for his transportation. As Yan Bing passed the grassy area outside Jinxing Town, he felt a wave of nostalgia. The lawn that had once impeded him for nearly a month now rushed by in a blur. Here, Orange had his first battle. Here, Airy had hatched. Here, Yan Bing had first encountered Chong Kong. Every beginning stemmed from this very spot. How could he not reflect upon it now as he passed by once more? Amidst his musings, Yambing remained resolute in his journey. In just half a day's drive, he arrived at the Nibi City Gym, where Hoenn awaited him. Ah, young man, long time no see. How have you been? Thank you for your concern, uncle. I have been quite well. You appear to be in good spirits, much like your Steelix, Hoenn remarked, shrugging lightly. Steelix? Yambing was taken aback. Has Ueke evolved? A thunderous roar answered him. A massive Steelix, measuring around 20 meters in length, emerged from behind the Nibi City Gym, charging towards Yambing. Ueke? You have evolved? But wait, why have you diminished in size? Yambing was astonished. Ueke had shrunk in stature after evolution, yet exuded an even more profound sense of power, radiating a weightiness previously absent. This is quite normal. Some Pokémon grow larger upon evolution, while others may shrink. With power remaining constant, a smaller size can enhance agility. This is one of the choices of evolution. Uncle Hoenn elucidated Yambing's confusion, a realization Yambing himself understood. Moreover, to speak frankly, such a transformation was likely influenced by the heart-will visualization. Originally, the rock composition of UX's body was significantly harder than that of an ordinary Onix. After evolution, the compressed steel surface theoretically became even tougher and more resilient. The most crucial aspect is that the visualization of the heart center seems to have a considerable impact on the physique of the Moon Deficient. It compresses all the energy that would typically be spread across a nearly 30-meter frame into a more compact 20-meter stature, which implies that every inch of muscle now embodies greater potency and resilience. Yambing has a premonition that the current Moon Deficient could undoubtedly overpower a Super Onix, likely surpassing even the strengths of Orange and Eli to a slight degree. Yambing, your steel snake seems to have just emerged from its confinement and could benefit from a battle to familiarize itself with its new abilities. What do you think? Are you interested in a duel? Hoenn inquired. Uncle Hoenn, it's not my intention to dishearten you. But the present Moon Deficient is no longer a match for your Pokémon, Yambing kindly advised. No worries, no worries. Come on, let's have a match. Very well. Moon Deficient, step into the arena, Yambing shrugged. Go Onix. The outcome of the battle was predictable. Onix launched a rolling attack towards Moon Deficient, who merely glanced at it before executing a swift steel tail, rendering Onix incapacitated. Hoenn was momentarily disheartened by such a swift defeat. But being a seasoned middle-aged man who had weathered many storms, he quickly regained his composure. After the encounter with Moon Deficient, Yambing and Mei, along with the others, were once again greeted by Kojiro's vehicle. After transporting them to the city of Judo, Kojiro returned to the Judo Forest. To Yambing's surprise, as he exited the car, someone awaited him. What a rarity, the gym leader Sakaki is here to see me. Yambing expressed his astonishment. I wish to discuss something with you, Sakaki stated calmly. Yambing did not decline Sakaki's invitation. To be honest, he did not possess a moral puritanism that would hinder his perception of Sakaki. He found him relatively agreeable. Most importantly, Yambing needed to establish a foothold in the Kanto region and build his influence, making relationships in both the legitimate and underworld spheres vital. In the absence of conflicting interests, he did not mind maintaining a favorable association with this notorious leader who straddled both Kanto and the neighboring regions. With the power of Mutuo, Team Rocket had evolved into the largest underground organization spanning Kanto and the two regions. However, as their influence expanded, they found themselves somewhat lacking in Pokémon, particularly in terms of elite combatants. Sakaki elaborated on his circumstances while gauging Yambing's reaction. So what do you say? Are you interested in collaborating? How would we collaborate? Yambing set down his teacup and inquired with measured calm. Excellent question. To secure the funding for your Judo Forest laboratory, Meowth sold me some data. To be candid, the information was adequate, and I managed to locate some Psyduck and Scyther through it. However, it's insufficient. I am confident that you possess even more confidential data. What do you say? Sell me a portion of it, and I will facilitate your development in Kanto and the surrounding regions. I trust that you have your own resources in the legitimate sphere, yes? Sakaki regarded Yambing with confidence. Sakaki, I recall stating that anyone who impedes my progress should not blame me for resorting to force, Yambing replied coolly. No, you've misunderstood. The phrase green light I refer to does not imply that I will obstruct you should you disagree. Rather, it signifies my intention to clear all hindrances from the path of the underworld for you. As the largest Yakuza organization in Kanto and the surrounding regions, no faction has ever dared to disrespect the Rocket Team. I trust you are a person of understanding, one who aspires to greatness. And such individuals inevitably encounter tasks they prefer not to undertake themselves. The Rocket Team stands ready to assist you. Fetch me a map, said Yambing, his demeanor remaining composed. Yet his words invigorated Sakaki. Moments later, a member of the rocket team entered, respectfully presenting an electronic map to Yambing. Without hesitation, Yambing circled a specific location on the map. You may pursue this information as a gift from me to the rocket team. The Meowth and their companions lack the aptitude for villainy, yet they are indeed rare talents. Aside from their inability to steal Pokémon, they excel in all other endeavors. I kindly ask for your continued support, Sakaki. That is only natural, for they were once my subordinates, and now we are allies in collaboration. I shall certainly look after them, Sakaki replied, having comprehended Yambing's intentions. In this moment, the two conversing individuals resembled cunning foxes. I thank you for your support, Sakaki. Merely formality, it is the least I can do. Allow me to preemptively wish you success in claiming the championship of the Kanto region's Quartz League. Sakaki raised his teacup in a gesture of camaraderie towards Yambing, who reciprocated the gesture. Thank you for your kind words. When Yambing reunited with Mei, she expressed curiosity regarding Sakaki's invitation. After Yambing had captured the scalper, Mei had sought out Junsha, thus her understanding of subsequent actions and information was somewhat limited. What were you discussing? Mei inquired. About potential collaborations following the league competition. I intend to establish my own sect in Kanto, recruiting disciples. And he has shown interest in my ideas, thus expressing a willingness to cooperate. A sect? What is that? How does it differ from a gym? In simple terms, gyms are subordinate to the league, whereas a sect operates independently, at most maintaining a cooperative relationship. Furthermore, disciples of a sect are permitted to learn but cannot switch to other schools of thought, among other distinctions. The differences are numerous. Once it is established, you will understand. Yambing explained, admitting that his conception of the sect was still incomplete, requiring considerable time and effort to refine, of which he currently possessed in abundance. It sounds rather complicated. Perhaps you can explain it to me in detail when you have the time, Mei replied, displaying remarkable understanding and refraining from pressing on matters involving confidentiality. The journey from Town to the Champion's Road was not extensive, and with Suki's enhanced operational capacity, the trio swiftly arrived at their destination. The league competition is about to commence from here, Yambing stated calmly, harboring an unspoken thought. A legend is also destined to begin from this very point. Chapter 53. The league competition begins. Upon arriving at the Quartz Plateau, Yambing and his companions chanced upon Ash and his group, along with the ceremonial torch being passed. At this moment, Ash was engaged in conversation with Chairman Damalanki, hoping to involve him in the Sacred Flame Relay. It's Ash and his friends, Mei exclaimed joyfully. Yambing, feeling somewhat resigned, followed Mei and joined Ash's group. Ash, are you planning to participate in the Sacred Flame Relay? Yambing inquired. Indeed. What about you, Yambing? Ash replied. Yambing hesitated. He was somewhat reluctant to join, as he preferred to maintain a lower profile at this time, knowing there would be ample opportunities for him to shine later on. Are you also a participant in the league conference? Chairman Damalanki asked. Yes, I am Yambing. Hailing from Pallet Town, just like Ash. Yambing bowed respectfully to Damalanki. Oh, what a polite young lad. Would you kindly participate in the Sacred Flame Relay? I shall pass. I believe it is better for someone as spirited as Ash to take part in such a sacred event. The priority should be the safe passing of the flame. Let the uncertainties arise during the competition instead, Yambing graciously declined with a smile. Ah, what a pity. I hope you perform splendidly in the competition. Thank you for your kind words. Wow, this is the Sacred Flame. I'm so nervous right now. The flame, taken from the legendary Moltres, had been passed along from a distance to this very spot, a truly remarkable feat. Indeed, Ash, the significance of the Sacred Flame lies not only in its origin from Moltres, but also in the hopes and blessings that people have bestowed upon the League Conference throughout its journey, embodying a yearning for peace and justice, as well as honoring and passing on the will of fire. From the moment you receive the Sacred Flame, you inherit the will of fire, cherishing peace and upholding justice. Yambing, however, refrained from mentioning that even the legendary Zapdos had been defeated by Allier. Essentially, Yambing was not a gloomy person. He appreciated and celebrated the beauty and brightness of life, even if he chose not to partake in it himself. The more mature the soul, the greater its capacity for tolerance, strength, and reason. Even self-interest is merely a protective facade. Both humans and animals possess a tendency to gravitate towards the light, which is their essence. Yes, then I shall commence my run. You are quite interesting. Encouraging Ash while opting not to participate in the relay yourself. Quite intriguing, Damalanki remarked, curious about Yambing's demeanor. Me? I merely express my inner restraint compared to Ash's enthusiasm. Often, I find myself envious of his spirit, Yambing replied with a slight smile. How can you be certain that my previous words were praise for you? Damalanki playfully questioned. I shall take it as a compliment. If you permit, Yambing feigned a shrug of exasperation. Ha ha, what an amusing young friend. I truly look forward to your performance. You shan't be disappointed, Yambing asserted confidently. The opening ceremony proceeded similarly to that of many sporting events, with competitors entering the arena followed by Chairman Damalanki's address. Subsequently, the selection of the battleground occurred. Yambing's first battle was set to take place in the rocky arena, strategically avoiding both Ash and Gary. Nevertheless, even if there were no discrepancies, it was of little consequence. With over 500 participants battling across 4 venues, even if the first match took place in the same arena, it was not guaranteed that the same groups would be drawn. In Yambing's heart, he still harbored hopes that Ash and Gary would achieve commendable rankings. Currently, Yambing had a total of 12 Pokémon accompanying him, with the assistance of his aide, Ingnan. Apart from his trusty Dusknoir stationed in the Evergrande Forest to aid Meowth and the others, all other Pokémon were present. Among them, the ones designated for battle included Orange, Airy, Shun, Yueke, Yabai, Chonkong, Xiaowei, and Blue Dragon, totaling 8. Yambing felt little enthusiasm for arranging the preliminaries across the 4 venues, especially since only Xiaowei appeared slightly weaker among the group. The other Pokémon possessed formidable sweeping capabilities. Thus, in the arrangement for the 4 preliminary matches, Xiaowei would be the primary contender, supported by 2 other Pokémon as backup. The team formations were rather casual. Orange paired with Chonkong, Airy with Blue Dragon, Shun with Yabai, and Yueke teamed up with Airy. After all, both Yueke and Xiaowei had undergone rigorous training under Airy's guidance, making Airy something of a mentor to them, hence their close camaraderie. While organizing the teams, Yambing noted an intriguing phenomenon. Airy emerged as the social hub of the squad. Firstly, the bond between Orange and Airy was unmistakable, as they were among the first 2 Pokémon Yambing had acquired and had trained together from the beginning. Secondly, Airy had been instrumental in the specialized training of Yueke and Xiaowei, fostering a strong rapport with both. Lastly, Airy and Blue Dragon had been pairing up for most recent training sessions. Following Airy was Orange. The relationship between Airy and Orange was self-evident, while Chonkong and Orange had been early rivals, maintaining a good rapport. Additionally, due to their shared fire-type lineage, Dusknoir and Orange frequently trained together, culminating in the inclusion of Chonkong, who also bore a fire-type bloodline. The trio formed a stable training combination, united by their mutual respect, with Orange serving as the bond among them. Next in line was Xiaowei, who, apart from Blue Dragon and Dusknoir, had witnessed the birth of several other Pokémon and had shared in their care and growth, earning the affection of the group. Even after evolving and reaching a weight of 400 kilograms, Xiaowei would still often playfully beg the others for food. However, due to his temperament, Xiaowei's abilities were relatively weaker, making comparisons with Orange and Airy less favorable. As the cheerful spirit of the group, he played an admirable role. After making his decisions, Yambing awaited his first opponent. The restriction of 3 Pokémon in the preliminaries made the selection of team combinations critical. Many participants would consider the venue's characteristics before making their choices. For instance, in the rocky arena where Yambing was situated, numerous competitors opted for grass-type Pokémon, followed by water types, while rock types, despite being the primary attribute of the venue, were less frequently chosen. The rationale was simple. In situations of equal strength, the advantages of venue and type could easily sway decisions. The advantages of attributes dictate an unyielding offensive capability, while the advantages of terrain necessitate a strategic utilization of the environment, introducing numerous considerations that can easily be exploited. Consequently, grass-type Pokémon emerge as the preferred choice in rocky terrains, as they not only counter rock and ground types, but also possess an advantage over water types. However, some trainers opt to complement their teams with fire or flying-type Pokémon to counter grass types. Yambing's initial opponent is a person of meticulous thought, named as a young man. You might as well concede early. For this match, I have assembled an almost invincible lineup, as proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. Adjusting his glasses as he addressed Yambing. Oh, it's time for Xiaowei to take the stage, Yambing replied, shaking the Pokeball in his hand and calling out to it. I will make you regret this, as thought to himself, albeit eagerly awaiting Yambing's first Pokémon. Yambing shook his head, acknowledging that no matter how brilliant a strategy may be, execution is paramount. In the face of absolute power, all else is futile. Yambing had no intention of engaging in mind games with, and directly released Xiaowei. Upon emerging, Xiaowei lay on the ground, snoring. Snorlax? Has he discerned my strategy? As was evidently taken aback by Yambing's choice of a normal-type Pokémon right from the start, Nevertheless, he swiftly resolved to capitalize on Xiaowei's apparent slumber. My first Pokémon is him. Go, Beautu. As called forth Beautu, commanding, Beautu, use Leaf Blade. Beautu's assault was remarkably swift, as issued the command. Razor-sharp leaves struck Xiaowei's abdomen but proved ineffective, merely bouncing off the Snorlax's ample fat. Xiaowei continued to snore, prompting Yanbing to cover his ears, while Beautu, caught unprepared, was rendered dazed by the sound of the snoring. How could this be? He is cheating, as exclaimed, struggling to accept the turn of events. Snoring is indeed a legitimate move in a Pokémon skill set. Thus, we do not consider a sleeping Pokémon devoid of combat capability. Yanbing's Snorlax is within the bounds of fair play, and the match shall proceed, the referee clarified to as. Curse it. Return, Beautu. My second Pokémon is him. Go, Ivysaur. Ivysaur, use Poison Powder. As the Poison Powder was released, Xiaowei began to roll. Despite appearing to be asleep, his extensive training had endowed him with an acute combat instinct, allowing his body to react instinctively to danger. The timing of his roll was impeccable. It not only evaded the Poison Powder but also collided directly with Ivysaur, causing it to recoil. After the initial impact, Ivysaur arched its back, only to be violently thrust against the battlefield wall by a second collision, shattering several stone pillars before succumbing to defeat. Damn it, it's all up to you now. Arcanine, as smirked, relishing the challenge. Arcanine, use Roar. Roar. A furious roar from the fast wind dog echoed through the air, and in the midst of a dream, Xiaowei was transformed into a beam of crimson light, drawn back into the Pokeball. In its place, UK was released from the sphere. Wow, goodness. What a colossal steel snake. The moment UK emerged, it astonished everyone present. Its 20-meter-long form was a sight to behold. On the other side of the arena, Aji stood in stunned silence. You truly are relentless. Exchanging for UK, Yanbing remarked with a slight shake of his head. Ha 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 ha. The steel snake. It's the steel snake. If it were the rocky snake, I might have been at a loss, but to face the steel snake. A steel-type steel snake. What good is size when it comes to the fast wind dog? Big explosion. After regaining his composure from the initial shock, Aji suddenly realized he was up against a steel-type Pokémon, and a surge of exhilaration overcame him. Ugh, that personality is quite bothersome. UK, make it quick. Yanbing commanded, unwilling to waste time in idle chatter. UK leisurely nodded in acknowledgement before turning to face the oncoming Big Explosion, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Subsequently, Big Explosion was swept away by the dragon breath, which then struck the fast wind dog directly. And then, there was nothing more to follow. In this first battle at the Rocky Arena, Yanbing effortlessly claimed victory,